Chapter 1. The Young Shopkeeper. During the Qingming festival, the rain falls incessantly, and the aroma of roasted duck from next door lingers, stirring the soul. May I inquire if the roasted duck is from yesterday? The old woman merely replies, 13-1. In a quaint town in Jiangnan, there stood a modest shop, its sign inscribed in a haphazard manner with 3 characters, grocery store. Flanking the shop were 2 couplets, equally carelessly penned. Scattered goods, divided between north and south. Large and small, all are treasures. The horizontal inscription read, everything is for sale. The antithesis is balanced, yet it retains an ethereal charm. Within the grocery store, a young boy, having failed to procure roasted duck from next door, furiously penned a poem to express his inner grievances, and to expose the miserly nature of the shopkeeper, Old Wang. I too possessed the potential to become a poetic sage. The boy was immensely proud of his own literary creation, though the opening line was a remnant from a deceased teacher in the town. However, he took great pride in the subsequent lines he had crafted. A small girl, appearing around 4 or 5 years of age, ambled past the boy, her gaze averted. She merely shook her little head, mumbling incoherently. Xingqing lacks any poetic talent. She just doesn't realize it. The little girl stumbled through the threshold, then approached the counter, retrieving 2 pieces of silver and promptly stuffing them into her mouth. The boy's expression darkened as he bellowed, "Stop it!" He swiftly advanced, snatching the silver from her mouth, and earnestly implored, "Let us negotiate. Please refrain from eating silver, shall we?" Upon seeing the boy seize her silver, the girl's eyes welled with tears, her large eyes blinking pathetically, evoking sympathy. With a look of grievance, she gazed at the boy, "But the little servant won't eat silver, and my tummy will be hungry." The boy sighed, recognizing the hardships of life. His name was Qing Shan, and he was now 12 years old. He was exceptionally bright, having grasped the principles of enlightenment at the tender age of 6. However, the path he discerned was rather unconventional. Qing Shan bestowed upon his understanding of the mystical arts a melodious title, the path of prosperity leading to immortal success. For brevity, he referred to it as the path of wealth. This path of wealth had carved out an independent space within his being. This space, which the world commonly referred to as the spiritual sea, was meant for consolidating one's cultivation and spiritual energy. Yet, unlike the spiritual seas of ordinary individuals, he had repurposed his to store silver. Displeased with the term spiritual sea, Qing Shan renamed his silver-storing spiritual sea to Sea of Wealth. This sounded decidedly affluent. As he deposited silver into it, he found his strength increasing. One of the principles of the path of wealth was, silver is omnipotent. While silver may hold little value for other cultivators, for Qing Shan, it was indeed all-powerful. The path of wealth. With money, one can persuade even the most stubborn of forces. The sole technique that Qing Shan has comprehended is termed heavenly exchange. The essence of heavenly exchange lies in trading various entities with the principles of heaven and earth using one's own silver. He can purchase longevity, cultivation, and techniques. Anything that crosses Qing Shan's mind can be acquired through silver in this celestial transaction. The path of the wealth immortal is formidable, as long as one possesses wealth. Regrettably, he finds himself devoid of funds. He once endeavored to utilize silver through heavenly exchange in an attempt to procure additional years of life for himself. However, the silver he painstakingly amassed over a year of toil only exchanged for a mere 6 months of lithia, grievous loss indeed. Henceforth, he resolved to refrain from such pursuits. Let us indulge in something else. Consuming silver directly is simply too unwise. If you continue this way, I shall be reduced to begging, Qing Shan lamented, attempting to persuade the little girl before him. This little girl was none other than the living manifestation of his innate spirit, born from his enlightenment amidst the sea of wealth. Indeed, a living being. While others' innate spirits often take on ethereal forms, his manifested as a genuine human. A rather charming, yet utterly useless little creature. Affectionately, Qing Shan named her Little Useless. The little one, displeased, compelled him to rename her Little too. A trivial name is easy to sustain. As the pioneer of the wealth immortal path, Qing Shan's cultivation method revolved around accumulating silver. Yet, fate has played a cruel, trick his innate spirit is a little useless being that only consumes silver. This small creature delights in eating silver. Well, it can consume other things too, as long as they are expensive. Raw consumption. No need for cooking. Though Qingshan harbored doubts about whether silver could even be cooked, he still felt that eating it raw would be quite abrasive. Qingshan's second principle of the wealth immortal path: save where possible, and also save where expenditure is necessary. The little creature's principle: eat when one should eat, and also eat when one should save. Most of the silver Qingshan earns is devoured by this little creature. This is one of the reasons he has chosen to live in seclusion among the common folk. 6 years into his path, he remains reluctant to reveal that he too is a prodigious youth embarking on the journey of immortality. After all, should a conflict arise with other cultivators, he fears that summoning his innate spirit might lead to its untimely demise. That would be utterly mortifying. The little one pouted and shook her head, but little two only enjoys eating silver. She licked her lips, gazing innocently at Qingshan. Qingshan buried his face in his hands, letting out a pained sigh, and set the silver aside. Should the day come when I can no longer support you, I shall cast you aside. The little creature tiptoed onto the table, grinning playfully. Qingqing would never do that. Qingshan had indeed considered abandoning the little creature, yet he feared for its safety in the outside world. Thus, he ultimately dismissed the thought. Upon returning to the table, Qingshan retrieved his ledger and a charcoal pencil, silently preparing to account for his finances. The little creature stealthily perched upon the silver laid out on the table by Qingshan. She gazed curiously at Qingshan's ledger and inquired, "Qingqing, when shall we go restock? The goods in the shop are not selling, well, we ought to bring in some new items." Qingshan lamented, "But where do we find the money to restock?" What they referred to as restocking was, in truth, a venture to raid the bandit dens up in the mountains. The inventory of the general store predominantly stemmed from such exploits. Of course, stealing came with its own costs. After all, Qingshan's path as a financial sage lacked any inherent spiritual power. Engaging in a brawl necessitated trading with the heavens, exchanging silver for divine assistance in combat. 100 taels of silver could summon a bolt of lightning from the heavens. Striking down a bandit leader would deter the others, leaving them to watch as Qingshan took what he desired. Aside from restocking, Qingshan never resorted to fighting. Engaging in conflict simply meant spending silver, and spending silver translated to further impoverishment. This was also one of the reasons Qingshan chose to live in seclusion. The path of immortality is fraught with strife during one's cultivation journey. One is either fighting or on the road to battle. He was not adept at combat. The little creature, adopting a demeanor of an adult, shrugged her shoulders and sighed. Trading with the heavens is far too costly, it's hardly worth it. Qingshan sighed in return. Do you possess a better solution? The little creature fell into silence. Resigned, Qingshan picked up a charcoal pencil and inscribed a few notes in his ledger. On the 29th day of the 3rd month in the 9,400th year of G, the shop remains closed today, and the little creature desires silver, which has not been provided. How delightful! I have saved 10 taels. Regrettably, the thrifty Wang Pa from a neighboring familiar shop would not even part with a roast duck for me, a poet immortal. Thus, I composed a satirical poem, destined to be remembered through the ages, to vex her. Balance: 528 taels and 26 coins. Chapter 2. The Ledger of Qingshan at a Glance. The ledger of Qingshan was densely inscribed with various accounts. On the 3rd day of the 2nd month, goods were procured from the mountain. Utilizing the heavenly method, thunder technique, the bandit leader was struck down, costing 100 taels. And a haphazard assortment of items was recovered, value unknown. The heavenly method is exorbitantly priced. Future skirmishes must be curtailed. It pains the heart. Today, no business was conducted, leaving a balance of 540 taels and 6 coins. On the 4th day of the 2nd month, a small creature pilfered 10 taels of silver, causing great distress, resulting in a reprimand. The small creature wept pitifully, and in an attempt to comfort her, another 10 taels were given, deepening the sorrow. Today, no business was conducted, leaving a balance of 520 taels and 6 coins. On the 5th day of the 2nd month, at Wang Po's establishment, the price of tofu was excessively high at 5 coins. After lingering at the entrance for half a day, a piece was finally acquired for 3 coins. A profit of 2 coins. No, it was still a loss of 3 coins. To not pay is indeed a loss. The small creature consumed another 5 taels of silver, inciting great frustration. Today, no business was conducted, leaving a balance of 515 taels and 3 coins. On the 6th day of the second month, a costly teapot was sold to a foolish scholar, earning 2 taels of silver. The small creature devoured 10 taels. Alas, can I afford this? Should I consider selling her? The balance stood at 507 taels and 3 coins. On the 7th day of the second month, no business was conducted. The small creature again consumed 10 taels of silver, totaling 5,345 taels. The heart is shattered. It is imperative that she repays me in the future. The balance was 497 taels and 3 coins. On the 8th day of the second month, no business was conducted. On the 9th day, no business was conducted. On the 27th day of the third month, a substantial transaction occurred. A passing traveler purchased a stack of talisman paper, yielding a profit of 10 taels. The traveler complained that the vermilion was subpar, requesting 2 taels of eternal red vermilion. He offered a jade pendant, valued at 400 taels, as collateral, agreeing to return in 3 days. Each tael of eternal red was worth 50 taels of silver, totaling 2,400 taels. This was indeed a monumental deal. I took the small creature back to the Black Dragon stronghold, amicably requesting 200 pounds of vermilion. They were unyielding, and reluctantly, I employed the heavenly method to strike down their new leader, expending 100 taels. They capitulated. Again, I refined the eternal red vermilion using the heavenly method, consuming 300 taels. I desired roasted duck and sent the small creature next door to beg, but she returned empty-handed. Such a pity. This tactic has seemingly lost its efficacy. The small creature, lacking silver, was on the brink of starvation, causing me great sorrow. The balance stood at 108 taels and 3 coins, plus 1 jade pendant. After completing the accounts, Qing Shan turned to the small creature, who was licking her lips, seemingly unsatisfied. The piece of silver that had been on the table was nowhere to be found. Qing Shan gazed at the small creature's innocent expression, sighed in resignation, and flipped through the ledger, striking through a line. Finally adding a note. The small creature has pilfered another 10 taels of silver today, resulting in a loss of 10 taels. No meals for 10 days. Qing Shan tucked away the ledger. The little one pouted, on the verge of tears. Qing Shan's expression changed abruptly, and he quickly amended his words. 3 days. All right. The little one brightened, playfully sucking her fingers, and in a sweet, childish voice asked, Qing, don't be sad. Once that customer comes today to collect the vermilion, we will have money, won't we? Qing Shan was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had almost forgotten that a significant transaction awaited them today. 3 days prior, that middle-aged customer had ordered a full 2 taels of 10,000-year red vermilion. This exquisite vermilion was the finest among its kind, and 2 taels would fetch a staggering 2,400 taels of silver. They had agreed to conduct the exchange today. The little one's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "That means we will have." She counted on her tiny fingers for quite a while. So much silver. But her expression shifted to one of concern. Qing's methods are quite costly. We must be frugal. Qing Shan was taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement. They still needed to devise a plan and engage in substantial trades. Their finances were undeniably insufficient, especially with the little one's appetite. They needed to venture to the big city. Qing Shan contemplated this. To the big city for major business? The little one's eyes lit up momentarily, but then dimmed for. Wasn't Qing still waiting for her master? Qing Shan halted, lost in thought for a long while. What day was it today? It was the 30th of March in the year 9,400 of the G calendar. The little one counted her fingers again and suddenly froze, placing her fingers back in her mouth. The pair exchanged alarmed glances. This was disastrous. In their fervor for business, they had completely lost track of time. If not for the little one's sudden reminder, Qing Shan might have forgotten about his own master entirely. The thought of his master sent chills down Qing Shan's spine. What to do? What to do? The little one appeared anxious, her small face etched with worry and fear. Qing's master is coming back. Our peaceful days are over. Qing Shan took a deep breath. Do not panic. Once we complete the sale of the vermilion today, we'll run. The little one nodded vigorously. All right. Let us quickly pack and leave tonight to avoid any lingering troubles. Qing Shan's expression grew serious. Yes. The little one agreed. We must escape tonight. Qing Shan instructed. You gather your things. I will consider if there are any other transactions we might have overlooked. All right. The little one hiccuped nervously. Understanding the urgency of the situation, she stumbled towards the table as if inebriated. She dragged out a chair taller than herself and, reaching for the shelves, stood on tiptoe, using her hands and feet to climb onto the chair. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Qing Shan. Qing, should we take the shelves, with us? Qing Shan replied, of course, we must take them. Remove everything from the shop. The little one clambered down from the chair, reaching out towards the entire shelf. Buzz! A ripple emanated from her hand, and then the entire shelf vanished into thin air. As for where the shelf had gone, naturally, it was sent to the treasury of Qing Shan. The little one, being the spirit of Qing Shan, although not particularly useful in other aspects, was certainly capable of managing the treasury and the shop. One by one, she approached the shelves, causing each to disappear in turn. Qing Shan sat cross-legged on the ground, contemplating whether there were any unfinished transactions, or if anyone owed him money, or perhaps he himself was indebted to someone. While Qing Shan was busy calculating, the little one had already transported all the shelves, along with the assorted goods, into Qing Shan's treasury. Everything was taken away. She recalled the couplet left by Qing Shan at the door. Big and small, it was all belongings. So she bit her finger, glanced at the shop once more, and approached the table. She gathered the table as well. Then the chairs, the windows, the door. The tiles were too high. The little one couldn't reach. Helpless, she shook her head and went to the back hall. Subsequently, everything in the back hall was also collected into Qing Shan's treasury. This included a clay stove, 2 pots, a collection of bowls and basins, 2 beds, 2 sets of bedding, and various odds and ends. And, very well, now they awaited the arrival of customers for the vermilion. Just as Qing Shan finished his calculations without any omissions, he saw the little one return breathlessly to his side. The little one swayed precariously. Qing, the little one is tired. Then go back to the treasury and take a nap, Qing Shan suggested. The little one shook her head. Looking somewhat distressed, the little one does not wish to return to the treasury. It's too noisy in there. Then sleep on my shoulder, Qing Shan said, lifting the little one and allowing her to rest against him. The little one wrapped her arms around Qing Shan's neck and soon fell into a deep slumber. She always liked it this way. Qing Shan smiled helplessly, turning his head only to realize he had no place to sit. Resigned, he carried the little one and settled on the edge of the doorway, waiting. Chapter 3. The escape amidst the bustling throngs of the street. The lively calls of vendors mingled with the footsteps of passers-by, infusing the ancient city with a sense of worldly vibrancy. Yet, as the tumultuous winds gathered, the sky gradually darkened. After a while, ominous clouds began to roll across the vast azure expanse, slowly obscuring the once clear heavens. The impending storm loomed, heavy clouds pressing down upon the city. Drip, drip. Raindrops fell, sending a chill through the streets of the ancient town. The crowd began to disperse. A figure entered the city, stepping onto the street. His body swayed precariously, leaving behind streaks of dark crimson on the rain-soaked ground. He advanced step by step towards the local grocery store. Passers-by instinctively avoided him, fearful of the misfortune he might bring. At last, he unsteadily reached the entrance of the shop, where he immediately spotted Qing Shan waiting. Little shopkeeper, my vermilion, is it ready? He extended his hand toward Qing Shan, but his legs faltered, and he collapsed at the door. Qing Shan's expression changed abruptly upon seeing the newcomer. A customer. The little creature on Qing Shan's shoulder was startled awake, its eyes widening as it beheld the figure on the ground. It was none other than the man who had come 3 days prior to purchase yellow paper and arrange for vermilion. Qing Shan, sensing something had transpired with the man, placed the little creature down and hurriedly stepped out into the rain. Customer, what has happened to you? He assisted the man into the shop. Vermilion. The customer, on the brink of unconsciousness, murmured incessantly, I need vermilion. It seemed as though the vermilion had become his obsession. Hearing this, Qing Shan swiftly retrieved the 2 taels of vermilion from his pocket and presented it to the middle-aged customer. I have prepared the vermilion you requested. He then inquired about the matter of utmost concern. Customer, what about the silver? The middle-aged man took the vermilion, appearing to breathe a sigh of relief. His speech fragmented. Outside the city, Fively Slope. Just as he seemed to gather his thoughts, he fainted completely. What does this mean? Is the silver at Fively Slope outside the city? Qing Shan stared blankly at the now silent customer, anxiety gnawing at him. Customer, please speak. You wouldn't be trying to default on your debt, would you? But the customer had succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing that the man had lost all awareness, Qing Shan furrowed his brow and turned to the little creature. The creature scratched its head, blinking its innocent eyes. Qing, has the customer died? No. He is gravely injured. Qing Shan shook his head, inhaling deeply before stepping outside to survey the street. Everything appeared normal, allowing him to relax slightly. He turned to glance at the unconscious patron in the shop, his brow furrowing even deeper. He returned to the patron's side, crouching down to explore the man's body. Then, he glared at the patron in frustration. The little one stealthily approached Qing Shan, squatting beside him with her hands supporting her chin. Where's our silver? She inquired. Qing Shan, somewhat discontented, replied, He doesn't seem to have it on him, then where is it? After a moment of contemplation, Qing Shan mused. It should be at Woolly Slope outside the city. The little one was taken aback, her eyes filled with confusion as she asked, How does Qing Shan know? Qing Shan took a deep breath, visibly perturbed as he explained, The patron is gravely injured, evidently having just encountered some conflict. Moreover, as an outsider, he sought us out to purchase yellow paper and vermilion in Qing Shan's eyes. These two items served only one purpose: talismans. The last time the patron inquired about how long it would take to obtain the vermilion, he clearly seemed anxious. Thus, it is highly probable that he was fleeing from enemies when he arrived here. His need for yellow paper and vermilion suggests he intends to continue his flight, either to vanquish or evade his pursuers. Given that no one is currently chasing him, it seems he has temporarily escaped the threat. Woolly Slope outside the city likely harbors his companions. He needs the vermilion, perhaps to rendezvous with them. The silver may very well lie in the possession of his comrades. This is Qing Shan's conjecture based on the clues at hand. It may not be entirely accurate, but he believes it to be close to the truth. The little one, having listened to the explanation, innocently placed her finger in her mouth, finding it all rather complicated and hard to grasp. However, she did comprehend where the silver was, her eyes brightening as she asked, So, shall we go outside the city to find his companions and retrieve the silver? Qing Shan shook his head, increasingly frustrated. It's not that simple. If the patron is being pursued, his companions may have encountered trouble as well. If we seek them out now, we could easily become entangled in their plight. Qing Shan had no desire to involve himself in the affairs of others. At this moment, the little one understood, her lips pouting in dismay. But if we don't go to claim the silver, wouldn't we be at a loss in this transaction? Qing Shan froze, momentarily stunned. Indeed, if his assumptions were correct, venturing to Woolly Slope could either draw them into conflict or perhaps allow them to easily obtain the silver. Yet, if they chose not to go, and the patron perished, along with any potential companions outside the city, the silver would remain out of reach. That was a substantial sum of 2,000 taels. He had invested a hefty 400 taels for this transaction. 2,000 taels, 2,000 taels, Qing Shan murmured, his heart aching more with each utterance. Retrieving the silver posed a danger. Without seizing the silver, one would face utter loss. Oh wait, there is also the jade seal marked by the bite of a small creature. That does not count as total loss. However, there remains 2,000 taels. That is the fortune they ought to acquire. Qing Shan paced back and forth in the shop for half a day, his expression increasingly conflicted. As dusk descended, the streets grew darker. The rain had ceased. Gradually, the hustle and bustle of the street faded away. Finally, Qing Shan came to a sudden halt. Gritting his teeth, let's take the silver. If the situation turns dire, we shall forsake the silver and flee. After all, they were already preparing to escape. The small creature clenched its tiny fist and nodded vigorously. Good. If we can take it, we shall. If not, we will run. Yet, the small creature glanced at the patron on the ground. What shall become of him? If we leave him behind, will his companions trust us and then deny us the silver? She was, like Qing Shan, indifferent to the patron, solely fixated on the silver. In a fit of impatience, Qing Shan hoisted the patron onto his shoulder, while placing the small creature on the other side. Let us take him along. The small creature nodded. And shall we take the shop with us? When we flee, it could provide shelter from the wind and rain. Yes, let us take it. Qing Shan carried both individuals and stepped outside, freeing one hand to make a gentle gesture. In an instant, the entire grocery shop vanished into thin air, absorbed into his vast wealth. Carrying both individuals, he ventured into the night, heading towards the outskirts of the city at Woolapo. Chapter 4. Two guests on a cool night in a small town. The wind whispered secrets beneath the starlit sky. After traversing an hour from the ancient city gates of Jiangnan towards Woolapo, two figures emerged into the town's embrace, shrouded in the veil of night. They were two young women, one older and one younger. The elder, clad in flowing white garments, appeared ethereal against the night, reminiscent of a celestial being. Her silver brows arched delicately, while her serene azure eyes held an air of detachment. Her skin, as flawless as jade, radiated an almost translucent glow, evoking the essence of a frigid fairy. The younger girl, seemingly no more than 11 or 12, was a stark contrast to her companion. Adorned with a myriad of trinkets that glimmered like treasures, her red dress was festooned with yellow talismans, and two bells jingled atop her head. With curious eyes, she surveyed the surroundings of the town, her footsteps ringing with a cheerful chime. "Sister," the girl in the red dress said slowly, waving her hand at the woman beside her. "My disciple is just an ordinary child, nothing remarkable to behold." The woman in white cast a sidelong glance at her and replied coolly, "The elders forbade you from taking on disciples, yet you have secretly taken one. How long did you intend to hide this from me?" The girl in red pouted and muttered, "I was just afraid you would see my disciple." "What?" The woman in white furrowed her brow. In response, the younger girl immediately donned a pleasing smile, grasping the hand of the woman in white and shaking it animatedly. "Oh, my disciple is just an ordinary child, lacking talent and rather lazy. I suspect there has been no progress in his cultivation, so you really needn't bother looking." The woman in white replied with indifference, "That is unacceptable. I must see what your secret disciple truly looks like." "Very well," the girl in red said cautiously, "but I haven't seen him in 3 years, so I cannot be certain he is still around." The woman in white paused, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. "Why have you not seen him for 3 years?" "Because the elders forbade me from taking on disciples," the girl in red explained, her frustration evident. "They claim I would lead others astray. You have no idea how dull it is to face those old geezers alone at the mountain gate for years. Without a disciple to keep me company, I would surely wither away. So, I secretly took one under my wing." The woman in white sighed and reiterated, "But why 3 years?" The girl in red replied nonchalantly, "Because I devised a plan to give the elders' disciples a good thrashing every day. I believe that within 3 years, they will tire of it and agree to let me take on a disciple. That way, I can bring little Qingshan back to the mountain gate." The woman in white turned to continue walking. "So now the elders have agreed to let you take on a disciple?" The girl in red's expression stiffened, her face clouded with dismay. "There is no. However, I have conceived an idea. I have decided to discreetly arrange for Xiao Qingshan to enter the sect, seeking a trustworthy sect master to serve as his public mentor. I shall secretly instruct him. What do you think of this notion?" The woman in the red dress, brimming with self-satisfaction, cast a glance at an empty space by the street and paused momentarily. "Oh, whose shop has been dismantled?" She paid little heed to the vacant foundation and continued onward. As the two walked ahead, a flicker of nostalgia illuminated the face of the woman in the red dress. "Alas, it has been 3 years since we last met. I wonder if Xiao Air has grown a bit." "Ah, Xiao Air is the innate spirit of Xiao Qingshan, though I cannot fathom why his innate spirit would take the form of a living person." Realizing she had perhaps divulged too much, she promptly fell silent. The woman in white furrowed her brow. Suddenly, the woman in red halted her steps, coming to a standstill at the street corner. "What is it?" the woman in white asked, puzzled. The woman in red turned back in confusion, retracing her steps. She regarded the previously empty space with curiosity. "Whose shop has been dismantled?" She glanced around the street's various shops, her familiarity mingling with an unsettling feeling. "Oh, my family shop has been torn down." It finally dawned on her, leaving her rooted to the spot. "My Xiao Qingshan has truly left and taken the shop with him?" The woman in white also returned, her brow knitting together. "What exactly did you do to him back then?" Beneath the vast night sky, a chill hung in the air. The forest outside the city, dampened by the recent rain, bore a slight coolness. Xiao Qingshan, shouldering the unconscious middle-aged patron on one side and carrying the small creature on the other, made his way to Woolly Slope, which, despite its name, was merely a modest burial ground. He knew that the only place suitable for concealing a person at Woolly Slope was the local charitable burial site. As he walked, he muttered to himself, Reckless, reckless. Impulsive, impulsive. He was evidently remorseful about his decision. Yet the thought of the 2,000 taels of silver spurred him onward without hesitation. Before long, he arrived discreetly at a distance outside the burial site, shrouded in the night's embrace. The burial ground lay in utter darkness, tranquil beneath the starry sky. After a thorough observation, he proceeded toward the site. The absence of sounds or presence of combat suggested that the enemies of his patron had not yet tracked them here. My best guess is correct, otherwise the 2,000 taels would be lost, he murmured to himself as he stepped into the burial site. A pungent odor of mildew permeated the air within, with numerous coffins stacked ominously, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Yet, Xiao Qingshan felt no fear. He simply lowered the middle-aged patron from his shoulder and cautiously called out into the depths of the burial site. "Is anyone there?" No response came. The verdant hills furrowed their brows as Qingshan exchanged a meaningful glance with the small creature beside him. The creature nodded, closed its eyes momentarily, and upon reopening them, pointed towards a coffin, speaking in a childish tone, "It's inside there." Without hesitation, Qingshan approached and tapped the lid of the coffin. No response emanated from within. Furrowing his brow again, he lifted the coffin aside, only to be met with a pungent odor that assaulted his senses. Inside lay a corpse, yet beneath it, another figure was concealed. Fortunately, the corpse had not yet succumbed to decay. Otherwise, Qingshan would have found it challenging to proceed. He pried away the lifeless body, revealing a young girl, equally unconscious, dressed in a delicate light blue gown. Her skin was as smooth as jade, indicating her lineage from a prominent family. However, her pallor suggested she had suffered severe injuries. "Guest, guest." Qingshan gently tapped the girl's face, calling out to her twice. She remained unresponsive, her breath faint. With a sigh of resignation, he extracted her from the coffin and laid her beside the middle-aged guest, letting her drop onto the ground. "Good news. I found the guest's companion," Qingshan sighed. "Bad news. Both guests have fainted." Feeling awkward about searching the girl for money, he turned to the small creature. It understood immediately and climbed down from Qingshan's shoulder, carefully rummaging through the girl's belongings for a while. Then, shaking its head and pouting, it indicated there was no money to be found. Qingshan forced a wry smile. "Well, that's even worse news. Neither guest has any silver." The small creature attempted to nibble on its fingers, but Qingshan stopped it. "Dirty, dirty." She was in the coffin with another corpse for who knows how long. "Oh," the small creature relinquished its finger nibbling, innocently suggesting, "Then perhaps they have something akin to Qing's treasure trove hidden on them, where the silver might be stowed away." Qingshan rolled his eyes, suspecting that the middle-aged guest did not strike him as the type to engage in deception without any means. Surely, he must possess some silver, especially since that stack of yellow paper had mysteriously vanished from sight. "What now?" the small creature inquired. "We have no silver to awaken them." While the Tianyi method could indeed revive individuals, they only had a mere 100 taels of silver left. "Unless we utilize those items in the shop directly with the Tianyi method," the small creature suggested timidly. Indeed, Qingshan realized that the Tianyi method could not only be executed with silver, but also with other valuables. However, in the eyes of the heavenly laws, the worth of possessions is determined solely by their intrinsic value. For instance, a renowned painting could be exchanged for 100 taels of silver. However, if one were to directly engage with the law of heaven and earth, it would merely be regarded as a piece of paper, worth only 5 coins in the eyes of the celestial principles. At present, Qingshan has yet to fully grasp the equivalence rules of these laws and only understands that silver and gold hold value in their eyes. Yet, in the mortal realm, few possess gold, and thus he can only store silver. That simply will not suffice. Without a moment's hesitation, Qingshan dismissed the notion. The total worth of all items in his shop amounts to at least several thousand taels of silver. Who knows how much they would be valued if directly exchanged with the law of heaven and earth. Although some items may possess a value exceeding their worth in silver, possibly surpassing several thousand taels, it is equally plausible that they may fall short of a few hundred taels. Well then, the little one scratched his head, contemplating the dilemma. Should they hide the items back in the shop until they awaken, at which point they could exchange for silver and let them go? As soon as this thought escaped his lips, the little one shook his head vigorously. "No, no. The master will be returning soon. We must make our escape, returning to the shop to partake in our own feast." The two, one large and one small, exchanged glances and shook their heads frantically. Indeed, we cannot return. Sister Master would surely have our heads. Reflecting on the past, both Qing Shan and the little one felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Chapter 5. The Struggles of Existence. Once upon a time, in a modest village, there lived a 5-year-old orphan named Qing Shan. He was bereft of parents and survived by relying on the kindness of others. One day, while frolicking outside the village, he encountered a young maiden passing by. She appeared to be around 11 or 12 years of age, adorned with an array of trinkets that jingled as she moved. Curiosity piqued, the young Qing Shan approached the girl and inquired, "Are you a fairy sister? Do you need directions? Just a silver or two will suffice." The girl in the red dress nodded, saying, "I seek a disciple. Can you guide me?" Qing Shan, perplexed, responded, "Where is this disciple? I have not heard of such a thing." After observing him for a moment, the girl's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Where are your parents, little one?" she asked. Qing Shan shook his head. "I have no parents." Upon hearing this, the girl beamed with delight, stepping closer to him. "What is your name? I see remarkable potential in you. You possess the essence of a celestial being. Would you like to become an immortal?" The naive Qing Shan, uncertain of what it meant to be an immortal, merely thought that perhaps it would allow him to earn some silver to repay the villagers who had raised him. Thus, he nodded in agreement. "My name is Qing Shan. I do not know who my parents are, so I have no surname. If becoming an immortal means I can earn silver, then I shall do it." And so began his nightmare. The sister who claimed to be his master took him away from the village and bestowed upon him a manual for spiritual cultivation. However, one fateful day, she abruptly abandoned him on the roadside. Deprived of the communal meals he once relied upon, little Qing Shan embarked on a solitary journey, facing starvation on multiple occasions. Fortunately, having commenced his training, Qing Shan, at the age of 6, discovered the path of wealth amid his struggles for survival. Upon entering this path, he acquired the means to sustain himself. Soon after, his ungrateful sister master reappeared. "Ah, splendid! You have finally attained enlightenment," she exclaimed. "I have not neglected you. This was all to facilitate your understanding." Later, Qing Shan learned that she had been absent for an entire year due to pressing matters. "What could I have done?" The girl in red protested, her frustration evident. "He is my beloved, cherished disciple. Yes, I did leave him on the road, but it was to avoid the elder's discovery of my secret apprenticeship. I had to return to the mountain first. Yet, once I emerged, I sought him out. Besides, had it not been for this, how could he have attained enlightenment so swiftly?" As she spoke, the red-clad girl seemed somewhat abashed, waving her hand dismissively. Steering away from the topic, let us not dwell on that. Later, when he fell ill, I returned to the sect personally to fetch medicine for his treatment. The woman in white frowned, asking, "What kind of medicine?" The young woman in the red dress tilted her head in contemplation, recalling that it was indeed the longevity elixir crafted by the third elder that she had stealthily appropriated. The expression on the face of the woman in white stirred with disbelief as she gazed at her junior sister. He must have been merely 6 years old at the time, and yet, after consuming the longevity elixir, he had somehow survived. That elixir was something the third elder himself dared only to dissolve with great effort, requiring a regimen spread over 3 days. Naturally, the young Qing Shan had nearly met his demise from the potion's potency. However, his elder sister, the master, quickly devised a method to counteract the elixir's effects, claiming it could neutralize its power. Thus, she took him to excavate several celestial spirit graves. At the tender age of 6, Qing Shan lay bedridden for an entire year. After a grueling struggle, he finally reached the age of 7. Yet his master deemed him utterly worthless and sought to refine him into a true spirit of destiny. The little one endured torment to the brink of death and ultimately failed. Qing Shan, too, bore the consequences and fell ill for another year. When he turned 8, it marked the happiest year of his life, as his master returned to the mountain gate. With the money left by her, he opened a shop and embarked on a venture. At 9, when his master returned to the shop, she found something peculiar about Qing Shan's path of wealth and sought to uncover its source of strangeness. She compelled Qing Shan to invoke the heavenly exchange method during times of financial drought. The forced use of this method resulted in a backlash from the great Tao, nearly draining him of vitality. It was the closest he had ever come to death. In that moment, he felt the grim reality of his mortality. To save him, his master clandestinely procured another longevity elixir. and once again led him to excavate several celestial spirit graves. Reflecting on all these experiences, both Qing Shan and the little one realized that to survive, they must distance themselves from a master who often brought them misfortune. Yet, despite her shortcomings, both Qing Shan and the little one understood that his master simply did not know how to care for them properly. She genuinely desired their well-being. During that backlash from the great Tao, it was the first time Qing Shan witnessed his seemingly omnipotent master, shedding tears in panic. She hurriedly returned to steal medicine, stumbling several times on her way back. She imparted to him the wisdom of existence. Whenever Qing Shan was bullied, she would not hesitate to punish the aggressor's entire family. She introduced herself as Lu Xia, meaning the brilliance of falling red clouds. One of the most formidable figures in Qingxian Prefecture, she declared him to be her sole disciple, vowing that no one could ever harm him. She preferred that he address her as Sister Master rather than simply Master. She delighted in procuring rare treasures for Qing Shan, reveling in presenting him with an array of delectable treats he had never encountered before. She remains forever in that form, never to grow up. The revered elder sister is delightful, yet perilous. What should we do now? The little one asked with a hint of despondency. If we are caught by Qing's master, we would be doomed. We cannot return to the shop. The guests are still in a deep slumber, and we have yet to receive our payment. We must wait for the guests to awaken, and once they pay us, we shall flee. Excellent. The little one nodded but then inquired, where shall we go? To Yangzhou, perhaps. The duo, one large and one small, was ensnared in their dilemma when suddenly, Qing Shan and the little one sharply turned their heads toward the entrance of the ancestral hall. Outside, several ominous presences approached. This is not good. Qing Shan's expression shifted. It could be the guests' enemies. The little one felt a sense of unease creeping in. Run. Qing Shan swiftly lifted the little one, instructing them to cling to his neck, preparing to make their escape. However, the little one pointed at the two individuals lying on the ground. Qing Shan glanced back at the unconscious figures, his momentum abruptly halting. In his eyes, those fallen individuals gradually transformed into 2,000 taels of silver. Ah, silver, my silver! Qing Shan shouted fervently, swiftly seizing one of them under each arm, and with a sudden turn, he dashed out of the ancestral hall, colliding with the group that had come seeking them. Chapter 6. The escape outside the ancestral hall. The group was bewildered as to what had led them there. Just as they were preparing to enter, they spotted a young boy, carrying a child on his shoulder and clutching two other individuals in his arms, rushing out. In their moment of confusion, their eyes suddenly brightened upon recognizing the two individuals in the boy's grasp. They had found them. The elder leading the group narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint of murderous intent flickering within. Eliminate them. Immediately, several individuals brandished their weapons and charged towards the four. Seeing the imminent danger, the boy's complexion changed dramatically as he bellowed, with the heavens as my witness. Swift as the wind. Instantly, over 100 taels of silver from his wealth transformed into a torrent, flowing into the heavens and earth, with the heavens as my witness. Following this incantation, an aura materialized from the void, coalescing around him. With a mighty shout, he commanded, "Run." In the eyes of the pursuers, the boy transformed into a mere shadow, vanishing before their very eyes. The assailants froze in place, their expressions vacant. What is this? That girl has such unwavering loyalty in her companions? It was the elder who first regained his senses, shouting towards the direction of the boy's escape. Pursue. The group immediately took to the skies, chasing after him. However, no matter how fast they ran, the boy seemed to drift further away. The elder's brow furrowed in determination, his voice cold as ice. We must catch them. No survivors must be left. We fortuitously discovered the whereabouts of that girl, and capturing her would allow us to exchange for opportunities. Such a rare chance must not be squandered. One of the accompanying men interjected, but if we continue this pursuit, we are bound to encounter other travelers. The elder's eyes flashed dangerously. Any travelers we meet must be eliminated. Our movements must remain concealed. If others learn of this, the credit will not be ours. Understood. The men responded in unison, propelling themselves forward with renewed urgency. Meanwhile, the boy, reflecting on his impulsive actions, lamented, "What was I thinking? How could I have regarded this guest as mere silver?" He ran, tears of frustration welling in his eyes as he muttered curses under his breath. The small creature glanced back timidly and asked, "Should we?" Abandon the guest? Choking back his emotions, the boy replied, "What use would that serve? Did you not hear them speak of silencing witnesses? If we abandon the guest, they will still pursue us and eliminate us. It is better to keep her. If we escape, at least we shall have 2,000 taels." Recalling the murderous intent he sensed from the pursuers, the boy understood their lethal intentions. He had overheard their plan to kill any chance encounters. Fortunately, it was night, and he quickly altered his course, fleeing deeper into the mountains. The small creature pouted, as if we had become entangled in something quite formidable. She paused, at a loss for words to articulate her feelings. Qingshan took over the conversation, letting out a sigh. "It seems we have indeed become embroiled in significant troubles." "Yes, yes." The small creature nodded vigorously. Qingshan gritted his teeth and continued to run, bearing the weight of the three of them. The 100 taels of silver in their possession was rapidly dwindling. "We are about to run out of silver," the small creature cautioned. "I know," Qingshan replied through clenched teeth. Without funds, they would soon find themselves unable to flee. He glanced back and felt they had created some distance from their pursuers, realizing they could not afford to linger any longer. "There's no other choice. We have already run far, from the ancient city of Jiangnan to the outskirts of another small town. Yet, those pursuers remain relentless." He spoke through gritted teeth to the two he was carrying. "You owe me a great debt. This comes at another price. With the heavenly easy law, the most tragic fate in the world is to have amassed great wealth only to meet death." Thus, Qingshan resolutely decided to utilize the goods from his grocery store within the sea of wealth to barter with the heavenly easy law. Naturally, he was no match for the adversaries, so he devised a plan to awaken his guests. He needed them to fight. After all, they had the vermilion powder now. With the heavenly easy law, he could save lives. Buzz. Two waves of energy emerged between heaven and earth, transforming into healing power that surged into the two individuals he held. Simultaneously, the remaining goods and Qingshan's wealth dissipated into mist. His legs did not falter in their stride. Soon, the middle-aged guest was the first to regain consciousness. Confused, he turned his head, realizing he was being carried along at a swift pace, the wind howling past his ears. Then, amidst the breeze, he heard Qingshan's urgent voice. "Dear guest, I have invested considerably to save you. Of course, it is not for the sake of silver, but purely to rescue you. However, the silver must not be overlooked." He hoped the guest would act swiftly, as their pursuers were still hot on their trail. "I have the vermilion powder with me. Quickly, draw the talisman to deal with those behind us." Qingshan spoke concisely. The guest noticed the young woman clutched in Qingshan's other hand and quickly pieced everything together. "Thank you for saving me, young shopkeeper, but my cultivation has faltered, and I am unable to draw the talismans necessary to fend off our enemies at this moment." "What?" Qingshan's expression darkened instantly, cursing under his breath. The middle-aged guest, with a bitter smile, lowered his head as he sensed the murderous aura emanating from their pursuers. Finally, he spoke. "Young shopkeeper, I cannot repay your immense kindness. Leave me behind and take the young lady to safety. If it is not feasible, then save yourself. This matter does not concern you." He perceived the situation clearly, as Qingshan led him to Wulipo, 5 miles outside the city, and he anticipated the forthcoming events. However, he did not expect that this young shopkeeper would actually lead them to escape. "No way." Qingshan gritted his teeth in refusal, cursing angrily as he ran. "You have not yet paid me. Master Kai never engages in losing transactions." The middle-aged gentleman paused, momentarily taken aback, and wearily nodded. He raised his hand and took a ring from the girl beside Qingshan, lifting it high. Inside, there were over 2,000 taels, thus concluding the young shopkeeper's deal. The little one bent down to accept the ring from the middle-aged gentleman's hand, only to return it once more. The 200 taels of silver within the ring were subsequently added to Qingshan's wealth. Feeling the increase in his fortune, Qingshan remained unsatisfied and began to curse vehemently. "The deal for the vermilion has been settled. But what about the escort deal? I spent several thousand taels to save you, which is a separate price, and you have yet to settle that." To awaken the guest, he had directly exchanged all the goods from the grocery store. That was his entire fortune. Losing elsewhere is acceptable, but losing silver is not. The middle-aged man forced a bitter smile, sighing with desolation. "Yet we have no more silver on us." He was reluctant to owe anyone, but he truly had no money left. Qingshan turned to look back. Those behind them seemed to be exerting all their strength, yet remained neither far nor near. The 100 taels of silver had been exhausted, and it was uncertain how far the new 2,000 taels would allow them to run. Continuing to flee would ultimately lead to their downfall. Qingshan took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Guest, swear to me, if we successfully escape today, all the silver I have spent today, you must repay me double." The middle-aged gentleman, confused, nodded nonetheless. "All right, then let us expend these 2,000 taels at once." Clenching his jaw, Qingshan suddenly halted. He placed both the middle-aged gentleman and the girl on the ground and turned to face the direction behind them. "Guest, do you know of any formations or sorcery that could trap and kill our enemies?" The guest supported the girl, looking at Qingshan in bewilderment. Just then, a weak voice softly spoke, "Observe the heavenly well." Chapter 7. Observing the celestial well. At an indeterminate moment, the young girl had awakened. Her complexion was exceedingly pale, as if she had traversed the gates of the underworld. Yet, even amidst her haggard and worn visage, she retained an exquisite beauty. The girl gazed towards the verdant mountains and, with great difficulty, uttered, "The celestial well. It is a spiritual formation, devoid of a focal point. It congeals with spirit, ensnaring foes like frogs trapped in a well." That elderly man leading the group possesses foundational cultivation, although it is not formidable. He is beyond our current capabilities. I understand this technique, yet I cannot manifest it. Even if I were to impart it to you now, you would lack the time to learn. Young shopkeeper, you must flee for your life. No need to learn. Merely knowing that such a formation exists suffices. Qingshan turned his gaze to the approaching group, their eyes glinting with a palpable murderous intent, fixating upon them with the same greed as one might regard silver. Qingshan understood that their lives held no value to these individuals, only profit mattered. "After today, you owe me 8,000 taels of silver. Do not forget. 2,000 taels, plus all my belongings." Roughly estimating, that amounts to 8,000 taels. Such a sum was unfathomably vast, one he had never encountered in his lifetime. With a glimmer of madness in his eyes, he stepped forward and let out a howl towards the heavens. "Alter the laws of nature." Buzz. A ripple manifested once more in the space between heaven and earth, marking the most formidable alteration he had ever attempted. 2,000 taels of silver could even purchase a few years of life. The power of the laws coalesced in Qingshan's eyes, as he envisioned the celestial well and channeled it through the laws of nature. Surging into the firmament. Observe. Celestial. Well. Boom. A soundless explosion erupted. The over 2,000 taels of silver from Qingshan's treasury transformed into an ethereal force, violently piercing through the universe. Crack. Above the void, strands of the laws materialized, weaving a wondrous phenomenon reminiscent of dragons in flight. It was a well, inverted beneath the expanse of the cosmos. The oppressive aura emanating from this suspended well sent shivers down one's spine. The girl, supported by a middle-aged man, wearily rose to her feet, yet when she beheld the manifestation in the void, she stood frozen in place. Even the middle-aged man beside her was paralyzed by the sight. Beneath the inverted well woven by the laws, the group pursuing them suddenly halted in their tracks. The elder looked up, his face ashen. What in the world is this technique? Before they could react, as the distant youth pressed his hands downwards through the air, the colossal manifestation of the celestial well plummeted with a thunderous crash. Buzz. Like a falling sun, it descended to the earth. Yet the phenomenon remained eerily silent, directly engulfing the group within the celestial well's manifestation. The enormous well gradually shrank, as if it were genuinely transforming into a well upon the ground. All returned to tranquility. The weary Qingshan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Observing the celestial realm, he mused that good deeds are rewarded, for he had mastered a spell he would never again be willing to forsake. Simultaneously, he reaffirmed that in this world, as long as he could conceive it and set a mental budget, the laws of heaven and earth would manifest spells of corresponding intensity based on his imagination and constraints. 2,000 taels of silver. Was it a loss or a gain? After a skirmish, he found himself utterly penniless. Qingshan silently vowed that henceforth, he would avoid conflict whenever possible. Cultivating immortality should not be for the sake of brawling, nor should earning money lead to bankruptcy. The middle-aged man and the young girl supported each other as they approached Qingshan, gazing at the settling dust in the distance, their eyes filled with confusion. Was this resolved? The girl echoed her bewilderment. Is this The observation of the celestial realm? The two guests were utterly astonished. While only the young shopkeeper and the waiter wore expressions of sympathy, Qingshan turned to the girl, discerning something in her gaze, and inquired, "Is it not so?" The girl turned back, gazing deeply into Qingshan's eyes for a long moment, then shook her head. "Not at all. The formation, as the name suggests, should manifest upon the ground, not in the heavens." The observation of the celestial realm that Qingshan had executed far surpassed her imagination. It resembled not a formation, but rather a spell. She had never encountered someone capable of wielding a formation as a spell before. Most critically, the youth before her clearly did not know how to observe the celestial realm. Just a moment ago, he was inquiring, and now he merely recognized its name. How could he have mastered it? What level of cultivation did he possess? Qingshan was unaware of the girl's thoughts, but upon hearing her words, he paused slightly. Pondering, is that so? I had thought it was just like this. Yet, Qingshan remained unconcerned. Discrepancies were entirely normal. After all, the manipulation of celestial laws was based on his imagination rather than existing spells in the world. The girl tucked away her thoughts, and in the blink of an eye, noticed a small creature on Qingshan's shoulder, gazing up at him with eager eyes. "You." Before she could finish her sentence, she saw the little creature with tear-filled eyes, tugging at Qingshan's long hair in utter distress. "Qingqing, are we going to starve from here on out?" The mere thought of being without money for sustenance nearly brought her to tears. Qingshan was taken aback, momentarily stunned. He turned to the middle-aged man and the girl, uneasily asking, "You wouldn't default on payment, would you?" The middle-aged man shook his head in a daze, insisting no. The girl regarded Qingshan for a long moment, then nodded. "Rest assured, shopkeeper, we are currently facing some challenges. Once we resolve these troubles, we will certainly repay you." Hearing this, Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief. That is good. He steadied himself and turned to gaze at the direction where the celestial observation well had vanished. That group of people, they must be dead by now. The small creature glanced over and nodded in affirmation. Qingshan gently patted the little one's cheek and said, "Let us see if they have any silver on them." The little one's eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing the prospect. Qingshan chuckled, "Once we acquire the silver, we shall continue our trade in Yangzhou." "Absolutely." The little one beamed with joy once more. Just as the two were about to proceed towards that direction, a sudden flash of silver light erupted from the spot where the celestial observation well had disappeared. A silver shuttle soared skyward, unfurling its boundless brilliance. "This is bad." The girl's expression shifted dramatically. They possessed a spirit tool. The silver shuttle hesitated in the void, seemingly taking notice of Qingshan. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of light, hurtling directly towards him. The abrupt turn of events left no time for reaction, and a wave of life and death peril quietly crept into Qingshan's heart. The silver shuttle struck unexpectedly, and he no longer had any silver to barter for protection. "Little shopkeeper, duck!" A middle-aged man bellowed, positioning himself in front of Qingshan. The silver shuttle effortlessly pierced through the man's body. With a splatter of blood, the middle-aged man collapsed, and the radiant edge of the silver shuttle swept past the girl, sending her flying far away, falling unconscious once more. The silver shuttle redirected its course, once again hurtling towards Qingshan. In the fleeting moments, amidst the tranquil woods, a sigh echoed softly. Alas! A figure emerged from behind Qingshan, soaring overhead, and surged towards the incoming silver shuttle. Chapter 8: The Concealed Truth in the Ancient City of Jiangnan. On a desolate street, the woman clad in white gazed at her junior sister with a hint of bewilderment. "Are you suggesting that he fled for these reasons?" The girl in the red dress nodded innocently. "What other explanation could there be? He must no longer wish to have me as his master." Pouting in frustration, she kicked a stone on the street. A gentle breeze brushed past, lifting the long strands of hair from the forehead of the woman in white. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow and shook her head. "No, that can't be right." "What do you mean?" The girl in red was taken aback. The woman in white fixed her gaze upon her junior, her eyes glimmering with insight. "You have concealed something. What could I possibly be hiding?" The girl in red exclaimed, her eyes betraying a flicker of panic. "You are my elder sister. If I were to hide anything, why would I bring you to see him?" Turning away, the woman in white stood amidst the encroaching night, her garments fluttering in the wind. A glimmer of golden light flashed in her eyes. "Firstly, it is not you who brought me here, but rather I who sought to return to Lingdu." You used the pretense of escorting me back to persuade the elders to allow you to leave the mountains. She gazed up at the night sky, a breath intertwining with the essence of the universe. I suggested that you accompany me to Lingdu for a while, and you claimed you had secretly taken on a disciple, preventing you from going. I asked to see him, yet you took an entire day to bring me to this ancient city. Furthermore, your reasons, in my view, are insufficient to justify your disciple's departure. If he wished to leave, he would have done so long ago. Yet, judging by the foundation here, he must have left not long ago. Why did he choose to depart just before your return? You know I possess the Wanchuan eye, which reveals the truth of the world. Perhaps there are some secrets about him that you do not wish to unveil? The woman in white turned back, her gaze piercing into the girl in red. Moreover, your account of past events is far too meticulous. So meticulous that it seems like a rehearsed narrative. A rumble of thunder echoed, heralding an impending rain. Jiangnan is known for its frequent downpours, and this night was no exception. The girl in red, her smile vanished unbeknownst to her, regarded the woman in white with a calm demeanor. Elder sister, you truly are, usually so reticent, yet now so loquacious. According to her sister's speculation, having trailed closely behind her, the girl in red believed that with the Wanchuan eye, her sister should realize that she had never employed any means to send a message. How could she have notified him to leave early? Under the scrutiny of the woman in white's Wanchuan eye, no spell could evade her gaze. Upon hearing the girl in red's words, the woman in white furrowed her brow once more. Suddenly, she calculated with her fingers. Today is the 30th of March, the last day of the month. She began to smile again, looking at the girl in red. Perhaps no notification was necessary. You all had already arranged a time. In order to circumvent certain risks that may arise upon their meeting, you have agreed that on the last day of March this year, should you fail to seek him out, he shall depart first. You intend to pursue him only after my departure, or perhaps you needn't even search for him, as it is likely you have already established a rendezvous point. The woman in the white dress casually surmised everything. The fireworks of March, down to Yangzhou? Suddenly, a thunderclap resounded. Following that, droplets of rain began to fall. The south of the Yangtze River is known for its rain. Spring thunder and rain arrive early. The rain hung in the air, transforming into strands of pearls. The curtain fell. That figure emerged from behind the green mountains, floating gracefully towards the swiftly approaching silver shuttle. As if sensing something, the green mountains sighed and lowered their head. In the blink of an eye, the figure reached the silver shuttle, extending his hand to grasp the racing vessel directly. The boundless brilliance of the silver shuttle was abruptly halted by the figure's intervention. With a hum, the figure raised his hand and dispelled the shuttle's lethal intent. The silver shuttle fell to the ground. The figure stood with his back to the green mountains for a long while. A breeze stirred, lifting the long hair from the brow of the green mountains. Both the green mountains and the small creature upon his shoulder gazed at the figure's silhouette, mouths agape yet silent. Another thunderclap echoed. Torrential rain cascaded from the heavens, producing a cacophony of sounds. That night, much transpired. Yet the green mountains felt a sense of despondency unlike any before. Everything today unfolded in silence, fleeing for one's life. And the heavens, altering their laws, seemingly made no significant noise. No one knew what transpired here. Not far away lay another small town. The scattered lights within the town failed to illuminate the night beyond its borders. Yet the faint sound of the night watchman's calls resonated as usual. Clang. The first watch of the hour. The air was dry. Be cautious of fire. The ethereal voice drifted beyond the town, mingling with the sound of rain, echoing softly in the rainy night. Yet the green mountains heard it clearly. He could not comprehend why. Despite the rain, the watchman still proclaimed, "The air is dry." The wind and rain intensified, battering against the green mountains. He bore the small creature on his shoulder and slowly lowered his head. "I have troubled you once more," he murmured softly, though it was unclear to whom he spoke. The figure, with his back to the green mountains, sighed and turned to face them, slowly smiling as he gently said, "It is of no consequence. Why must the senior sister insist that I am concealing something from him?" The face of the woman in the red dress seemed to finally reveal a ripple of emotion, causing her to lower her head. The rain fell to the ground, splattering into clusters of pearls. In the midst of the night, a sense of confusion lingers. A woman clad in white stands upon the rain-soaked streets of an ancient Jiangnan city, yet no raindrops fall upon her. With a sigh, she shakes her head, saying, The tales you recount of his past, though detailed, are fraught with nuances that cannot withstand scrutiny. You are ill-equipped for matters of strategy and calculation. The woman in red responds with a sigh, I have not lied. The white-clad woman nods. Indeed, you have not uttered falsehoods. For you are aware that I can discern deception. Yet, you have chosen to conceal certain truths. The woman in red gazes at her counterpart, asking, what part of my narrative leads you to doubt? The voice of the woman in white softens as she gently replies, in truth, there is nothing amiss. However, there remain many inexplicable elements. She turns her head, raising her hand delicately, as if to catch a handful of falling rain. Firstly, why would you entrust a mere novice, a child newly initiated, to wander alone on multiple journeys? Given your disposition, should you truly encounter a cherished disciple, even if the elders were to deny consent, you would forcibly return him to the mountain gate rather than leave him here for 3 years. Secondly, with your intelligence, you are now planning to quietly arrange for him to enter the mountain gate and seek a false master to guide him. Yet this notion should have occurred to you 3 years ago. The reason for its delay must be that you devised a method, requiring 3 years of preparation to conceal the secrets entwined with him. A celestial pattern emerges upon the forehead of the woman in white, seemingly linking her to the profound truths of the universe, imbuing her gaze with clarity. She continues with calmness and poise. Thirdly, I do not believe that the essence of a person's fate, crystallized upon their entry into the path, could solely be that of another individual. If it were indeed a person, there must be a reason behind it. She turns once more to the woman in red, who falls silent, unsure of how to respond. Lastly, you have claimed that after first discovering him, you encountered the Grand Elder and abandoned him on the road for a year. I cannot accept that a 6-year-old child could survive alone in this realm where all the immortals vie for dominance. For an entire year. Chapter 9. The malevolence of the vengeful spirit. The girl in the crimson dress parted her lips and sighed. Turning, she seated herself upon the stone platform of the foundation. Gazing at the nocturnal rain, she murmured, the position of the celestial monitor in the spirit capital. Could it be that you are destined to occupy it? Unbeknownst to her, numerous questions lingered. The woman in the white dress, known as Chinsu, though her senior, rarely graced the mountain gate anymore. The two sisters were meant for her to inherit the position of sect leader, yet she had gone to the spirit capital, becoming the celestial monitor. Consequently, the leadership fell to her junior, Liuxia. The role of the celestial monitor was established in the spirit capital, overseeing the entirety of the realm. This position was not easily claimed, yet she could. The woman in white sighed, rising to sit beside the girl in crimson. She spoke gently, our paths diverge. This is my forte. She excelled in strategy and divination, while the girl in crimson was adept at controlling the profound and manipulating the celestial. With a sigh, the girl in crimson inquired, are there more? Are there other questions? By this point, she had come to realize that there was little her senior could not uncover. Indeed, as the celestial monitor of the spirit capital, observing fate and discerning truth, what could possibly escape her perception? The woman in white nodded serenely, her gaze fixed upon her junior, and ventured to ask the question that weighed heavily on her heart. Moreover, I find it unfathomable what kind of obsession a mere 6-year-old child must possess to comprehend the path of the wealth deity. To scheme for wealth against the heavens, one might say it is akin to contesting with the cosmos itself. A 6-year-old child, how much must they understand? To desire to alter the celestial laws? The rain fell steadily upon the city. The misty willows swayed gently in the breeze. A fleeting glimmer of distinct color flashed in the eyes of the girl in crimson, ephemeral yet etched in the rainy night. A droplet of rain descended, landing in her palm. She regarded the pitiful drop of rain, gently flicking it away, transforming it into mist that drifted back into the void. A smile graced her lips, yet concealed within it lay something deeper, subtle, yet profoundly etched. Perhaps it was due to those bowls of communal rice. The words of the girl in crimson were soft, yet they bore an undeniable weight. The woman in white's eyes quivered slightly, staring blankly at her junior. Her mouth agape. What is it that you are so reluctant for me to know? What compels you to go to such lengths to conceal the truth? They were sisters, yet they had never felt as they did now. The girl in crimson turned her head, gazing earnestly at her senior, her expression grave. Because I am uncertain, dear sister. After your prolonged stay in the spirit capital, have you, too, become like that person of the spirit capital, with eyes solely fixed on the path of the heavens? For eons, my gaze has never descended to the realm of mortals. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded, as lightning cleaved the vast expanse of the sky, illuminating the figures of the two individuals with an ethereal pallor. The woman clad in white furrowed her brow, finding the words of the girl in the red dress to be rather audacious, even bordering on heretical. Abruptly, a potent aura emanated from the cosmos. The white-clad woman swiftly turned her head, her eyes fixed upon the distant night, rising abruptly. This essence. The complexion of the girl in the red dress transformed in an instant. The white-clad woman cast a glance at her companion, taking a decisive step forward and vanishing into the depths of the night. Cursed be it. The girl in the red dress cursed under her breath. What unforeseen calamity had transpired? Following closely, she too stepped forward, disappearing from sight. In the midst of the rain and mist, myriad leaves swayed. The ink-black night carried an ephemeral chill. A figure stood before the verdant mountains, turning to gaze at him and the small creature, shaking his head gently, and spoke softly, "It is of no consequence." This was an elderly man, his hair as white as snow. Yet the deep lines etched upon his face spoke volumes of the twilight of life. Qing Shan parted his lips, "Yet, such circumstances." The elder smiled. "You bear the hopes of our entire village. No matter what, you must persevere. You are still young, and the road ahead is long. Why burden yourself with worries over a mere year or so?" Qing Shan nodded despondently, a hint of self-reproach evident in his demeanor, yet more so. A bitter taste lingered within. The elder approached Qing Shan, gently caressing his cheek, then ruffling the hair of the small creature. "I must take my leave. I cannot linger. The weight of my aura is too heavy." "Very well." Qing Shan nodded. The elder took a step forward, vanishing into the rain-soaked night. In the vast expanse of the rainy night, only Qing Shan and the small creature remained. The middle-aged man on the ground lay wounded and on the brink of death, while the girl succumbed once more to slumber. They remained oblivious to the elder's presence. Qing. The small creature gazed at Qing Shan, hesitating to speak. At that moment, a sudden ripple echoed through the forest on this rainy night. A figure clad in white stepped forth from the void, directing its gaze upon Qing Shan, and then upon the small creature. The long hem of the white attire billowed freely in the rain and wind. Qing Shan's expression shifted. His heart filled with trepidation as he took a cautious step back, scrutinizing the unexpectedly appeared woman in white. Her aura was exceptionally ethereal, suggesting a formidable cultivation. Qing Shan, uncertain of her intentions, could only muster the courage to inquire, "Esteemed elder." Before he could finish his sentence, the white-clad woman turned her gaze towards the silver shuttle lying on the ground not far away. Frowning, she extended her hand, grasping the air towards the silver shuttle. "By the decree of heaven, I shall execute the order of the 6 paths." A resonant hum reverberated from the void. As the silver shuttle fell to the ground, it was effortlessly grasped by the white-clad woman, revealing, "A phantom. Who are you? How can you perceive the soul I have concealed?" A sharp, piercing shriek echoed from the phantom. The visage of the phantom unmistakably resembled that of the elder leading the group of travelers. Astonishingly, this elder had left behind a fragment of his soul. Qing Shan gazed at the phantom, and suddenly enlightenment struck him. He had been curious as to why the silver shuttle had initiated an attack against him. It turned out that although the foundation-establishing elder was dead, he had, through unknown means, concealed his soul within the spiritual artifact before his demise. This explained the earlier spectacle. The white-clad woman regarded the phantom with indifference and raised her hand once more. The elder's spirit, upon seeing her, seemed to recall something, and his expression shifted abruptly. "You are." In an instant, he turned sharply to flee. Born of the earth, destined to return to it. However, the white-clad woman extended her hand, as if drawing upon an ethereal force to capture the elder's spirit, drawing it into her grasp. Gently, she squeezed. "No." A cry of unwillingness reverberated from her hand. A sound akin to dissipating smoke echoed as the elder's spirit scattered like mist across the heavens. She obliterated that soul. Observing the white-clad woman's prowess, Qing Shan gradually turned his head away. Boom! Yet another flash of lightning cleaved the heavens, illuminating his pale face as he averted his gaze. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your intervention. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave." With that, he prepared to depart with the small creature in tow. Yet, The woman's calm voice halted Qing Shan in his tracks. My name is Qian Su, of the Spirit Capital S Celestial Monitor. I observe the celestial pathways and divine fate, executing the mandates of the six realms. Guiding the lingering malevolent spirits away from this world is also my duty. Thus, you need not thank me. Qing Shan turned back, his expression now composed, yet still felt compelled to express his gratitude. If it were not for your intervention, esteemed elder, I would surely have fallen victim to this wicked spirit today. However, I have pressing matters to attend to. Your kindness shall be repaid in due time. He then bowed respectfully to the white-clad woman before turning to leave. The woman, turning her gaze, calmly watched Qing Shan and the small creature as they departed, and spoke once more, yet here, there remains the aura of a malevolent spirit. Chapter 10. The haunting spirits in the inky darkness of the night. Thunder rumbled in a symphonic cadence. At the second hour of the night, doors were bolted and windows secured, a precaution against theft and intrusion. The distant tolling of a bell echoed from the city, its sound typically reaching far and wide. Yet on this tempestuous night, it was destined to be swallowed by the cacophony of the relentless rain. Pattering, pattering, crack. A silver dragon sliced through the silent sky, illuminating the world with a ghastly pallor. Torrential rain cascaded down, conjuring a chilling aura within the woods. Here, the essence of malevolent spirits lingered. Everything around seemed to freeze, and the specter in white once again raised her hands, pointing towards the azure mountains and the small entity at her feet. The boy, Qing Shan, faltered in his steps, slowly coming to a halt, turning his gaze. A gentle laugh escaped his lips. So, do you believe that I, or my little sister, might also be a vengeful spirit? The woman in white furrowed her brow, lost in thought before shaking her head in confusion. Not quite. Yet, there is indeed an exceptionally dense aura of malevolent spirit surrounding you. How do you account for this? Qing Shan lowered his gaze, unable to provide an explanation. The truth was, he bore a significant presence of vengeful spirit energy, a consequence of the multitude of souls residing within his wealth. This was a secret he could never divulge to anyone. Apart from the small entity, no one in the world could know. For he was a child nourished by vengeful spirits. A sudden sound broke the tension. Following that, a girl clad in a flowing crimson dress emerged from the void. Qing Shan swiftly turned his head, his eyes widening in surprise. Master Sister. The girl, flowing like a wisp of cloud, stepped through the rain-soaked forest and approached Qing Shan, affectionately patting his shoulder, her eyes alight with fondness. Unable to reach his head, she settled for his shoulder instead, before disdainfully ruffling the hair of the small entity beside him. This is my master sister, Qian Su, and also your master uncle. Master uncle? Qing Shan stood in stunned silence. Lucia turned her gaze towards the woman in white, sighing softly. Sister, this is my disciple. Qing Shan, she continued, aren't you curious about what I have been concealing from you? Qian Su frowned but remained silent, awaiting an explanation. Lucia looked back at Qing Shan, a flicker of memory crossing her eyes. Once I finish, sister, you shall understand everything. However, she smiled. Qing Shan is indeed not a vengeful spirit, yet the aura surrounding him is very much real. She turned, pondering her words for some time. I have not deceived you. The circumstances surrounding my acceptance of young Qing Shan were indeed as I described. Yet later, 7 years ago, Lucia, venturing down the mountain to explore the world, passed through a desolate, uninhabited mountain range. Suddenly, she perceived an unusual sensation emanating from the depths of the remote mountains. Driven by curiosity, she ventured into the uninhabited wilderness, traversing for several days until she encountered a child near a village inhabited by people. With just a single glance, she discerned that the child possessed unparalleled talent. I see your remarkable physique, your celestial countenance. You possess the aura of an immortal. Do you wish to become a deity? In that moment, Lucia resolved to take on a disciple, even if the elders disapproved. The young Qing Shan gazed at her for a while before nodding. If becoming a deity could earn me silver, then I shall do it. Lucia, puzzled, looked curiously at the youthful child. Why do you wish to earn silver? Qing Shan counted on his fingers, explaining, because the village chief said that silver is omnipotent. Therefore, I must earn a great deal of it. Lucia was taken aback. What would you do with so much silver? Qing Shan replied earnestly, because only with a vast amount of silver can I exchange the lives of everyone from the grip of the heavens. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it the scent of incense from the nearby village, captivating Lu Xia's senses. Suddenly, she raised her head to gaze in the direction of the village. There was the aura of malevolent spirits. Crack! It was as if thunder resounded from the heavens, causing Qing Shan to stumble back a few steps. He stared blankly at Lu Xia, his eyes reddening with emotion as he shouted hoarsely, "They are not malevolent spirits." He then lowered his head, lost and helpless. "Everyone is not malevolent spirits. You are not a good deity. I no longer wish to learn from you." The wind that day was strong, swaying Qing Shan's frail form. Footsteps approached, and from the village emerged individuals, as if the entire village had come forth. Yet, those villagers were indeed malevolent spirits. They regarded Qing Shan with deep yearning, then bowed profoundly to Lu Xia. "Please, immortal, take Qing Shan away." They had finally awaited the arrival of someone who could lead Qing Shan out of this desolate mountain range. And at last, Qing Shan could continue to live. He turned back, staring vacantly at the villagers. "Grandfather, fellow villagers, what are you saying?" The group that had emerged from the village smiled gently at Qing Shan. An elder approached, crouched before him, and tenderly stroked his head. In the elder's eyes lingered a sense of longing, and his words were filled with warmth. In truth, Qing Shan had always known that those who accompanied him were no longer the living. Were they? Otherwise, how could he yearn to exchange the lives of everyone from the hands of the heavens? Little Qing Shan was taken aback, opening his mouth, yet failing to utter a single word. Indeed, he had known this all along. In truth, the entire village had long since perished. This place was inhabited by him alone. Beside him, Liu Xia gazed at the scene, lost in a daze. A throng of vengeful spirits and a solitary child. The elder sighed, rising to his feet and bowing deeply before Liu Xia. "I understand your confusion, esteemed immortal. Allow me to elucidate," he began, turning to the group of vengeful spirits behind him. Speaking in a somber tone, "Our village is named Wealthy Village. Although modest in size, all its inhabitants are cultivators of the celestial arts. There is no reason for you to harbor doubts. This is indeed the truth." The elder sighed once more, as if death had caused them to forget far too much. Vaguely, he recalled something that had descended from the heavens, landing here to bestow upon them the methods of cultivation and to protect them. And thus, our clan has guarded this place for generations. The elder then glanced at little Qing Shan, the corners of his eyes crinkling with age. Qing Shan was an orphan we rescued from the jaws of a ferocious beast in the forest, nameless and without lineage. It had been ages since a child was born in the village, so we raised him here, naming him Qing Shan. Qing Shan was remarkably understanding, beloved by all, and we intended to impart to him our teachings when he turned 6, allowing him to embark on his own journey of cultivation. However, half a year ago, something inexplicable transpired in the village, and all its inhabitants perished overnight. We have forgotten how we met our demise, no matter how hard we try. We cannot recall. Fortunately, that day, Qing Shan had ventured outside the village in his playful spirit, thus escaping the calamity. We remain unaware of why, despite having died. Our souls linger on. Yet, we cannot bear to leave Qing Shan alone here. Hence, we don our spectral forms to appear as we once did. Alas, Qing Shan is too astute. With just a glance, he discerned the truth. He feigns ignorance in public, yet at night, when alone, he pulls out his meager savings, gazing at them thoughtfully. Once, he inquired why we named the village Wealthy Village, and I told him that wealth possesses boundless power. Perhaps he clung to those words, leading him to contemplate purchasing the lives of all with the aid of heaven and earth. He is still young, innocent, and naive. Regrettably, since all in the village are vengeful spirits, the atmosphere here is too heavy with the weight of death. If he remains in this place, he will not survive for long. The elder concluded, kneeling before Liu Xia and bowing deeply once more. Thus, we have brought the esteemed immortal here, to entrust our legacy to you. Chapter 11. Mountains, Rivers, and Flora in a remote and desolate range of mountains, known as Lingyuan, which spans hundreds of thousands of miles and occupies a significant portion of the Qingxian prefecture. Malevolent beasts roam freely. The deeper one ventures into Lingyuan, the more formidable the demons and monsters become. Even Lu Xia, a being of considerable prowess, dares not delve too deeply into this realm. This secluded village, inhabited solely by cultivators, has managed to survive within such perilous surroundings. The villagers are oblivious to the origins of the young boy, Qing Shan, who was rescued from the jaws of a fierce beast and brought to their haven. However, the people of Fakai village have met with a mysterious demise, their souls lingering in unrest. It is as if they refuse to allow Qing Shan to exist alone, masquerading as they once did in life. Yet, Qing Shan, possessing keen insight, has discerned the truth of their plight. Fakai village has transformed into a dwelling of vengeful spirits, and the young boy stands as the last living soul among them. He cannot depart, for his tender age renders him vulnerable. The journey away from the village could spell his end. Yet, he cannot remain, as the suffocating aura of death within the village threatens to consume him as well. This village, once a sanctuary, has become a perilous prison. He carries the village's hopes upon his shoulders, intertwined with his quest for the elusive truth. Thus, numerous vengeful spirits, channeling their ethereal energies, invoked a celestial phenomenon that attracted the attention of Lu Xia from beyond Lingyuan. The winds whispered through the mist, resonating with a haunting melody. Lu Xia gazed incredulously at the young Qing Shan, equally astonished by the assembly of vengeful spirits surrounding him. Their presence was terrifying, yet their expressions were profoundly poignant. From among the multitude of spirits emerged a woman, who sighed deeply. We have harnessed our own soul energies to awaken the spiritual forces of this realm. The immortal is the only one who has come thus far. Lu Xia's gaze traversed the forms of the spirits before ultimately resting upon the young boy. She opened her mouth to speak. How can you be certain that the one who arrives will treat him kindly? The elder, with a bittersweet smile, replied. We have exhausted our options. Qing Shan's body has absorbed too much of the deathly energy. Although we have tried to suppress it, he will ultimately succumb. Though he is not our biological descendant, he is the child of us all. He has been nurtured by the kindness of many, and he represents the last vestige of our lineage. The elder gently caressed Qing Shan's cheek, a profound yearning reflected in his aged eyes. The Fa Kai clan must have someone to carry on their legacy. Qing Shan stared blankly at everyone, his intelligence revealing the unspoken farewell in their gazes. He never contemplated leaving, even as his grandfather and fellow villagers had transformed into spirits. This sudden turn of events left him feeling disoriented. Grandfather. He appeared flustered, desperately attempting to rush into the elder's embrace. Yet, the elder gently pushed him away, raising his gaze to Lu Xia. The elder's eyes were filled with a plea. We do not seek for the immortal to take him as a disciple. We only wish for the immortal to lead him out of the abyss of spirits. We believe that with Qing Shan's cleverness, he can survive on his own. Lu Xia gazed at the now dazed little Qing Shan, suddenly feeling the weight of her earlier words. After much contemplation, she finally nodded. Very well. I had intended to take him as my disciple. Thus, from this day forth, he shall be my cherished apprentice. The multitude of spirits rejoiced to the point of tears, for they saw sincerity reflected in Lu Xia's eyes. Thank you, immortal. They slowly retreated, bowing deeply before her. Lu Xia then inquired, and what of you? The spirits exchanged knowing smiles. Perhaps we must wait, until that which we have forgotten yet still guard, until it dies or departs. They may linger due to that thing or may be unable to leave because of it. This place shall be their final resting ground. Perhaps many years hence, only Qing Shan will remember that there once existed a prosperous village here. Lu Xia sighed deeply, bending down to take little Qing Shan's hand. Come, I shall lead you to become an immortal. She remained unaware of the thing the spirits spoke of that resided in the village, dismissing it as a mere illusion conjured before their demise. Or perhaps that thing had also departed. Otherwise, how could it allow the villagers to perish? I do not want to. Qing Shan suddenly wrenched his hand from Lu Xia's grasp, crying out, shouting, once again rushing towards the elder. I do not want to leave the village. Yet, having taken only a few steps, he abruptly stood frozen in place. He beheld the once gentle smiles of his grandfather and fellow villagers, now transformed into terrifying and ghastly visages. Thick green smoke emanated from them, and blood streamed from their features. Their long hair billowed as they unleashed a wailing shriek characteristic of vengeful spirits. The sky darkened, and an icy chill enveloped the air. Little Qing Shan's small feet halted, trembling as he gazed upon his beloved family, who for the first time revealed their fearsome countenance. He felt a surge of terror and instinctively retreated, seeking refuge beside Lu Xia. Lu Xia gently shook her head and once more took little Qing Shan's hand. turning to walk toward the direction beyond the abyss of spirits. As they distanced themselves from the village, little Qing Shan did not glance back even once. They walked for a long, long time, and little Qing Shan remained silent, his head bowed. Lu Xia sighed, believing little Qing Shan was frightened, and spoke words of comfort. In truth, that was not how your grandfather and the others appeared. At last, little Qing Shan spoke. I know. He repeated, I know. His words were imbued with solitude and sorrow. What? Lu Xia was taken aback. Xiao Qing Shan halted his steps, gazing towards the distant direction of Fortune Village. His voice choked with emotion. I understand. They were only trying to frighten me, putting on that facade. I know my grandfather and the others wished for me to leave, for they did not want me to feel reluctant towards the village. That is why they sought to scare me. Lu Xia grew increasingly perplexed. If you are aware, then why did you not glance back as you departed the village? Xiao Qing Shan lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with a wisdom beyond his tender years. He too longed to cast one last glance back. Yet he lowered his head once more, tears glistening in his eyes. But if I turn back, they will only worry again. Lu Xia shuddered, unable to fathom that such words could come from a 5-year-old child. The wind whispered of long journeys, while nursery rhymes mingled with the gentle rain. She smiled, taking Xiao Qingshan's hand as they continued onward. I am Lu Xia, which means the flowing red of the sunset. I am one of the most formidable individuals in this Qingxian prefecture. Henceforth, I shall be your master. However, I hope you will address me as master sister. Xiao Qingshan, in his youthful innocence, replied, My name is Qingshan. My grandfather said it symbolizes the vastness of mountains and rivers. Yet still cherishing the greenery of nature, I wish to earn an abundance of wealth, to exchange with the heavens and the earth, to bring everyone back. She chuckled, tightening her grip on Qingshan's hand slightly. That year, Qingshan was led out of the mountain spirit abyss by Lu Xia. On their journey to the outside world, the lingering death energy within him erupted, and Qingshan faced the brink of death. There were countless secrets within Xiao Qingshan, linked to the spirit abyss mountains, as well as to that peculiar village. Unable to suppress the death energy enveloping Qingshan, Lu Xia exhausted every means to ensure his survival. That year, no one witnessed the souls of the village sending them off from afar, traveling far, far away. After Xiao Qingshan attained enlightenment, an enigmatic shadow, unknown in nature, entwined with the village's malevolent spirits, merged into his being, safeguarding him as he grew. Chapter 12. Master Lu Xia. As the young Qingshan emerged from the Lingyuan, he did not return to Qingluo Mountain with Lu Xia. It was not that she did not wish to, but rather, she could not. Qingshan was tainted by the aura of the Lingyuan. Upon exiting, he was ravaged by what seemed to be the very forces of nature. His body grew increasingly frail, his lifespan dwindling. Yet, he could not turn back, for the deathly aura of Fakai village would spell his demise. It appeared that the world had left him no avenue for survival, unless he could attain enlightenment. However, Lu Xia had discovered something within Qingshan that eluded her ability to impart. The only course of action left to her was to depart. She had to allow Qingshan to comprehend the path of life and death on his own, to withstand the tribulations of mortality. After guiding him out of the Lingyuan, one day she vanished from his side. Qingshan assumed that Lu Xia did not harbor any affection for him. He wandered the world in solitude, collapsing by the roadside more times than he could count. Yet, in the shadows, Lu Xia's heart ached with profound sorrow. Despite her anguish, she gritted her teeth and orchestrated a series of life and death crises for Qingshan, compelling him to confront these perilous tribulations alone. It was only when he was on the brink of death that he could truly grasp the essence of life. At the tender age of 6, during a moment when he stood half a foot within the gates of the underworld, he succeeded. He comprehended the path of the fortune immortal in the shadows. Lu Xia wept tears of joy. With her orchestrated trials, Qingshan successfully stepped into the realm of immortals and ultimately transcended his life tribulation. Yet, the Lingyuan's aura still clung to him. The world shunned the Lingyuan, perceiving it as a calamity. Lu Xia feared that Qingshan, burdened by the aura, would bring unforeseen risks should he return to Qingluo Mountain. She reappeared before him, imploring, Please do not blame your master, dear disciple. It is simply that I cannot let the elders discover my secret acquisition of a disciple. Irritated, Qingshan said nothing in response. Lu Xia led him to a small town in Jiangnan, conjuring a deed from thin air, pointing to a shop and declaring, "This will be our home from now on. Do you like it, Qingshan?" Before he could respond, Qingshan collapsed at the shop's entrance. Though he had survived his tribulations, the repeated hardships had left him with little time left to live. Anxious to return to the sect, Lu Xia brought forth a miraculous elixir for Qingshan. She seemed unaware of how perilous this potion could be for a mere 6-year-old. Her only desire was to provide him with the finest treasures of this world. Upon consuming the elixir, Qingshan nearly perished. Yet through the torment of Lu Xia's life-extending and lifespan-diminishing efforts, he endured a year of illness, and ultimately opened the gates to a sea of fortune, birthing his destined spiritual companion, Xiao'er, at the age of 7. As Lu Xia gazed upon the mute and unawakened Xiao'er, she remarked, "This little creature is of little use. I shall forge you a true innate spiritual artifact." Xiao'er endured relentless trials, while Qingshan appeared to suffer alongside him, falling ill for an entire year. Yet, during that year, Xiao'er learned to speak and walk, gradually awakening his intellect. By the age of 8, Lu Xia had vanished for an entire year. Upon her return, she compelled Qingshan to forcibly engage in the Tianyi method despite the absence of silver. Qingshan suffered a backlash from the Great Tao, bringing him perilously close to death. It was also the first time Liu Xia felt a pang of anxiety that brought her to tears. In her frantic attempt to retrieve the elixir from Qingluo Mountain, she stumbled several times. The astute young Qingshan, observing Liu Xia's retreating figure, finally comprehended the depth of his childlike master sister's concern for him. During her year of absence, Liu Xia diligently scoured countless texts, yet found not a single word regarding the wealth immortal path. Fearing that this mysterious and enigmatic path might be detrimental to Qingshan, she forced him into the Tianyi method, hoping to glean some insight. Subsequently, Liu Xia devoted herself to expelling the Lingyuan energy from Qingshan's body, yet for reasons unknown. She could not dispel the pervasive, deathly aura that enveloped him. Consequently, she refrained from allowing any cultivator to see Qingshan, terrified that he might be branded as an outcast. Liu Xia's greatest fear was that her sister, Qinsu, might catch sight of the young Qingshan. However, she also understood that she could not deceive Qinsu. Thus, she devised A3 marches of fireworks pact with Qingshan, urging him to remember that even in self-talk, he must not reveal any clues, lest Qinsu's eye of oblivion detect them. The plan seemed successful until Qingshan encountered trouble and his whereabouts were exposed. As rain fell and night descended, his sister made an erroneous assumption. The innkeeper was indeed the manifestation of Qingshan's innate spirit that emerged after his enlightenment. Liu Xia recounted these past events with a deep sigh, explaining to Qinsu what transpired thereafter. After Qingshan comprehended the wealth immortal path, he manifested a sea of wealth, yet the deathly aura surrounding him inexplicably persisted, rendering him an entity neither fully human nor ghostly. This was why she had been unable to bring him back to the mountain gate. Liu Xia finally unveiled everything. Initially reluctant to disclose the reasons for Qingshan's deathly aura, she had hoped to conceal it before returning him to the sect, thus preventing anyone from questioning Qingshan's origins. After all, the place from which Qingshan hailed was profoundly unsettling, the Lingyuan Mountains and that peculiar little village. Listening to her master's sister's narrative, Qingshan lowered his head. Unbeknownst to her, the lingering souls within the village had somehow been drawn into his sea of wealth. The deathly aura he bore was a consequence of the many souls residing within. He had yet to find the moment to share this with her. As the wind and rain assailed the night, the myriad leaves rustled in response. Listening to Liu Xia's words, Qinsu in her white attire fell into deep silence. She scrutinized Liu Xia closely, discerning that Liu Xia no longer concealed anything. She understood her junior sister well. If there were any further secrets, she would have noticed. It seemed indeed as Liu Xia had stated. Lu Xia continued, "The reason I feel at ease allowing Qingshan to remain outside alone is due to his extraordinary abilities, which ensure his self-preservation when wealth is left behind. Now, senior sister is fully aware of everything." Lu Xia shifted her focus, standing before Qingshan and gazing intently at Qinsu. "What are your intentions, senior sister?" Qinsu narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of coldness emanating from her. "If that is the case, why deceive me?" Lu Xia clasped her hands behind her back, seemingly on guard against an unseen threat. Over the years, senior sister had devoted herself to understanding the causes and effects of the universe, fulfilling the responsibilities of the six realms. Countless malevolent spirits had perished at her hands, and she showed no mercy towards any corruption that emerged from the Ling Yuan. Though Qingshan had also emerged from the Ling Yuan, he was not a being of corruption. Could senior sister truly accept him? Qian Su's gaze shifted to Qingshan as she inquired, "What if I were to truly wish him harm?" Lu Xia took a deep breath. "Then, I fear our sisterly bond would be severed at that moment. There is no possibility that senior sister could inflict any harm upon my disciple." Qian Su cast a long, penetrating glance at Qingshan behind Lu Xia. After a prolonged silence, her icy demeanor gradually dissipated. "As long as he is not of corruption, I shall not harm him." Lu Xia scrutinized Qian Su for a considerable time before finally exhaling slowly. She lowered her hands, which had been clasped behind her back. "Thank you, senior sister." Chapter 13 Shirbo. Qian Su gazed at Qian Su, internally acknowledging that the reason this Shirbo refrained from taking action against him was likely due to the protection of Lu Xia. With the matter laid bare, Qingshan felt a sense of relief. Qian Su observed the now relaxed Lu Xia and furrowed her brows, inquiring, "If I were to persist, would you truly resort to force against me?" Lu Xia, with a playful demeanor, waved her hands dismissively. "How could that be?" Clang. From Lu Xia's sleeve emerged a plethora of poised magical artifacts, causing her smile to falter momentarily. She hastily tugged at her skirt to conceal them, secretly stowing them away. Qian Su let out a wry laugh, shaking her head before shifting the conversation. "However, it appears you have devised a method to ensure his return to the sect without arousing suspicion?" Lu Xia nodded. "I have discovered a technique in the art of talismans that can obscure his deathly aura, even if it cannot be entirely masked. Leaving behind a trace is of no consequence. After all, it is quite normal for practitioners of the talisman arts to inadvertently accumulate some deathly energy during their cultivation." After a prolonged silence, Qian Su finally nodded. "Very well. However, for me to act as if I have seen nothing today, certain conditions must be met." Lu Xia felt a tightening in her chest. "Sister, do share your terms." The woman in white extended a finger. "Firstly, since you have already discerned something peculiar about the path he has comprehended, albeit temporarily unclear, it is inevitable that he will unveil more as his cultivation advances. At that time, whatever he discovers must not be concealed from me, for reasons unknown." The mere mention of the law of exchanging with heaven filled her with a profound unease. The law of exchanging with heaven involves trading one's own wealth for the principles of the universe. It is a path that perhaps no one has ever truly comprehended, fraught with unpredictable risks. She felt an innate fear of this unknown. Lu Xia contemplated for a moment, recognizing her sister's apprehensions, and nodded. "All right. Perhaps I will require your assistance then." She was also aware of Qingshan's peculiar path, which prompted her to forcefully enact the exchange when Qingshan was devoid of resources. Yet, she had still uncovered nothing from that trial. The woman in white continued, "Secondly, if you wish to use the talisman arts to obscure the reason behind his deathly aura, you must ensure he learns the art of talismans. Thus, you should have pilfered the scroll of talisman techniques from the Sixth Elder's library." Lu Xiao paused, feeling a surge of guilt, and quickly shook her head. No. The Elder keeps a close watch. How could anyone steal the scroll?" Upon hearing this, Qian Su helplessly shook her head. It was evident that it had indeed been stolen. "Regardless of whether you took it or not, he must not be taught that peculiar talisman technique." She whispered firmly, "That scroll of talisman arts is rather unusual. Since it is merely to conceal his deathly aura, I can impart to him a different talisman technique." The figure clad in white gazed upon the verdant mountains, her expression softening ever so slightly. "Your master is not adept at the art of teaching disciples. Now that you have become my apprentice, I bear the responsibility to guide you." She spoke gently. As she uttered these words, she cast forth a jade pendant, which fell into the hands of the young disciple. "This is a mystical technique I have cultivated myself. You may study it with confidence. Once you embark on this learning journey, do so with diligence. I expect you to visit Lingdu every 3 years henceforth." The young disciple remained silent, prompting the spirited Li Xia to interject. "What do you mean by that? Do you doubt my ability to take on disciples?" Ignoring Li Xia, the figure in white continued addressing the young disciple. "When you come to Lingdu in 3 years, you must possess at least the cultivation of the core formation stage." Upon hearing this, Li Xia sighed. realizing that the master still harbored doubts about the young disciple's humanity. After all, those tainted by darkness could not advance their cultivation. The young disciple would need to demonstrate progress to prove that today's assertions were not mere fabrications. Li Xia answered on behalf of the young disciple, "Very well. Where is the village you mentioned?" After receiving the answer, the master nodded, her form ethereal as she turned and took a step forward. In a ripple of cosmic energy, she vanished from sight. Both the young disciple and the innkeeper breathed a sigh of relief. The master's presence had been overwhelmingly formidable, akin to facing the heavens themselves. The rain continued to fall, and the young disciple pondered aloud, "Will she believe me?" Li Xia shook her head. "No, not at this moment. However, as long as she does not act against you, all will be well. Once she visits that village, she will come to understand that you are indeed human, not some malevolent entity." Li Xia's words revealed the master's deep-seated apprehension regarding the taint. Yet, the young disciple refrained from inquiring further about what that entailed. After much effort spent in deception, it seemed almost redundant, yet the young disciple was acutely aware that without this encounter, he might never have had the opportunity to explain himself. Li Xia turned back to see the young disciple's somber demeanor. With a playful glint in her eye, she approached him, adopting a whimsical air. "Oh dear, little Qing Shan, my elder sister has finally found you." She leapt towards him, wishing to embrace him as she once had, only to realize that he had grown significantly taller than her. Seeing the elder sister's intent to amuse him, the young disciple smiled. "Elder sister." He set aside his earlier thoughts, his eyes warming. The earlier encounter with the elder woman had dampened his spirits, but now they were reunited. Li Xia urged him to crouch down, enveloping him in her embrace. "Quickly, squat down, let your elder sister hug you." The young disciple closed his eyes, a faint smile adorning his lips. He felt fortunate indeed. Meanwhile, a small creature perched upon his shoulder, seemingly neglected by Li Xia, was unceremoniously shoved aside. The little creature pouted, casting a disgruntled glance at Li Xia. The esteemed master Qingqing shows favoritism. Little Air seeks a warm embrace. Lu Xia was taken aback and turned her gaze towards Little Air, who seemed to have gained a touch of cleverness. Qing Shan shook his head, dismissing it as an illusion. The little one pouted, appearing somewhat dissatisfied, glanced around, and on tiptoes, squeezed into Lu Xia's embrace, indeed showcasing a newfound cleverness. Lu Xia paid Little Air no mind, instead affectionately ruffling Qing Shan's hair. "Oh dear, how much you've grown, Qing Shan. You are no longer adorable." Upon hearing this, the little one promptly poked its head out from Lu Xia's arms, blinking its eyes, and, in a childish voice, replied, "Little Air hasn't he grown up? Little Air is still cute." Qing Shan, nestled in Lu Xia's embrace, felt a tumult of emotions. He hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose the gathering of souls in the sea of wealth to Lu Xia. Yet, the thought of that ethereal figure in white, Qian Su, quelled his intentions. He felt a twinge of fear. Is Qian Su, the master's esteemed senior, truly formidable? Qing Shan inquired cautiously. Lu Xia nodded affirmatively. Indeed, she is quite formidable. Suddenly recalling something, Lu Xia set Qing Shan down and carefully glanced around. Once she confirmed that Qian Su had indeed departed, she mysteriously retrieved a piece of spiritual jade from her bosom and presented it to Qing Shan. "This is a mystical technique I pilfered from the mountain gate, said to have been left behind by a great figure of lore, shrouded in mystery and power. Mastering it will allow you to conceal the essence of death, thus enabling your return to the mountain gate. Moreover, with your foundation in the wealth immortal path, it should be relatively easy for you to learn." As she spoke, a hint of bitterness crept into her voice. The wealth immortal path, capable of overcoming countless obstacles with mere silver. Such an enviable technique. Qing Shan had only grasped the wealth immortal path, yet it seemed he could utilize it alongside the heavenly easy method to learn the myriad paths of the world. This was nothing short of cheating. Qing Shan gazed at the spiritual jade in bewilderment. Indeed, she had managed to steal it. Chapter 14. The mundane world is like rain, Qing Shan inquired. "But didn't Master Uncle say I shouldn't learn this?" Liu Xia scoffed. Pay no heed to her. She once wished to learn it herself, but simply couldn't comprehend it. Later, for reasons unknown, she devised her own esoteric methods and claimed that the scroll's techniques were flawed. Liu Xia disparaged Qiansu behind her back. "Never mind, you both should learn it. After all, it merely costs you a bit more silver." Qing Shan nodded. tucking away the two spirit jades, then cautiously asked, "So, have the elders of the sect permitted you, Sister Master, to take in disciples?" While other matters might be fabricated, the truth remained that the elders forbade Liu Xia from accepting students. Liu Xia's expression stiffened momentarily before she divulged her plan. "Well, it always goes like this. In half a month, the sect will recruit a batch of outer disciples, and you shall attend. I will arrange everything in advance, ensuring your entry into the sect. Once you are in the outer sect, I will discreetly maneuver things to assign you a respectable mountain lord as your public master. Step by step, as you ascend to the inner sect, I will find a legitimate reason to take you on as my personal disciple." As she recounted her plan, Liu Xia couldn't help but admire her own cleverness. Hearing that she could finally join the sect, Qingshan's spirits lifted. Although she was the sect's leader, many matters were overseen by the Elder Council, yet she still had ways to manipulate the recruitment of outer disciples. Once he entered the sect, he could earn silver within its walls. His eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect. "And what about the little one?" The small creature interjected, eyes wide with curiosity. Liu Xia rolled her eyes. "Just be a little waste." The small creature bit its finger, perplexed by the term waste, yet vaguely recalled Qingshan mentioning, "Business is turning waste into treasure. Waste is a treasure." It nodded in naive agreement. "All right, the little one will be a little waste." The master and disciple exchanged pleasantries for a while, and only then did Liu Xia notice the two individuals lying nearby. How come there are two others here?" Qingshan responded quietly. Liu Xia rose to her feet and approached the two figures. "People from the Rain Pavilion? What is the Rain Pavilion?" Qingshan followed closely behind her. Liu Xia shook her head. "The Rain Pavilion is a celestial sect from Yangzhou, possessing a power comparable to our own. However, I have heard that they have recently encountered some upheavals, a rebellion within their ranks, and the sect leader's faction has been betrayed by their own. The sect has changed hands. This clan, rife with internal strife. It seems this is indeed the Princess Wenra of the Yuga, who successfully escaped." Liu Xia pondered for a moment and murmured, "The old patriarch of Yuga and I share a long-standing acquaintance. Although, as outsiders, we ought not to interfere in the internal affairs of Yuga, I cannot bear to witness the demise of the old patriarch's bloodline." Qingshan approached, accompanied by the little one, casting a glance at the two guests on the ground. In his eyes, these two individuals appeared quite commendable. Previously, when he was instructed to flee, they had shielded him from the oncoming silver thread. Liu Xia lifted her hand and addressed the two on the ground. "Their injuries are rather severe. I shall escort them back to the mountain gate and conceal them within the sect to prevent detection by the elders. You will have to make your way to the mountain gate on your own." She turned to Qingshan, urging him to swiftly master the techniques of the Xianmen. "In half a month, during the mountain climbing assessment for new disciples, I will make the necessary arrangements for you. As long as you grasp the Xianmen techniques, all will be well." Speaking of serious matters, Liu Xiao adopted a more earnest demeanor. Qingshan nodded, comprehending. Although he was uncertain why his esteemed sister insisted that mastering the Xianmen techniques would grant him access to the mountain gate, he trusted that she had paved a path for him through her teachings. Yet, he contemplated, what if I encounter trouble along the ascent? Liu Xiao waved her hand dismissively, saying, "What kind of trouble could you possibly conjure? Do as you wish." With that, she turned and vanished in an instant. Once Liu Xia departed, only Qingshan and the little one remained in the woods. Qingshan sighed in relief, beginning to feel optimistic about the future. Suddenly, the little one tugged at Qingshan's finger. "Actually, there is another issue," he said. "What?" Qingshan asked, taken aback. The little ones spread their tiny hands, lamenting, "We have no silver left, and esteemed sister did not provide us with any. Without silver, I cannot learn the Xianmen techniques. If I cannot learn the Xianmen techniques, we shall not be able to ascend the mountain gate." Qingshan stood there, frozen upon hearing this. After a long pause, he stiffly lowered his gaze to the little one, saying, "Why didn't you mention this earlier? If you had spoken up, I could have asked esteemed sister for silver." The little one rubbed their small hands together, explaining, "Because I just thought of it." It is not entirely the little one's fault, for Qingshan himself had not considered it either. Moreover, esteemed sister was unaware of their lack of funds. What shall we do now? Qingshan felt despondent. Without silver, he could not directly learn the Xianmen techniques. Without mastering the Xianmen techniques, he could not ascend the mountain gate. To make matters worse, his current financial situation was utterly depleted. Qingshan despairingly scratched his head, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the silver thread on the ground. At the same moment, the little one also noticed it. They exchanged a glance. This silver thread must also be made of silver, right? Qingshan inquired with uncertainty. This silver shuttle is a spiritual artifact. If it is indeed made of silver, it must be of greater worth than ordinary silver in the eyes of the universe. Let me take a look. The small creature wobbled forward, picked up the silver shuttle, and took a bite. Crunch. Ah, silver. The little one beamed with joy, eagerly handing the chipped silver shuttle to Qingshan. It is worth at least 1,000 taels, however, after the small one took a bite. It should still be valued at 800 taels. With that single bite, it directly consumed 200 taels. Qingshan felt a pang of heartbreak as he took the shuttle, exclaiming, "Spit it out." But it had already been swallowed. The little one looked somewhat aggrieved. Observing its expression, Qingshan's heart ached. Let us search again and see if any of the deceased left behind silver. The two scoured the ground for quite some time, yet they found nothing. Qingshan harbored deep suspicions that the belongings of those individuals had been swept away by the laws of heaven and earth. No one spoke of it. Surely, the heavenly path would not embezzle silver, would it? Alas, let us continue our journey. Once we arrive, I shall use this silver shuttle to master the Xianmen Dao. Excellent. The little one effortlessly climbed onto Qingshan's shoulder. The Jiangnan region is often rainy, and this night was no exception. Qingshan chose a direction and, accompanied by the little creature, made his way toward the Qingshan mountain. He did not prioritize learning the Xianmen Dao immediately, as he was left with merely the 800 taels worth of silver shuttle, and he needed to remain cautious along the way. The evening breeze swayed, carrying the rain in a gentle slant. The figure of the youth seemed burdened, weaving through the wind and rain amidst the trees, yet it appeared as if someone was supporting his form, allowing his steps to remain light. In this world, akin to rain, there are those who hold an umbrella for him. Chapter 15. Two mystical arts. Half a month later, Qingshan and his companion, the small creature, arrived at the outskirts of a bustling town at the foot of Qingluo Mountain, weary yet invigorated by their journey. The youthful spirit of the boy seemed to have rejuvenated, as if he had cast aside the burdens of the past. This quaint town, nestled at the mountain's base, was alive with activity. Passers-by frequently turned their gazes towards the towering peaks that pierced the clouds. Those were the revered Qingluo Mountain, one of the most prestigious immortal sects in Qingxian Prefecture. Spanning over 100 miles, the mountain boasted countless summits, each said to be guarded by a formidable immortal, reigning over their respective domains. The entire expanse of Qingluo Mountain was, in essence, a sect of immortals. A notice proclaimed that the path for accepting outer disciples would open the following day, an opportunity one yearned to seize. The townsfolk buzzed with conversation as they entered and exited the gates. Do you wish to ascend as well? Do you possess a spiritual root? One scoffed. Even without one, can one not learn the arts of immortality? Retorted another, discontented. Spare me. While it is true that the Qingluo sect does not explicitly require cultivators to ascend, look at those who do. They are scions of noble families, gifted individuals far beyond our reach. I've heard even royal offspring have come. What's the point of embarrassing ourselves? The chatter echoed throughout the town, a symphony of hopes and doubts. The sect's acceptance of outer disciples was a momentous occasion for many wandering cultivators and ordinary folk alike, drawing a large crowd to the town in anticipation of the opening of the mountain path. How lively it is, observed the small creature, glancing back and forth at the throngs of people entering and exiting the town. It must be the sect recruiting disciples. Many wish to test their fate and see if they can join. Indeed, Qingshan replied. To the mundane eye, the sect appears insurmountable. Yet, to enter its embrace is to take a step towards immortality. Should we venture into the town? The small creature inquired, turning to him. Qingshan's lips twitched as he took a deep breath. We have but a meager sum of silver. We must be frugal for now. Very well, the small creature said, biting its finger in contemplation. Qingshan shook his head. Let us find a place along the road leading to the mountain gate to set up our stall. After traveling for half a month, we are weary and could use a day's rest. Besides, we ought to study the mystical arts. Otherwise, we may never ascend to the immortal realm. Grateful for having brought their stall along, they now had a place to settle. The duo made their way to the main road leading to Qingluo Mountain, setting up their stall by the roadside. It was conveniently located near the foot of the mountain, ensuring easy access once the ancient path opened the next day. However, The stall's entrance attracted curious glances from those passing by, who were intrigued by the sudden appearance of the makeshift shop. After establishing their stall, Qing Shan and his companion retreated inside, securing the door behind them. The two individuals gazed at the desolate shop, enveloped in a profound silence. Alas, the path is fraught with obstacles and lengthy. Life is arduous, and Qing Shan sighed deeply. Engaging in conflict could lead to financial ruin. And the little one wore a troubled expression. The path of the wealth deity is excessively costly. The little one seemed to foresee the future. They had painstakingly amassed a modest sum of silver, only to find themselves destitute again due to Qing Shan's brawl. Take a rest. Qing Shan gently set the little one down from his shoulder, stating, I shall first delve into the mysteries of the Xianmen Dao. 800 taels of silver. Who knows how much that will afford me in my studies? Very well, the little one, displaying understanding, wandered to the side and began to doze. Meanwhile, Qing Shan settled into a meditative posture at the center of the shop, retrieving 2 pieces of spiritual jade from his robe. Each piece contained the teachings of 2 distinct Xianmen Dao practices. One was bestowed upon him by his esteemed senior, Qian Su, a unique insight garnered from the Lingdu heavenly observation, an exclusive treasure in the entire realm. The other was pilfered by Lu Xia from the mountain gates, rumored to be flawed. The essence emanating from the jade gifted by Qian Su was profoundly intricate, imbued with an unfathomable aura. In contrast, the jade stolen by Lu Xia exuded a peculiar energy, as if the characters inscribed within invoked certain cosmic principles. Which to study first? After thoughtful deliberation, Qing Shan decided to commence with the jade from his master, Qian Su. With a gentle exertion, a radiant light emanated from the jade, coalescing before him into grand characters, the way of Xian Tian. Below these words, a line of smaller text read, harness the power of heaven, grasp the source of the Tao, act in accordance with heavenly principles, and execute heavenly decrees. These seemingly simple phrases illuminated Qing Shan's understanding of its essence. The way of Xian Tian, in essence, signifies, it is the act of harnessing the forces of heaven and earth, executing the principles of the cosmos. All actions are undertaken in the name of heaven, perceiving oneself as a disciple of the heavenly Tao, and acting upon divine mandate. How domineering! To regard oneself as the decree of the heavenly Tao, with all actions deemed as heavenly will. Qing Shan murmured to himself, slightly taken aback. This brought to mind the words spoken by Qian Su during the last encounter when he vanquished that remnant soul, by heavenly decree. He had previously understood that ordinary Xianmen practices generally adhered to celestial edicts, such as by celestial decree, do thus and so, where celestial refers to the essence of the immortal path, seeking the foundational truths of immortality. In contrast, Master Qian Su's grand teachings transcended the realm of immortality, aspiring instead towards the heavenly Tao. Yet, within the perspective of the way of Xian Tian, it seems the heavenly Tao possesses consciousness. Otherwise, why would one need to act on its behalf? Whether heaven and earth possess spirit, Qing Shan could not ascertain, but he was capable of altering the laws. Xianmen practices are performed through talismans, where each stroke and character embodies profound principles. However, Qing Shan recalled that during his last study, Master Qian Su had not drawn any talismans. Why did his master refrain from using talismans? Qing Shan set down the jade left by Qian Su and retrieved the other piece of jade. A stream of radiant light emerged from the spiritual jade, unveiling a profound phrase in his mind, the path of the heart. Beneath these 4 characters lay several smaller lines. In the absence of heaven and earth, the great way has no source. In a world devoid of law, the mundane realm is chaotic. By the decree of the heart, all actions are permitted. Upon a mere glance, Qing Shan found himself rooted to the spot, struck by the realization of a problem. He was convinced that the individual who inscribed this technique was undoubtedly a madman. If the path of Xiantian is regarded as one named after the heavens, then the path of the heart is one that takes the heart as its guiding principle. In the eyes of this path, all worldly matters can be regarded as inconsequential. There is no heaven or earth, no immortal way, no law, and no rules. As long as it is acknowledged within the heart, there is nothing in the world that cannot be accomplished. Guided by the heart, I obey my own decree. This esoteric technique seeks to discard the celestial and terrestrial laws and take control of everything oneself. In essence, This path does not require adherence to any decree. I is the decree itself. Qing Shan pondered deeply for a considerable time, caught in contemplation. Which should he learn first? One draws upon the strength of heaven and earth, simple and practical. The other relies on one's own power. However, all cultivation in the world is a transformation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. So how much strength can one truly harness from oneself? What use can one's own power possibly have? Suddenly, Qing Shan was struck with enlightenment. My cultivation is acquired through an equitable exchange with heaven and earth. Thus it no longer belongs to them, but to myself. I shall first draw upon the strength of heaven and earth, and once my own cultivation is sufficient, I will then rely on my own power. Qing Shan gasped, realizing this was a path uniquely tailored for him. I shall learn it all, but the path of the heart shall remain set aside for now. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Qing Shan placed the two pieces of spiritual jade together and softly uttered, transcending the laws of heaven. A sudden clarity enveloped him. Chapter 16. Exploiting the celestial path. In an ephemeral moment, a ripple surged forth. The silver shuttle within the sea of wealth transformed into nothingness. And from the two pieces of spiritual jade emerged two beams of light, flowing into the eyes of Qing Shan. With his eyes closed, Qing Shan began to absorb the two forms of esoteric Taoist arts. However, he quickly realized he lacked sufficient silver. He had barely grasped the basics. Simultaneously, within the depths of Qing Shan's consciousness, additional foundational techniques of the wealth immortal path manifested. A singular individual, simultaneously possessing three distinct arts. This is the peculiar nature of the wealth immortal path. In the realm of celestial cultivation, most individuals can only comprehend one path and tread upon it. Yet, the wealth immortal path permits one to directly purchase other arts. After a considerable duration, Qing Shan opened his eyes. He had indeed learned a few aspects of the esoteric arts. While he could not yet utilize the Xuanqing path, the Xiantian path was within his grasp. He yearned to experiment, but alas, he lacked vermilion and yellow paper. From the esoteric methods left by Qiansu, Qing Shan had already mastered several rudimentary talismans, such as the protective talisman, the spirit-conducting talisman, and the qi-conducting talisman. Oh, I could create a few talismans using the heavenly easy method. Qing Shan rose, his spirit invigorated. Yet, after a moment's pause, he sat back down. He was out of silver. After contemplating for an extended period, Qing Shan ultimately retrieved the piece of jade that Wenju had provided for use as currency. He pondered how much this jade pendant could be worth when exchanged for the heavenly easy method. After some thought, he resolutely bit down and broke the jade pendant into 4 segments before stepping out of the shop. Half an hour later, he returned with a substantial amount of timber, which he placed in the sea of wealth. Utilizing the heavenly easy method, he transformed wood into paper. As one piece of shattered jade vanished, the pile of timber gracefully coalesced into a large stack of yellow paper. Qing Shan picked up a sheet of yellow paper, lost in contemplation. Typically, producing such a quantity would require 100 taels of silver. Yet, he had managed it with merely a quarter of a jade leaf. Thus, the remaining 3 fragments of jade held a value of 300 taels. But how was he to proceed without vermilion? He pondered for a long time, uncertainly murmuring, "Can charcoal be used for drawing?" He then entered the back room of the shop, retrieved several pieces of charcoal from the stove, and, holding his breath, began to sketch talismans on the yellow paper. He attempted to draw the simplest of protective talismans. A protective talisman is meant to be affixed to one's person, capable of unleashing a shield of protective energy upon encountering an attack. After completing one, he found it devoid of any spiritual resonance. Discarding it, he continued to draw. Still ineffective, he cast it aside and pressed on. An hour later, with eyes blazing red, Qing Shan furiously threw down the charcoal, feeling somewhat dejected. Indeed, charcoal could not condense spiritual energy into talismans. Only a mineral like vermilion could channel spiritual power to form a talisman. With a heavy sigh, Qing Shan sat in silence for an extended period. After a while, a sudden thought struck him. If I am unable, then what of the wealth immortal path? He attempted to place the charcoal upon a stack of yellow paper, then spoke, with the heavenly transformation technique, summoned the carbon to inscribe the talisman. In an instant, another shard of jade vanished. The stack of yellow paper rose into the air as the charcoal transformed into black ink, deftly outlining intricate talismanic patterns, which then flowed onto the sheets of yellow paper. Moments later, 8 yellow talismans appeared before Qing Shan. He stared in disbelief. Could it truly be? After a prolonged silence, he tentatively spoke again. With the heavenly transformation technique, summoned the lightning talisman. This talisman was not one he had just learned. Rather, it was a technique he had previously employed to strike the formidable chief of the Black Dragon Fortress. He attempted it, and once more, a shard of jade vanished. 10 lightning talismans materialized before him. He stood in stunned silence for what felt like an eternity, then picked up one of the lightning talismans and stepped outside the shop, pinching the talisman between his fingers before tossing it. The talisman ignited. Boom! A bolt of heavenly lightning descended from the sky, striking a tree by the roadside. In an instant, smoke billowed from the tree. It truly worked. Qing Shan, in a daze, returned to the shop, tears streaming down his face. At last, I have discovered the most economical application of the heavenly transformation technique. He approached the small creature and vigorously shook it awake. Qing. The small creature blinked in confusion, gazing at the exuberant Qing Shan. Little one, I have found a more cost-effective method to summon the wealth god. Qing Shan lifted the small creature onto his shoulder and gestured towards the stack of talismans. Huh. The small creature did not comprehend. Qing Shan immediately began to explain. It is the art of the Xianmin talismans. The heavenly transformation technique directly calls upon the heavens to bestow magic, requiring a financial outlay equivalent to the power invoked. However, by inscribing corresponding talismans through the heavenly transformation technique, the expenditure is merely that of creating the talismans, which is significantly less costly. For instance, Qing Shan pondered for a moment before elucidating. Originally, I would have to enlist heaven and earth to assist me in combat. Such endeavors are laborious and thus expensive. Yet, if I instead merely request heaven and earth to create a talisman capable of aiding in battle, the act of inscribing a talisman is quite simple and therefore inexpensive. Subsequently, I can utilize this talisman crafted by the heavenly principles to compel heaven and earth to engage in combat on my behalf. If Qing Shan were to directly employ the heavenly transformation technique's lightning strike, it would cost 100 taels of silver. However, by using the transformation technique to inscribe lightning talismans, 100 taels of silver could yield 10 talismans. He could then employ the lightning talismans to harness the spiritual power of heaven and earth to summon lightning, achieving the same effect. The distinction lies merely in immediacy versus prior preparation. However, once he acquires further knowledge, he could directly inscribe talismans from thin air. The little one gazed at the ecstatic visage of Qing Shan, utterly bewildered for quite a while, counting on her fingers and pondering deeply. After a considerable time, she finally grasped the concept. In this case, it is significantly more affordable. She realized that Qing Shan had ingeniously exploited a loophole in the celestial laws. The little one contemplated carefully and murmured, "It's as if one offers 10 taels of silver to the heavens, allowing the celestial being to perform what would ordinarily require 100 taels of silver. Through a talisman." Qing Shan understood initially, yet upon hearing the little one, he became somewhat perplexed once more. The little one, brimming with joy, expressed a tinge of concern. However, exploiting the celestial path in such a manner may invoke divine retribution and shorten our lives, right? Qing Shan paused, then waved his hand dismissively. "Not to worry, my esteemed master possesses longevity elixirs. If we truly suffer misfortune, we can simply replenish what was lost. After all, the longevity elixirs do not cost him a single coin. When considered this way, it is an unmitigated gain. Exploiting the celestial path is indeed worthwhile. Evidently, seeking wealth from the heavens brings boundless joy." The little one leaped with excitement. "If that is the case, in the future, with 100 taels of silver, we could contend with 10 individuals." Qing Shan was struck by yet another lucrative idea, his eyes gleaming even brighter. No, we shall not engage in combat. Instead, we will employ the celestial method to create talismans. With 100 taels of silver, we can craft 8 protective talismans or 10 thunder summoning talismans. If we sell each protective talisman for 200 taels, 8 talismans would yield 1,600 taels. With 1,600 taels, we can continue crafting protective talismans. And thus, the cycle continues. Qing Shan's breath quickened as he envisioned a multitude of silver coins beckoning him. Tomorrow, many visitors will ascend the mountain and pass this way. We can commence our sales here. The duo, one large and one small, exchanged glances, yet the little one sighed. Well, originally, it was merely Qing Shan exploiting the celestial path. Now he intends to wholesale celestial loopholes to amass silver. I hope the heavens do not catch on. Nevertheless, the little one remained enthusiastically perched upon Qing Shan's shoulder. Indifferent to the consequences, she simply adored silver. That very night, Qing Shan diligently crafted several qi control talismans and spirit control talismans using the celestial method. It was not that he desired to create more, but rather that he had run out of silver. The following morning, the general store opened its doors. Qing Shan removed the sign of the general store and replaced it with a wooden board inscribed with charcoal. Talisman Shop. Chapter 17. The amulet shop by the road. As dawn broke, a multitude of townsfolk began to stream towards the foot of the Qingluo mountain. A shop had opened overnight by the roadside. Before the shop, a small girl leaned over a table, her youthful voice calling out, "Amulets for sale. Effective and inexpensive amulets. Only 200 taels of silver." Behind her, a young shopkeeper anxiously observed the passers-by, his brow furrowed with concern. Many people strolled past the entrance, yet none chose to purchase. Occasionally, someone approached for a closer look, but upon seeing the charcoal-drawn talismans, they shook their heads in disapproval. "What use are charcoal-drawn talismans?" an elderly man remarked, accompanied by a masked youth, both dressed in remarkably fine attire. "Do these amulets actually work?" The youth appeared intrigued by the talismans, scrutinizing them with keen interest. Before Qing Shan could respond, the little girl chimed in, "They are indeed effective. If you don't believe me, buy one and let Qing give you a good beating to test it out." The youth pondered for a moment, finding her reasoning somewhat persuasive. "Then I shall buy one." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the old man dragged him away. "Young master, we have pressing matters to attend to. We cannot squander time here." The boy struggled, pleading, "Oh, Uncle Wong, let me just buy one to try. It's not expensive. If I ascend Qingluo Mountain, it may come in handy. And if I can't make it, I can at least withstand a few of my father's blows, can't I?" However, the elder provided no chance for resistance, swiftly pulling him away. The youth was reluctantly dragged off, casting a longing glance back at Qing Shan's shop. Frustrated, Qing Shan contemplated demonstrating the amulet's efficacy in front of the elder, but ultimately refrained from wasting a talisman. An hour later, the shop remained deserted. The little girl pouted and turned to the equally disheartened Qing Shan, asking, "Qing Shan, why is no one buying our amulets? We have yet to succeed." Qing Shan pondered for a long while before sighing. These individuals are eager to embark on the path of ascension, hastily seeking entry into the immortal gates, showing little interest in our amulets. What shall we do? The little girl inquired, her eyes reflecting her belief that Qing Shan could resolve all dilemmas. After a moment of internal conflict, Qing Shan sighed again. "Let us pack up for now. We should also make our way to the mountain." Though he had a notion of linking the sale of amulets to the act of seeking entry into the mountain gates, he was unaware of the trials involved in such a process and had no desire to engage in deceitful commerce, ultimately deciding against it. Very well. The little girl sighed in resignation. Once the area in front of the shop was devoid of customers, they began to gather their belongings and head towards the mountain's base. Just then, a sharp reprimand pierced the air. "Get out of the way." As the dust swirled around, it rushed past the verdant hills and the little one, seemingly filled with an air of arrogance, disregarding both the hills and the little creature. What manner of person is this? The little one felt a pang of discontent, and the hills too simmered with irritation. The opulent carriage, a sight to behold, stirred feelings of envy within the hills, yet he hesitated to use his talismans, for each talisman represented a significant amount of silver. Fuming, the hills carried the little one on his shoulder and made their way along the main road, eventually arriving at a spacious area at the foot of Qingluo Mountain. There, hundreds and thousands of people gathered in a lively commotion. Beside the ancient winding path leading to the summit of Qingluo Mountain stood an archway, as if separating the realms of mortals and immortals. Elegantly inscribed above the archway were three grand characters: Qingluo Mountain. Two rows of young disciples, clad in the attire of Qingluo Mountain, stood solemnly before the archway, gazing at the throngs of aspirants wishing to enter the outer doors of Qingluo Mountain. Draped languidly across the archway was a woman in a green robe, holding a wine jug, occasionally taking a sip. A gentle breeze wafted by, intoxicating her further. The little one, perched on the hill's shoulder, curiously observed the scene. The hills, and the little one refrained from mingling with the crowd, choosing instead to watch from a distance. While he harbored no particular inclination towards entering the mountain, he was intrigued by the fellow disciples he would soon encounter, particularly the woman in the green robe lounging atop the archway. Indeed, she was quite beautiful, rivaling only his esteemed senior Aunt Qiansu. Could it be that beauty was a form of cultivation talent? The hills mused unconsciously, as the sun climbed higher in the sky. All those gathered at the mountain gate awaited patiently. At last, a young male disciple beneath the archway gently called out to the woman in green, "Sister Qiongquan, it's about time." Clearly oblivious, she remained in a half-dreamy state, swaying slightly. The male disciple, suppressing a smile, called out again, "Sister." The woman in green finally became aware. With a slight wobble, she stood upright, took a deep breath, and stepped forward only to tumble off the archway. Thud! The disciples of Qingluo Mountain covered their faces, stifling their laughter. Recovering from the fall, the woman brushed off her sleeves and, with a sway, ascended back to the lofty archway. Clearing her throat, she addressed the crowd, her words slurred with the remnants of wine. "Today, Qingluo Mountain welcomes outer disciples." She paused, seemingly lost for words. All who have come may attempt, within 3 days, simply ascend the ancient path, and you shall become an outer disciple of Qingluo Mountain. Though the sect has imposed no restrictions on the art of mountaineering, the path ahead is fraught with peril and myriad trials. I implore you not to overexert yourselves. I have no desire to gather your remains. This straightforward opening was swiftly concluded, as she evidently forgot her intended words. She lowered her gaze and gestured to the assembly of Qingluo disciples below. "Commence the ascent." "Yes." The 2 rows of Qingluo disciples nodded and waved their hands. With a resounding crash, a previously unseen barrier beneath the plaque erupted open, and a torrent of rich spiritual energy flowed from the mountain through the plaque. The disciples of Qingluo then exchanged glances with one another before the woman in the green mountain attire turned and led the way onto the ancient path of ascent. In an instant, hundreds, if not thousands, surged through the archway, flooding into the climbing trail. Only the distant green mountain and a small creature exchanged bewildered looks. "What did she just say?" the green mountain inquired. The small creature, nibbling on its finger in contemplation, responded, "The path to the summit is perilous, and she does not wish to gather corpses." The expression of the green mountain shifted, as he contemplated all the potential dangers lurking along the ascent: mechanisms, traps, ferocious beasts, and lethal intents all manifested vividly in his mind. He inhaled deeply and affixed every talisman prepared for selling his painting onto himself and the small creature. Protective charms, spirit-controlling talismans, and energy-wielding charms. Even a lightning-drawing talisman found its place among them. Moments later, he was adorned with an array of talismans. A gentle breeze rustled, causing the talismans to sway. Only then did the green mountain feel reassured, nodding as he began his journey along the ancient path of ascent. Chapter 18. The talismans on the mountain path, however, Qingshan did not rush. He waited until everyone had ascended the ancient mountain road before crossing the archway and stepping inside. As he passed through the arch, he encountered a wide stone stairway leading to the summit. Those who had ventured up the path earlier had not gone far, each laboriously climbing step by step, their faces etched with hardship. Qingshan paused, suddenly sensing an oppressive force emanating from the mountain's peak. In an instant, he felt as though a colossal weight had settled upon his shoulders. The immense pressure bore down on him, rendering each step an arduous endeavor. It dawned on him that this was the first trial. After all, who said entering the mountain gate would be easy? He let out a frustrated sigh, uncertain whether this initial challenge tested the resilience of his body or the resolve of his spirit. The little creature on his shoulder shared in his discomfort. Yet she did not have to walk, for she perched comfortably atop Qingshan. She called out encouragingly, "Qingqing, keep going." Qingshan smirked, wishing he had sent her back to the sea of wealth to spare himself some burden. The little one shook her head vigorously. "No, it's too noisy in the sea of wealth." Shaking his head, Qingshan took a heavy step upward, finding the task even more daunting as he bore the weight of 2. Where was the hidden escape route left by his revered sister? He glanced around but found no trace of it, growing increasingly disheartened. Remembering her penchant for mischief, he sighed, realizing she had likely forgotten. Suddenly, a talisman affixed to Qingshan's body emitted a gentle breeze, surging into his feet. In that moment, Although the weight on his shoulders remained, his legs felt surprisingly light. Wait, what? Qing Shan exclaimed in astonishment, attempting to leap. While others struggled to ascend, he found himself springing into the air. The talisman. I understand now. In an instant, Qing Shan relaxed, a brilliant idea blossoming in his mind. His revered sister had mentioned that he could act freely on the mountain path. She must have informed the spirits. He turned to the little creature with a smile. She understood instantly. We can make a deal now. With renewed vigor, Qing Shan hoisted the little one onto his shoulder and set off with a buoyant stride toward the summit. On the ascent of Qingluo Mountain, everyone trudged forward with great difficulty. The oppressive force from the mountains inflicted immense suffering upon all. A youth clad in resplendent attire, his gaze defiant, pressed onward toward the peak. Despite his laborious steps, he left many behind. His name was Lu Hua, born of noble lineage and possessing a pride of his own. Since he intended to ascend Qingluo Mountain, his aspiration was not merely to reach its summit, but to emerge as the foremost among all challengers in every trial. Someone had arrived ahead of him, obstructing his path. Frowning with displeasure, he coldly commanded, "Step aside." The woman in front turned, momentarily taken aback, and retorted with dissatisfaction, "If you wish to pass, why must I yield?" Lu Hua scoffed, "You are blocking my way." The woman frowned, "This space is ample. Why must I be the one to move?" Lu Hua's gaze turned icy as he revealed a jade pendant from his waist. The woman's expression shifted upon seeing it. She inhaled deeply to suppress her irritation and reluctantly stepped aside. Lu Hua disdainfully brushed past her and continued on his way. Ahead of him, there were few individuals left. He was confident he would soon surpass them all and be the first to conquer this trial. He aimed to be the foremost disciple among the outer sect entering Qingluo Mountain. Suddenly, he sensed a disturbance beside him. Puzzled, he turned to see a youth adorned with talismans, carrying a small girl, bounding past him with an ease he could not comprehend. He stood frozen, his eyes clouded with confusion. Then, he noticed the boy glance back, scanning the surroundings before approaching him, whispering, "Brother, care for some talismans?" The boy winked mischievously, his demeanor shrouded in mystery. 200 taels of silver for a chi control talisman, a simple ascent to wealth and luxury. As he spoke, the boy patted the talismans affixed to his own body. Lu Hua remained speechless for a moment before coldly retorting, "Get lost." He refused to ascend by such means. Even though 200 taels was indeed a modest price, he desired to prove his worth to Qingluo Mountain through his own abilities. Frustrated, the boy turned away, his steps light as he quickly surpassed one individual after another. His effortless ascent caught the attention of those climbing the mountain, igniting curiosity among the onlookers. How can he ascend so effortlessly? Am I seeing things? He carries another person. The spectators gazed in astonishment at the sight of the boy, each one intrigued. Naturally, someone soon recognized the talismans as the source of his advantage and cried out, "This person is cheating. Does Qingluo Mountain not take action?" Upon hearing the shout, the boy's expression changed. A figure clad in the attire of a Qingluo Mountain disciple floated down from above, approaching the disgruntled accuser. He cast a curious glance at the boy and noticed the multitude of talismans adorning him. However, recalling the elder's instructions from earlier that day, "Do not interfere with any climbing methods," he turned back to the accuser and replied nonchalantly, "Any method of ascent is permissible. Did you not hear? If you possess talismans, you too may ascend." The accuser's expression shifted dramatically, rendering him motionless. Prior to the ascent, Qingluo Mountain had indeed made such a statement. However, at this moment, where could I possibly procure a talisman? He was unaware that talismans could facilitate the climb. Otherwise, he would have prepared in advance. The disciple shook his head, declaring, "That is your concern." The accuser gritted his teeth, feeling utterly helpless. The disciple of Qingluo Mountain then turned slightly to nod at Qing Shan before departing. Observing that Qingluo Mountain showed no interest, Qing Shan felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared that his esteemed master had indeed orchestrated everything. Regardless of his actions, he would not be monitored. He felt entirely at ease. This suggests that conducting business here is feasible. Let us first see if the Qi manipulation talisman can help us pass this trial. Indeed, the little creature nodded in agreement. Thus, adhering to the principle of integrity, Qing Shan temporarily abandoned his business pursuits and swiftly made his way up the mountain. Before long, he had left everyone far behind. He arrived at a platform situated midway up the mountain path. On the platform stood the Qingluo mountain disciples, with the leader being a woman named Xiongquan. As she observed the approaching youth, she was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that the journey, which theoretically should have taken at least half a day, could be traversed by this boy in merely 1 hour. She quickly noticed the talismans adorning Qingshan, and although she reacted, she still languidly remarked, "This is the endpoint of the first trial. Congratulations to you." Before she could finish her sentence, she witnessed the boy smile at her before turning to descend the mountain once more. Returning? The group of Qingluo mountain disciples fell into confusion. Exchanging glances, "What is he doing?" They were utterly perplexed. Qingshan had confirmed that the Qi manipulation talisman indeed allowed him to successfully navigate the first trial and was now heading back down the mountain. What for? Naturally, to conduct business. He returned to the forefront of those still laboriously climbing the mountain, retrieving a table from his treasure trove and setting it beside the steps. Once again, he displayed the sign, "Talisman Shop." The little creature immediately grasped the cue and began to call out, "Selling Qi manipulation talismans. 300 taels of silver each. Ascend the mountain with ease and enjoy the benefits of the celestial path. Personalized service, talismans delivered to your hand." Chapter 19. Silent Journey. The disciples of Qingluo observed the absurd scene unfolding below the mountain, rendered speechless. Is it truly possible? What should be done? Should we intervene? Uncertainty engulfed them, for there had been no precedent for such an occurrence. In that moment, the disciples found themselves in a state of confusion, utterly at a loss regarding how to address the situation. Ordinarily, such an event would warrant intervention. However, the elder in charge had explicitly instructed before their ascent, under no circumstances should they intervene in any matter that arose during the ascent. At that moment, Xiongquan, clad in her azure robe, began to regain her senses, the haze of inebriation lifting. She could scarcely fathom that someone had taken to peddling for profit along the mountain path. What purpose does money serve? After a brief moment of contemplation, she felt a twinge of headache. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon her. Her master had just declared that nothing should be interfered with, and then this youthful figure had appeared. She immediately grasped the implication of connection. It must be that her master had found this prodigious disciple outside, fearing that other elders might take notice. Hence the covert arrangement for his entry. So, this youth must be her future junior brother? The thought brought a whimsical smile to Qiongquan's face. Let him be. Her junior brother, attempting to earn a living on the mountain path, must have endured considerable hardships in the world below. The other disciples, upon hearing Xiongquan's words, could only sigh in resignation. On a peak of Qingluo Mountain, a gentle breeze rustled through the branches of a delicate locust tree. Beneath the aged tree, an old man languidly sipped his tea, while a young girl sat cross-legged before him. This girl was Wenruo, brought back to the mountain gate by Lucia. A flicker of concern occasionally crossed Wenruo's eyes, though she remained silent. The old man seemed to sense her unease and chuckled, "Do not fret. I have had some dealings with your grandfather in the past. Since the sect leader has placed you under my care, I shall ensure your safety." However, Wenruo hesitated. Words caught in her throat. The old man chuckled again, stroking his long beard. "I understand your apprehension about the possibility of someone from the Rain Pavilion suspecting that you have taken refuge in Qingluo Mountain. I have made arrangements. Today, during the outer sect disciple selection, no matter what transpires, you are to remain uninvolved. Thus, should anyone from the Rain Pavilion come searching, they will easily ascend the mountain. When they fail to find you here, they will naturally depart, and the Rain Pavilion will cease to suspect your presence in Qingluo Mountain. You can rest assured in making your home here." He could effortlessly eliminate anyone from the Rain Pavilion attempting to ascend, but that would only solidify the notion that the Rain Pavilion had infiltrated Qingluo Mountain. Matters within the Rain Pavilion were not something they could overtly interfere with. The best approach was to allow those from the Rain Pavilion to enter and then let them leave on their own accord. Wenruo, filled with gratitude, rose and bowed deeply to the old man. "Thank you, esteemed elder." The old man waved his hand, a broad smile illuminating his face. Wenruo inquired further, "What about Elder Lucia?" The elderly man sighed, as if sensing a disturbance within the spiritual abyss. The sect leader had ventured there again not long ago. She had mentioned arranging certain matters, yet her intentions remained shrouded in mystery, as time had slipped away from her grasp. Regardless of her affairs, one could simply focus on remaining in peace. when Ruan nodded and turned her gaze toward the mountain below, inexplicably reminded of the young man who had aided her escape on that rainy night. She still owed him 8,000 taels of silver, now concealed within Qingluo Mountain. It seemed unlikely that she would be able to locate him and repay her debt anytime soon. She wondered if he had survived that night confident in his perceived shortcut. Qing Shan proceeded with unabashed audacity, setting up his ancestral stall. Along the ascent, onlookers stood in stunned silence, witnessing Qing Shan erecting his stall by the roadside. Did Qingluo Mountain not intervene? Yet, they had previously observed Qing Shan effortlessly carrying a girl as he ascended and descended the mountain. The talismans were indeed effective. Amidst the crowd's conflicted gazes, a breathless masked youth spotted Qing Shan's stall, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. "I want one. Give me one. Heaven be merciful." He loathed climbing mountains. He had long desired Qing Shan's protective talisman, and now seeing him sell the energy-conserving talismans filled him with joy. His family was wealthy, yet he had not anticipated the possibility of utilizing external aids on the mountain path. Had he known earlier, he would have purchased one long ago. This sentiment echoed in the minds of all present. Upon hearing the youthful voice, Qing Shan immediately turned to look. It was the customer eager to buy the protective talisman. The little one had a remarkable memory and recognized the youth instantly. "He is here. He is here," Qing Shan exclaimed with delight, striding toward the masked boy. "Dear customer, do you wish to purchase an energy-conserving talisman? 300 taels of silver." The masked youth nodded fervently. "I want it. I want it." He produced a large bag of silver from somewhere, the total amount unknown to him, but he declared, "Take it all." His generosity left Qing Shan profoundly touched. Accepting the bag, he counted the coins, then removed one each of his protective talisman, energy-conserving talisman, spirit-conserving talisman, and lightning-attracting talisman. 1,000 taels of silver for 3 talismans, and I shall gift you an additional one. The masked youth, overwhelmed with gratitude, accepted the talismans and sincerely remarked, "What a fair deal. 1,000 taels of silver for 4 talismans is remarkably inexpensive." He promptly affixed the energy-conserving talisman to himself. In an instant, a surge of energy coursed through his legs, and he felt an unparalleled lightness. He tested his newfound agility by leaping and grasped Qing Shan's hand. "Esteemed young hero, I shall repay this kindness in the future." Qing Shan found the masked youth remarkably handsome, despite the obscurity of his face. A fair trade indeed. The masked youth took a deep breath and waved farewell to Qing Shan. "Then we shall meet on the mountain. Wishing you prosperous business, young hero." Qing Shan felt a deep surge of emotion, expressing his gratitude profusely. 2 young men stood before him, one indifferent to wealth, seeking only a lighter burden, the other unconcerned with talismans, desiring merely to accumulate more silver. In that moment, a bond of mutual admiration was forged. As they parted ways, the masked youth strode forward with a light gait, leading the way up the mountain. Does Qing Shan truly not intervene? The onlookers, struggling on the arduous ascent, were taken aback. Watching the masked youth ascend, many began to reconsider their choices, realizing that Qing Shan's service was remarkably attentive, even offering talismans directly in hand. "I want one too," another voice called out. "Ah, here they come." Qing Shan promptly responded, his face alight with excitement as he jogged over. "I want one. I want one too." In no time, he had sold 8 out of the 10 talismans he held. Suddenly, Qing Shan's gaze shifted to the rear, where he spotted a robust man, clad in simple attire, laboriously carrying a young girl on his back. The pair appeared to be no older than 10, yet the girl's presence was faint, as if she were on the brink of death. The man's eyes were bloodshot, each step he took thumping heavily against the stone steps. The man was incredibly strong, yet he bore the weight of another. Though he moved swiftly, it seemed he could scarcely continue. Qing Shan understood that the man could not reach the summit while carrying someone. The path ahead was still long and arduous. For reasons unknown, he felt compelled to approach. "Brother, do you wish for a talisman?" he inquired. The man strained to raise his head, but shook it gently. "We do not possess enough silver." Qing Shan glanced at the girl on the man's back, questioning why she was not allowed to walk herself. The man cast a soft look at her, saying, "My sister is gravely poisoned and unable to walk. I carry her up the mountain in hopes of saving her life." After a prolonged silence, Qing Shan shook his head, stating, "I do not engage in unprofitable transactions." However, a smile broke across his face. "The shop can extend credit." The girl slowly opened her eyes. gazing blankly at Qing Shan through the man's shoulder, her eyes misting over. The man remained stunned for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Thank you." Qing Shan removed a talisman and affixed it to the man's body. 300 taels of silver, no defaults allowed. The man bowed his head, gently shaking it. "I won't." He resumed his ascent, bearing the girl on his back. After taking a few steps, he turned back and introduced himself. "I am Mo Xing. And my sister is Mou." He merely uttered this phrase, and then continued his ascent up the mountain. The verdant hills chuckled, though the reason for their mirth remained a mystery. The small creature perched on the shoulder of the hills observed this sudden bout of joy, and a smile blossomed on its tiny face as realization dawned upon it. Ah, Qing is truly the softest-hearted being in the world. Chapter 20. The Trade on the Mountain Path. Urgent cries echoed through the air. "I want one too. Bring me one." Originally at the forefront, Lu Hua watched helplessly as 8 or 9 individuals surpassed him effortlessly, ascending the mountain with ease. The clamor behind him twisted Lu Hua's expression, revealing a boundless fury in his eyes. Then, he bellowed, "I want one too." The selection process for the esteemed outer sect disciples had devolved into such a state, rendering his pursuit of the top position seemingly meaningless. His voice drowned out all others. Qing Shan, too, heard Lu Hua's furious shout and approached him. At that moment, he recognized the individual before him as the one who had nearly collided with him on 2 previous occasions. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "I'm sorry. The Qi talismans are sold out." He wished to sell more, to profit substantially, yet regrettably, they were indeed all gone, leaving only one for himself. Lu Hua was taken aback, watching as Qing Shan turned to leave. A surge of suppressed frustration rushed to his head, causing his entire body to tremble with rage. Qing Shan paid no further heed to Lu Hua or the remaining individuals. He was reluctant to draw more people up the mountain with his talismans, fearing trouble might ensue. As for those who had purchased his talismans, what's wrong with a few privileges for esteemed guests? As he ascended the mountain, he soon arrived at a platform along the path. There, many had already gathered, their gazes filled with gratitude. Among them stood Qing Shan's fellow disciples and a leading figure, a girl in a blue robe named Xiongquan. Qing Shan felt a wave of unease and cautiously stepped forward. Strangely, Xiongquan did not challenge him, merely observing him with curiosity. Upon reaching the platform, Qing Shan remained silent. Those who had bought his talismans also refrained from speaking. Only a masked youth exchanged a playful glance with Qing Shan, who responded with a smile. In the midst of this peculiar silence, no one uttered a word. They waited for half a day, and gradually, more individuals made their way to the platform. Naturally, Lu Hua was among the first to arrive after Qing Shan and the others. As he stepped onto the platform, his eyes gleamed with coldness, fixated on Qing Shan with a chilling stare. He then turned to Xiongquan, the leader among the Qing Shan disciples, and accused, "I have something to say. This person assisted many in cheating, which is why so many arrived before me." He pointed an accusing finger at Qing Shan, as if to imply that had Qing Shan not cheated, he would have been the first to arrive. The disciples of Qing Shan chose to remain silent. At this moment, Xiongquan remained sober, her mind exceptionally clear. She gazed at Lu Hua and shook her head lightly. "This is my dear junior brother. Who are you?" I stated that any method of ascent could be employed today. Lu Hua felt a surge of frustration, daring not to voice his anger. He could only direct his ire towards Qing Shan, declaring, "I challenge you to a duel." Qing Shan remained silent. Meanwhile, Mo Xing, who had not uttered a word until now, set down Mou from his back and approached Qing Shan, saying to Lu Hua, "I shall accompany you." Lu Hua's expression stiffened as he regarded the imposing Mo Xing. He sensed that Mo Xing, like himself, possessed considerable prowess and was not inferior. One of the disciples from Qingluo Mountain spoke calmly, "Weapons are forbidden here. If you wish to duel, it can wait until we enter the outer gate." Upon hearing this, Lu Hua suppressed his rage, casting a fierce glare at Qing Shan, and said nothing further. In his eyes, it was Qing Shan who had prevented him from shining. Qing Shan shrugged nonchalantly, while the small creature stuck out its tongue at Lu Hua, further enraging him. On the small platform, the hundreds of individuals had unknowingly divided into 2 factions. One group was comprised of those who ascended through the purchase of Qing Shan's talismans, inferior students, while the other consisted of Lu Hua and his peers, who had earned their place through hard work, exemplary students. As the 2 groups exchanged veiled glances of disdain, they waited for half a day, and nightfall approached. Only a little over 100 people had made their way to the platform. Xiongquan finally spoke. Now, those who have passed the first trial are but you. She waved her hand, and several disciples immediately descended the mountain path. Without needing to say more, Qingshan understood that this was to escort those who had not yet ascended back down the mountain. Xiongquan surveyed the crowd and continued, "You may choose to rest. At dawn, we shall commence the second trial. I will await you at the end of the second trial." After saying this, she cast another glance at Qingshan before turning to leave. In the direction of her departure lay a vast river, its waters tumultuous and swift. Yet there was no bridge spanning its banks. She leaped across effortlessly. Though she said nothing, everyone understood. The second trial was this river. Some contemplated venturing ahead to investigate. But upon seeing the numerous disciples of Qingluo Mountain guarding the area, they hesitated to proceed. The following day, as the first light of dawn broke and a warm breeze swept up the mountainside, a disciple of Qingluo Mountain announced, "Time's up, the second trial begins." Instantly, those who had not slept all night rushed toward the riverbank. Meanwhile, Qingshan awoke slowly, having, of course, taken the opportunity to rest. After all, it had been declared a time for repose. As the crowd arrived at the river's edge, they gazed at the tumultuous waters, perplexed, unsure of what the second trial entailed. The current was too swift, swimming across was impossible. Flying? However, how many among us possess the ability to soar through the skies? Without the foundational cultivation, who can command the air? If one had achieved such cultivation, they would have long ascended to Qingluo Mountain, rather than waiting until this day. How shall we surmount this challenge? A voice inquired of the disciples of Qingluo Mountain. The disciples responded with indifference, "We do not know." Hearing this, the crowd could only return to their own observations. At last, someone exclaimed, "There is something in the river." Instantly, all eyes turned towards the water, where they soon discerned the silhouettes of what appeared to be giant turtles concealed beneath the surface. Each turtle lay submerged at the riverbed, aligned along the shore. "I understand now." Lu Hua was the first to awaken to the realization, speaking with pride. "We must devise a way to coax the giant turtles to carry us across the river. This challenge tests our intellect." Immediately, someone questioned, "But how do we entice the turtles to ferry us?" Lu Hua paused, momentarily entrapped in thought. He too was at a loss. Just then, a hand clapped upon the shoulder of Qingshan, prompting him to turn in curiosity, only to find Mo Xing carrying Mo Yu behind him. "My sister has something to convey." Mo Xing scratched his head. Qingshan looked in confusion at Mo Yu, who, with great effort, struggled to keep her heavy eyelids open. Her pale lips moving. Each giant turtle corresponds to a phrase of the Tao. Master the phrase, and you may summon the turtles to rise. This insight had come to Mo Yu, yet she had not shared it with the others, instead being the first to disclose her discovery to Qingshan. A spark ignited in Qingshan's eyes as he immediately crouched by the riverbank. Indeed, he spotted a concealed phrase of the Tao. Turning back, he noticed Mo Yu had succumbed to slumber. He understood her intent. His brother Mo Xing was not adept at this, and she could not endure the strain to learn the phrase. In exchange for this knowledge, Qingshan would assist them in crossing the river. Qingshan smiled, finding the duo intriguing, one robust, the other remarkably astute. Rising to his feet, he silently chanted, "With heaven's law, I shall gain enlightenment." In an instant, the phrase materialized in his mind, and he followed the patterns etched within his thoughts, gently gliding his hand through the air. As his fingertips traced the void, lines of energy sprang forth. With a hum, a ripple spread, and a colossal turtle emerged from the depths. This sight drew the attention of all present. Soon, others discerned the underlying principle. This challenge was a test of comprehension. Master the phrase of the Tao, and one could traverse the river. Lu Hua, who had been boasting moments ago, suddenly wore a crestfallen expression. The crowd immediately began to experiment. Qingshan gestured to Mo Xing, "It's your turn." This was a transaction between Mo Yu and him, in exchange for assistance across the river. Mo Xing nodded solemnly. All right. He did not hesitate, shouldering Mo Yu as he stepped onto the turtle's back. The giant turtle promptly stirred, gliding towards the opposite shore. Qingshan took a deep breath and exchanged a knowing smile with the little creature. After all, since his esteemed master had already arranged everything, why not seize the opportunity to earn some silver? Thus, Qingshan retrieved the plaque once more from the riverbank. He meticulously erased the previous inscription and inscribed in bold characters, "River Crossing Service." He propped the plaque upright on the ground, and the little creature immediately began to shout with its tender voice, "Labor for river crossing available. 500 taels of silver per person. A leisurely passage across the river, and an extraordinary experience awaits." Chapter 21. The motive behind harm. As Qing Shan once again set up his stall, the disciples of Qing Luo Mountain exchanged wry smiles, turning their heads away, feigning ignorance. After all, the elder had instructed them to mind their own business. Moreover, senior sister Cheong Quan had also advised them to remain uninvolved. Observing Qing Shan's unabashed demeanor, the disciples speculated quietly about why the elder chose to ignore him. Yet, there was no need for conjecture. It was glaringly apparent. This fellow was merely here for amusement. The many climbers soon realized that Qing Luo Mountain was too embarrassed to accept their silver, thus resorting to this character. The performance continued. Lu Hua's lips twitched as he cast a glance at Qing Shan's newly erected stall. He felt disheartened. With Qing Shan around, it was impossible for him to stand out in the eyes of Qing Luo Mountain. He could not vie for the top position in the upcoming selection of outer disciples. Why strive for the first place? Naturally, despite being fellow outer disciples, the arrangements made for them by the sect could vary significantly. Should he showcase his talents and catch the attention of the elders at Qing Luo Mountain, he might gain access to favorable opportunities, such as the alchemy chamber, among others. Conversely, a lackluster performance could lead to mundane tasks, like gathering firewood. At present, he sought not to claim the first position, but rather to challenge Qing Shan as soon as he entered the outer sect, to unveil his innate potential. This was a world where strength reigned supreme. As long as he could defeat Qing Shan, he would still capture the elder's attention. Having come to this realization, Lu Hua snorted softly and positioned himself before a giant tortoise's inscription, diligently beginning to comprehend the profundities of the script. After a considerable time, he raised his head, trembling with astonishment. Why was that person able to comprehend so swiftly? Was his talent truly so remarkable? While he remained in shock, the transactions at Qing Shan's stall commenced anew. The same masked youth approached Qing Shan once more. "Young hero, I wish to purchase." Qing Shan, filled with excitement, replied, "Oh, esteemed guest, there is no need for such formality. As long as you possess silver, all is negotiable." With a grand flourish, the masked youth proclaimed, "I possess nothing but wealth. Here, I am unsure of the amount, but take it all." He produced a large sack of silver and tossed it to Qing Shan. Qing Shan received the silver, tears of joy streaming down his face. Such a generous patron was a first in his lifetime. "Please wait a moment," Qing Shan said, stowing the silver away. He then turned to the inscription once more, standing for a moment before delicately tracing a design in the air. Suddenly, a colossal tortoise manifested. "Be cautious, dear guest. The tortoise's back is slippery. Do not fall." Qing Shan assisted the masked youth with utmost care. His impeccable service deeply moved the masked youth. "No need to see me off. I shall await you on the opposite bank," the youth replied as Qing Shan bid farewell. "Take care, esteemed guest." Once he had seen off the masked youth, those around him were left in a state of bewilderment. "I want that. I too desire." The clamor erupted immediately along the banks of the Daowen River, bustling with vibrant activity. "All right, one at a time." Qing Shan began to receive guests. However, there were not many who came prepared with silver. Some inquired, "Does the young hero only accept silver? Would spirit stones suffice?" Qing Shan scratched his head, perplexed by the notion of spirit stones. "No, thank you." The individual sighed, unaware of Qing Shan's insistence on silver. He possessed only spirit stones and, indeed, had no silver to offer. Such worldly possessions as silver eluded him. Naturally, many proud individuals refused to cross the river in such a manner, confident in their abilities to traverse on their own merit. Thus, Qing Shan continued to ferry 3 or 4 dozen people across the river. Upon realizing no one else sought his services, he packed up his stall. Today, he had prospered. The little one was exceedingly joyful, her large eyes already shimmering with delight. The disciples of Qing Luo Shan merely observed, finding the scene amusing. They understood that the true test lay beyond these 2 trials. That challenge would be one that no one could assist with. Qing Shan turned and spotted Lu Hua, stepping forth to ask softly, "Dear guest, do you wish to cross the river?" "Just 5,000 taels." Lu Hua, interrupted in his contemplations, nearly choked in disbelief. Turning to the innocent-faced Qing Shan and gritting his teeth, exclaimed, "Get lost." Qing Shan pouted. It seemed this rift only deepened. With a sigh, he decided to meditate on a new insight, summoning a giant tortoise to assist in crossing. On the opposite bank, Xiong Quan watched the procession of 30 to 40 individuals crossing the river, her expression one of numbness. She had not anticipated such a swift influx of people. Yet, upon seeing Qing Shan, decked in charms and sporting a playful grin, she deduced that this was indeed the work of her young junior. She smiled, finding the day quite amusing. In a moment of joviality, she retrieved her wine flask and took a hearty swig. The fragrance of the wine wafted through the fragrant mountain air, mingling with the blossoms by the riverside. As Qing Shan ascended the riverbank, he caught sight of his senior sister's kindness, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he scratched his head. Although his master had arranged everything, he still felt a pang of shame. The crowd by the river offered him nods of goodwill. Without him, many would not have reached this point. Among them were the Mo siblings. Yet, with Xiong Quan present, they felt hesitant to approach. Qing Shan's gaze fell upon Xiong Quan's wine flask, where he noticed what seemed to be the character stop inscribed upon it, realizing that this sister also harbored her own stories. After taking a few gulps of wine, Xiong Quan, noticing Qing Shan's lingering gaze on her flask, chuckled and asked, "Would you like to drink?" Qing Shan was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. The wine flask was tossed into the air by Qianquan, tracing an elegant arc before landing in his hands. "Drink if you wish," she said calmly. "Thank you, senior sister." Qing Shan, enticed by the aroma of the wine, could not resist and took a hearty gulp. However, he immediately spat it out. "How fiery!" Qianquan chuckled, beckoning the flask back to her grasp. "That is not how one drinks wine." As if recalling something, she closed her eyes, choosing not to speak further. Qing Shan, sensing the moment's gravity, remained silent and waited patiently. This fleeting interaction felt light and ephemeral, yet it left the onlookers in a state of astonishment, as if they had grasped a profound understanding, exchanging knowing glances with Qing Shan. After a while, more individuals arrived across the river, the total number still fewer than 100. Lu Hua also made her way over. At that moment, Qianquan reopened her eyes. "It is you who have come," she stated, though the number of arrivals surpassed her expectations. Initially, she had anticipated around 50 or 60. Instantly, disciples from Qing Luo Mountain soared toward the opposite bank to disperse those who had yet to cross. Qianquan surveyed the crowd and proclaimed, "What lies ahead is the final trial. Pass this trial, and you shall be disciples of the outer sect of Qing Luo Mountain. However, those who cannot overcome it may face death. Consider this carefully. It is not too late to withdraw. For those willing to take the risk, step into this forest." She gestured toward the dense thicket, shrouded in thick mist. Without further regard for the crowd, she ventured into the woodland. The onlookers, though silent, followed her into the forest. The path to immortality was not solely Qing Shan's obsession. They too harbored a fervent desire to tread the celestial way. Observing that not a single person withdrew, Qing Shan felt a weight in his heart. Perhaps many would perish within. The road to immortality was fraught with blood and bones. He was the last to enter the misty forest, and as he stepped inside, the dense fog enveloped him. In the obscurity, an elderly man appeared before him, his hair as white as snow. Gazing intently, he spoke in a chilling tone, "Why do you wish to harm those who ascended the mountain with you?" Chapter 22. Unbalanced transactions. The elderly man, with hair as white as snow, possessed eyes that pierced the heart of Qing Shan like daggers. It was as if he regarded Qing Shan as a malevolent figure. "Why do you wish to harm those people?" The weight of the elder's words fell heavily, striking Qing Shan's spirit like a hammer, causing him to tremble. What? Qing Shan was perplexed. When had he ever harmed anyone? The elder sighed, gazing at Qing Shan before posing another question. "Why do you seek to cultivate immortality?" The path of cultivation may not be as splendid as you envision. Rather, it is fraught with exhaustion and countless unavoidable burdens. Each person who embarks on the path of immortality treads upon the corpses of many. Why pursue cultivation? Unbeknownst to Qing Shan, the small creature upon his shoulder had succumbed to slumber. The elder's words seemed imbued with an inexplicable force, awakening the true intentions of Qing Shan's heart. Why do I seek to cultivate immortality? Qing Shan fell into a trance, pondering deeply. He thought of his shop, of the first sight of his revered elder sister, and of that village. Why cultivate? He was uncertain, only aware that he had been progressing step by step without any particular reason. Everything seemed destined to unfold this way. Yet, the elder's words suggested that each individual who embarked on the path of cultivation possessed their own motivations. He had many reasons, such as the prosperity of the village. Yet he also had none, for he had never contemplated his own desires. What the path of immortality entailed, he did not know. What lay ahead was equally uncertain. A gentle breeze obscured Qingshan's vision, rendering him unable to see clearly what lay before him. The elder finally stood before him, softly speaking. This trial is exceedingly perilous. Every individual who enters this challenge harbors their own desire to ascend the path of immortality. They are aware they may perish here, yet they still venture forth. You have your reasons, and they have theirs. That is a secret held within each heart, one I do not wish to uncover. But I yearn to know, why do you wish to harm them? This was the elder's second inquiry regarding Qingshan's intentions to harm others. Qingshan, bewildered, replied, I have never wished to harm anyone. Why do you say I intend to do so? The elder shook his head in disappointment, raising a hand to gesture towards the dense forest behind him, speaking in a somber tone. Within this forest dwell many ferocious beasts, and most who enter have yet to attain any cultivation. They are unlike you. They lack the means for self-defense. The insights they gleaned in the previous trial are their only means of protection in this challenge. He fixed his gaze upon Qingshan, his words resonating explosively within Qingshan's mind. However, those you sent here have not yet learned any insights. They possess no means of self-preservation in this trial. Awaiting them is nothing but death. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated through the verdant mountains, causing Qingshan to recoil in astonishment, his gaze vacant. The profound insights gleaned from the previous trial constituted his only means of self-preservation in this juncture. This was a selection process meticulously designed without oversight. Those who had failed to grasp the teachings of the prior trial would not have reached this point, and thus would not meet their demise. Yet, inexplicably, Qingshan had ushered them forth, personally leading them into a fatal predicament. The elder fixed his penetrating gaze upon Qingshan, as if peering into the depths of his very soul, and for the third time posed the haunting question, why do you seek to harm them? After a prolonged silence, Qingshan shook his head, asserting, fair trade. A transaction of clear terms. I remain oblivious to the underlying reasons and harbor no intent to harm them. I should not be held accountable for the repercussions stemming from my dealings. The elder let out a cold, derisive laugh. Fair trade. A transaction of clear terms? Do you truly believe you have acted without guilt? If you were merely selling your own possessions, there would be no cause for reproach. Yet your words bore a darker tone. You have engaged in opportunism, using the possessions of others as bait to profit. You may seem to have merely sold your own talismans, but ask yourself, if not for this treacherous path of ascent, would they have sought your talismans? What you peddle is nothing less than the slots for disciples of Qingshan. Yet are those slots truly yours to sell? You profit from the demise of others by selling what is not rightfully yours. How can you claim fairness in your transactions? Qingshan trembled violently. Indeed, what he sold had never belonged to him. How could he shamelessly insist on the integrity of his transactions? A sudden epiphany surged within him, accompanied by the weight of remorse for the calamity he had unwittingly wrought. The chaos I have unleashed is of my own making, unrelated to others. With newfound determination, he whirled and plunged into the thicket. I know what I must do. He recognized the fragility of life and had never contemplated that his careless actions might lead to the demise of others. If transactions were truly fair, he would not need to bear the consequences of his dealings. Yet he had lured others with the slots for disciples of Qingshan to deceive and sell his talismans. He understood that every individual clings to their own attachments in life. Those people should not perish due to his negligence. With great urgency, Qingshan plunged deeper into the forest. The wind howled around him, and within the dense woods, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings. Within that haze, fierce beasts with eyes gleaming with unrelenting ferocity gazed upon each intruder as if they were mere morsels. A faint metallic scent of blood wafted through the woods, tinting Qingshan's vision with crimson. He feared that any one of them might perish before he could reach them. He was unable to find everyone in time. The transaction was unjust and warranted a return to its origins. Qingshan stood firm, raising his hands and shouting hoarsely, with heaven's law. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled, and the forces of the laws surged forth. He continually recalled each individual he had guided across the second threshold. His mind was filled with their benevolent smiles. Come before me. Buzz. The laws partially formed, and rays of brilliance emerged from the forest. In an instant, all of his amassed wealth vanished into thin air. That was the entirety of his earnings over the past 2 days. All the silver. Yet, even thousands of taels were insufficient. The silver was lacking. This was the message conveyed to him by the heavens, urging him to summon 30 or 40 individuals. And the thousands of taels were woefully inadequate. Qing Shan remembered the consequences of forcing a confrontation with heaven's law without sufficient silver. Yet he still shouted hoarsely once more, with heaven's law, come before me. Buzz. Thud. Qing Shan's vitality was stripped away, the backlash from the heavenly path arriving with alarming swiftness. And the laws solidified. Rays of brilliance shot up from the forest, and those 30 or 40 individuals appeared before Qing Shan amidst the radiant light. They gazed around in confusion, their eyes landing on the bloodied, teetering figure of Qing Shan. The fact that all those he had guided through the second threshold were alive filled him with joy. He smiled, touched the corner of his mouth, and hoarsely said to the crowd, "Stay close. I will lead you through." The presence of dozens drew the attention of countless ferocious beasts in the forest, their bloodthirsty forms converging upon them. A swarm of beasts charged towards them. Qing Shan raised a hand, and the incantations he had learned in the second threshold manifested one by one, forming a protective circle around them all. What is the meaning of this? Someone questioned in confusion. The masked youth approached Qing Shan's side and produced a pouch of silver. Here? Qing Shan shook his head, refusing to accept it this time. Mo Xing and Mo Yu also arrived beside Qing Shan, their expressions bewildered by his current state. Qing Shan offered no explanation. He merely dragged his seemingly faltering body, desperately maintaining the 30 incantations, and moved forward. Eventually, a ferocious beast lunged at them, only to be halted by the incantations. However, each beast that struck against the incantations, while mostly repelled, still left a wound upon Qing Shan's body. Gritting his teeth, he pressed onward with the others. With every step taken, he bore new injuries. Gradually, his movements grew increasingly cumbersome. Chapter 23. The Heart of Regret. The mist lingered, obscuring distant sights. This group followed Qing Shan, traversing great distances. Countless ferocious beasts congregated here. Drawn by the abundance of humanity, Qing Shan bore the burdens that each should have carried, yet in his heart, he felt it was his rightful duty. The calamities arising from his actions were his to endure. He possessed little understanding of the path to immortality. He only knew that he could not allow his unjust transactions to harm others. In this moment, he also forgot the so-called arrangements of his revered sister. At this juncture, no one could aid him. As fatigue enveloped him, he pressed on, besieged by waves of beasts. Although the talismans warded off much of the onslaught, they also transferred a portion of the karmic burden onto him. Step by step, he approached his limits. At some point, Mo Xing, carrying Mo Yu, arrived at his side. Mo Xing inquired, "Why help us?" "Because I deprived you of the talismans," Qing Shan replied hoarsely without turning back. "But that was a transaction," Mo Xing countered. Qing Shan fell silent, contemplating the weight of his actions. Mo Xing sighed, "You must go on alone. If you take us with you, you will not survive. You will perish here." Yet, Qing Shan did not halt. He continued to forge ahead. "I must at least try." The tide of beasts surged relentlessly, as if the talismans could no longer withstand the pressure, breaking under the strain. Qing Shan's wounds intensified, and he stumbled, yet he pressed forward. Behind him, the 30 or so individuals stared vacantly at his receding figure, slowly vanishing into the thick fog. Ultimately, only Mo Yu remained at his side. Her eyes were clouded as she approached him. In a gentle voice, she asked, in truth, with your astuteness, how could you fail to see that this trial is merely a test of one's heart in the ascent? If you possess a heart of remorse, you have already passed this trial. The heart-testing ordeal is merely for the spectators on the Qingshan mountain. Why endure this? Qing Shan, lost in thought, did not respond. Was the heart test truly only for the eyes of others? A heart of regret was sufficient. It would allow him to surmount this challenge. He need not expend all his resources or wager his lifespan. The trial of the heart was indeed for others to witness. Yet, was the true heart not for oneself? Qing Shan retorted. Weary, he opened his mouth. The true heart is meant for my own reflection. He wished for no one to suffer because of him. This was his true heart, unrelated to any test. Mou gazed at the battered figure of Qing Shan, who, despite being on the brink of collapse, did not cease his struggle. She sighed deeply, but what then? Even for the sake of clarity of one's true heart. It has long been enough. Why persist when you can no longer endure? Qing Shan was taken aback and finally came to a halt. Mou stood beside the verdant mountain, gazing deeply at it. The wind swirled, lifting the mist and causing Mou's long hair to dance gracefully. She gently uttered, "I am the spirit of Qing Luo Mountain, here to pose a heart-testing question to everyone who ascends this mountain. You have already surmised that everything in this third trial is a mere illusion. Why then? Do you persist?" The gentle breeze whispered in her ears, stirring the crimson blood that adorned the mountain. As the thick mist in the forest dissipated, Mou still gazed at the mountain with hazy eyes. The mountain trembled and bowed its head. Indeed, how could I be unaware that everything encountered within the forest is but an illusion? The mountain, lost in thought, wore a bewildered expression. Why persist? He struggled to articulate his feelings and turned away. Because I am afraid. What if? What if I am mistaken? What if you all are real? His voice, hoarse yet resolute, declared, that possibility of error for me is merely one, yet for you, it could amount to 10,000. He considered himself clever, yet he would never arrogantly assume he could not be wrong. Should he err, it would result in 1,000 deaths for others. My perseverance is solely for that possibility. Mou remained motionless for a long while, her gaze fixed upon the mountain, lost in contemplation. Finally, a faint yet profound smile graced her lips. Unbeknownst to her, mist welled up in her eyes. "Thank you for your answer. I truly appreciate it." She turned and departed, stepping into the mist that enveloped the heavens. As the fog lifted, her words lingered in the mountains, resonating endlessly. What if? What if? Boom. The entire scene shattered like a broken mirror, vanishing abruptly. On a mountain peak, a gentle breeze stirred, rustling the leaves of an ancient locust tree as if they whispered secrets. Before Wenruo stood an elderly man, gazing into the distance. What transpires in the mountains? Pine blossoms brew wine, and spring water brews tea. The elder was Fu Yingchun, the mountain master responsible for the selection of outer disciples. The other elders had reasoned that his mountain was closer to the climbing path, and also, he was the youngest among them. However, he was indifferent to this selection of outer disciples. It was not an inner-sect selection, so he casually entrusted it to his disciples. Fu Yingchun observed Wenruo with increasing fondness. She was composed, possessed commendable talent, and was a student of Yusin from the Rain Pavilion. He was immensely satisfied with this disciple arranged by Lucia. You may have to endure a little, for you cannot descend this mountain for the time being. However, rest assured, within 3 months, you shall make your appearance within the sect. Wenruo shook her head. For a disciple who favored tranquility found contentment in this place. Fu Yingchun nodded, raising a cup of tea to sip leisurely. Suddenly, a ripple emanated from the mountain pass at the outer gate, spreading throughout the verdant Qing Luo Mountains. Within that ripple, a vague and ethereal voice lingered in the air. In an instant, Fu Yingchun's expression shifted dramatically as he stood up, gazing blankly at the heavens and earth, muttering, "The spirit of Qing Luo Mountain has stirred." What has transpired during the selection of outer gate disciples? Simultaneously, atop the peaks of the Qing Luo Mountains, figures rose abruptly, gazing in bewilderment towards the direction of the outer gate. This is, without hesitation, those on the peaks dashed forth towards the mountain pass. Sensing numerous auras converging, Fu Yingchun's complexion changed instantly. However, recalling that he had arrived most recently, he couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha ha, this disciple is mine. Having no time to explain to Wenruo, he stepped forward, transforming into a radiant arc, and appeared directly at the mountain pass for the outer gate disciple selection. Upon arrival, he spotted the only one who had awakened, Qing Shan. Qing Shan looked bewildered, realizing that everything prior had been an illusion. He had neither engaged with the heavenly law nor been countered by the heavenly Tao. Observing the complex expression on Qing Shan's face, Fu Yingchun instantly understood who had stirred the spirit of Qing Luo Mountain. The other several auras approaching him were now close, leaving him with no time for further contemplation. Gritting his teeth, Fu Yingchun approached Qing Shan with a fierce demeanor, and with a swift motion, struck Qing Shan on the head. Bang! And thus, the first to awaken, Qing Shan, fell back into slumber. Immediately thereafter, over a dozen figures descended, their gazes sweeping across all the trial participants, only to find that none had awakened. Instantly, some furrowed their brows, wondering who had roused the spirit of Qingluo Mountain. Fu Yingchun exchanged a glance with Qiong Quan and shrugged. I have no idea. Chapter 24. The Hidden Disciple. The assembled mountain masters and elders immediately cast malevolent glances toward Fu Yingchun. Having lived for many years, they were astute enough to deduce that since none of the selected candidates had awakened, it was undoubtedly Fu Yingchun, the first to arrive, who had meddled. It was clear that he sought to surreptitiously recruit the one capable of stirring the mountain spirit into his own sect. Fearing competition from the other mountain masters and elders, he resorted to such underhanded tactics. Soon, one elder turned to Qiong Chuan, wearing a congenial smile, and inquired, My dear Qiong, who awakened just now? Qiong Chuan, realizing the situation, could only lower her head under the oppressive gaze of her master. With great difficulty, she stammered, And no one has awakened yet. Fu Yingchun sighed in relief, visibly pleased. An elderly woman glared at him, her teeth clenched, and spat, You shameless old man. How can you behave in such a manner? Undeterred, Fu Yingchun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, feigning ignorance. It's the proximity of his mountain's outer gate that both led to his triumph and his downfall. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have acted differently from the start. The mountain masters and elders exchanged furious glances, their resentment palpable. An elder dressed in floral robes sneered. You think I am powerless to act, Fu Yingchun? This time, I shall claim all the outer disciples for myself. That is unacceptable. Before Fu Yingchun could respond, the other elders voiced their objections. With a smug glance at the floral-robed elder, Fu Yingchun retorted, Are you truly capable of taking them all as your disciples? They are all inner disciples, and you wish to breach protocol by claiming them so soon after they entered the outer sect? The elder's expression faltered, and he fell silent for a long moment. One exception might be permissible, but such a multitude was indeed out of the question. The assembly of elders scrutinized the still unawakened candidates, examining them from all angles, eager to discern who had awakened earlier. However, Fu Yingchun had concealed his actions so well that it was impossible to tell who it was. After a considerable time, the elders turned their fierce gazes back to Fu Yingchun. Just then, a small creature on Qing Shan's shoulder stirred awake, and found itself under the scrutiny of numerous pairs of eyes. The stares were as predatory as those of starving wolves, and the intensity was rather chilling, reminiscent of Qing Shan's expression upon encountering silver coins. The small creature felt a surge of fear, clutching Qing Shan's collar and shrinking its neck. Fu Yingchun's heart raced, yet he merely waved his sleeve in indifference. Generally, the small creature pouted and nodded, asserting, The little one is a good omen. A second-rate being. The multitude of elders inhaled sharply, casting a glance at Fu Yingchun. At that moment, the elegantly attired Lu Hua awoke. The elders immediately turned their collective gaze toward Lu Hua, their eyes filled with scrutiny. Fu Yingchun remained his usual self, nonchalantly stating, Mediocre. He feared that the other elders would perceive the subtle hints and thus intended to declare that all those who awoke were merely mediocre, ensuring that none could discern the individual they sought. However, the word mediocre struck Lu Hua's ears like a thunderclap, causing his complexion to pale and his body to stiffen. The genius he desired was certainly not mediocre. In that fleeting moment, thoughts of eliminating Qing Shan flashed through his mind. To him, it was Qing Shan who had stolen his brilliance, resulting in such an assessment at this moment. Subsequently, one by one, individuals began to awaken. Each was met with Fu Yingchun's singular assessment, mediocre. This included Qing Shan, who, upon awakening for the second time, received the same evaluation. Yet, Qing Shan could not comprehend why the elder in the green robe had struck him. He wished to inquire, but found himself utterly unable to speak or move. In the end, the elders waited an entire day. Over 30 individuals had awakened, including the masked youth and the siblings Mo Xing and Mo Yu. Each of them received the same evaluation as Fu Yingchun had rendered. As dusk descended, those who had not awakened were deemed to have failed the third trial of discernment, and, with a wave of Fu Yingchun's hand, were sent down the mountain. The ominous words had merely been a ruse. During the selection of outer disciples, not a single individual had perished. The remaining 30 or so stood anxiously, observing the assembly of elders, astonished that such formidable beings had gathered for what was ostensibly a mere selection of outer disciples. Even now, the elders remained oblivious to who among them was the individual they truly sought. At this juncture, Fu Yingchun finally spoke. You 36, having reached this point, are now disciples of the outer sect of Qingluo Mountain. I shall arrange your placements, and you will be escorted to various locations. Although outer disciples were considered disciples of Qingluo Mountain, in essence, they were merely individuals granted the opportunity to cultivate, akin to errand runners. To ascend to the inner sect was to become a true disciple of Qingluo Mountain. Naturally, beyond the inner disciples, there existed the direct disciples of the mountain masters, regarded as core disciples. Among the core disciples, none were of mediocre caliber. Xiongquan was one of Fu Yingchuan's direct disciples, holding a position above both inner and outer disciples. Upon hearing Fu Yingchuan's words, the elders exchanged furtive glances, attempting to glean some insight from his arrangements. Such matters typically did not require Fu Yingchuan's direct involvement. His willingness to take charge suggested a desire to discreetly orchestrate their placements. Yet, Fu Yingchun secretly chuckled to himself. How could he allow them to perceive any clues? He intended to place him in a location they could never anticipate, and then subtly bring him under his wing. With a casual gesture, he pointed at Lu Hua, declaring, "You shall go to the 100 Beasts Peak." Upon hearing this, Lu Hua let out a sigh of relief. The Beast Garden, as its name suggests, is a place for raising pigs, replete with ample rewards, and can be considered a worthwhile destination. He truly harbors a fear of venturing into peculiar locales. Fu Yingchun casually pointed to an individual, instructing, "You shall go to the herb garden." The person stood momentarily stunned, on the verge of tears. The herb garden, as the name implies, is a place for growing vegetables. Fu Yingchun then pointed to Qing Shan and the small figure upon its shoulder, maintaining an expression of indifference. "You all will proceed to the Silver Fund Pavilion." Beside them, Qianquan remained composed, though the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Truly, the master is quite generous. The Silver Fund Pavilion could be deemed the least favorable destination among all the outer sects of Qingluo Mountain. It is not the pavilion itself that is the issue, but rather the individuals within, an assemblage of madmen, of which even she, as a direct disciple, has often heard tales. In simple terms, the Silver Fund Pavilion exists solely to generate wealth for the sect. That group, in their relentless pursuit of profit, can conceive the most outlandish schemes. For instance, they might band together to pilfer treasures from the neighboring sect, or scour for the ancestral graves of other sects, despoiling their forebears' resting places, and even audaciously set their sights on the ancestral veins of the spiritual capitals, though deemed the most liberated within the sect. Very few sane individuals can truly assimilate into that cadre of madmen. Naturally, it is best to remain an outsider. The true fear lies in the risk of becoming one of them. Chapter 25. The Silver Fund Pavilion. Fu Yingchun continued to assign destinations for the remaining individuals, his expression unyielding, revealing no hint of his inner thoughts, though he was inwardly brimming with satisfaction. These old fellows could never fathom that I would first send him to the Silver Fund Pavilion. Is the Silver Fund Pavilion a place for the ordinary? Certainly not. Given that it is not, he will undoubtedly soon seek me out to request a change of venue. Thus, I shall provide him with a more favorable location, engendering his gratitude and facilitating his early entry into the inner sect, thereby enabling me to welcome him under my wing. Ha ha ha, there shall be no issues whatsoever. The calculations within Fu Yingchuan's mind resonated like thunder, as he envisioned Qing Shan being unable to endure the madness of the Silver Fund Pavilion, ultimately finding his way to his own faction. The individuals at the Silver Fund Pavilion were indeed an anomaly within Qing Shan Mountain, tasked with generating income for the sect. It was no simple undertaking, thus granting a high degree of freedom alongside stringent requirements for cultivation. Consequently, although the Silver Fund Pavilion was classified as an outer sect, its standing within the sect was extraordinarily unique. Furthermore, as no one could seamlessly integrate within, the Silver Fund Pavilion had consistently maintained a mere 5 members. Having deemed his arrangements flawless, Fu Yingchun turned to the assembly of elders behind him, raising an eyebrow. "Esteemed brothers and sisters, do you have any further inquiries?" The elders stared blankly at the unrelenting Fu Yingchun, ultimately yielding. From beginning to end, They had failed to discern any discrepancies in Fu Yingchuan's arrangements. He presented the same demeanor to all. Cunning indeed. Elder Huashan ground his teeth, yet thought to himself, "Do you believe I am without recourse?" He resolved that among this group of outer sect disciples, regardless of whom Fu Yingchuan approached next, he would be the first to welcome them into his fold. Naturally, the other elders harbored similar intentions. With a flick of his sleeve, they prepared to depart. Suddenly, Elder Huashan turned sharply, directing his gaze towards the young figure of Qingshan. His brow furrowed as he approached Qingshan directly. Fu Yingchuan's heart skipped a beat, yet he maintained his composure, merely observing from the sidelines. Elder Huashan scrutinized Qingshan from head to toe, and then spoke. "Why do you exude an aura of death?" Before Qingshan could respond, he was unable to, his mouth still obstructed. Elder Huashan soon noticed the array of talismans affixed to Qingshan's body and burst into laughter, realizing it was a manifestation of the Xian Dao. Those who have comprehended the Xian Dao often attract traces of death in their cultivation, thus it is entirely normal. As per Lu Xiao's conjecture, upon recognizing Qingshan as a practitioner of the Xian Dao, he would no longer question the origin of the deathly aura. Elder Huashan nodded, addressing Qingshan. "To be able to draw talismans with charcoal, you possess commendable talent. Cultivate diligently and ascend to the inner sect at the earliest opportunity. When that time comes, feel free to visit me at Wan Mountain." After delivering his words, Elder Huashan turned and departed. Although she had not located the individual who could stir the spirit of Qingluo Mountain, she did discover a talented disciple of the mystical path, which slightly elevated her spirits. Fu Yingchuan observed Elder Huashan's overtures towards Qingshan with an expression of indifference, yet internally she cursed. "Can you, Junshan, truly teach a disciple of the mystical path? How arrogant!" A group of mountain lords and elders reluctantly surveyed the 30 or so newly arrived outer disciples before turning away in disappointment. However, one elderly woman remained. Fu Yingchuan smirked. "Elder Nian, do you have something to say?" Elder Nian approached Fu Yingchuan silently, then unexpectedly smiled at her. That smile instantly froze Fu Yingchuan's expression. She realized it. She must have seen through her. The reason she remained silent was undoubtedly to prevent the other old geezers from entering the fray. Dreadful, how did she perceive it? A woman's intuition? Unconsciously, Fu Yingchuan's gaze darted towards Qingshan. Then, Elder Nian's eyes followed suit, landing on Qingshan as well. Trapped, Fu Yingchuan's expression shifted as she realized what had transpired. She had been outmaneuvered. It was the cunning of a woman. Immediately, Fu Yingchuan scanned the other individuals present, one by one. Yet, Elder Nian continued to fixate on Qingshan. After a brief stalemate, Fu Yingchuan cursed her bad luck and transmitted a message to Elder Nian, each to their own abilities, but let it not be known to others. Elder Nian responded in kind, each to their own abilities, but let it not be known to others. Ultimately, it was crucial that the other mountain lords and elders remained unaware. Otherwise, the competition would intensify. Why did every disciple of Qingluo Mountain, who could evoke the spirit of the mountain, become a target of contention? Because any disciple connected to Qingluo Mountain possessed an innate purity of heart, regardless of their natural talent. In this world of celestial competition, possessing a pure heart is exceedingly rare. Lacking innate talent? Then let fortune intervene. The path of cultivation is inherently an unequal game. Would those who walk into the vision of Qingluo Mountain lack opportunities? They seek the purity of heart itself, while also anticipating the fortune that Qingluo Mountain may bestow upon them. The mountain spirit is the celestial essence that has descended upon this realm. Naturally, Qingshan was oblivious to all of this. He simply knew that he had finally arrived at the mountain gate. As for the Silver Collection Pavilion, he found the name quite appealing, auspicious even. Elder Nian glanced at Qingshan once more, then suddenly smiled and turned away. In that instant, a gentle breeze swept through. A few leaves floated down from the mountainside, gracefully landing before her. She stepped upon them, and they gently lifted her, carrying her away. This display of thoughts following the heart-ignited admiration among the gathered outer disciples, inspiring a sense of longing. A show of skill. This was mere ostentation. Fu Yingchuan cursed inwardly. She could have simply walked away. Yet she chose to perform such theatrics. She aimed to evoke the admiration of my disciples. Fu Yingchuan was quite irate. Yet he soon realized that his unique talents could not be showcased, which only intensified his frustration. with a nonchalant wave of his hand towards the numerous outer disciples. He stated, "Very well, shortly your senior brothers and sisters will escort you to your respective quarters. It is getting late, so you should retire for the night." Upon finishing his words, he exchanged a knowing glance with Qianquan. With a wry smile, Qianquan respectfully bid farewell to Fu Yingchun. Once he departed, she snapped her fingers, and shortly thereafter, a multitude of disciples arrived. "Guide them to their designated locations," she instructed. The disciples promptly stepped forward, distributing the corresponding identity tokens to everyone before leading them away. When a disciple arrived before Qing Shan, Qianquan cleared her throat and advised, "The people from the Silver Recruitment Pavilion are rather difficult to deal with. Ensure you explain things to them thoroughly. Should any issues arise, seek me out." Her final words were emphasized with slightly more weight. "Yes." The disciple, though puzzled by Qianquan's particular attention to Qing Shan, acquiesced. Thus, the group was dispersed and led away. Qing Shan, carrying a small object, was exceedingly curious about everything in Qing Shan Mountain, trailing behind the guiding senior brother while glancing back and forth. Along the journey, Qing Shan inquired of the leading senior brother, "Might I ask who my esteemed master is?" He recalled his senior sister's mention of arranging a visible master for him. The senior brother chuckled wryly at this. "Outer disciples do not have masters. Then who will teach me to cultivate?" Qing Shan was taken aback. The guiding senior brother elaborated. "As an outer disciple, one may obtain cultivation methods from the first floor of the library. Amidst your duties, you may cultivate independently. When you reach the inner sect, the sect will assign you a master." Qing Shan understood. His senior sister had not arranged one for him. As nightfall enveloped the surroundings, Qing Shan and the small object were brought to a courtyard within the outer sect of Qing Shan Mountain. The courtyard housed numerous rooms, yet it was eerily quiet, seemingly devoid of any inhabitants. "Is no one here?" Qing Shan asked curiously. The guiding senior brother's lips twitched. Perhaps they have all gone out to gather silver. Chapter 26. The Art of Earning Money. Qing Shan, without much thought, followed the guiding senior brother to the front of a humble dwelling. The senior pointed to the house and said, "This will be your residence from now on." "Thank you, senior brother," Qing Shan replied with utmost courtesy. The guiding brother nodded, preparing to leave, but suddenly recalled the instructions from Qianquan. He hesitated, then spoke in a rather subtle manner. You are Qing Shan, right?" Qing Shan nodded, "Indeed." The senior brother carefully chose his words. "Well, this silver gathering pavilion differs somewhat from the usual outer sect places. Your senior brothers might not be particularly easy to get along with. The people here can be rather unusual. You must be cautious. If you find it unbearable, you may go to the Internal Affairs Hall. Perhaps senior sister Qianquan will arrange a new place for you." Qing Shan was taken aback and asked anxiously, "Do they eat people?" The senior brother was instantly taken aback, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. "Not to that extent." "Never mind. Once your senior brothers return, you will understand." He seemed reluctant to linger in the silver gathering pavilion any longer. Having delivered senior sister Qianquan's message, he took his leave. Left behind, Qing Shan and the small creature were enveloped in a deep sense of unease. A breeze swept through the courtyard of the loft, causing both to shiver involuntarily. What did that senior brother mean? Qing Shan inquired. The small creature trembled and weakly suggested, "Could it be that the people here are all malevolent spirits?" Upon hearing this, Qing Shan felt a surge of courage. After all, he had a multitude residing within his sea of wealth. What was there to fear? Yet, the thought of them brought a shadow over his expression. He was unable to enter his own sea of wealth, and the beings within could not emerge, lest they be discovered. He found himself missing them. They seemed so near, yet he did not know when he would see them again. Turning, he pushed the door open and entered the modest abode, which surprisingly contained all the essentials. He approached the desk and placed the small creature upon it. After lighting a candle, he produced a ledger from his bosom and gently noted a few entries with a charcoal pencil. "Today, I spent 9,600 taels on Heavenly Easy Law, earning 15,000 taels from the transaction. The surplus is 5,400 taels. He paused, adding another entry, outstanding balance, 8,300 taels. As he gazed at the ledger, a smile crept onto his face. With a flick of his hand, he summoned all the silver from his sea of wealth, spreading it across the floor. The small creature climbed back onto his shoulder, whispering, "We made a lot of silver this time." "Indeed," Qing Shan chuckled. "What shall we do next?" The small creature turned to Qing Shan inquiring with a youthful voice. Qing Shan pondered for a moment and replied with a smile, "Earn silver." After all, he did not need to visit any book pavilions to obtain cultivation methods. He could simply purchase his cultivation from the universe itself. On a chilly night, beneath the glow of a solitary lamp, in the dwelling, a youth gazed intently at a heap of silver coins before him. The following morning, the dawn light gradually illuminated the landscape. The Qingluo Mountains were shrouded in a hazy mist, and through the golden rays, the peaks were adorned with a rosy hue. Beyond the mountains lay the realm of the outer disciples, while the inner sanctum rested deep within the heart of the Qingluo range. A crowing rooster pierced the tranquility. Its sound utterly jarring. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Outside the courtyard walls, waves of spiritual energy surged as the outer disciples clamored for the abundant spiritual essence of the morning. The sounds of many busy disciples echoed intermittently. What a racket! Whose rooster is that? Still groggy, Qing Shan emerged from the house, his eyes slightly bloodshot. The cacophony of the crowing had jolted him from his dreams, a nightmare that had disrupted his slumber. During his time in the mundane world, he had never risen so early. Stepping outside, he found the courtyard of the pavilion still eerily quiet. Haven T, the senior brothers from the Muin Pavilion, returned yet? He pondered, feeling a twinge of confusion. The small creature with him was also not yet awake, appearing dazed and disoriented. What shall we do now? They were still unaware of their duties at the Muin Pavilion. After a moment of contemplation, Qing Shan sighed. Let us wander around the sect and see if there are any opportunities to earn some silver. The incessant crowing was indeed bothersome. All right then. The small creature shared his disdain for the disruptive rooster. Their knowledge of the Qingluo Mountains was still quite limited, and Qing Shan resolved to explore further. Their master sister had not assigned them a mentor. Perhaps she had forgotten, or perhaps she had become too busy to remember. They were already accustomed to her tendency to overlook such matters. However, Qing Shan was not anxious. After meandering for a while, he gathered more insights about the Qingluo Mountains. The areas accessible to outer disciples comprised 11 peaks. Venturing deeper led to the higher mountains where inner disciples resided, a realm forbidden to them. Outer disciples were permitted to cultivate in their spare time and could even challenge one another to solidify their skills. Every 3 months, they could participate in the selection of inner disciples, an endeavor reputed to be exceedingly arduous. Participation in this selection required a contribution of merit earned through labor as outer disciples. They had also heard various legends about the Muin Pavilion, which was said to be inhabited by eccentrics who cared little for the distinctions between inner and outer disciples. After a half-day of exploration, Qing Shan and the small creature remained oblivious to the nature of their tasks at the Muin Pavilion. Upon returning to the courtyard, the pair exchanged glances, both puzzled. The sect prohibited setting up stalls, which the small creature found quite disheartening. This was information they had gleaned during their wanderings. Resources for outer disciples were dispensed based on merit, primarily used for cultivation or other endeavors, such as participation in the selection of inner disciples. The place of exchange is the Inner Affairs Hall. Most individuals trade for 2 types of items. One is the spiritual stone, which contains the essence of the heavens and earth, allowing practitioners to absorb its spiritual energy to aid in their cultivation. However, this is primarily beneficial for those of lower cultivation levels. For those of higher attainment, the efficacy of the spiritual stone diminishes significantly. The spiritual stone serves as the universal currency among cultivators, superseding silver. In the mundane world, one must spend 100 taels of silver to procure a single spiritual stone, an amount that represents a decade's worth of sustenance for an ordinary person. This is the second occasion Qing Shan has encountered the concept of spiritual stones. The first was merely days ago on the mountain path, when someone proposed a trade involving them. He declined at the time and now laments the decision with a heavy heart. After borrowing a spiritual stone from a senior brother to examine, he realized that in the eyes of the cosmic laws, the stone holds greater value than its silver equivalent. Within the sect, another item of exchange is various scrolls of techniques. Mastering these techniques enhances one's strength. Taoism serves as the foundation, while techniques represent the tangible manifestation of that foundation in combat. Consequently, resources are uniformly managed by the Inner Affairs Hall, and individuals are discouraged from setting up their own stalls, as the financial system of the sect diverges from that of the mundane world. Alas, Qing Shan is quite disheartened. Without the ability to earn silver within the sect, what purpose does it serve? Suddenly, An idea sparked in Qing Shan's mind, and he broke into a smile. Perhaps. There are numerous ways to earn silver. What? The small companion looked momentarily confused. Qing Shan immediately crouched down, picking up a withered twig to sketch on the ground. Look, this represents our inner affairs hall, and these are the outer disciples. The outer disciples exchange their merits in the inner affairs hall for spiritual stones or other cultivation techniques. The rules set by the inner affairs hall stipulate that 1 merit point can be exchanged for a single spiritual stone, while 100 merit points can procure a volume of entry-level technique. 500 merit points may be exchanged for 7 volumes of entry-level technique, or 1 volume of intermediate technique. However, no one would be inclined to exchange 500 merit points all at once for 7 volumes of entry-level technique. It is common sense that it is more advantageous to trade for 500 spiritual stones to aid in cultivation, accumulating enough merit for an opportunity to enter the inner sect, where one can learn intermediate techniques for free. Gathering his thoughts, Qing Shan chuckled. Yet, we do not need to enter the inner sect. Earning silver is the true path. Thus, we can exchange 500 merit points for 7 volumes of entry-level technique and sell them individually to 7 different people, each contributing 95 merit points. Naturally, they will seek us out for the bargain, totaling 665 merit points. In this transaction, we will net 165 merit points, equivalent to 165 spiritual stones. Clang. As Qing Shan finished speaking, a sound of something dropping echoed through the air. He turned to see 5 individuals standing at the entrance of the pavilion courtyard, gazing at him with wide, astonished eyes. Chapter 27. The stolen golden toad. At the entrance of the attic courtyard stood 5 individuals, staring blankly at the bewildered Qing Shan. The little creature, startled, darted behind Qing Shan, its eyes fixed on the group. Coming to his senses, Qing Shan stood up stiffly. You. Oh no, our plan to make money has been overheard. The 5 were dressed differently from the other outer disciples of the sect. They wore ordinary clothing rather than the garments of Qing Shan's sect. Among them were 4 men and 1 woman, all appearing rather disheveled, yet each bore a hefty bag, the contents concealed from view. However, Qing Shan discerned that all 5 possessed foundational cultivation. Such cultivation would not be out of place in the inner sect. Yet they remained within the outer ranks. The 5 stared at Qing Shan, swallowing hard, and after a prolonged silence, one finally reacted with a shout. Quick, shut the door. The woman immediately turned and closed the door, seemingly anxious that their conversation might be overheard. A shiver ran through Qing Shan, and he instinctively turned to flee. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, the 5 swiftly encircled him. With eyes gleaming, the group seemed almost eager. The leader, a somewhat greasy-looking rotund man, fixed his greenish gaze on Qing Shan and suddenly recalled something, asking, Are you the newly arrived junior brother, Qing Shan? Taken aback, Qing Shan quickly connected the dots. These individuals were disciples of the Mushin Pavilion, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as they were not the sect's enforcers. He had seen a few senior brothers and sisters before. The 5 exchanged glances, and soon a smile crept across their faces. Was that idea of yours truly your own? Inquired the portly leader again. Feeling uneasy, Qing Shan cautiously replied, Is it not feasible? The 5 fixed their gazes upon him, then suddenly sprang forward, surrounding him. Of course it is. How could it not be? Exclaimed the rotund leader, pulling Qing Shan close and resting him on his shoulder, exuberantly announcing, This is simply marvelous. We toil daily seeking donations, all for the purpose of exchanging for spirit stones. With your method, why venture outside at all? They had always conceived of ways to earn money for the sect, never imagining they could actually profit from it. The other members of the group looked at Qing Shan with increasing admiration. This newly arrived junior brother was precisely what they had been hoping for. However, your method does have a drawback. The lone woman among them chuckled. That is, the requirement of 500 merit points. Even with our efforts, it might take us at least a year to accumulate that much. Being new to the sect, your earnings might be even slower. Qing Shan was taken aback, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him. That is a minor issue. If we lack what is needed, we can utilize ours first and then divide the returns among us. The cheerful, portly leader gestured toward the 2 individuals behind him, raising his eyebrows. Quick, go give it a try. All right. The 2 senior brothers swiftly turned away, clearly unwilling to linger for even a moment longer. Once they departed, The stout senior brother promptly thumped his chest, declaring, "I am the eldest brother of the Muin Pavilion. You may address me as boss. This is your second senior sister. You may call her old too." He gestured towards the woman, then pointed to another individual, saying, "This is your third senior brother. Simply refer to him as old 3. The ones who just left were old 4 and old 5. In our Muin Pavilion, there are no titles like senior brother or sister. We only have boss through to old 5, and we do not abide by the outside conventions, as we have always been a mere 5 individuals. I hereby announce that from this day forth, you shall be known as old 6. Qing Shan felt a bit dazed by the suddenness of it all, finding the title peculiar yet somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the mountain bandits in the secular world. Nevertheless, he discerned a sense of camaraderie in the boss's words. "What about me? What about me?" At that moment, the little creature behind Qing Shan eagerly inquired. The stout boss turned to glance at the small child, taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a tiny being on the mountain. Qing Shan quickly clarified, "This is my younger sister, named Xiao Er." The woman beside them instantly brightened, stepping forward to scoop up the little one, exclaiming, "What an adorable little creature. You shall continue to be called Xiao Er, while I shall be old too. There is no conflict." Yea, the little one rejoiced, delighted that her name, Xiao Er, was akin to a mascot. The others erupted into hearty laughter. The boss, in high spirits, embraced Qing Shan and led him towards the courtyard's table and chairs. Little 6 has just arrived and is still unaware of what our Muin Pavilion entails, right? Since you are here, let us enlighten you. Once seated, the boss began his exposition. In essence, our Muin Pavilion exists to procure resources for our sect. There are numerous outer disciples, and apart from many items being produced and sold internally, there are also significant expenses that require exchange with the secular world. For instance, while our sect possesses spirit stones, which are the source of our spiritual energy, they cannot be mined. Hence, we need to exchange for spirit stones from sects that have mines. Since this involves barter, our duty is to utilize any means necessary to retrieve various resources for the sect, which in turn earns us merit to acquire rare treasures. Thus, earning silver is for the sect, while the ultimate goal is to obtain heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He continued, "Your earlier idea, little 6, could potentially lead us to a substantial profit. It's simply splendid." Qing Shan, intrigued yet puzzled, tentatively inquired, "Since we are procuring resources ourselves, why not simply keep them for ourselves?" Upon hearing this, the boss chuckled lightly. That simply will not do. While we may gather resources for ourselves, we are still bound by our own rules. As long as one remains a disciple of Qingluo Mountain, they are a disciple of Qingluo Mountain for that day. One may find loopholes to earn a bit of wealth for themselves, but one cannot disregard the sect's laws merely for personal gain. The sect has evidently treated us far better than other outer disciples. We must not engage in any actions that defy the sect. This is the ironclad rule of the Silver Gathering Pavilion. They may employ any means necessary to amass wealth, including that of the sect. Yet they too have their own boundaries. They must not contravene the laws of the sect. Under the protection of Qingluo Mountain, they are well aware of what is permissible and what is not. This is a matter of principle. Although Qing Shan's earlier suggestion appeared to be a means of acquiring the sect's riches, it was, in fact, a method executed in accordance with regulations, which is why it garnered their approval. "I understand," Qing Shan exclaimed joyfully. Having attained the answer he sought, his elation was palpable. They, like him, held their own principles, and these principles did not conflict. Seeing Qing Shan's agreement, the leader's happiness grew even more. If Qing Shan were to display even a hint of dissatisfaction with this principle, even if he were a master at earning money, the Silver Gathering Pavilion would not accommodate him. "Are there any other rules we must adhere to?" Qing Shan inquired further. The others exchanged glances and smiled, shaking their heads in unison. "There are no other rules. As long as we do not defy the sect, we are free to pursue any other endeavors." Qing Shan pondered for a moment. Operating a business independently would yield only modest profits. However, engaging in commerce under the sect's auspices would be immensely lucrative. This would allow him to earn merits, which could then be exchanged for silver. Conducting business for the sect is tantamount to conducting business for oneself. Suddenly, Qing Shan's eyes sparkled with realization. Did the senior brothers and sisters go to acquire wealth earlier? Indeed, the leader chuckled. Qing Shan, filled with curiosity, pressed on. How did they manage that? The plump leader waved his hand dismissively, a nonchalant smile gracing his face. They simply took a stroll to the neighboring sect and returned with a few golden toads. Those creatures feast on insects and excrete gold. We have coveted them for quite some time. Chapter 28. The Wealth Trees Scheme. Qingshan was engulfed in astonishment. Had the neighboring sect truly failed to safeguard such a treasure? This seemed implausible, yet his seniors had successfully pilfered it. How formidable were they? Would they take him along on their next venture for riches? Qingshan's anticipation was palpable. His seniors, the first, second, and third, scrutinized him before bursting into laughter. Your cultivation level is still too low. Once you reach foundation establishment, we shall take you with us. Qingshan nodded vigorously in agreement. At that moment, the fourth and fifth, returning from their excursion, entered with exuberance, brandishing a storage bag. Indeed, our junior's idea was truly viable. The first's eye sparkled. How much did we earn? The fourth and fifth plopped down at the stone table, spilling the spirit stones from the storage bag. The clattering sound filled the air as the table became a mountain of riches. A total of 1,650 spirit stones. The fourth was elated, his gaze towards Qingshan brimming with genuine delight. This bounty had been amassed through several transactions. In terms of merit points, 1,650 points were equivalent to what would typically require numerous trips to accumulate. Yet, they had earned this in a single endeavor. The first laughed heartily, promptly dividing the pile of spirit stones and presenting a portion to Qingshan. What? This is for me? Though the idea had originated from him, its execution had been unattainable due to his lack of merit points. The group exchanged knowing smiles. Everything we earn is to be divided equally. This idea was also yours. Sixth, so you naturally have your share. Accept it, and tomorrow we shall exchange some more. However, we must be cautious. Such actions cannot be frequent. It's too easy to be discovered. Qingshan's face lit up with joy as he prepared to pocket the spirit stones, only to notice a small creature staring intently at them, drool forming at its mouth. Startled, Qingshan tentatively offered a spirit stone to the little one. Is this for me to eat? It exclaimed, eyes sparkling with excitement. Go ahead and try, Qingshan encouraged. The creature eagerly seized the stone and began to gnaw on it. The onlookers stood frozen, mouths agape, as they witnessed the stone being devoured. Sixth, what manner of creature is your sister? The second sister inquired, swallowing hard. Qingshan replied quietly. She has been like this since childhood. He had not anticipated that she could consume stones. The little one looked up, flashing a sweet smile at the others. What a prodigy! The first remarked, astonished. How much can she eat? The third asked. Qingshan scratched his head. I have no idea. The third immediately turned to the little creature in his arms, asking, Do you want more, little two? The small one hesitated, glancing at Qingshan. Qingshan nodded gently, and the little creature immediately drooled, exclaiming its desire to eat. Consequently, the 5 senior brothers and sisters of the Muin Pavilion, filled with curiosity, began to feed the little one. Piece by piece, the spiritual stones were offered, and the little creature eagerly accepted every morsel. Its tiny mouth was in constant motion, swiftly devouring dozens of spiritual stones. Finally, after an hour had passed, the little one let out a satisfied burp, patting its round belly. Its expression dazed. Little two. Burp. I can't eat anymore. I'm so full, feeling a bit sleepy. It turned its head towards Qingshan, extending its tiny hands. Observing this, Qingshan promptly lifted the little one and placed it upon his shoulder. The creature quickly fell asleep there. The members of Muin Pavilion had long become numb, staring blankly at the little being. 300 spiritual stones. The eldest was astounded. Qingshan, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and retrieved the spiritual stones he had just received. This is mine. Before he could finish, several senior brothers waved their hands in protest. No need, no need. This is a welcoming gift for little two. You keep your spiritual stones. We can earn more. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters. Qingshan graciously accepted. He stored the spiritual stones away, casting a curious glance at the sleeping little creature on his shoulder. Sensing that its aura was undergoing a transformation, the abundance of spiritual stones seemed to have a significant restorative effect on it. At that moment, a furious roar suddenly echoed from outside the Muin Pavilion. Qingshan, I challenge you to a duel. Qingshan was taken aback and turned to look. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. After a moment of reflection, he recalled it belonged to the wealthy young master who had nearly collided with him on 2 occasions. The senior brothers and sisters furrowed their brows. the eldest looking at Qing Shan with curiosity. Who is this? Qing Shan felt a bit embarrassed. I had a conflict with him when I was entering the sect. The others nodded in understanding. The eldest then inquired, are you going to fight him? Qing Shan immediately shook his head. No way. The wealth he had accumulated was certainly not intended for brawling. However, it seemed that the young master, Lu Hua, had other intentions. As Qing Shan shook his head, the voice outside rang out again. Qing Shan, I know you're in there. You, who cheated your way up the mountain, I demand a duel. The loser must leave Qing Luo Mountain. Lu Hua's brazen shout stirred dissatisfaction among the 5 senior brothers and sisters of Muin Pavilion. The second sister frowned, casually picking up a stone from the ground and tossing it outside the pavilion. The stone arced through the air, landing outside the courtyard. You're out. Thud. The commotion outside abruptly ceased. The second sister clapped her hands, her face beaming. All right, that should settle it. The eldest chuckled. With that stone, he'll be out cold for at least 2 days. Qing Shan was momentarily stunned. Was that all it took to resolve the situation? A wave of gratitude washed over him. Thank you, senior sister. The second senior sister waved her hand dismissively, saying it was a minor matter. However, she added that she could assist this time. Yet, should he challenge you again during the minor competitions held across the outer sect, you must not refuse. It is imperative that you hasten your cultivation. As whether you wish to accompany us to earn silver or deal with such troubles, a robust cultivation base is essential. Observing the confusion on Qing Shan's face, the eldest clarified, every 3 months, there is a minor competition among the disciples of the outer sect. Challenges can be issued from one location to another, and the invited party cannot decline. This is also a method employed by the sect to enhance everyone's practical combat skills and to resolve internal conflicts. All disputes can be settled in these minor competitions. Qing Shan grimaced slightly, inwardly feeling that this was somewhat troublesome. It seemed that he would need to spend considerable wealth to elevate his cultivation yet. The amount of silver or spirit stones required to progress from qi refinement to foundation establishment was indeed substantial. As if perceiving Qing Shan's thoughts, the eldest chuckled. No need to rush. The minor competition is still over a month away. Our Silver Fund Pavilion has a spirit plate that can gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thereby accelerating your training. While I cannot give it to you permanently, you may borrow it for your use at the Silver Fund Pavilion. Spirit stones are consumables for cultivation, while the spirit plate functions as a small formation that can assist in your training. With that, the eldest rose and made his way to a nearby loft. After a short while, a furious shout echoed from the loft. Who the hell killed my money tree? Chapter 29. Plucking the rooster's feathers upon hearing this. Several individuals immediately rushed into the loft, with Qing Shan following closely behind. Inside the elegant structure of the Muin Pavilion, an array of treasures was displayed. The sight of these magnificent items left Qing Shan momentarily speechless, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sheer abundance of riches. So many treasures. His eyes brimmed with tears, not from a sense of injustice, but from jealousy. Why were these precious items not his? How much silver could they fetch? Meanwhile, the corpulent leader glared at a withered money tree, gritting his teeth in fury. It must have been that group from the 100-Beast Peak, taking advantage of our absence to scald my money tree to death. The mention of 100-Beast Peak stirred a complex array of thoughts in Qing Shan's mind. He was torn between a desire to gaze at the leader's money tree and an unwillingness to tear his eyes away. At that moment, Sister Number 2 approached Qing Shan, whispering an explanation. This money tree is the leader's prized possession and symbolizes our Muin Pavilion. The leader cherishes it dearly, treating it as his own flesh and blood. It seems that the culprits must be those from 100-Beast Peak. Conflicts frequently arise among the outer sects, and 100-Beast Peak has been our sworn enemy, persistently opposing us. Oh, why are you crying? Sister Number 2 paused, taken aback by the sight of Qing Shan's tear-streaked face. Because 100-Beast Peak is so wicked, Qing Shan choked out, awkwardly diverting the conversation. Why would they do such a thing? The 5 of them gazed at the weeping Qing Shan, deeply moved by his display of emotion. The third member sighed. The truth is, this money tree originally belonged to 100-Beast Peak. A few years ago, during a grand competition, the leader managed to win it back, which is how this enmity was born. They are understandably upset. The money tree is a symbol of prosperity for Muin Pavilion, and to have it destroyed is akin to being humiliated in front of them. There are limits to what one can endure. Qing Shan grasped the situation. However, He found it difficult to comprehend the act of destroying a money tree, an act so unkind and unwise. Thus, he proposed, what if we were to find a tree belonging to 100 Beast Peak and destroy it instead? The others glanced at Qing Shan with slight surprise. No. Is that even permissible? He stammered. Instantly, they erupted into sly laughter. Of course it is. The corpulent leader turned back, inhaling deeply as a thought struck him. 100 Beast Peak has an annoying golden rooster that crows incessantly before dawn, creating a terrible racket. I've disliked that rooster for ages. Let us pluck its feathers. Qing Shan was taken aback. Was it the same rooster that had woken him that morning? The leader seethed with indignation. Yes, that very rooster. It is the emblem of 100 Beast Peak, their prized possession. If we pluck its feathers, let us see how proud it remains. Qing Shan inhaled deeply as well, recalling how he had been roused from a beautiful dream that morning, one in which a nine-tailed fox fairy played with him, a being of extraordinary beauty beyond his imagination. However, the sudden crowing of a rooster abruptly transformed his dream of the fox fairy sister into the visage of a fowl. Enraged, he resolved to vent his frustration regarding the treasures of this loft, which could only be admired but not possessed, upon that detestable and unfortunate chicken. Thus, he set out to pluck its feathers. At that moment, Senior Sister Air shook her head. Since the 100 Beasts Peak intends to nurture our tree of prosperity, they must anticipate our retaliation. It is unlikely that we can easily infiltrate 100 Beasts Peak to lay hands on that chicken. The group fell into contemplation, each pondering a solution. Qing Shan, after a moment's thought, inquired, how many chickens are there on 100 Beasts Peak? Only one, responded Lao Si and Lao Wu. Turning to Qing Shan, that solitary hen was a special gift from their elder brother, brought from afar. Do you have any ideas? Qing Shan inhaled deeply and spoke with a fierce determination. Indeed, I possess a humble suggestion. The crowing rooster must be a male, and most male roosters crow to attract a mate given that there is only one chicken on 100 Beasts Peak since we cannot ascend the mountain. Why not entice it down? A sudden realization struck the five, their gazes fixating on Qing Shan, their eyes gleaming with a predatory light. They were astonished to discover that their junior disciple could devise such an extraordinary strategy to exact revenge. Their affection for Qing Shan grew immensely. He was evidently destined to be a member of their treasure-seeking guild. The eldest brother bellowed with enthusiasm, tonight it shall be. Let us act. As the night enveloped the world in inky darkness and the cool breeze washed over them, the 6 members of the treasure-seeking guild stealthily slipped out under the cover of night. Cloaked in anonymity, they divided into 2 teams. One team exited Qing Luo Mountain, while the other approached the foot of 100 Beasts Peak. Naturally, Qing Shan accompanied Lao Da and Lao Air to the base of the peak, while the small creature was discreetly returned to the Sea of Wealth. After consuming over 300 spirit stones, the little one fell into a deep slumber, seemingly undergoing some transformation that rendered it unlikely to awaken soon. Concerned for its safety, Qing Shan decided to keep it within the confines of the Sea of Wealth. The trio arrived at the base of 100 Beasts Peak, exchanging knowing smiles. Let us act swiftly, Lao San, and the others should return shortly. Lao Da chuckled softly. Qing Shan nodded and retrieved 3 shovels from behind him. Why must we dig traps? Lao Air received a shovel and explained, that chicken is rather peculiar. It may squawk wildly when we make our move. We must set up formations to avoid detection. Qing Shan understood and asked, where shall we dig? Lao Da took a shovel from Qing Shan and pointed to a specific spot. Lao Lu, you dig here. 2 feet deep will suffice. Understood. Qing Shan readily agreed and began to excavate at the designated location, while Lao Da and Lao Air promptly commenced their own digging efforts in 3 separate areas. In an effort to remain undetected, they refrained from employing their cultivated abilities and instead resorted to the most primitive method of excavation, wielding shovels. After half an hour, 3 holes had been dug. The second brother, seemingly producing 3 talismans from thin air, placed 1 in each hole and buried them. These talismans formed a soundproofing formation, effectively silencing any external disturbances. Noticing Qing Shan's curiosity, the eldest brother offered an explanation, to which Qing Shan nodded in understanding. Moments later, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th brothers returned stealthily to Qing Luo Mountain, where they joined Qing Shan and the others. To their surprise, they brought back a hen, albeit one that was rather unattractive. In their haste, they had been unable to find a better specimen, This was merely a wild chicken captured in the mountains. The third brother sheepishly offered an explanation. Well, let us give it a try. Perhaps this chicken will fancy this particular type. The eldest brother remarked with a hint of resignation. The third brother fastened a stone to the hen's leg and set it down on the ground behind the soundproofing formation, scattering a handful of rice nearby. Upon spotting the rice, the wild hen lost its fear, pecking eagerly at the grains while clucking away. The six of them exchanged knowing smiles and quickly concealed themselves around the soundproof formation. Before long, they witnessed a handsome rooster stealthily descending from the beast peak. Guided by the sound of the hen, its feathers shimmered with iridescence even in the dim light of night. It paused frequently, seemingly wary of being discovered. Finally, upon catching sight of the wild hen, its eyes widened, and its wings fluttered as it began to dance gracefully. The wild hen, entranced by the rooster's presence, instinctively moved towards it, only to be hindered by the stone weighing down its leg. With eager strides, the rooster approached, eventually stepping into the soundproof formation. Now, the eldest brother whispered, and the group sprang into action, launching themselves forward. In an instant, feathers filled the air amidst the ensuing chaos, the startled hen squawking loudly, creating a scene of pandemonium. Their raucous laughter mingled with the clamor, while outside the soundproof formation, a serene tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 30. Back and forth the following morning, the familiar rooster's crow that heralded the dawn outside Qingluo Mountain was conspicuously absent. The disciples of the outer sect atop the beast peak were enveloped in confusion. A young disciple, in a state of panic, stumbled his way to a nearby dwelling. His face etched with terror as he cried out, "Brother Wa, something terrible has happened." His voice echoed across the beast peak, startling even the leaves into quivering. From within the dwelling, a young man emerged, his brow furrowed in concern. "What is the cause of your outcry?" he inquired. The disciple, his visage a portrait of despair and indignation, gestured toward a chicken coop not far off. "Chick, chick." Wadefa's countenance shifted dramatically, and he dashed toward the coop. Outside, several disciples were gathered, lamenting their misfortune. Wadefa pushed through the crowd and peered inside the coop, his vision clouded with disbelief. What once was the proud rooster, a symbol of their beast peak, was now stripped of its resplendent feathers, reduced to a pitiful, bald creature. It huddled in a corner, trembling and despondent, as if it had suffered a profound humiliation. Gone was its former splendor. The vibrant bird had become a mere shell of its former self. Wadefa stood frozen, his heart aching, feeling a suffocating rage swell within him. He turned stiffly to a disciple, his voice laced with fury. "Did I not instruct you to guard the peak? How could you allow this to happen?" The disciple, equally distressed, replied, "It wasn't that someone ascended the mountain. It snuck down the peak last night. The outer disciple spotted it this morning and returned it." Wadefa's vision darkened, his teeth clenched in wrath. "The Muin Pavilion. How malicious of them to pluck my rooster's feathers." He commanded fiercely, "Tonight, let us retaliate by splattering their door with beast soil." The following morning, before dawn had graced the sky, 6 members of the Muin Pavilion awoke to the foul stench that permeated their surroundings. They beheld the beast soil smeared upon their door, their expressions grim. The previous night, they had reveled in the plucking of the beast peak's rooster, but now they faced the stench of excrement at their threshold. Beast soil, the refuse of creatures, filled the air with an unbearable odor, inciting their collective ire. The leader trembled with rage, vowing, "I shall not rest until this grievance is avenged. It is clear that the beast peak has committed an egregious act against us." Qingshan, surveying the unpleasant sight, felt a wave of disgust wash over him. How utterly vile they are, capable of such repulsive actions. "What shall we do? Should we retaliate?" inquired the third disciple. The fourth pondered, "Perhaps we could administer a laxative to their beasts?" The second senior sister shook her head. "What if they retaliate by throwing their beast soil back at us? We would be left defenseless." After a prolonged silence, Qingshan spoke softly, "I have a plan that could eradicate this issue once and for all." The crowd was taken aback, turning their gazes towards Qingshan. The leader shook his head repeatedly, declaring that murder was out of the question. Engaging in something distasteful was permissible, but killing was beyond the pale. Qingshan was momentarily stunned, his large eyes widening in innocent surprise. "What are you thinking, leader?" "What I meant was to devise a means that would render them too afraid to desecrate our territory again, while also returning their malice in kind." Upon hearing this, The others sighed in relief, having momentarily feared that Qing Shan was contemplating an assault on the 100 Beasts Peak. As fellow disciples, such thoughts were unthinkable to them. Yet the mention of an alternative plan piqued their interest. "Do tell," they urged. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qing Shan articulated his idea. "Let us refrain from engaging with this beastly soil. Instead, we shall mimic the tone of the 100 Beasts Mountain and compose a large inscription. It shall read, 'Dear brothers and sisters of the Silver Recruitment Pavilion, this is the beloved beast soil that I cherish and with which I must accompany myself daily. I personally extracted it from the beast enclosure and affixed it to your doorstep. Do you fancy it? We will leave this inscription at your door for all passing disciples to behold." The mere description of Qing Shan's plan conjured vivid images in their minds of the despicable actions of the 100 Beasts Peak, eliciting a wave of nausea. "This idea," the second senior sister hesitantly remarked, "is absolutely brilliant." The leader exclaimed in delight, clapping his hands together. "Let us proceed with this. I shall write it." The fifth disciple turned on his heel and departed immediately. They were astute individuals, quickly grasping the brilliance of this plan. It was not merely an act of defiling the Silver Recruitment Pavilion, but rather a reflection of the very filth that the 100 Beasts Peak had cast upon their own threshold. After a while, the inscription was penned by the fifth disciple, who suppressed his disgust as he affixed it beside the beast's soil at the entrance. The 6 members of the Silver Recruitment Pavilion exchanged knowing smiles, then returned to rest, feigning sleep. As dawn broke, the faint sounds of outer disciples began their morning exercises, and some passed by the entrance of the Silver Recruitment Pavilion, staring in a stupor at the mess before them and the paper, their minds involuntarily conjuring images of the 100 Beasts Peak's actions, leaving them feeling utterly repulsed. Having been assigned to the 100 Beasts Peak, Lu Hua had recently descended from its heights, having been struck unconscious by a stone outside the Silver Recruitment Pavilion. He had been taken back to the 100 Beasts Peak and had slept for 2 days, only just awakening. Though he harbored a strong desire to confront Qing Shan once more, he was aware of the upcoming minor competition and resolved to seek vengeance then. During his days of recuperation, he remained oblivious to the conflict between the 100 Beasts Peak and the Silver Recruitment Pavilion. However, he found it peculiar that the outer disciples he encountered today were pointing and whispering, their faces reflecting an unmistakable aversion. "Brother, have I done something amiss?" Lu Hua furrowed his brow and inquired of a passing disciple. The individual, upon noticing Lu Hua's approach, stumbled back in fright, his expression one of sheer terror. Lu Hua deciphered the look in the man's eyes, a profound sense of disgust. Enraged, he demanded, "What do you mean by this, brother?" The disciple called out to him from a distance, "Esteemed junior, do all the disciples of the 100 Beasts Peak have an affinity for beast soil?" Lu Hua was momentarily taken aback. After half an hour, he finally grasped the situation's origin. A chill enveloped him, and he abruptly turned to flee back to 100 Beasts Peak. Upon reaching the summit, he shouted hoarsely, "Brother Hua, we are in grave trouble." At the peak of 100 Beasts, in the familiar dwelling, Wadefa was startled by the familiar exclamation and rushed out, relieved to see it was Lu Hua. "What is the matter? What has happened?" Wadefa held a fondness for Lu Hua, for the latter's extraordinary talent was complemented by his royal lineage from the mortal realm. Lu Hua approached Wadefa, panting heavily, "Brother Hua, we are in dire straits. The entrance of the Silver Fund Pavilion has been defaced with beast dung." Wadefa burst into laughter, pride radiating from him. "Is that all? Ha ha ha, we were the ones who did it." Lu Hua was taken aback, puzzled, but why leave a message? What message? A sense of foreboding gripped Wadefa's heart. Lu Hua recounted the exact words left at the entrance of the Silver Fund Pavilion. Wadefa trembled violently, his face blanching. With a thud, he fainted. Chapter 31. The power of incense due to Qing Shan's insistence on leaving a mark. The reputation of the 100 Beasts Peak has suffered greatly. Every individual associated with the 100 Beasts Peak felt a palpable animosity emanating from the outer disciples. This situation was difficult to clarify, as they were indeed responsible for the beast soil incident. Others could not procure such a quantity of beast soil. Qing Shan merely added a layer of interpretation regarding the outer disciples' perception of the 100 Beasts Peak's actions, which was sufficient to instill a bias against them. That night, members of the 100 Beasts Peak stealthily approached the front of the Silver Recruitment Pavilion and tidied up, tearing down that offending notice. The 6 individuals from the Silver Recruitment Pavilion emerged victorious from that confrontation and were filled with joy. Each of them gazed at Qingshan's youthful visage with great fondness. During these days, they had no plans to venture out for wealth, as all their efforts were dedicated to Qingshan's grand scheme for amassing resources for the sect. In a mere 2 days, they had reaped significant rewards. We must hasten our efforts. Otherwise, when the Internal Affairs Hall realizes something is amiss, we may no longer be able to accumulate spirit stones, Qingshan advised. The members of the Silver Recruitment Pavilion nodded in understanding. Lacking personal merit, Qingshan's strategy relied solely on the actions of his senior brothers and sisters. He retreated into his quarters to commence his cultivation. The small creature remained in slumber. Yet her appearance had subtly changed since consuming the spirit stones. Had she grown a little? Qingshan shook his head. Retrieving over 200 spirit stones to practice the heavenly transformation technique. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to enhance his cultivation first. He was but a hair's breadth away from the foundation establishment stage. In this world, only by stepping into foundation establishment could one possess a modicum of self-protection. With the heavenly transformation technique, he exchanged spirit stones for cultivation. In the stillness, spiritual energy surged from the heavens and the earth. Over 200 spirit stones transformed into cultivation, elevating Qingshan to the foundation establishment realm. The cultivation gained from the heavens and earth belonged solely to him. As he felt his cultivation rise, an inexplicable confidence welled within Qingshan. He took out yellow paper and charcoal, beginning to draw talismans. Regrettably, he encountered failure once more. Utilizing bamboo charcoal for talisman crafting, apart from the natural elements, only resulted in counterproductive outcomes. With over 5,000 taels of silver remaining, Qingshan chose not to further enhance his cultivation but instead returned the silver to his treasury. He murmured, with the heavenly transformation technique, ignite the incense. With that, another ripple of law emerged. Waves of incense power manifested, flowing into his treasury. In this world, incense, once ignited, could replenish the strength of the soul. Within Qingshan's treasury, the elderly spirit who had previously aided him now found itself weary after expending considerable soul power in their last intervention. They were unable to act, as Qingshan had commanded. Every time they act, they expend their own soul power. The ethereal essence of incense flows into the sea of wealth, coalescing and infusing the elderly man's soul with vitality. Like a withered tree encountering the spring, his feeble spirit is revived. He slowly awakens, gazing towards the youth beyond the sea of wealth. The verdant mountains. The boy, oblivious to the scene within the sea of wealth, simply smiles to himself, radiating joy as he steps outside to engage in lively conversation with his senior brothers and sisters at the Silver Gathering Pavilion. The elderly man's gaze flickers. Then he lowers his head. Why endure this? He turns to observe the other souls, like him, slumbering within the sea of wealth, and lets out a deep sigh. In truth, Grandfather knows that it is no longer us safeguarding the verdant mountains. The little Qingshan, from the age of 6, began to reciprocate their care. The first coin earned by Qingshan was through the way of heaven and ease, exchanged for much incense power. Chaos reigns atop the beast peak, each disciple wearing a grim expression. Brother Wa, what should we do? Should we retaliate? A disciple quietly inquires of Wadefa, with a pale countenance. Wadefa shakes his head. No, the folks at the Silver Gathering Pavilion wouldn't conceive such a wicked idea. This counterattack must have been guided by a master. Investigate who has recently entered the Silver Gathering Pavilion. Nearby, Lu Hua, equally incensed, interjects, I suspect it may be that boy Qingshan. Only he could devise such a foul scheme. Speaking of Qingshan, Lu Hua feels an inexplicable sense of humiliation. In his lifetime, he has never endured such indignity. Wadefa casts a strange look at Lu Hua, prompting him to recount Qingshan's actions on the road to the mountain, without embellishment. Yet, his subjective words carry a tint of bias. Once he finishes, the disciples of Beast Peak exchange glances, their minds involuntarily conjuring the image of a greedy and detestable youth. How could such a vile boy exist? Wadefa, infuriated, slaps his thigh, wincing from the pain. What should we do? Must we wait for the competition to vent our frustrations? Lu Hua is utterly vexed. Wadefa, gritting his teeth, suddenly seems to have an epiphany. Have they not recently exploited loopholes to amass a fortune in spirit stones? A smile spreads across his face as an idea forms. Lu Hua is taken aback. Are we going to report them? That may be futile. He has already tried. Qing Shan appears to be an insulator against accusations. Even blatant misconduct on the mountain path yielded no results. Wodefa scoffs, why report them? They earn silver, and we earn too. There are only a handful of them. Their accomplishments pale in comparison to our collective efforts at Beast Peak. Let us sever their means of income, preventing them from earning spirit stones and ensuring they face misery. The disciples of the 100 Beasts Peak lit up with excitement. What a splendid idea. Thus, we shall gather our merits and exchange them for foundational entry techniques, sabotaging their path to wealth. The resolve of the 100 Beasts Peak was firm, and they immediately set their plan into motion. On the peak of Qingluo Mountain, the ancient locust tree swayed gently in the breeze, its verdant leaves dancing lightly. Beneath the venerable tree, Fu Yingchun sat leisurely sipping tea, casting a glance at his disciple Qiongquan. How is it, my dear disciple? Your little junior brother must be nearing his limit at the Silver Recruitment Pavilion, no? With her long hair gathered, Qiongquan stood before Fu Yingchun like an innocent child. Upon hearing her master's inquiry, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of her mouth. Indeed, the crowd from the 100 Beasts Peak is indeed reaching their breaking point. Fu Yingchun chuckled, but his laughter faltered as he processed her words. Reaching their limit? You mean? Wait, who is suffering? Qiongquan sighed, recounting every detail of Qing Shan's actions since entering the Silver Recruitment Pavilion. She was well aware that Qing Shan was the prodigy her master wished to keep hidden, thus she had been silently observing his movements. However, she had not anticipated just how formidable her junior brother truly was. Not only had he integrated himself into the Silver Recruitment Pavilion, but he had also mingled seamlessly with its members. Moreover, he had cleverly exploited the opportunities within the Internal Affairs Hall, resulting in a tidy profit. As the one in charge of the Internal Affairs Hall, Qiongquan naturally recognized that the scheme was the brainchild of her mischievous junior brother. He had left the group from the 100 Beasts Peak in utter disarray. Reflecting on this, Qiongquan recounted the events along the ascent of the mountain. Fu Yingchun stood frozen in place upon hearing her account. A gentle wind swept across the peak, tousling his head of white hair. Chapter 32. A burden. Fu Yingchun never anticipated that his chosen disciple would turn out to be a source of trouble. For a moment, he found himself questioning whether Qingluo Shanling was indeed Qing Shan. What kind of virtuous individual could possibly associate with that group of lunatics? Beside him, Qiongquan felt a tinge of frustration and, after much contemplation, offered a comforting thought. Perhaps it is because they have yet to venture out to earn silver, thus remaining unaware of the madness of the people in the Silver Fund Pavilion. In due time, when they concoct another misguided scheme and venture out, they will inevitably seek us out for assistance. With a heavy sigh, Fu Yingchun conceded, very well. Please find a way to seal up the loopholes in the Internal Affairs Hall, lest they continue their reckless antics. If this persists, the meager achievements of the external disciples of Qingluo Shan will be entirely consumed by the Silver Fund Pavilion. Qiongquan pondered for a moment and inquired, how shall we close these loopholes? Should we revoke the discount of 500 merit points for the 7 foundational techniques and raise it to 700? Fu Yingchun contemplated this for a while, then shook his head. Such a move would likely stir controversy. Instead, unify the price for all foundational techniques to 50 merit points, regardless of the number of texts. The strategy employed by Qing Shan essentially exploits the discount for multiple texts, then resells them for profit. Once the prices are standardized, Qing Shan's scheme will be rendered ineffective. Qiongquan smiled. Understood, master. Fu Yingchun took a deep breath and added, there is still a pressing matter at hand. Have you obtained any results regarding the investigation I assigned to you? Qiongquan nodded. I have looked into it. All the identities of the individuals entering the outer sect are clear and distinct, with no members from the Rain Pavilion infiltrating. Excellent, you may leave. Fu Yingchun stroked his beard thoughtfully. Qiongquan then asked, what about our junior disciple? It has been several days. Can we not arrange for his entry? Fu Yingchun felt a headache coming on, as he had yet to devise a plan for handling the disciple he had concealed. That would not do. Such an action would surely arouse suspicion among the other elders. Moreover, an agreement had been made with the elderly matriarch Hua, stipulating that each would rely on their own merits. To arrange for his return directly would be contrary to the gentlemanly principles. After a lengthy consideration, he gritted his teeth and declared, we shall fabricate a reason to penalize him, assigning him to sweep the grounds of Lingyuan for a month. This shall serve as a warning to others. Sweep the grounds of Lingyuan. Xiang Xuan's lips twitched as she stared blankly at her master. Master, do you wish for him to perish in Lingyuan? Lingyuan is a place where disciples of the sect undergo trials. Most cannot endure even half a month, let alone a full month. There are many intolerable things within. What is the rush? Fu Yingchun, ever cunning, chuckled. After half a month, select a group of promising disciples to enter Lingyuan, and I shall join you. At that time, I will rescue him. Xiang Xuan understood. This was a scheme. She would play the villain, while her master would don the guise of the savior, eliciting gratitude from Qing Shan, who would then voluntarily seek to join their ranks. Undetected, the plan would unfold. The atmosphere was somewhat convoluted. She turned away helplessly, but after a few steps, paused again. Master, since no one from the Rain Pavilion has entered, may Junior's sister Wenruo descend the peak? Fu Yingchun waved her hand. That will suffice. Let her move about within the sect, but she must not venture outside. Her path is rather unique. Do take her along for the expedition to Lingyuan in half a month. And remember, she now goes by the name Du Rua. Meanwhile, the disciples of the 100 Beasts Peak gathered their individual merits and exchanged them all for entry-level techniques at the Inner Affairs Hall. Subsequently, they excitedly rushed into the mountains of the outer sect. Wardefa, clutching dozens of entry-level techniques, let out a maniacal laugh that bore a fierce expression. You rascals from the Silver Fund, let us see how I, Grandpa Wa, sever your financial lifeline. Lu Hua trailed closely behind Wardefa, utterly delighted. He could almost envision the regret on the face of the money-loving Qing Shan when his financial routes were cut off, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. With a grand gesture, Wardefa distributed the numerous entry-level techniques to his fellow disciples. Go forth, earn abundantly, or at the very least, break even. Yes, the disciples eagerly took their techniques and dashed into various corners of the outer sect. Half an hour later, each disciple returned, crestfallen, with the techniques in hand. The once jubilant Wardefa was taken aback, wondering why they had all come back. Did the Silver Fund sell them cheaper than us? Did I not say to sell at cost? One disciple approached Wardefa, opened his mouth, and suddenly burst into tears. Brother Wa. The Inner Affairs Hall has lowered their prices. Each entry-level technique now costs only 50 merit points. Even if we sell at cost, no one will want them. We have suffered a tremendous loss this time. Upon hearing this, Wardefa's lips twitched, standing in stunned silence for a long while. Should we buy more? To balance the cost? Several disciples shook their heads. That won't work. No matter how many we exchange, they are still 50 merit points each. Before the disciple could finish, Wardefa spat out a mouthful of blood, his vision darkening as he collapsed backward onto the ground. Brother Wa, brother. In an instant, the 100 Beasts Peak was thrown into chaos. Lu Hua, standing nearby, fell into a daze, watching the turmoil of the 100 Beasts Peak and silently sighed in relief. Thankfully, he had no merit points. Serves him right. He brought this upon himself. He sought to sever our financial routes, and now it has backfired. I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing myself to death. On the following day, within the Silver Fund, Qing Shan and his 5 companions, upon hearing of yesterday's incident where the 100 Beasts Peak attempted to cut off their financial resources only to have it backfire, laughed uncontrollably, rolling on the ground in mirth. The 6 individuals displayed a variety of expressions. The leader, round and rotund, lay sprawled on the table, tears streaming down his face, laughing. I can already envision the rigidity etched upon their faces. Haraha. The second elder sister laughed with a more restrained demeanor, yet she continuously dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. It was utterly hilarious. Fortunately, the 6th elder had forewarned us that further sales could not continue. If the Inner Affairs Hall discovered this, it would inevitably lead to complications. As the 2nd elder spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Qing Shan, her eyes shimmering with mirth. The 3rd elder remained composed, quietly sipping water in the corner. Meanwhile, the 4th and 5th elders rolled on the ground, unable to contain their laughter. Observing the joyful merriment of his senior brothers and sisters, Qing Shan's lips curled ever so slightly, lost in thought. After a prolonged bout of laughter, the group gradually regained their composure. Alas, the money tree had perished. The leader gazed at the money tree he had moved from the pavilion, his expression tinged with regret. The others, upon hearing this, cast glances at the money tree, their hearts heavy with reluctance. Qing Shan inquired, "Is there no way to revive it?" The second elder shook her head. We can certainly acquire wealth, but our understanding of the ways of flora is rather limited. Perhaps only the spiritual water from the 100 Herbs Garden could provide salvation. Qing Shan immediately interjected. Then let us venture to the 100 Herbs Garden. The leader sighed. Old Six, you may not be aware, but the 100 Herbs Garden, much like our fundraising pavilion, holds a peculiar status within the sect. The 100 Herbs Garden cultivates two types of herbs, one for sustaining expenses and the other for concocting elixirs. Consequently, half of the garden belongs to the outer sect, while the other half is affiliated with the inner sect. It is also the sole location within the outer sect that contains an elder. The spiritual water that your second elder sister mentioned, capable of reviving the money tree, resides in the inner sect portion. Elder Hua is stationed there at the 100 Herbs Garden. The individuals in the inner sect are exceedingly arrogant and would not lift a finger for the sake of our single money tree. The herbs used for elixir refinement. Qing Shan caught the scent of wealth. Elixirs and divine herbs, both treasures of considerable value. Chapter 33. The marvels of the fifth brother. The gentle breeze carries warmth, while the willows entwine the essence of spring. During the plum rain season, delicate droplets of rain begin to fall once more. Having spent several days at the Silver Gathering Pavilion, Qing Shan found himself with little to occupy his time, while the small creature remained in a deep slumber. The senior brothers and sisters at the pavilion were momentarily at a loss for ways to earn silver, with no tasks assigned by the sect, leading to a leisurely existence within the confines of their order. In these days, Qing Shan became aware of the peculiarities of his senior siblings. The eldest brother, though portly, possessed an exceptional talent for stealth. It was said that he frequently visited the neighboring sect. The second sister, slender yet incredibly strong, was rumored to have shattered the treasury door of the adjacent sect with a single punch, abstaining from using her full powers to avoid detection. The third brother excelled in divination, always consulting the fates before stepping out. Should the omens foretell misfortune, he would remain indoors. The fourth brother was adept in the art of geomancy, capable of locating hidden treasures with ease. As for the fifth brother, he was not particularly remarkable, save for his keen sense of hearing, which allowed him to learn of many happenings before the sect was even aware, though he remained reticent about his sources, shrouded in mystery. According to his seniors, Qing Shan's unique talent lay in his intellect and ability to devise strategies. Together, the six of them formed a perfect team, capable of sweeping through the treasures of the world. Due to recent events, the Beast Peak had fallen into silence, and the Silver Gathering Pavilion relished the tranquility. As Qing Shan sat in the courtyard, observing the rain, he pondered deeply. What are you thinking about, sixth brother? The eldest brother appeared at Qing Shan's side, gently patting his shoulder. Startled, Qing Shan turned to face the beaming countenance of his elder, who moved with the stealth of a wildcat. I was contemplating how we might earn some silver, Qing Shan sighed. The eldest chuckled. Do not fret. Earning silver is not as daunting as it seems. Let us wait for the fourth brother to perform some geomancy in a few days, and we shall excavate whatever treasures he discovers. Treasures? Qing Shan queried, intrigued. Is that a place abundant with riches? Awakened by the mention of treasures, the dozing fourth brother approached, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Indeed, it is a place replete with treasures. Such sites are often remnants left by ancient clans, containing many previously unseen artifacts. While these treasures are valuable, they are not plentiful. Naturally, the more treasures a location holds, the more perilous it tends to be. Qing Shan's eyes sparkled. This prospect promised swifter rewards than any trade he might engage in. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. But where shall we find such a treasure-laden site? With a sigh, the fourth brother replied, I can locate smaller sites, but for larger treasure troves, we shall need the expertise of the fifth brother. And where is the fifth brother? The fourth brother turned, only to find that the fifth was nowhere in sight. Where has he gone? At that moment, a person rushed in from outside with great enthusiasm. He is here. Lao Wu burst in, surveying Qing Shan with astonishment in his eyes. Lao furrowed his brow at Lao Wu's demeanor. What have you found out this time? Lao Wu took a deep breath, still gazing at Qing Shan. I have come across something astonishing. Under Lao Wu's penetrating gaze, Qing Shan felt a shiver run through him. Sister Lao Er approached and patted Lao Wu on the shoulder. Speak. Lao Wu grimaced in pain, exclaiming, Ouch, that hurts. Aren't you curious why Qing Shan has come to our Silver Fund Pavilion? Everyone was taken aback and turned their attention to Qing Shan. With a mysterious smile, Lao Wu continued. What I discovered pertains to Qing Shan. What? Lao Wu circled around Qing Shan, clicking his tongue in wonder. I've learned that during the recent selection of outer disciples, Qing Shan utilized various methods to amass a considerable amount of silver. Qing Shan's lips twitched as he sighed in relief. Lao Wu added, I also heard that Qing Shan possesses boundless insight. In the second round of comprehension, he grasped over 30 concepts of Tao. A chorus of gasps echoed in the room. The four stared blankly at Qing Shan. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet remained composed, relieved that it was not a secret. I also heard that someone stirred the spirit of Qing Luo Shan in the third round. If I'm not mistaken, that person must be Qing Shan. Another gasp escaped Qing Shan's lips. How could you even guess that? The others were already in a daze. Qing Shan looked at Lao Wu, his lips twitching. Brother, surely half of your ear to the wind information is mere speculation? Lao Wu waved his hand dismissively. How could it be mere speculation? It's called deduction. He paused, though not entirely accurate. It's probably 8 or 9 parts correct. Qing Shan shrugged, feeling relieved that it wasn't concrete evidence. But if you guessed incorrectly, why would I be sent to the Silver Fund Pavilion instead of being directly accepted as an inner disciple? He was reluctant to divulge details about what transpired in the third round. Strangely, Qing Shan suddenly realized he could hardly recall the events of the third round. The four others nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning sound. Yet, Lao Wu shook his head excitedly. This is a disguise. I deduced that a certain elder discovered him, wishing to keep him hidden from the attention of other elders, intending to secretly take him under his wing, thus arranging for Qing Shan to come to our Silver Fund Pavilion. They probably thought Qing Shan wouldn't stay long and could then be discreetly moved to that elder's own sect. Little did they expect that Qing Shan would remain. Qing Shan stood there, dumbfounded. He found himself in a state of confusion, overwhelmed by the complexities of his situation. Could it be that he was truly exceptional? So much so that he could be maneuvered by influential figures? With his master-sister orchestrating events and the elders also involved, he suddenly began to believe in the predictions of the fifth brother, his eyes glimmering with admiration for him. After all, who doesn't enjoy hearing flattering words? Although the fifth brother's predictions were vague, they nonetheless extolled Qing Shan's remarkable qualities. The fifth brother's words were indeed delightful to hear. Noting the skepticism among his peers, the fifth brother expressed his frustration, stating, Trust in me. My ear for the wind seldom fails. If you doubt me, let's wager. I anticipate that the elder will soon issue an order to forcibly assign Qing Shan to the inner sect. The second senior sister smacked her forehead, exclaiming, Are you employing your ear for the wind or merely indulging in fanciful thoughts? This is absurd. As the others remained unconvinced, Qing Shan grew anxious. He stepped forward to the fifth brother, seizing his hand and shaking it vigorously. Brother, I believe in you. He aspired to embody his heavenly demeanor and boast about it in the future. Just then, Xiong Quan, with a blank expression, entered the courtyard of the Mu'in Pavilion. She surveyed the area and then produced a scroll, unfurling it before Qing Shan. Her lips twitched as she struggled to speak. Qing Shan, heed my command. The fifth brother's expression turned ecstatic. It was happening. The onlookers exchanged glances, their attention fixated on Xiong Quan as she continued her monotonous recitation. Due to Qing Shan's deceit upon entering, disrupting the selection order, and his subsequent greed and recklessness, he is hereby sentenced to sweep the grounds of Ling Yuan for 1 month. She found it challenging to justify the punishment, as he had not participated in the acquisition of spiritual stones for the sect, nor had he been implicated in the incident with the chicken from the 100 Beasts Peak. She was left to fabricate a rationale, struggling with each word. After delivering the verdict, she promptly discarded the decree and departed, leaving no opportunity for inquiry. Silence enveloped the Mu'in Pavilion. The group turned to the fifth brother, who, unbeknownst to them, had taken to squatting in a corner, drawing circles while tears streamed down his face. How could this be? It was so unreasonable. Chapter 34. To sweep the tomb abyss. Old 5 found himself utterly perplexed. How could Qing Shan be punished with the task of sweeping the tomb abyss? Logically, at this juncture, he should have been forcibly assigned to the inner sect. Could it be that the elder's mind was somewhat unhinged? Something was amiss. Yet, he could not discern where the flaw lay. Was it possible that he had truly miscalculated? After a prolonged moment of silence, it was Old 4 who first came to his senses, turning to Qing Shan and inquiring, What exactly transpired during your ascent to the mountain gate? Why have they sentenced you to sweep the tomb abyss? Tomb abyss? Qingshan was momentarily taken aback. Old Four, aware of Qingshan's misunderstanding, promptly corrected him. It's the tomb, as in Ling, and abyss, as in Lingying. Having never heard of the tomb abyss, Qingshan felt no particular concern. But the expressions of his companions hinted at something significant. What was so extraordinary about this tomb abyss? Old One bore a solemn expression. It is indeed quite different. First, tell us how you managed to earn silver during your ascent. Let us ponder it together. All eyes turned to Qingshan. Curiosity etched upon their faces. Even Old Five, who had been crouching on the ground, turned to listen. Oh, Qingshan puffed out his chest in pride. During the first hurdle of my ascent, I sold several talismans, the kind that allows one to ascend effortlessly, delivered right to the customer. The group fell into a state of incredulity. In the second hurdle, I set up a stall, selling insights on crossing the river and qualifications to ride the great turtle across. Qingshan continued unabashedly. What my fifth senior brother mentioned about my comprehension of over 30 insights stems from that. The others stood frozen in disbelief. Sister Two, with a wry smile, remarked, otherwise, how would you have earned that money? The average person cannot amass such silver. After all, those are profound insights, over 30 of them. It is challenging for a normal individual to grasp even one, let alone profit from such understanding. Old Five, still crouched, pondered aloud. Something still doesn't add up. This doesn't warrant a punishment of sweeping the tomb abyss. What else have you done? Do you have any grievances with Sister Cheongwan? Cheongwan, who oversees the Internal Affairs Hall, was indeed the one who assigned Qingshan to this task, suggesting a potential connection. Qingshan hesitated, contemplating before shaking his head. Not really. I merely took a sip of Sister Cheongwan's wine, but it was too spicy, and I ended up vomiting. The group fell silent at his revelation. Old Five stood up, looking at Qingshan with a disapproving glare, muttering two words. Serves you right. No wonder he had miscalculated. The root of the issue lay here. This fellow had managed to offend Sister Cheongwan even before officially entering the sect. Assigning him to the Silver Fund Pavilion was purely an act of retaliation. What a waste of his calculations. The remaining four nodded in agreement. Deserved it. They began to disperse, their gazes towards Qingshan filled with sympathy. In a panic, Qingshan called out, Hey, don't leave. Am I not gifted with extraordinary talents? What is happening here? The others were pulled back by his plea. Old Five remarked, You may set up a stall in the mountains, but how could you provoke Senior Sister Cheongchuan? She is not only Elder Fu's direct disciple, but also the esteemed elder sister overseeing our outer disciples. Qingshan looked innocent and replied, What did I do to her? The first brother interjected, You drank her wine. The second continued, and then vomited it. The third added, Do you realize that Senior Sister Cheongchuan has an unparalleled fondness for wine? The fourth chimed in, Moreover, do you know what kind of wine she possesses? It is her personally brewed nectar of 100 flowers. Old Five delivered the final blow. Each sip is worth at least 100 spirit stones. Qingshan sat in stunned silence, crouching in a corner, tracing circles in the ground with tearful eyes. How could this be? It was unreasonable. That wine was so spicy. How could it be so expensive? Had he known it cost 100 spirit stones per sip, he would have swallowed it no matter what. Reflecting on the flavor, he realized it was unexpectedly sweet. The first brother approached Qingshan, patting his shoulder in consolation. Do not worry. This lifetime will pass swiftly. The second nodded. Yes, in just a month. The third shook his head. It might only take half a month. The fourth sighed. Endure, and it will soon be over. Old Five added. Do take care. Qingshan turned to face his mischievous seniors, wanting to cry without tears. Was Ling Yuan truly that terrifying? The group exchanged glances, all feeling helpless. It could not precisely be described as terrifying. After all, no disciple had ever lasted a month within. Qingshan's features contorted in distress. Was this not terrifying? Senior Sister Second shot a glance at the others. All right. Stop teasing him. Let us explain. Very well. Old Four nodded. It falls upon me to speak. He crouched beside Qingshan, picking up a stone from the ground, and began to draw. The others gathered around, forming a circle. This is Qingluo Mountain. This is Ling Yuan. Old Four, skilled in geomancy, possessed considerable knowledge of the landforms. Qingshan listened attentively, as it pertained to his own life and death. As it turns out, Qingluo Mountain and Ling Yuan were interconnected. Otherwise, the previous flow of clouds would not have been drawn to Ling Yuan during their descent. Ling Yuan lay deep within Qingluo Mountain, close to Ling Yuan itself. It was a chasm, perpetually shrouded in darkness. Lingyuan was peculiar, and the nearby Lingyuan was suffused with ominous energy. Situated in an area of extreme yang, this resulted in a strange phenomenon where certain spiritual entities within could neither perish nor disperse. Of course, they could not escape either. Thus, Lingyuan became the most suitable resting place for the ancestors of Qingluo Mountain throughout the generations. Upon death, the insights and doctrines acquired throughout one's life transform into the Tao spirit, ensconced within the abyss of yin and yang. Subsequent generations of disciples, upon entering this realm, are granted the opportunity to comprehend the teachings of their ancestors. Thus, the abyss has become the most auspicious place for the disciples of Qingluo Mountain to mimic the Tao. The term, mimic the Tao, signifies the reverence for ancestral wisdom and the introspection of one's own path. However, the temperaments of those departed ancestors vary greatly, and the spiritual entities they become exhibit an array of peculiar traits. Consequently, those who venture into the abyss encounter a myriad of strange phenomena. Therefore, Qing Shan realized that the abyss serves as a sort of chaotic burial ground for Qingluo Mountain, housing many ancestral souls. The onlookers were rendered speechless by this revelation. It is not a chaotic burial ground, explained the third brother. The ancestors, sensing their imminent demise, voluntarily entered the abyss to rest, willingly transforming into Tao spirits, thus negating the need for burial. The eldest brother added, Tao spirits are not the same as wandering souls. These spirits have shed their memories and consciousness from their former lives, leaving only the essence of their understanding of the great Tao and the transmission of its teachings. Though some Tao spirits indeed possess a somewhat strange aura, imbued with a palpable aura of violence that can inflict harm or even death upon those who enter. Qing Shan's expression changed dramatically. How perilous it was to send disciples into the realm of mimicking the Tao. The second elder sister chuckled. While there are certain dangers, should one find it unbearable, they can always withdraw. It is not so easy to meet one's end. It could be said that the abyss is the foundation of Qingluo Mountain. Within it lie not only Tao spirits, but also some spiritual treasures acquired by ancestors, brought into the abyss with the intention of passing them to fated descendants. Upon hearing this, Qing Shan stood up, picked up the punishment decree discarded by Cheong Quan, and turned to search the courtyard. The others were momentarily taken aback, inquiring what he sought. I am in search of a broom. As a disciple of Qingluo Mountain, I must tend to the ancestral resting place. Ah, the broom is over there. Qing Shan's demeanor grew earnest as he approached a corner. He picked up a broom, hoisted it, and proceeded to exit. Several senior brothers and sisters followed suit, with Qing Shan taking the lead. By the way, where is the abyss? Never mind, it is of little importance. I shall inquire about the way once I am outside. Chapter 35. The enigmatic flower valley. The onlookers stood in a daze as Qing Shan gracefully departed. The gentle patter of rain could not deter his resolute journey towards Lingyuan. After exiting the Muyin Pavilion, Qing Shan inquired about the direction to Lingyuan from a disciple by the roadside and proceeded directly toward his destination. He could confront danger with valor, but could not resist the allure of wealth. To bow for mere 5 pecks of rice is a stance unbefitting a celestial being. Moreover, Lingyuan was rumored to be replete with countless spiritual treasures. Qing Shan asked only for the direction, not the specific route, believing that a straight path would be the swiftest. No matter the challenges that lay ahead, he would traverse them as if walking on level ground. After half a day, he was intercepted. Who dares intrude upon the 100 Flowers Valley? 2 male disciples, swords in hand, blocked his way, their expressions cold and scrutinizing. Qing Shan, perplexed, wondered about this 100 Flowers Valley, for he was only acquainted with the 100 Flower Garden. He tucked the broom under his arm and saluted with cupped hands. Greetings, esteemed brothers. I am Qing Shan, a disciple of the Muyin Pavilion, tasked with sweeping in Lingyuan as punishment. Might you direct me to the path leading there? The 2 disciples furrowed their brows and retorted coldly. This path does lead to Lingyuan, but the way you seek does not lie here. You must take a detour. Qing Shan was taken aback. How could he afford to take a detour? He was eager to reach Lingyuan and reunite with his spiritual treasures. Could you perhaps make an exception? I am truly in a hurry to get to Lingyuan. The 2 male disciples snorted derisively. We have already stated that this route is not for you. Suddenly, a languid and serene voice emerged from deep within the valley. Let him enter. The 2 male disciples were momentarily taken aback, then promptly stepped aside. Their gazes towards Qing Shan turned curious. Since the elder had spoken, he was free to proceed. Thank you, thank you, Qing Shan exclaimed joyfully, shouldering his broom as he ventured inside. Upon entering the valley, he was greeted by a breathtaking scene of blooming flowers and verdant grass. Raindrops fell upon the flora, gently caressing them. In the midst of the rain-soaked blossoms, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, permeating Qing Shan's senses, lifting his spirits and momentarily banishing all worries. He followed the winding path through the valley, and after some time, he finally spotted a dwelling ahead. Before the dwelling stood a pavilion, where an elderly woman clad in floral robes was preparing tea. Spotting Qing Shan's approach, she smiled and beckoned him closer. As he approached, a realization dawned upon him, and he tucked the broom under his arm once more, extending his hands in a respectful greeting. He recognized the elder before him as the flower elder, the same ethereal figure who had departed on 2 leaves on the day he entered the mountain gate. With her flowing white hair and graceful demeanor, she radiated tranquility. She gestured for him to sit. Qing Shan placed the broom against the pavilion's pillar and took a seat opposite the flower elder. She continued her leisurely tea preparation, inquiring, "What brings you to Linyuan?" Qing Shan, fearing that he would be denied permission to leave, immediately pointed to the broom behind him and said, "I have been commanded to go to Linyuan to receive punishment for my transgressions, to sweep the floors." Aware of his wrongdoing, Qing Shan willingly accepted his fate. Elder Hua, who was in the midst of preparing tea, paused momentarily, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his amusement. After a long while, he poured 2 cups of tea, sliding one towards Qing Shan. "This is Baiwa tea, do give it a taste." Uncertain of Elder Hua's intentions, Qing Shan expressed his gratitude and lifted the cup to savor the brew. As the fragrant liquid slid down his throat, a wave of comfort enveloped him. Observing the shifting expressions on Qing Shan's face, Elder Hua chuckled, the wrinkles on his face gathering in delight. "How have you fared since ascending the mountain?" Setting down the teacup, Qing Shan nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your concern, Elder Hua. I have acclimated well, all is well. It would be even better if I could hasten my journey to Linyuan." Elder Hua beamed, nodding gently. "That is splendid to hear. Are you eager to reach Linyuan?" Qing Shan nodded, though his words felt insincere. "The sooner I depart, the sooner I can return." "I see," Elder Hua mused, his eyes reflecting a depth of thought. "The journey to Linyuan is quite extensive. It would take you several days alone. Perhaps I might accompany you part of the way. However, you must first answer a question of mine." Qing Shan's eyes widened in surprise. He welcomed Elder Hua's direct inquiry. With a smile, Elder Hua continued, "I wish to know what you encountered during the 3rd trial of the heart-mind at the mountain gate." Taken aback, Qing Shan pondered the question. Why would Elder Hua ask this? He strained to recall the events of the 3rd trial, but suddenly found his memory elusive. He closed his eyes gently, attempting to recollect. "I struggle to remember clearly. I believe I encountered the embrace of the mountains, and a being who called herself the mountain spirit, who accompanied me for quite some time. I wished to lead her out of the mountains. Yet she told me that all I witnessed was my true heart." Elder Hua remained silent for a long while, eventually nodding slowly. "Do you understand the ultimate purpose of cultivation in this world?" Qing Shan opened his eyes and shook his head, uncertainty lingering. Elder Hua raised his cup of tea, taking a delicate sip. "This is a realm where myriad celestial beings vie for supremacy, seeking to grasp the unparalleled path of the universe and glimpse beyond the heavens." "Celestial beings?" Qing Shan questioned, perplexed. "Are there truly such beings in this world?" Elder Hua nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, in the Ji Shi Jiu Zhou, each continent is graced by a celestial being. Our Qingxian continent is no exception. Yet she has stood between heaven and earth for millennia, gazing longingly at the vastness of the cosmos, never once lowering her gaze to the mortal realm. Her blessings have diminished over time, leading our Qingxian continent to its current state of decline. The spirit abyss has expanded, now occupying half of our mountains and rivers, leaving the populace in despair." Qing Shan felt a twinge of confusion, struggling to grasp the significance of it all. "What relevance does this hold?" Elder Hua sighed softly. "It bears great significance. The mountain spirit you encountered is but a remnant of her once great blessings left in this world. Once, this land of Qingxian was imbued with blessings, yet now, due to the return of those blessings, half of its mountains and rivers have lost their spiritual guardianship. Thus, the origin of the Linyuan emerged. In the past, Qingxian was a realm suffused with fortune every corner a sacred ground. However, that immortal seemed to have forgotten his subjects, gazing skyward in pursuit of the so-called celestial path. As blessings dwindled, half of the landscape succumbed to the confines of Lingyuan. No one comprehends why Lingyuan transformed due to the loss of fortune, nor can anyone ascertain if something amiss has befallen that immortal. All that is known is that, should this continue, the entirety of Qingxian may, in 10 millennia, become a domain of Lingyuan. The realm of Lingyuan harbors an abundance of enigmas, such that even the most esteemed individuals of Qingxian cannot venture too deeply within. Elder Hua's words hinted at these meanings to Qingshan, yet he could not fathom their relevance to himself. Noticing Qingshan's confusion, Elder Hua smiled gently. I understand your perplexity. Many matters may seem premature to you. However, I differ from others. I perceive the universe through the lens of Flora, possessing knowledge that surpasses that of most. You have stirred the mountain spirit's emotions at the heart's threshold, thus entering her gaze. It is rare for anyone to capture her attention, and you are now among the few. I hope you will diligently cultivate your skills. With such favor bestowed upon you, do not squander the divine grace you have received. These words appeared beyond Qingshan's comprehension at present, yet she uttered them nonetheless. Perhaps in her heart, those capable of moving the spirit of Qingluo are no longer mere disciples of the outer sect. Qingshan remained in silence for a long while, scratching his head. Elder Hua, discussing this with me feels rather distant. It will take me a long time just to reach Lingyuan. Squandering divine grace. He has a transactional relationship with the heavens. There are no gifts involved. Elder Hua chuckled softly, shaking her head. It is not distant, at the very least. You must remember the path you hold dear in your heart, lest you stray from it. A misstep today may be forgiven, but the road ahead may not be so lenient. Understood, Qingshan replied, though he found himself unable to grasp it fully, yet felt an inexplicable clarity. Thus it was well. Elder Hua brewed 2 more cups of tea, offering one to Qingshan. Beneath the teacup lay a jade token. From now on, if you encounter any issues in your cultivation, you may use this jade token to seek me out. Elder Hua's countenance was serene. You may henceforth refer to me as Grandma Hua. While I may not possess many skills, I do have some insights into the ways of plants. Qingshan accepted the jade token and drained the cup of tea in one gulp. Thank you, Grandma Hua. Elder Hua smiled, waving her hand. Go now. Since you are heading to Lingyuan, be sure to tread carefully and do not be greedy. A radiant glimmer emanated from beneath Qingshan's feet. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Chapter 36. What are you proud of in the serene Huahua Valley? A gentle drizzle fell softly from the heavens. After Qingshan departed, a figure hurriedly glided in. Elder Hua took a sip of tea, casting a tranquil gaze toward the flustered Fu Yingchun, a smile gracing her lips. After all, you were the one who brought him here. Fu Yingchun's long beard quivered in anger, cursing his misfortune inwardly. How could he have overlooked this detail? Elder Hua, do not rejoice too soon. Though he accepted the jade token from Baohua Valley, it was merely because he was unaware of its significance. He is yet to become your disciple. Elder Hua remained as composed as water. Is that so? How many intersect jade tokens does he possess? Fu Yingchun's lips curled into a forced smile. Soon, there will be a jade token from my Lingjue peak. Besides, you may have given him a jade token, but I can offer him something more. Elder Hua was momentarily taken aback, her heart trembling. What else do you intend to give him? Fu Yingchun maintained an air of mystery as he turned and departed gracefully. His purpose for visiting was merely to confirm that Qingshan had entered Baohua Valley and was relieved to find that Qingshan had not been deceived by Hua Xijin. He still had a plan in mind, a strategy of sacrificing the child to catch the wolf. Upon returning to Lingjue Peak, Fu Yingchun immediately conveyed a message to his beloved disciple, Qiongquan. A quarter of an hour later, a tipsy Qiongquan staggered to the summit of Lingjue Peak. Master, hiccup, why the urgency to summon your disciple? Fu Yingchun observed Qiongquan's unsteady demeanor, his lips twitching slightly. He had only one beloved disciple, Qiongquan. But now he had also gained one raw. Desperately, he sought a male disciple to accompany him in chess. This male disciple could only be Qingshan. Fortunately, he had 2 female disciples. You should fabricate another offense and have Wenrua go sweep the grounds at Lingyuan. This was indeed the strategy of sacrificing the child to catch the wolf. Both Wenrua and Qiongquan were exceptionally beautiful women. Which male disciple in the sect could resist their allure? As long as Qin Shan became infatuated with one of them, he could be lured to Lingjua Peak. The red-faced and white-faced plan was not entirely reliable. Thus, another layer of the sacrifice the child to catch the wolf strategy was necessary. It seemed that Xiongquan, in her drunken stupor, would not suffice. Hence, it would have to be the precious disciple Wenra. He was aware that Qin Shan was still too young to understand romantic feelings and would not act in a way that could harm Wenra. It was sufficient for Wenra and Qin Shan to meet in Lingyuan, and ideally, they would support each other for a few days, fostering a semblance of sibling affection. At that point, he could reveal himself to the two suffering children, showcasing his identity, and have Wenra address him as master. Wouldn't Qin Shan naturally accompany him back to Lingjua Peak? There was only one flaw in this plan. It was too perfect. What? Xiongquan, half awake from her intoxication, remarked. Master, why don't you think of an offense for Wenra? Fu Wingchun pondered for a moment and found himself in a bit of a quandary, then concocted a reward, allowing Wenra to go to Lingyuan to cultivate. Qianquan wore a blank expression. So, both rewards and punishments are to be dealt with in the abyss, are they? Fu Wingchun gazed at her somewhat estranged disciple with a hint of exasperation. If arrangements cannot be made, let her depart 2 days ahead of the other disciples for the upcoming Mandao journey in half a month. After a moment of silence, Qianquan seemed to grasp something, and replied, "This can be arranged." With that, she took her leave. Fu Wingchun meticulously organized his thoughts, feeling reassured, and soon began to feel a sense of pride swell within him. Leaning against a locust tree, he found himself humming a tune from an opera. These are myths conjured from thin air, extravagantly praising the wealthy with pearls and jades. The gentle rain stirred the air, causing chaos among the drifting clouds. Beneath the abyss, a winding stone path led into a darkened expanse. On either side of the path rose towering cliffs, their deep green-black stone walls glistening with a dim sheen amidst the rain. At the entrance of the abyss, a hazy green mountain had been transported here. Remarkable. Qin Shan had merely felt a darkness engulf him before suddenly finding himself outside the abyss. Such a method of teleportation was beyond his comprehension, and he could only wonder how much silver it would cost. He glanced back. The stone path behind him led toward the outer gate of Qingluo Mountain. Ahead of him, the path descended into a shadowy gorge. The entire abyss appeared as if a celestial being had forcefully cleaved a mountain in two. The cliffs on either side loomed so high that they blocked out the light. The entrance to the abyss featured a narrow opening, flanked by 2 towering stone pillars adorned with elaborate dark engravings. Beneath the pillars stood 2 stone platforms, each occupied by an elderly man with hair as white as snow. The 2 elders sat with their eyes closed, resembling those who had attained enlightenment. Qin Shan cautiously observed the 2 elders before stepping forward and waving a hand before one of them. The elder did not respond. Startled, Qin Shan wondered, are they dead? He approached the other elder and waved his hand again, yet received the same lack of reaction. What purpose do 2 lifeless sentinels serve at the abyss? Shaking his head, he turned to walk toward the entrance. Just as he turned, 2 figures suddenly appeared before him, staring at him with indifference. Startled, Qin Shan gasped. The 2 figures were the same elders who had been beneath the stone pillars, yet he could not fathom when they had appeared before him. Young one, what brings you here? The 2 elders asked in unison, their voices gravelly, reminiscent of dry branches rubbing against one another. Qin Shan promptly retrieved the punitive order, raising his chin defiantly. I, as a disciple, have been commanded to receive punishment and am here to sweep the abyss. He brandished the broom in his hand as he spoke. The 2 elders exchanged a brief glance of surprise before inspecting the order. They turned their gaze back to Qin Shan and spoke once more. What are you so pleased about regarding your punishment? Qin Shan, taken aback, replied innocently. I am not pleased at all. You are. 2 elderly men returned the penalty orders, turning back to their respective stone platforms, resuming their meditative state. I do not. Qin Shan scratched his head, repeatedly insisting before one of the old men. The other elder, eyes still closed, calmly interjected. You do. Qin Shan moved to confront the speaking elder, asserting once more, I do not. The first elder then reiterated, you do. The 2 elders exchanged words back and forth, leaving Qin Shan utterly perplexed. As he contemplated his next remark, both elders simultaneously opened their eyes with a hint of exasperation. Young man, cease your antics. The treasures in our possession are beyond your reach. While we are still inclined to spare you, swiftly retreat. Qing Shan's expression faltered, his face flushing with embarrassment. He had been discovered. Moments ago, he had noticed that both elders possessed a golden scroll, which had captivated him, making it difficult to simply walk away. How much silver could that possibly be worth? Qing Shan clicked his tongue in frustration, hoisting his broom, and ventured between the narrow stone pillars. Before entering, he cast one last glance at the two elders, unable to resist a final protest. I do not. He merely wished to admire the treasures, harboring no ulterior motives. With that, he slipped inside without waiting for their response. Once he entered the tomb's abyss, the two elders exchanged glances at the golden scrolls in their hands, affirming to themselves, "You do." Chapter 37. The fusion of spirit and path. Qing Shan ventured into the depths of the tomb, plunging into the shadowy abyss. The stone path beneath his feet vanished, leaving him surrounded by withered branches and fallen leaves, all cloaked in a pervasive gloom. He gazed upward. A slender sliver of sky appeared overhead, casting a feeble beam of light onto the abyssal floor, so faint that it seemed even the rain could not descend through it. In this desolate and ruinous chasm, Qing Shan beheld no treasures or spirits. The only sensation that enveloped him was the oppressive chill of deathly energy. This energy, or rather, the aura of the deceased, lingered like the regrets of a life not fully lived. It was thick and suffocating, yet Qing Shan felt oddly accustomed to it. The night when the village of fortune met its demise was similarly shrouded in such spectral energy. Within him, he too harbored this same essence of death, a beautiful deathly aura. Qing Shan, in a spirited leap, ventured deeper into the abyss, but still encountered nothing, his spirits dampening. Where were all the spirits? The further he progressed, the darker it grew. At last, he arrived at a spacious area where sparse trees stood defiantly amidst the desolation. Suddenly, with a swift turn, a flickering wisp of ghostly fire drifted before him. The ethereal green flame glided through the inky darkness of the tomb, startling Qing Shan into a frenzied dance of fright. "Ghost!" he exclaimed, scrambling up a tree and perching on a branch, his face a mask of terror as he watched the flame meander aimlessly. Only when the flame drifted away could he exhale in relief. However, upon lifting his gaze, his heart sank. Help! Before him, another wisp of ghostly fire hovered perilously close to his face. Within this flame, 3 fiery hearts coalesced, resembling a human head suspended in front of him. Ah! Qing Shan tumbled from the tree. Thud! The noise echoed, causing ripples to spread across the abyss. Almost instantly, countless wisps of ghostly fire materialized, drawn to him as if by an unseen force. As Qing Shan rose to his feet and looked up, he froze in place. What in the world is this? Within the span of a heartbeat, he found himself encircled by layers upon layers of ghostly flames. Tears of despair threatened to spill. Had it not been said that one could not perish here? With so many flames, would he not be reduced to mere ashes? It dawned on Qing Shan that these myriad flames were indeed the spirits spoken of by his seniors. Yet, no one had mentioned how these spirits delighted in congregating. Leaning against a gnarled tree, he lifted a broom defensively before him, drawing upon a newfound courage, and managed to utter, "Esteemed predecessors, I am but a humble junior come to sweep the tomb. I merely seek a few treasures. Let us coexist in peace, shall we?" A swirling mass of eerie flames encircled the verdant mountain, yet remained still, seemingly curious about the solitary figure exuding a similar aura of life. After a prolonged standoff, the mountain abruptly lifted its gaze towards an unseen direction, sensing a fleeting presence despite the absence of any tangible entity. A cluster of ethereal flames drew nearer, instilling a profound fear within the mountain, which instinctively brandished a broom, jabbing it toward the spectral entity. Though the flames were indeed fire, they did not scorch the broom. The mountain's defensive gesture appeared to provoke the flames, which pressed closer with an unyielding intensity. The mountain, on the verge of tears, recoiled, whispering imploringly, "Elder, this is unwise. We must maintain a respectful distance." Yet, the ethereal flames paid no heed to its pleas, overwhelming the mountain with a chilling aura that seemed to frost its visage. Irritated, the mountain retorted, "Isn't this merely deathly energy? Who among us is devoid of it?" With that thought, the mountain harnessed its own deathly energy, releasing a palpable wave. In an instant, the surrounding ethereal flames appeared disoriented, as if lost in a vast abyss. Countless flickering flames lingered nearby, succumbing to an eerie silence. What was happening? The mountain pondered, stunned. Was this not deathly energy? After a moment's contemplation, realization dawned upon the mountain. Had it inadvertently transformed into an ethereal entity? The dense aura of death emanating from it led many of the flames to mistakenly regard it as one of their own. Elated by this newfound understanding, the mountain sprang to life, its eyes alight with wonder. Does this mean I am no longer in peril? To encounter the ethereal, to fear the ethereal, and now to become the ethereal. Casting aside the broom, the mountain approached one of the flickering flames, intrigued and examining it closely. The ethereal spirits, devoid of true awareness, merely possessed a simplistic essence, and they seemed to reciprocate the mountain's curiosity with their own contemplative gaze. Yet, within the flame before the mountain, there lingered an unexpressed aura of lethal intent. What exactly were these ethereal beings? The mountain found itself curious and tentatively reached out, prodding it. No response. Undeterred, the mountain then delivered a sharp slap to the entity. With a thunderous echo, a powerful surge of malevolent energy erupted from the flames. Startled, the mountain felt an intense wave of murderous intent swell within its chest, and in an instant, beads of cold sweat trickled down its brow. Soon after, the mountain discerned that the ethereal entity before it suddenly radiated an overwhelming sense of affinity. Indeed, it was an affinity. The flames sensed the mountain's slap and the wisdom emanating from it, immediately perceiving the mountain as a leader among the ethereal beings, yearning to draw closer. Yet, this closeness was imbued with an inexorable aura of lethal intent. Qingshan's expression suddenly changed, and he turned to flee. Help! He could sense the overwhelming aura of slaughter. Should it draw near, he would be compelled to grasp the essence of its profound doctrines. Yet, he was ill-prepared to endure such a comprehensive comprehension of the path. After all, his own insights into wealth and the path of the immortal were trivial in comparison to the lethal insights left behind by this celestial being. If he were to accept it, his understanding of the financial immortal path would surely be crushed. No, I cannot bear the lifetime of wisdom accumulated by my senior. Qingshan sprinted desperately, but the spirit pursued him relentlessly. As he ran, he inadvertently encountered other ethereal flames of understanding. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed as another insight awakened. This one was the understanding of poison. Two spirits commenced their relentless chase after Qingshan. Witnessing this, Qingshan was thoroughly alarmed, his pace quickening even further, and he unwittingly brushed against more ethereal flames of understanding. Boom, boom, boom. Countless spirits revived, all pursuing the direction in which Qingshan fled. Help! Even if I recognize you as Big Brother, it cannot be forced upon me. The cries of Qingshan echoed through the abyss of Lingyuan. Above the abyss, amidst the heavens and the earth, it seemed as though a thread of consciousness was secretly observing, finding it all quite amusing. Chapter 38. The silk gown in the desolate depths of the abyss, a cacophony of life, thrived. Qingshan sprinted ahead, pursued by countless Tao spirits. Unbeknownst to him, these ethereal beings mistook him for one of their own, a Tao spirit infused with consciousness, intent on devouring his intellect. Help! Qingshan wailed, tears threatening to spill as he glanced back at the swarm of Tao spirits, a chill creeping down his spine. Realizing the gravity of his situation, he shouted at the top of his lungs, Elder Mountain Spirit, save me. Lives are at stake. The flicker of consciousness beside the abyss paused momentarily at his words. Had Qingshan noticed her? Indeed, he had. From the moment he ventured into the abyss, he sensed the lingering presence from the third trial of the ascent, observing him intently. He speculated that the peculiar behavior of the Tao spirits was perhaps orchestrated by the mountain spirit herself. With tears streaming down his face, he felt the mountain spirit's profound malice. I seek spiritual treasures, not these Tao spirits. Rounding a corner, he was met with an impassable cliff. Reluctantly, he turned, skirting the base of the abyssal wall, continuing deeper into the shadows. At last, just beyond the bend, he spotted a glimmering object ahead. His eyes widened with hope, a spiritual treasure. He rushed towards it, bending down to grasp it. But it would not budge. The relentless Tao spirits were still in pursuit, forcing him to abandon it and press onward. Then, he beheld a multitude of spiritual treasures, stretching endlessly into the unknown. Yet, none could he lift. Tears of frustration streamed down his cheeks. I am pursued by the Tao spirits I do not desire, while the treasures I crave remain beyond my grasp. This cannot be the way of the Tao. He suddenly realized that being seen by her might not be a blessing. Fortunately, he had recently established a foundation. Otherwise, he would have surely been overtaken by the relentless Tao spirits behind him. He recalled his senior brother's words, "Spiritual treasures are bequeathed by ancestors to their fated descendants." These treasures he could not lift. Were they truly beyond his destiny? I refuse to believe that not a single treasure is meant for one with fortune. With gritted teeth, Qing Shan began to navigate around the treasures scattered on the ground. Each artifact he passed felt like countless riches to his eyes. Yet, these riches eluded his grasp. This sensation was akin to a eunuch wandering through a brothel, captivating yet torturous. The myriad Tao spirits behind him radiated their own potent Tao energy, intertwining and pressing upon him, inducing a slow descent into hallucination. The treasures ahead began to mock him. Enraged, Qing Shan rushed towards each mocking artifact, attempting to lift them. When he failed, he would strike them in frustration. With each slap, Qing Shan felt a sense of relief wash over him, though his hands began to ache. At long last, after an indeterminate distance, he arrived at a destination. Before him lay not a spiritual treasure that mocked him, but rather a garment exuding an air of indifference. It was a long robe, yet it bore an ambiguous resemblance to a dress. The piece was an exquisite blend of azure and white. The upper half featured wide-sleeved robes in azure, as if divided into inner and outer layers. The inner layer was a white skirt, adorned with white sleeves that cascaded from the azure robe. A long garment, yet draped in ethereal silk brocade. Though ostensibly a man's robe, it appeared more akin to a woman's gown. Yet, these details paled in comparison to the multitude of golden buttons and tassels that adorned the robe. At a mere glance, it did not seem gaudy. Rather, it possessed an elegance reminiscent of celestial beings. My treasure. Qing Shan was captivated, unable to divert his gaze. The nature of the gown mattered little. What truly enchanted him were the golden embellishments. He dashed toward the long robe. Finally, this garment did not exude the same tranquil indifference as the other spiritual treasures. However, it was far from serene, for as Qing Shan approached, the gown seemed to possess a spirit of its own, rising gracefully into the air. Yet, it bore an air of aloofness. Before Qing Shan could reach it, it floated away, as if deeming him unworthy of its touch. Even less so could he dare to strike it. Panic surged within Qing Shan, and he shouted, "Treasure, don't go." The ethereal gown quickened its pace. Ahead lay an impasse, with nowhere for the gown to flee. Qing Shan's eyes sparkled with determination. He lunged toward the gown, claws outstretched, but it elegantly twirled, gliding over his head and retreating further back. He missed. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted from the gown, an enchanting aroma that seemed out of place amidst the suffocating stillness of the abyss. Countless spirits surged toward him, and upon witnessing the gown's impending escape, Qing Shan felt an urgent desperation. Channeling the celestial method, he invoked a binding spell. Boom! A surge of energy descended, ensnaring the gown in place. Yet, Qing Shan had forgotten that the 200 spirit stones he had exchanged for cultivation and thousands of silver coins he had traded for spiritual power had left his coffers barren. The backlash of the spell struck him with ferocity, and in an instant, Qing Shan's countenance shifted dramatically. Before he could react, the vitality within him waned. In a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had aged into a weary youth. Yet, the price paid for the celestial method merely caused the gown to pause momentarily. It continued its retreat. With a thud, Qing Shan collapsed to the ground, his gaze fixated solely on the receding gown. My treasure! Countless Tao spirits surged towards the verdant mountains. In the twilight of vitality, these spirits were compelled to comprehend the Tao, awaiting the moment when the mountains would no longer be the abode of the wealth immortal, but rather, death. It turned out that the abyss truly claimed lives. A sigh escaped the youth, tinged with a hint of unwillingness. The flowing cloud-like gown paused momentarily in midair, as if it sensed something profound, a pure obsession emanating from the young heart. It turned to meet the gaze of the youth that fell upon it, a gaze peculiar, imbued with both yearning and helplessness. The gown remained aloof, yet for reasons unknown. It felt a sudden pang of compassion. With a soft sigh, it approached the youth. Gently, it enveloped him. In that instant, the youth's essence seemed to be severed from the countless Tao spirits' awareness. The swirling ethereal flames stood still, lost in confusion. The mountains beheld the cloud-like gown draped over him and suddenly felt a surge of life emerge from the depths of the void. Those energies, once consumed by the heavens and the earth, inexplicably returned to his being. He was momentarily taken aback, glancing towards the swirling ethereal flames in the dim abyss. Lowering his gaze to the gown upon him, he seemed to perceive a woman whose heart was tender, yet wore an air of icy detachment. Had she truly aided him? Gradually, his gaze upon the gown transformed. It was no longer merely a pile of silver. The youth, in a daze, murmured, "So, we are destined, are we not? Are you my treasure?" The gown swayed gently, feigning to depart. How vexatious! The youth's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly relented. "Do not leave. Do not leave. If it isn't, it isn't." Should the gown flee, the Tao spirits would surely descend upon him once more. Chapter 39. The dreamy gossamer skirt at the end of the abyss of silence. Tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Countless ethereal spirits began to drift languidly once more. Qing Shan lay upon the ground, adorned in a benevolent yet aloof gossamer skirt, seemingly a spiritual treasure. Should it be a spiritual treasure? Qing Shan pondered. At the very least, he understood that this gossamer skirt possessed a spirit of its own. It appeared distinct from all other spiritual treasures in this realm. This uniqueness eluded Qing Shan's ability to articulate, yet it felt as though it resembled a person, a haughty maiden, rather than merely a sentient object. Amidst the prolonged silence, Qing Shan sensed that he was gradually recovering from the backlash. Furthermore, she seemed remarkably powerful. She effortlessly dispelled the backlash of the Tao of heavenly ease. For reasons unknown, Qing Shan was struck by an odd illusion. This skirt seemed out of place in this realm. In the stillness of the abyss, after a considerable pause, Qing Shan gazed at the clusters of ethereal flames and tentatively extended his hand toward the skirt. In an instant, those ethereal spirits appeared to sense him and surged forth. Qing Shan's expression changed dramatically, and he withdrew hastily. After a brief moment, he cautiously inquired of the skirt, "Might you lend me your grace for a time?" The gossamer skirt swayed gently. Qing Shan quickly added, "Just for a month within this abyss. Those spirits are terrifying." He realized that it was the gossamer skirt that had concealed him from their detection. The skirt remained unresponsive, as though it had not heard him. After waiting a moment, Qing Shan, emboldened, nestled beneath the skirt and began to burrow within it. As he did, he continued to plead, "Just for a month, only a month." The gossamer skirt, possessing its own spirit, regarded the ever-changing Qing Shan with a sense of youthful naivety. It swayed slightly, but ultimately allowed Qing Shan to don it. Once clad in the gossamer skirt, Qing Shan suddenly felt a series of celestial harmonies connecting to his very soul. Buzz, a melody of ethereal resonance enveloped him, and the skirt, which had once been ill-fitting, transformed into a perfect fit. How remarkable! Qing Shan marveled. The gossamer skirt swayed again, seemingly indifferent yet profound. He glanced at the gold buttons and flowing tassels adorning the skirt, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Indeed, a treasure such as this should be worn by one of fortune. The gossamer skirt emitted a soft hum. Strangely, Qing Shan did not hear it. Yet he inexplicably felt a connection, as if the bond with his soul imparted understanding. This skirt was not aloof. Rather, it was proud. Instantly, he refrained from speaking carelessly, fearing that the skirt might abandon him. He cherished this garment dearly. Initially, he was enamored with the golden embellishments. However, after the skirt had rescued him, he swiftly realized that the skirt itself was far more precious than the gold buttons, or perhaps it was the wisdom it possessed. "Thank you," Qing Shan suddenly exclaimed, leaving the gossamer skirt momentarily stunned. In the serene embrace of the verdant mountains, Qing Shan observed the ethereal beings no longer pursuing him, allowing himself to finally relax. At least for this month, he could pass the days in tranquility. Ultimately, he was still here as a consequence of his transgressions. At this moment of respite, clad in a flowing gown of cloud silk, he leisurely began to gather the treasures that were beyond his reach. "Do you possess a name, my exquisite gown?" he mused, but the cloud silk remained silent, unable to respond. Yet, a name unfurled in his heart, as if whispered by the gown itself, "Miss Dream Gown." Qing Shan paused, captivated by the beauty of the name. "Then I shall call you Miss Dream, my dear treasure." With a brazen spirit, he approached another spiritual treasure lying on the ground, squatting to see if he could lift it. now shielded by the mist dream gown. Free from the threats posed by numerous ethereal beings, he felt emboldened to devise a means to claim the treasures. However, the gown radiated an aura of reluctance. "Shall I then call you Cloud Silk Treasure?" he amended. The gown seemed to yearn for escape, clearly troubled by the term treasure. Yet, the treasures remained stubbornly beyond his grasp, as if they were fated to be unattainable. With a wry smile, he murmured to himself, "In truth, I know you disdain me. Your kind heart simply does not wish to see me perish here." Relinquishing his attempts to gather treasures, he decided to sit upon the ground. "Rest assured, I shall borrow your protection for a month. When I depart, you may remain hidden here." The mist dream gown quivered suddenly, as if it regarded the youth with newfound attention. His eyes sparkled with clarity as he whispered, "You are evading something, are you not? This place, shrouded in darkness, conceals you from discovery." Qing Shan surmised that the gown was not meant to be in this realm, its celestial essence clashing with the pervasive gloom surrounding them. The dark aura concealed her presence, rendering her almost invisible. The gown fell silent, acknowledging his astute observation. Qing Shan, brushing off the dust from the mountains, reflected, "In truth, who isn't in hiding? We all seek refuge in our own ways." He tilted his head towards the vanishing twilight, leaning back with his hands propped behind him, gazing at the sliver of night sky above. In that vast expanse, stars twinkled like scattered jewels, descending upon the abyss like flowers upon water, beautiful yet unreachable. The world, akin to a relentless downpour, leaves everyone yearning to remain unscathed. Why does humanity aspire to transcend into divinity? Because everyone desires the ability to shield themselves and those dear to them from the falling rain. Yet, to hold an umbrella is also a form of evasion. We are all fleeing from something. I too am. At the tender age of 12, having devoted 7 years to the path of enlightenment, Qing Shan wandered through the world, witnessing the myriad affairs of life. Amidst these experiences, profound insights emerged. From a young age, he grasped the universal truth: all beings harbor a fear of mortality. Even the celestial beings are not exempt from this truth. He, too, felt trepidation, which led him to develop a sense of gratitude towards the silken gown that had chosen to return and rescue him. His heart brimmed with appreciation for many. Every individual who had extended a helping hand to him was etched in his memory. He harbored the hope that one day he might also assist others. The heart of a youth is invariably simple, devoid of excessive judgments or calculations. Thus, upon being saved, he inquired, "Is there anything I can do for you?" In his eyes, the affairs of the world resembled transactions. Besides family, one must always consider reciprocity. No one is obligated to assist another. This was a truth that he comprehended long ago. The path of wealth is such that one wishes to own nothing to heaven and earth, let alone those ethereal legacies. If he possessed the capability, he could certainly glean wisdom from the cosmos or derive understanding on his own, without needing the enlightenment of others. The gown, resembling a wisp of cloud, gazed at the youth, seemingly smiling, its soft fabric lowering its guard against him. The boy's sincerity seemed to illuminate something profound within it. A breeze whispered into the depths of the abyss. Together, the boy and the gown stood in quiet contemplation. "Since you choose not to speak of it now, let us defer the conversation for another time." After a lengthy pause, he rose and stretched, declaring, "It is time to attend to serious matters." He maneuvered around clusters of ethereal flames, seeking out his broom, and returned to the area abundant with spiritual treasures. Taking a deep breath, he commenced his efforts to pry them loose. Yet, the treasures seemed as if they were embedded within the ground, utterly immovable. For 2 days, he toiled without success, growing increasingly frustrated. "Very well. You wish to disregard me, do you?" He found a protruding stone upon which a long spear was thrust, also a spiritual treasure. Concealing himself behind the stone, he gritted his teeth and unfastened the gown's bodice. In an instant, countless ethereal flames surged as if they had finally sensed his presence, roaring forth in a frenzy towards the stone. The momentum of the spiritual beings coalesced upon it, prompting him to immediately suppress his aura. Consequently, the spirits lost their target and began to wander around the spear. Seeing this, he could not help but chuckle, unfastening his bodice once more, only to quickly fasten it again. With each unfastening, the flames roared anew. After 2 days ensconced within the fiery realm, the spear finally capitulated. It could no longer endure such torment, yielding willingly to him. The pressure of the ethereal flames was simply too relentless. If this continued, even the spirit consciousness of the spear would be utterly worn away. Triumphant, he reveled in his success. It is indeed I who prevail. The gown, now lethargic, too seemed to acquiesce. Holding the spear aloft, he turned his gaze towards the remaining treasures, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Dear treasures, prepare to face the judgment of your master. The ground was strewn with treasures, and in the eyes of the verdant mountains, an expression of sheer terror emerged. Within the depths of the abyss, the audacious laughter of youth resonated. Chapter 40. You have the abyssal narrow passage. Beneath the two stone pillars, two elderly men with graying hair sat in serene repose. Their eyes closed in tranquil meditation. Time flowed by unnoticed until they seemed to awaken, opening their eyes to glance into the dim depths of the abyss behind them. How long has that boy been inside? Inquired the elder on the left, furrowing his brow. The elder on the right contemplated before responding. It has been over 10 days. I believe. Why hasn't he emerged yet? Questioned the left elder, perplexed. It is uncommon for any disciple to remain within for such an extended period. The oppressive aura within can drive one to madness. The right elder chuckled softly. Let it be. Perhaps he possesses some skills. The left elder nodded in agreement, but felt a twinge of concern for the young man named Qing Shan, pondering the potential tragedy if he were to succumb to madness within. They both closed their eyes once more, resuming their vigilant silence. After an indeterminate span of time, a young maiden approached the entrance of the abyss. Her brows arched like willow leaves, her figure delicate, with long hair gathered behind her. Clad in simple attire, she resembled a flower poised to bloom. When Rual arrived at the narrow mouth of the abyss and beheld the two elders beneath the stone pillars, momentarily taken aback, she promptly bowed respectfully before them. The elders opened their eyes and rose to stand before her. What brings you here? When Rual retrieved her commission, her voice soft as she spoke. I am Du Rual, humbly granted permission to enter the abyss for the purpose of path imitation. To conceal her identity, she had adopted the name Du Rual, given to her by Fu Yingchun, as she sought to mask her true name within the confines of Qingluo Mountain. Her voice carried a hint of timidity, revealing her unease. A few days prior, senior sister Qiongquan had sought her out, instructing her to undertake this journey into the abyss, but she was to go alone. The two elders took the commission, glanced at it, and then turned their gaze back to Wen Ruo. If you have been granted permission, why do you feel ashamed? Wen Ruo was momentarily taken aback, replying, I do not. The left elder returned the commission with a leisurely demeanor. You do. Wen Ruo sighed and shook her head. I do not. Indeed. She felt a sense of shame, yet she was reluctant to voice it. Qingluo Mountain had embraced her, providing her with ample protection. Fu Yingchun had taken measures to ensure she could release her past, encouraging her to integrate into the community by frequently engaging with others. The numerous disciples surrounded her, akin to stars encircling the moon. She understood that Fu Yingchun and senior sister Qiongquan had her best interests at heart. However, this very kindness made her naturally introverted disposition feel rather helpless in crowded spaces. She felt guilty for not adequately reciprocating the goodwill of Fu Yingchun and Qiongquan. Despite her earnest efforts to connect with her fellow disciples, she believed this was the reason senior sister Qiongquan had sent her here alone. Her heart brimmed with remorse towards her masters and senior sisters, yet she found it difficult to articulate her feelings, fearing it would only cause them worry. The two elders resumed their positions beneath the stone pillars, closing their eyes once again. You do. When Rual pouted, stepping before the elder on the left. I do not. The elderly man on the right repeated, You have. When Rual turned to face him again, striving to defend herself. I do not. The old man on the left interjected, You do. Confounded and dizzy from their banter. When Rual wished to inquire when exactly, but the two elders spoke in unison. Just go inside. It is not for us to say. Furthermore, do not entertain the notion of waiting for others to enter with you. Since you have been granted the privilege to proceed first, there must be a reason for it. Frustration welled up within Wen Ruo. She had not anticipated her intentions being so easily discerned. Indeed, she had contemplated lingering here for several days with the two elders before joining the others, hoping to better assimilate with the group. With a sigh, she stepped toward the two stone pillars. Wait. The two elders seemed to remember something, their eyes widening in curiosity as they regarded her. What is your relationship with that young man inside? This scene felt eerily familiar. 10 days prior, That young man had displayed the same obstinacy. The two were remarkably alike. When Ruo, puzzled, inquired, "Which young man?" the elders waved her off, urging her to proceed. "Oh." As she walked toward the entrance, still irked, she bit her lip and turned back, attempting to retort once more, "I do not." Then she slipped inside. The two old men exchanged glances and chuckled, closing their eyes while murmuring, "You do." It was unclear whether their do referred to feelings of shame, a scheme, or some connection to that young man within. As when Ruo entered the Ling Yuan, she peered inside but did not observe any of the peculiar Tao spirits her seniors had mentioned. A twinge of anxiety and unease gripped her. Nevertheless, she lifted her skirt and ventured deeper. After walking for some time, she looked around in confusion. Hadn't her senior said that after walking for half a day, one would encounter the celestial Tao spirits? Why had she seen none? Her perplexity grew, prompting her to press onward into the depths. Within the Ling Yuan, the oppressive aura of Yin pervaded the atmosphere. The dense energy clung to her, causing her to tighten her garments instinctively. She estimated that in such a heavy atmosphere, her stay in the Ling Yuan would not exceed 10 days. After yet another half-day's journey, she encountered a corner and stepped into it. Moments later, she stood frozen in place. Before her, in the depths where the thick Yin energy coalesced, countless Tao spirit ghostly flames gathered together. Their faint light illuminated a portion of the Ling Yuan. At the center of this assembly of ghostly flames stood an individual clad in an exquisitely beautiful gown of cloud silk. Facing away from her and directing threats toward a spiritual treasure copper cauldron. "I advise you to be sensible and obediently become my treasure. Resistance will yield no results. Only submission to me offers a glimmer of hope." The copper cauldron remained silent. The figure threatened once more, appearing increasingly agitated. "You are forcing my hand. Do not blame the Lord of Wealth for being ruthless." Immediately, countless ethereal flames coalesced around, erupting with tremendous force. Boom. A pause. Boom. Another pause. Boom. From a distance, when Ruo beheld this extraordinary scene, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. Why had so many spirits congregated here? They seemed to heed the words of that individual. The voice of that person, reminiscent of a youth, struck a familiar chord, as if previously encountered. When Ruo found it difficult to fathom just how remarkable that person truly was. Unconsciously, she approached. He was oblivious to her presence, absorbed in his tasks. As when Ruo drew nearer, she timidly called out to the youth's back, "Hello." Startled by her voice, the young man turned around. Between them, countless ethereal flames flickered, their gazes intertwining. When Ruo stood in a daze for a long while before suddenly breaking into a joyful smile. Little shopkeeper, Qing Shan, realizing the situation, cheerfully waved at Wen Ruo, exclaiming, "Guest." Noticing the multitude of spirits gathered nearby, Qing Shan deftly navigated through the swirling flames. Making his way to Wen Ruo, he was elated to see her again. "Dear guest, have you come to repay the silver?" Wen Ruo froze, engulfed in silence. Chapter 41. A meeting at Ling Yuan in times past. Qing Shan had fled with Wen Ruo and Wen Zhu, who owed him 8,000 taels of silver. Knowing that Wen Ruo would be in Qingluo Mountain, Qing Shan felt little astonishment upon encountering him there. Yet, Wen Ruo was taken aback to find Qing Shan had also ventured into Qingluo Mountain. And to his surprise, the first words from Qing Shan were a demand for repayment. Wen Ruo, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, lowered his gaze. "Shopkeeper, I am sorry. I am currently hiding here and have yet to earn any silver. But rest assured, I will repay you." Upon hearing this, Qing Shan felt a pang of disappointment. "Very well," he replied, noticing Wen Ruo's averted eyes. Not wanting to press further, he forced a smile. "It's all right, there's no rush. Just remember." Wen Ruo looked up, offering a gentle smile. "I won't forget." A silence settled between them, thick with a hint of awkwardness. As Wen Ruo gazed at Qing Shan's candid smile, she was inexplicably reminded of that fateful night when he had helped her escape. Standing protectively before her as he invoked the observation of the heavenly well, a subtle smile crept onto her lips, delicate yet captivating. However, Qing Shan was only aware of the substantial sum of silver before him. Time slipped by unnoticed until one of them finally spoke. "What brings you here? What brings you here?" They both exclaimed in unison. Qing Shan scratched his head, a look of curiosity crossing his face. "How did you end up in Ling Yuan? Have you violated any regulations?" He found it hard to fathom that someone as reserved as Wen Ruo could breach the rules. Wen Ruo, perplexed, replied, not at all. I was granted permission to come to Lingyuan to emulate the Tao. Were you not? I am here to face punishment. Qingshan's response was met with confusion. How could both punishment and reward lead one to Lingyuan? Punishment? Wenruo echoed, equally baffled. Is emulating the Tao and Lingyuan a form of punishment? Both were left in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the situation. Let us sit and talk, Qingshan suggested, gesturing towards a nearby rock as he moved to it. He felt a surge of joy at Wenruo's presence, considering their bond forged through shared peril. Although their acquaintance had begun in business, it did not diminish his fondness for her. He recalled her words that night, urging him to escape first, which lingered in his mind. Qingshan climbed onto the stone and took a casual seat. Wenruo nodded, lifting her skirt as she followed suit, settling beside him. How did you survive that day? I inquired with Senior Liu Xia, but she did not share any details with me. Wenruo initiated the conversation and paused, seemingly concerned that Qingshan might not recognize the name. I mean Senior Liu Xia, the master of Qingluo Mountain. Qingshan, unable to disclose that Liu Xia was his own mentor, could only offer a vague explanation. I do not know. I fainted. When I regained consciousness, you were all gone. Later, I heard that Qingluo Mountain was accepting external disciples, so I decided to give it a try. I never expected to find you here as well. By the way, what of Wenju? Indeed, Wenruo smiled, attributing the timely intervention of Liu Xia to the salvation of all. Uncle Wenju was gravely injured and was still recuperating on Lingju Peak. She inadvertently cast a furtive glance at the profile of Qingshan. She had yet to inquire about the shopkeeper's name. Qingshan replied, My name is Qingshan. I have no surname, so you may simply call me Qingshan. No surname? Wenruo was perplexed. How could there be a person in this world without a surname? Qingshan shrugged, his tone casual, because I do not know who my parents are, and therefore, I do not know my surname. The family that once raised me named me Qingshan, but did not bestow a surname upon me. They said that while one may be born of parents, one may lack a surname and must not adopt a random one. Wenruo nodded and softly inquired, What of the family that raises you now? Qingshan lowered his gaze. They are all deceased. His words were calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Upon hearing this, Wenruo was engulfed in profound guilt. I'm so sorry. Qingshan chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. What is there to apologize for? It is merely a fact. If one cannot speak of it, would that not be rather petty? Wenruo gazed at Qingshan and chuckled again. Yet, as she began to ponder, she was momentarily taken aback. Wait. Are you that Qingshan? The one who was conducting business during the outer sect selection? Realizing this, Wenruo found herself in a mix of amusement and disbelief. She should have anticipated it. Such antics could only be performed by a reckless little shopkeeper who valued money over life. Qingshan was taken aback. Am I famous? Wenruo couldn't help but laugh. Word has spread throughout the outer sect. They say a bad boy has arrived at the Silver Pavilion. Especially the folks from the 100 Beasts Peak. They plan to teach you a lesson during the upcoming minor competition. You ought to be cautious. Qingshan waved his hand dismissively. I cannot participate in the minor competition. I must sweep the floors here as punishment for a month. By the time I'm free, the minor competition will have passed. The two conversed for quite some time, primarily as Wenruo explained her identity and the reason for her arrival at Qingluo Mountain. For some reason, she felt an unwillingness to conceal anything from the Qingshan who had saved her life, and she inexplicably trusted that he would not harm her. However, unbeknownst to her, Qingshan was already well aware of these matters. They continued their conversation until it seemed Wenruo could no longer endure the oppressive aura within Lingyuan. The female form is inherently Yin, and this was particularly pronounced here. What were you doing just now? Wenruo asked, forcing herself to inquire without haste. Upon hearing her question, Qingshan suddenly slapped his thigh. I almost forgot. I was still conquering treasures. You wish to cultivate, do you? He turned to survey the surrounding Tao spirit ghost flames, waving his hand with great bravado. The Tao spirits of Lingyuan should all be here. Choose freely. Whichever you fancy, just let me know, and I shall assist you. After all, these Tao spirits are all my little brothers now. Clad in a gown of cloud silk and misty dreams, the Tao spirits were unable to locate him and were currently in a state of anxiety. Wenruo was astonished. You can help me? Qingshan smiled and nodded gently, a faint breath escaping from beneath the ethereal fabric of her dreamy skirt. In an instant, all the Tao spirit flames simultaneously exuded their essence. Boom. Beneath the entire spiritual abyss, a vast expanse unfolded. This left Wen Ruo momentarily stunned, amidst her astonishment. She managed to locate several Tao spirits that would prove beneficial to her. Tentatively, she pointed a finger. Qingshan immediately retracted her essence and approached the cluster of Tao spirit flames, reaching out with a swift grasp. In that moment, the Tao spirit, sensing Qingshan's presence, promptly released its own understanding of the Tao. Qingshan did not reveal her aura, thus only this particular Tao spirit emitted its essence while the others remained in silence. Enduring the breath released by the Tao spirit flames, Qingshan captured it in her hand and returned to Wen Ruo, offering it to her. Wen Ruo, momentarily dazed, suddenly felt that these Tao spirits were of little worth. Why was she receiving such a generous offering from Qingshan? It seemed true that the one who takes the initiative ends up losing. Thank you, Qingshan. She inhaled deeply, accepting the Tao spirit flames, and then, following Qingshan, began to emulate the profound insights left by the ancestors within. Ordinarily, emulating the Tao is a matter heavily reliant on fate. For an ordinary person, not only is it uncertain whether they can find a Tao spirit that benefits them, but even upon finding one, the spirit may not be willing to assist. Yet at this moment, the Tao spirits appeared as if they were within easy reach. Qingshan, unperturbed, moved aside to continue her standoff with the bronze cauldron. I advise you to comply quietly. Chapter 42. The scheme for prosperity. Wen Ruo was diligently engaging in the art of cultivation nearby, while Qingshan refrained from provoking the other Tao spirits for fear that Wen Ruo might be adversely affected. Thus, he earnestly persuaded the copper tripod beside him, saying, "You see, although I cannot torment you now, once Wen Ruo completes her task, I can still enlist the help of the esteemed Tao spirits. At that time, you will have no choice but to comply. Would it not be better to endure less suffering? I am a reasonable person, and I assure you I will not use you as a mere tool for exchange. I will find you a worthy family to showcase your talents. Naturally, I shall also collect a fee from this family. Why would you not agree to such a mutually beneficial arrangement?" The copper tripod remained unyielding, which incensed Qingshan, for this was the most obstinate spirit treasure he had encountered in over 10 days. 2 days later, Qingshan continued his persistent efforts to persuade the copper tripod. Meanwhile, Wen Ruo, who had been in deep meditation, finally opened her eyes. She turned her gaze towards Qingshan, who was still striving to win over the copper tripod, her eyes sparkling like flowing streams. Qingshan turned back. "Is it done?" Wen Ruo nodded and approached him, gazing at the copper tripod before her. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, "Do you desire it greatly?" Qingshan nodded instinctively. "Of course. I want not only this, but all the spirit treasures here." Wen Ruo pondered for a while. Acquiring them all might be challenging, but if it were just a few, she could assist him instantly. Qingshan's eyes lit up, akin to a famished wolf fixating on its prey. "What did you say?" Unfazed by Qingshan's intense demeanor, Wen Ruo merely smiled gently. She stepped beside him and reached out towards the copper tripod. A peculiar luminescence emanated from her hand, swirling around the tripod, exuding an aura reminiscent of the artifact itself. In an instant, the copper tripod levitated from the ground and landed in Wen Ruo's grasp. Though she appeared somewhat fatigued, her joy was evident as she handed the tripod to Qingshan. "Here." Qingshan was taken aback as he accepted the tripod, noticing that Wen Ruo seemed considerably drained after lifting it. "Will it have any impact on you?" he asked with concern. Wen Ruo shook her head. "No. It is a unique aspect of my Tao technique that can summon the essence of certain spirit treasures. It is merely that my current cultivation level is insufficient, rendering the task somewhat strenuous." Qingshan nodded, accepting the copper tripod without further hesitation. Curiosity about Wen Ruo's unique abilities began to stir within him, yet he refrained from probing further, simply stating, "Never mind, I have already acquired several." One cannot be too greedy. Wen Ruo smiled at Qingshan and nodded in agreement. The two then fell into a contemplative silence. After a considerable time, Wen Ruo seemed to recall something and inquired, "So, will you remain here until the punishment concludes?" Qingshan nodded. "Indeed, and you?" Wen Ruo, feeling a sense of enlightenment, smiled at that moment. "Once our sex journey of understanding concludes, I shall depart with those individuals." However, they arrived a few days later than I did, so it will only be a matter of these few days. She appeared somewhat reluctant, yet left her sentiments unspoken. Upon hearing this, Qing Shan was momentarily taken aback. Wait, what did you say? Others are coming to seek understanding? Wen Ruo, puzzled, nodded affirmatively. Yes, why? Qing Shan's breath hitched, and suddenly, his eyes sparkled with fervor. Eureka! Eureka! Haraha! He abruptly turned, embracing Wen Ruo, and then bowed repeatedly to the ethereal flames of Tao spirits, murmuring incessantly, Esteemed seniors, my fortunes hinge upon your benevolence. Wen Ruo, seemingly oblivious, remained rooted in place. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the flowing fabric of Qing Shan's long robe. The golden tassels adorning the garment swayed rhythmically, reminiscent of a woman's resigned sigh. At the entrance of Ling Yuan, 2 stone pillars stood sentinel. Qing Shan cautiously peeked out, gazing at the elderly figures beneath the pillars. Esteemed seniors, esteemed seniors. The 2 elders opened their eyes and regarded the eager Qing Shan with curiosity. What is it? With a smile, Qing Shan asked. Might I borrow the golden scroll you hold for a moment? Wen Ruo approached Qing Shan, astonished by his audacity to address the 2 guardians of the tomb in such a manner. The elders turned their heads. Absolutely not. Indeed, this lad harbored intentions towards the golden scroll. Qing Shan, clinging to the stone pillar, felt a tinge of disappointment. Then, may I step out? You are to remain in confinement for a month and cannot emerge until that period has elapsed, the elders stated. Qing Shan felt somewhat disheartened. Well, I didn't truly wish to leave, but the Tao spirits within are exceedingly enthusiastic and insist on imparting their teachings to me. I pondered. Having received the entirety of the Tao spirit's inheritance alone feels rather selfish, so I thought, since I cannot exit, I shall simply accept the teachings of the esteemed Tao spirits. Sighing, Qing Shan displayed an air of resignation. However, his words left the 2 elders in a state of astonishment for quite some time. What did you say? Qing Shan, with innocent naivete, pointed behind him. Indeed, the Tao spirits have followed closely at my heels. You may verify for yourselves. The 2 elders, momentarily stunned, rose to peer into the Ling Yuan between the stone pillars, only to find themselves frozen in disbelief. All the ethereal flames of the Tao spirits in the Ling Yuan were gathered around Qing Shan, as if they had declared, only Qing Shan shall do. The 2 elders were left in a state of shock, turning to Qing Shan with expressions of incredulity. What have you done? Qing Shan scratched his head. I haven't done anything at all. They have been following me, intending to impart their wisdom. I feel it would be rather selfish to receive all the teachings alone. Thus, I contemplated leaving, but since that is not an option, I must accept everything. Sigh. Qing Shan turned towards the multitude of Tao spirits, appearing somewhat resigned. The 2 elders exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Wait, if Qing Shan were to receive all the Tao spirit teachings alone, what would the disciples of Qing Luo Mountain have to emulate? Although they harbored doubts, they were reluctant to take any risks. Qing Shan turned back, wearing an innocent expression. What is it? The 2 elders observed the countless Tao spirits gathering behind Qing Shan, eager and restless. When did the Tao spirits become so eager to attach themselves? Your punishment has ended. You may return, one elder proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Qing Shan immediately shook his head, embodying the demeanor of a dutiful disciple. No, I am still under punishment. I will not leave for at least a month. How could he forsake such a lucrative opportunity? What do you wish to do? One elder inquired. Qing Shan scratched his head, appearing somewhat bashful. Well, since the esteemed Tao spirits wish to impart their teachings to me, I was thinking, if other disciples from the sect come to seek guidance, might I assist in selecting Tao spirits for them? This would not only facilitate their learning, but, if I contribute to the sect in this manner, could the sect perhaps offer me some benefits, such as silver or the like? Chapter 43. The Exposed Green Mountain. This is the moment when Qing Shan conceived his grand plan to earn silver. After all, they were in Lingyuan. If he were to establish a Tao spirit shop here, he might face punishment. And it was highly probable that he would be driven away by the elders before he even opened his doors. The most effective way to earn silver, naturally, would be to align himself with the official status of the sect. The sect was troubled by its disciples' reliance on the whims of the Tao spirits. Despite the numerous Tao spirits in Lingyuan being the sect's foundational assets, very few disciples could genuinely comprehend the Tao within Lingyuan. This was a tremendous loss. However, if someone could transform this originally fortuitous endeavor into something more certain, it would indeed be a lucrative venture. The sect could arrange for disciples to study the Tao, while he would deliver the corresponding Tao spirits to the sect. He would then reap some benefits from this arrangement. It was simply perfect. Beside him, Wen Ruo watched in astonishment as Qing Shan haggled with the two old ancestors. The two elders of Lingyuan also began to comprehend the situation, gazing intently at Qing Shan. "Are you intending to open a shop here?" Qing Shan responded with righteous indignation. "No. I merely wish to serve the sect." How could they fathom his true intentions? Had news of his plan to open a shop within the sect already reached Lingyuan? The two elders closed their eyes, and Qing Shan pouted. He had no desire to open a shop. The instability of such a venture was unappealing. A cooperative win-win situation was far more desirable. The two old men then shut their eyes, falling into silence. After a prolonged pause, Qing Shan grew increasingly perplexed by their silence. Was this an agreement or a refusal? He glanced back at Wen Ruo, who shook her head in response. At this moment, the two elders, still with their eyes closed, spoke nonchalantly. "Forget about opening a shop. However, if you wish to earn some spirit stones, we could certainly assist you." The two elders had seen through Qing Shan entirely. Upon hearing this, Qing Shan was overjoyed and rushed to stand before the two elders, his eyes wide with anticipation. The elders opened their eyes and said, "Since you share a connection with the Tao spirits, we shall allow you to assist the disciples in comprehending the Tao. For each disciple you successfully guide, we shall record 50 points of merit for you." 50 points of merit. Qing Shan's breath caught in his throat, tears streaming down his face. Now, this was a grand enterprise. However, the two elders fixed their gaze upon him. "You must explain why the Tao spirits are so drawn to you." Qing Shan looked up, momentarily stunned. In truth, he did not know. The elders frowned, and before they could speak, Qing Shan mysteriously added, "But I sense that someone above Lingyuan is watching over me. She is the one who summoned the Tao spirit predecessors to me." Qing Shan had long felt this presence within Lingyuan, and it was indeed this she who awakened the Tao spirits. Thus unfolded the subsequent events. The two elders were momentarily taken aback, as if they had suddenly grasped an understanding. Qingluo Mountain Spirit. The two venerable elders of Lingyuan chuckled. "Since that is the case, allowing you to earn some silver is not entirely out of the question." With a wave of their hands, a surge of spiritual energy soared into the heavens, transforming into ripples that spread across the verdant peaks of Qingluo. In an instant, over a dozen elders atop several summits of the Qingluo Mountain simultaneously sensed the call and transformed into streaks of light, racing towards Lingyuan. On Lingjue Peak, Fu Yingchun was brimming with pride. Qing Shan had been in Lingyuan for half a month now. Surely, he was nearing his limit. The precious Wen Ruo had also entered Lingyuan several days prior, and they must have encountered Qing Shan by now. Xiong Xuan had also taken her disciples to Lingyuan. Soon, he would don the guise of a guiding master to rescue Qing Shan, compelling Wen Ruo to address him as master, thereby ensuring that Qing Shan would naturally accompany him back to Lingjue Peak. As Fu Yingchun contemplated his grand plan to take on a disciple, a grin spread across his face. It was all thanks to him. He felt invigorated, gazing skyward, reveling in the beauty of the heavenly order. Suddenly, a summons from Lingyuan jolted him from his reverie. Did they just call me? Us? An ominous premonition arose within him. Fu Yingchun swiftly turned his head and saw every mountain lord and elder of Qingluo Mountain responding to the call, heading towards Lingyuan. His expression shifted drastically as he soared into the sky, racing towards Lingyuan. This was dire. His Lingjue Peak was the farthest from Lingyuan. Meanwhile, Qing Shan was about to inquire how to earn silver from the two elders of Lingyuan when a series of piercing sounds echoed. A group of elders descended gracefully from the sky, landing before him. They were the esteemed elders of Qingluo Mountain, whom he had encountered on the day of his entrance to the sect. The elders landed, bowing deeply in reverence before the two venerable ones. "We greet you, ancestors." Ancestors. Qing Shan was taken aback, staring in bewilderment at the two elders of Lingyuan. The elders opened their eyes and regarded the gathered elders with a nod. "We have matters to discuss with you." They gestured towards Qing Shan. This young man has attracted the attention of the spirit of Qingluo Mountain within Lingyuan, drawing the guiding spirit to follow him. You may summon your own disciples to seek guidance, allowing him to assist in selecting the guiding spirit. As the words fell, the gathered elders abruptly turned their gazes toward Qing Shan. The intensity of their stares radiated a predatory gleam. Qing Shan felt an overwhelming fear. He recognized that look all too well, reminiscent of how he himself gazed upon treasures. The elders scrutinized Qing Shan, inspecting him from head to toe. In that fleeting moment, a singular thought ignited in the hearts of the elders. After searching through countless crowds, finding him was effortless. The attention of the spirit of Qingluo Mountain was fixated on the very disciple that Fu Yingchun had concealed during the outer sect selection. Excellent, excellent. One elder laughed heartily. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. I shall summon my personal disciple immediately. Pray tell, what is your name? Ah, Qingshan is it? I perceive that you possess a splendid countenance, reminiscent of celestial beings. Might you be willing to join me at Wanshan? I would take you as my cherished disciple. No, wait. You shall become my esteemed closed-door disciple. The elders, seemingly oblivious to the matter of Taoism, gathered around Qingshan. They scrutinized him from below the mountain, their hands reaching out to touch his head, while others examined him from every angle, as if he were a coveted treasure. Qingshan stood in bewilderment, pondering why they were encircling him if they were merely discussing a transaction. When Ruo also found herself in a state of astonishment. Had Qingshan not only subdued the Tao spirit, but also captivated the attention of the elders? Qingshan, do not heed their words. Come to my Beastmaster Peak. The elder will take you to the 4 seas to capture a dragon as your steed. How does that sound? The elder from Beastmaster Peak coaxed gently. Qingshan, your ability to attract the Tao spirit signifies that you are a natural-born master of beast taming. The third elder, the head of Dan Mountain, interjected urgently. Beastmaster Peak is filled with mere beasts and is far too noisy. You should come to my Dan Mountain, where I shall refine elixirs for you, enabling you to transcend to the divine realm without the need for arduous cultivation. What do you mean by that? Why do you claim that my Beastmaster Peak is filled with beasts? Is the 100 Flowers Valley not overrun with weeds as well? Why do you not mention that? The elderly woman, Hua Sijin, who had just arrived, stiffened momentarily, her expression darkening. This is the doing of Fu Yingchun. Chapter 44. The miscalculation of Fu Yingchun. Come to my Nianshan, and I shall guide you to transcendence. Spoke Elder Wu, Elder C of the Body Refinement Pool. With a look of disdain, retorted, you speak of following one's heart, yet you have not even comprehended your own essence. You must come to my Body Refinement Peak, where I will help you forge a divine physique. Elder Ba of the Sword Edge, his demeanor grave and imbued with the aura of a sword, gently gestured. Join my sword edge, and I shall lead you to wield your sword against the heavens. Elder of the Armament Pavilion declared, come to the Armament Pavilion, and I shall impart to you the art of weapon forging. Elder Jiu of the Seven Souls Mountain, sneering at the others, muttered, all of you are mere brutes. He squatted before the Green Mountain, ethereal in presence, and proclaimed, enter my Seven Souls Mountain, where I shall guide you to explore the realms of the spirit. Wandering the seas of clouds, a most delightful pursuit. Elder Shur of the Book Pavilion scoffed. In life, one must understand the principles of existence. Come to the Wind Pavilion, where you may peruse the vast collection of texts and the teachings of the world. Elder Shur then cast a stern gaze at the assembled elders, before turning to Qingshan with a smile. Ah, Qingshan, I sense the aura of the mystical path upon you. You must have entered the realm of the arcane. No place is more fitting for you than Qingshan. The elders erupted into a cacophony, each claiming the title of master. Qingshan, bewildered and dazed by the commotion, found himself in a state of confusion. Is this also the arrangement of my esteemed elder sister? She only mentioned appointing a visible mentor, not this multitude. At that moment, Fu Yingchun hurriedly approached, only to see Qingshan encircled by a throng of elders. His vision darkened, and he bellowed, Qingshan is a disciple of the Lingju Peak. The elders turned, scoffing at his claim. How is he your disciple? What do you possess besides brute force? What can you offer Qingshan? Can you provide him with elixirs? Can you capture a dragon for him as a steed? Can you take him on adventures across the seas? Their derisive remarks pierced Fu Yingchun's heart like daggers. He felt a surge of blood rising but could not express it. Tears threatened to spill, yet he restrained himself from the humiliation. Indeed, apart from the path of Lingju, he had little to offer, nothing of substance to present. I can lead him to battle, Fu Yingchun asserted defiantly. The elders responded with a chorus of jeers, humph. In terms of combat prowess, it was true that Fu Yingchun was the strongest among the elders of Qing Lushans, but what did that matter? Elder Hua of the 100 Flowers Valley glared at Fu Yingchun, her teeth clenched in frustration. You are more hindrance than help. It is your fault Qing Shan has been exposed. Now look at this chaos. It is beyond your control. Finally, the two venerable ancestors of Ling Yuan spoke. Their voices authoritative enough. The elders shrank back, evidently intimidated. The two ancestors beckoned to Qing Shan, who obediently stepped out of the crowd and approached them, appearing docile. Only then did the two elders regard the gathered elders and inquire. So, you all wish to take Qing Shan as your disciple? The hearts of the elders sank momentarily. Could it be that the two ancestors wished to compete with them? It must be noted that the two ancestors had already taken in two disciples. One was the ethereal Su who had gone to the spirit capital, and the other was the current sect leader, Lucia. If they were to accept another disciple, Qing Shan would undoubtedly stand on equal footing with them. No. The elders immediately shook their heads in denial. The two ancestors scanned the assembly of elders, and then sighed, "You have." However, there is no rush regarding Qing Shan's apprenticeship. The eldest and Xia heir have yet to return, correct? The term eldest felt akin to calling someone firstborn, and indeed, this firstborn referred to the grand elder. The eldest remained at the Demon Sea, guarding the ancestral shrine, and had not yet returned. Fu Yingchun spoke up, mentioning that the sect leader had recently gone to Ling Yuan, seemingly in response to some unforeseen change, and had not yet returned either. The two ancestors nodded. We summoned you here to have you call your disciples forth for the purpose of path imitation, not to compete for disciples. Even if there were a competition for disciples, it must wait until the eldest and Xia heir return. A collective sigh of disappointment swept through the elders. However, the tone of the two ancestors shifted. Before the eldest returns, what you do is of no concern to me. Ultimately, who Qing Shan chooses as his master is entirely up to him. There was still room for maneuver. The eyes of the elders lit up as they exchanged knowing glances, each harboring their own thoughts. For now, summon your respective disciples to come forth for the path imitation, and let Qing Shan assist. With that, the two ancestors turned their gaze toward Qing Shan. Since you wish to help, so be it. For every individual you successfully assist in path imitation, you shall earn 30 merit points. How does that sound? 30 merit points per person. Qing Shan paused in his breath. Something seemed amiss. Thank you, ancestor. He thought better of it. It was inconsequential. Qing Shan immediately knelt and bowed deeply to the two ancestors. He was resolute in not bowing to heaven and earth, but he could certainly bow to the ancestors and to gold. The elders, witnessing this, quickly devised a plan and called out to their own disciples. Before long, more than 20 disciples of Elder Zhang hurriedly arrived. Coincidentally, Qiongquan also arrived with the disciples participating in this path imitation. Over 50 disciples, both inner and outer sect members, gathered outside Ling Yuan, creating quite a lively scene. The elders discreetly transmitted messages to their disciples, conveying the true task of this path imitation. Even Qiongquan received a message from Fu Yingchun, my dear disciple. Make sure to take good care of your junior brother. It would be best if you could directly bring him to our Lingju Peak. Confused, Qiongquan could only comply. With so many elders gathered, was it solely for the purpose of path imitation? The two ancestors gestured to Qing Shan. You may lead your fellow senior brothers and sisters inside for the path imitation. Sure thing. Qing Shan immediately greeted his senior brothers and sisters with a warm smile. Come with me, everyone. Those were all pieces of spirit stones. The disciples were bewildered, unable to comprehend why path imitation required a guide. However, they received communication from their respective masters and elders, immediately turning towards Qing Shan with smiles of gratitude. Thank you, junior brother. Qing Shan led the disciples into Ling Yuan and promptly turned to his senior brothers and sisters, smiling as he said, Today, the path to enlightenment is somewhat different. There is no need to seek the Tao spirits any longer. Choose whichever you desire. The disciples fell into a daze, as though caught in a dream. Xiongquan gazed at the multitude of Tao spirits behind Qing Shan, reminiscent of his second pair of legs. In that instant, she understood that her little junior brother had inadvertently revealed himself. Ultimately, her master had miscalculated. Her dear little junior brother was, in fact, not human at all. Beside her, Wen Ruo wore a sweet smile, her eyes fixed on Qing Shan. Observing Wen Ruo's expression, Xiongquan's heart grew heavier with sorrow. She sighed softly, secretly lamenting for her master. It is over. The little junior brother remains unclaimed. It seems the little junior sister may also be lost. Chapter 45. Accompanying you through the years 3 days later, outside Lingyuan. Numerous disciples bid a tearful farewell to Qingshan. Junior brother Qingshan, do visit Baihuagu often in the future. If anyone dares to bully you, come to find your elder sister. I shall stand up for you. A female disciple from Baihuagu reluctantly said her goodbyes to Qingshan. Another male disciple from Lingzhu Peak, overwhelmed with gratitude, embraced Qingshan. The elder brother knew upon seeing Qingshan that he was truly a remarkable talent among men. My dear junior, I am aware that your punishment stems from that group of rascals from the Beast Peak. Rest assured, although you cannot participate in this external competition, I shall arrange for them to receive their due retribution, ensuring they are unable to rise from their beds for the next round. Each disciple who came to comprehend the Tao under Qingshan's guidance gained profound insights. Although they were instructed to maintain a good relationship with him, their genuine appreciation and affection for Qingshan remained unaffected. Every disciple expressed their heartfelt gratitude as they bid farewell. Junior brother Qingshan, should you encounter any troubles in the future, simply invoke my name. I shall see to it that no one dares to provoke you. Indeed, count me in. Junior brother, once your punishment concludes, I shall visit you at the Silver Collection Pavilion. Qingshan was deeply moved. His senior brothers and sisters from Qingluo Mountain were exceedingly kind. Not only had he earned a total of 1,500 merit points, but they also took such good care of him. Brothers and sisters, I bear a transgression and cannot take my leave far. Once my punishment is over, I shall visit all of you. Qingshan's voice trembled with emotion. Very well, very well. The many disciples exchanged warm farewells with Qingshan. When Ruo glanced at Sister Qiongquan, then turned toward Qingshan, gently saying, I must take my leave as well. When you return to the Silver Collection Pavilion, I shall seek you out. The female disciple from Baihuagu grew increasingly fond of Qingshan, wishing she could take him back to Baihuagu immediately. May you swiftly ascend to the inner sect, and when that time comes, I shall gift you some of the rare flowers I have preserved. Fu Yingchun, overhearing this, turned visibly displeased. The elders, however, were all smiles. The second elder of Beast Peak, upon hearing Qingshan's exchanges with the disciples, expressed concern. From what I gather, you intend to remain in Lingyuan? Qingshan nodded, affirming, yes. I must fulfill my punishment, sweeping the floors for several more days. The third elder of Dan Peak, with an air of righteousness, waved his hand dismissively. Who dares to punish you? Such a lack of insight. Very well, I shall absolve you of this punishment. You need not stay in Lingyuan any longer. Return to the Silver Collection Pavilion at once. Fu Yingchun nearly spat blood, wondering how he had allowed himself to be caught in this predicament. The third elder stepped forward, producing a jade token and handing it to Qingshan. Here, take this jade token. Should you feel unwell at any time, you may come to Dan Peak to seek me. I possess some medicinal pills. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the second elder of the Beast Master Peak promptly stepped forward, presenting his jade token. This is my token from the Beast Master Peak. Should you desire a mount, feel free to seek me out. I shall escort you to the 4 seas to capture a dragon. This is my sword edge token. After the elders departed with their numerous disciples, Qingshan found himself clutching 12 jade tokens in his hands. Tears streamed down his face, overwhelmed by the kindness of everyone at Qingshan Mountain. Well, at least they seemed more reliable than my esteemed master sister. He turned to the 2 elders, pondering the merits of that young lad. Qingshan could not forget about the spirit stones he had earned. With 50 disciples, he had accumulated 1,500 merits, translating to 1,500 spirit stones. The jade tokens, please. The 2 ancestors nodded, gazing at the multitude of jade tokens in Qingshan's grasp, momentarily taken aback. The merits were inscribed on the jade tokens, yet Qingshan possessed an astonishing number of them. Qingshan, too, recognized the dilemma. Which one should he use? Ultimately, he presented his Muin Pavilion Outer Sect jade token. After the 2 elders inscribed his merits upon it, they advised, since you have caught her eye, devote yourself to your cultivation and do not squander the heavenly blessings. Go forth. When the time comes for further instruction, we shall send word to you. Do not squander the heavenly blessings. This was the second time Qingshan had heard such words. Though he did not fully comprehend, he nodded obediently, seemingly recalling something. My broom is still inside. I must retrieve it. With that, Qingshan returned to the depths of the tomb. After locating his broom, he did not leave, but instead ventured deeper into the tomb's innermost recesses. He had not returned merely for the broom. standing there for a considerable time. He suddenly spoke as if in conversation with himself. I must take my leave. Although a month has yet to pass, I wish to express my gratitude. Thank you for saving me last time, and for your continued assistance during this period. He lowered his head, gently caressing the cloud silk gown adorning him. I understand your help stems from your kind heart, unwilling to witness my demise before you, rather than from any notion of my greatness that would compel you to recognize me as your master. In my eyes, every effort made by those in this world deserves to be rewarded. Regrettably, I possess little that could aid you. Slowly, Qingshan lifted his hands, shedding the cloud silk gown from his shoulders, meticulously brushing off the dust before placing it back where he first discovered it. His aura began to emanate, drawing the Tao spirits from the entrance in a frenzy. Qingshan sensed this, yet he still desired to finish his words. I also know that there is no inherent reason for anyone to treat me with kindness. Though I cherish you dearly and wish to take you along, I understand that this may contradict the very reason you have chosen to hide here. It also reflects a certain arrogance on my part. Qingshan smiled softly. Thus, I owe you a favor. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, merely call, and I shall come. He felt the overwhelming presence of the Tao spirits surging forth and sighed. I must take my leave. Otherwise, the venerable Tao spirits will arrive, and I shall endure their wrath. With a deep breath, he felt a pang of reluctance as he waved goodbye to the enchanting cloud silk dream skirt he so cherished. Thank you. He turned to depart, and in the distance, at the corner, the flickering lights of the Tao spirit flames ignited. Qingshan understood that he was merely an ordinary individual, never daring to regard himself as extraordinary. This seemingly remarkable skirt was not something he should possess. Having had the fortune to wear it for more than half a month, he felt utterly content. This skirt differed from other spiritual treasures. It was not merely imbued with rudimentary spirit, but possessed a conscious intellect of its own. He could not treat it like other treasures. He could not forcibly take it away nor view it simply as a pile of silver. It was a sentient garment, a young lady, akin to a person who, like him, possessed a self. She had her own life and, consequently, her own choices. Qingshan stepped forward, heading towards the myriad Tao spirits approaching him. Thank you, farewell. In the stillness of the tomb of silence, within the cloud silk dream skirt, a flicker of awareness seemed to awaken. She watched the boy's departure, observing his retreating figure. The boy's silhouette appeared burdened by an unseen weight. Yet, his gait was unlike that of many in this world. Like the other prodigies, he was exceptionally gifted, yet he was distinct in that he stood in the clouds while his heart remained in the dust, perhaps even somewhat pedestrian. She had witnessed countless remarkable young prodigies in this realm, yet none resembled him. She prided herself on being above all earthly treasures, disdainful of associating with any mortal prodigy or becoming their subordinate. Thus, she had concealed herself in a place where none could find her. Yet she had hidden for far too long, long enough to find this boy fascinating. She seemed to smile, enchanting as a spring breeze. She gently lifted herself, catching up to the boy, wrapping herself around him before the multitude of Tao spirits could reach him. The boy shuddered, standing frozen. A voice, clear yet gentle, arose in his mind. Rather than mere words, it felt like a transmission. I am the cloud silk dream skirt, a sentient garment that harbors disdain for so-called prodigies. You are quite ordinary, thus I do not harbor animosity towards you, yet neither do I harbor affection. However, since you hold such affection for me, I might as well accompany you through the passage of some years. Chapter 46. The ten-tailed celestial fox in the vast expanse of the ancient wilderness. The echoes of avian and beastly cries occasionally intertwined within the desolate forest, as if this place were an untouched realm of solitude. A young maiden clad in a red dress, adorned with treasures, ventured into the mountainous woods. In the distance lay a village, eerily silent and abandoned. The village, overgrown with weeds, appeared devoid of life. Atop a towering mountain overlooking the village stood a woman in white, her long hair cascading gracefully as she stood with hands clasped behind her back. The red-dressed maiden seemed to have spotted the woman atop the peak, curling her lip in disdain before making her way up the mountain, eventually arriving behind the woman in white. Senior sister, why have you summoned me? Lu Xia inquired of Qian Su. Having learned the direction to wealthy village from the mouth of the verdant hills, she had arrived here early. It seemed that even someone of her stature held a profound apprehension towards the spiritual abyss. She appeared to have discerned something significant, and thus called Lu Xia from their sect. Look, Qiansu pointed ahead. Lu Xia followed her gaze and beheld a shrine atop the mountain where they stood. The shrine lay strewn with shattered stones, suggesting that a statue once graced this place. Yet now, it lay in ruins. Lu Xia, puzzled, recalled that she had not encountered this shrine during her previous visit. What kind of shrine is this? She asked. Qiansu shook her head and turned her gaze toward the village below. Have you noticed anything? Lu Xia turned back, furrowing her brow. It appeared that the village below had always been within the shrine's line of sight. Are you suggesting? Lu Xia's expression shifted as realization dawned upon her. Is this shrine the very object spoken of by the inhabitants of Wealthy Village? In the past, the villagers, all of whom were once practitioners of celestial arts, claimed that something had bestowed upon them divine abilities, protecting them throughout generations, enabling them to survive in this spiritual abyss. They had guarded that entity for countless generations. Yet, inexplicably, after their demise, they seemed to have forgotten that thing. Qiansu nodded thoughtfully, seemingly lost in contemplation. Perhaps, it is the entity within this shrine. Regarding the matter of the verdant hills, Lu Xia's demeanor turned solemn. Are you implying that there was once a being that safeguarded the people of Wealthy Village? But as it gradually weakened, it eventually perished, leaving the villagers vulnerable to the ferocious beasts of the spiritual abyss? Did the villagers' cultivation also stem from it? Yet, Lu Xia's brow furrowed once more. Why then, after their death, did they forget its existence? What kind of being could have protected an entire village for countless generations within the spiritual abyss? At the very least, Lu Xia acknowledged her inability to protect the villagers within the Lingyuan for an extended period. The essence within Lingyuan was overwhelmingly ethereal. Even after spending a considerable amount of time there, she felt her spiritual power diminishing. She could not endure more than 3 months in Lingyuan. Qiansu, frowning, took a deep breath. There were only 2 possible explanations. Either the villagers had been malevolent spirits from the very beginning, with their memories of life merely illusions influenced by Lingyuan, or she turned her gaze towards the pile of rubble in the shrine. It was a forbidden existence, invincible in life and unrememberable in death. Lu Xia was momentarily stunned, remaining silent for an extended period. If the latter conjecture were true, then it might be a being comparable to the one in Lingdu who had not lowered their gaze for millennia. Lu Xia immediately inquired, "Can you discern the original form of this pile of rubble?" Qiansu nodded, inhaling deeply, and extended her fingers towards the heap of stones within the shrine. Her fingers, slender and delicate, opened wide. As her palms slightly turned counterclockwise, a hum resonated, shaking the heavens and the earth. The rubble within the shrine began to levitate, gathering towards the stone pedestal as if drawn by an unseen force. Qiansu's eyes ignited with a surge of power. The stones began to reassemble. At last, through her efforts, a statue materialized with a thunderous crash. The two stood before the statue, momentarily entranced. Before them stood a statue of a fox spirit. Yet, this fox spirit astonishingly possessed 10 tails, a 10-tailed celestial fox. Lu Xia felt a daze wash over her. In the realm of the Jishur fox clan, 1 tail represented a beast, 2 tails a spirit, 3 tails a seductress, 4 tails a demon, 5 tails a soul, 6 tails an immortal. But the statue before them boasted a full 10 tails. What manner of existence could a 10-tailed fox be? Boom. Qiansu trembled. The statue shattered into countless fragments. Now, she believed why the entire village was comprised of celestial cultivators. However, she found it hard to fathom how such an existence had ultimately reduced to mere rubble. The two remained silent for a long while, at a loss for words. The wind whispered through the mountaintop, rustling the leaves. Suddenly, Qiansu shuddered violently, gazing in the direction of Lingdu. The one from Lingdu, who had not lowered their gaze to the world for millennia. Do you think it is related to it? The one from Lingdu had been gazing beyond the heavens for 1,000 years. Lu Xia's lips twitched. Are you suggesting that it came from beyond the heavens, and was then seen by her? Qiansu lowered her gaze in silence, seemingly perplexed. Lu Xia sighed. Whatever the case, let us focus on our cultivation. My thoughts are simple. When I reach that level, I shall replace her. Qiansu's expression darkened immediately. I must go. My little Qingshan should be returning to the sect. I need to accompany my precious Qingshan properly. Lu Xia curled her lips in a display of indifference. Suddenly, she froze for a moment. Oh no, I forgot to arrange a secret entrance to the sect for Xiao Qingshan. Has he been unable to enter the sect all this time? Panic-stricken, Lu Xia turned and raced towards Qingluo Mountain. Qian Su gazed down at the village, lost in thought for a long while, and eventually sighed, making her way towards Lingdu. Since you cherish me so dearly, I might as well accompany you through the years. Beneath the abyss of Lingyuan, Qing Shan felt the ethereal consciousness transmitted by Yun Si Wu Mengchuan, lingering in a daze for quite some time. Then, a slow smile crept upon his face. Thank you. The gown of Yun Si Wu Mengchuan was adorned with golden tassels, and even in the pitch-black depths of the abyss, Qing Shan could see the golden buttons radiating light. Yet, it spoke no further. He truly cherished this long dress, never expecting she would willingly accompany him outside. He felt a sense of fulfillment, tinged with pride. Though I may be ordinary, wearing this gown makes me anything but. After exiting the abyss, he bid farewell to the two elders and set off towards the Muin Pavilion. His lively, bouncing figure cast a joyful silhouette upon the stone path illuminated by the morning sun. Such exuberance. Chapter 47. Offering to the green mountain, the wisps of clouds danced gracefully, draping themselves over the verdant mountain. As the mountain meandered through the hills, a gentle breeze swept by. The ethereal veil atop the long, flowing gown resembled a dream, swaying delicately in the wind, as if a mist enveloped him. Glimmering golden tassels reflected the hues of the sunset, shining radiantly. The mountain was elated, as if this was the greatest treasure he had garnered from his journey to the tomb of the abyss. Yet, clad in this cloud silk and misty gown, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Would he appear too ostentatious? After all, this gown was rather flamboyant. The cloud silk misty gown was a long robe for men, and would not be deemed unconventional. However, its brilliance was undeniably striking. If only he could transform into the attire of an ordinary disciple, how wonderful that would be, he mused softly. The mountain feared that such flamboyance might attract unwanted attention. After all, he believed that if he saw someone else dressed in such a manner, he would undoubtedly take notice. Buzz, with this thought, the cloud silk misty gown transformed seamlessly. In an instant, it morphed into a simple attire befitting a disciple of the Green Mountain. The mountain was taken aback, and tears of joy streamed down his face. She dotes on him so much. He feels truly blessed. The gown's remarkable ability seemed to exceed his expectations. Yet, even if it were not so extraordinary, he would still cherish it dearly. Having spent nearly a month at the Green Mountain, he had reaped considerable rewards. The mountain found a stone by the roadside, took out an account book from his pocket, and retrieved a charcoal pencil to jot down a few notes. On the 27th day of the 4th month in the year 9400 of the Jili calendar, 1 month into the sect, profit, many, 9 spirit treasures, 1,500 merits. Ha ha ha. I, the wealthy lord, am affluent. Balance, 9 spirit treasures, 1,500 merits, which equates to, the mountain calculated, suddenly standing frozen in place. Wait, 150,000 taels of silver? Upon reaching this conclusion, he seemed unable to believe it, and trembled with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. I, the wealthy lord, have struck it rich. The mountain felt as though the previous economic system he knew had crumbled. In the realm of immortals, it is challenging to measure value in terms of silver. 150,000 taels of silver would allow him to purchase an abundance of goods in the mortal realm. However, there was a caveat. While spirit stones could be exchanged for 100 taels of silver, they were not practically tradable in the mundane world. No one would buy so many spirit stones, as they held no utility for ordinary people. The mountain quietly resolved to use spirit stones as his measure of wealth henceforth. In this light, it seemed he had not truly earned that much. He pouted slightly. Yet, when he considered that a single spirit stone could produce 10 of the simplest talismans, his spirits lifted once more. He also recognized that a modest merit could be exchanged for a spirit stone, indicating that the value of spirit stones was indeed substantial. After all, typical outer disciples could scarcely earn a few hundred merits in a year within the sect. The mountain pondered for a moment and continued recording in his account book. Balance, 1,500 spirit stones, in addition to the 8,300 taels of external accounts. It remains a mystery why he ultimately refrained from inscribing the cloud silk mist dream skirt in the ledger. Time to wrap up. Qing Shan closed the ledger, casting a troubled glance towards the direction of the fundraising pavilion. He had emerged prematurely, implying that he must participate in the minor competition for outer disciples. However, fighting equated to spending silver, and spending silver led to bankruptcy. He did not earn silver merely to engage in brawls. He needed to devise a plan to abstain from the competition. Perhaps he should first visit the Internal Affairs Hall to exchange his merits for spirit stones. With a renewed sense of purpose, Qingshan made his way to the Internal Affairs Hall. Upon arrival, Qingshan presented his outer disciple jade token to one of the hall's disciples. "Please, sister, convert all my merits into spirit stones," he implored, his expression brimming with excitement. The female disciple, adorned with a gentle smile, accepted his jade token. "Certainly. Please wait a moment." She placed the token upon a stone pedestal, then looked up at Qingshan, her expression turning perplexed. "Junior brother, with such a substantial amount of merits, are you certain you wish to convert all of them into spirit stones?" Qingshan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed," the disciple advised. "My suggestion is for you to exchange some for spirit stones and acquire some introductory techniques, reserving a portion for the selection of inner disciples." Qingshan shook his head. "No need for that. Let it all be converted into spirit stones." He was unwilling to squander spirit stones on opportunities for inner disciple selection, especially since his beloved senior sister was the sect leader. Wasting such resources was unwise. As for the introductory techniques, he had no need for them either. After all, within the path of the wealth immortal, any technique conceivable or heard of could be directly communicated with Tianyi law. The female disciple nodded slowly, albeit bewildered. "Very well." She deducted the merits from the jade token and handed Qingshan a bag brimming with spirit stones. After stowing the stones away, he quietly inquired, "Sister, may I ask if the Internal Affairs Hall accepts spirit treasures? I possess one that I wish to exchange for spirit stones." He refrained from mentioning that he had several. The female disciple was taken aback. "A spirit treasure? From where did you acquire it?" Qingshan scratched his head. "I retrieved it from the Lingyuan when I was there." The disciple appeared to be momentarily shaken, her voice trembling as she replied, "Spirit treasures are hard to come by. Since it has acknowledged you as its master, why not keep it for yourself?" Qingshan sighed in resignation. "But it hasn't recognized me as its master. I forcibly brought it out." The disciple was left speechless. A spirit treasure that had not acknowledged its master could be forcibly extracted from Lingyuan? As she gazed at Qingshan's countenance, her expression shifted dramatically, becoming shrouded in apprehension. In her mind, four ominous characters emerged, guarding against one's own thievery. "This one do. There is no precedent for such a thing," the disciple resolutely rejected. Qingshan, feeling a pang of disappointment, sighed. "Very well. What use is a spirit treasure that cannot be exchanged for spirit stones? They are all treasures imbued with spirit, and he could not bear to directly use them for the heavenly easy method, nor could he possibly sell them for the sake of his sect. After all, these are treasures of Qing Luo Mountain. There are still certain principles that Qing Mountain adheres to. What was once deemed valuable in Qing Mountain's eyes suddenly lost its worth." Resigned, Qing Mountain turned away from the Inner Affairs Hall and returned to the Silver Fund Pavilion. Upon arriving outside the pavilion, he was momentarily taken aback. A familiar scent seemed to linger in the air. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, it dawned on him. The fragrance of incense? Were his senior brothers and sisters engaged in a memorial service? Bewildered, Qing Mountain pushed the door open and found himself frozen in place. There, the 5 members of the Silver Fund Pavilion were gathered around a spiritual tablet, discussing solemnly. The 5th elder declared with certainty, "The 6th hasn't returned yet. There's not a whisper of news. Based on my experience with listening to the wind, he is likely gone." The eldest let out a sigh, a hint of sorrow in his voice. "We have shared brotherhood. Let us pay our respects." The 2nd elder sister nodded. "Very well." Thus, the 6 began to offer their tributes to the spiritual tablet. The heavens are unjust, the path devoid of compassion. How lamentable it is that the young prodigy met an untimely demise. Poor 6th elder, why did you depart so soon? 6th elder, do visit home often. Oh, perhaps it is best if you do not return. Your elder brother is afraid. Qing Mountain gazed at the 2 characters inscribed on the spiritual tablet, Qing Mountain, and finally grasped the truth. His senior brothers and sisters were not memorializing a celestial being, they were memorializing him. Chapter 48. The method of fundraising. Qingshan's face was shrouded in darkness as he called out to the 5 individuals. "Brothers and sisters, what are you doing?" The 5 turned around, their faces a portrait of terror. "Is it really you?" The figure of Qing Shan stood alive at the gate of the courtyard, with a gentle breeze tousling his long hair. Realization dawned upon them, and they collectively sighed in relief. It's not a ghost. Laughter erupted among them as they rushed toward Qing Shan. Ah, sixth brother, you have returned. In a swift motion, the eldest discreetly concealed the spiritual tablet from the table. Qing Shan wore a look of melancholy, taken aback by the fact that his esteemed brothers and sisters seemingly wished for his demise. Are you all paying homage to me? He asked, feeling aggrieved. The 5 siblings chuckled in response. Of course not. That's absurd. The eldest spoke, his expression awkward. We always knew sixth brother was blessed by fate. How could anything happen to you? Insisted the second sister. The third brother, with a calculating gesture, proclaimed, I had foreseen your return today, which is why we were waiting for you. In truth, he had not divined anything, as such knowledge would shorten one's lifespan. The fourth brother remained silent, unable to lie. The fifth brother, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, exclaimed, I figured it out. The reason my listening wind ear doesn't work on sixth brother is that he is not human. The others turned to the fifth brother, their expressions darkening. The second sister, infuriated, kicked him squarely in the backside without a second thought. Bang! The fifth brother stumbled into a corner, crouching down and drawing circles on the ground, tears streaming down his face. This shouldn't be happening. Why am I always mistaken? The 4 glared at the fifth brother, their frustration palpable. Had he not confidently asserted that sixth brother was surely gone, they would not have gone to such lengths to prepare for a memorial. Qing Shan, with wide innocent eyes, looked at them. Stop pretending. I saw my name clearly on the spiritual tablet. The eldest waved his hand dismissively, clinging to his stubbornness. You must have misread it. We were just discussing the method of fundraising and preparing to venture out in the coming days. Thus, we were offering prayers. We were praying to the azure sky. Yes, the azure sky. Not Qing Shan. You must have misinterpreted. Upon hearing this, the others discreetly admired the eldest's quick thinking. Is that so? Qing Shan hesitated, wondering if he could truly have been mistaken. Before he could inquire further, they swiftly shifted the topic. Now that sixth brother has returned, let us discuss our upcoming mission. Indeed, let us talk about the mission. The group eagerly ushered Qing Shan to the stone table. The third brother promptly cleared away the incense and candles from the table, urging Qing Shan to take a seat. The fifth brother joined them, his face still clouded with gloom. What could be the reason his listening wind ear failed to work on Qing Shan? There must be something amiss. He simply could not fathom where the problem lay. The others, unable to see the small creature, refrained from inquiring. Before Qing Shan set off towards Ling Yuan, they had already noticed the creature's absence, merely assuming that Qing Shan had concealed it. Each person harbored their own secrets, and they too had theirs. Thus, they were not inclined to question Qing Shan about the creature's whereabouts. Speaking of going out, Qing Shan temporarily forgot about the matter of his senior brothers and sisters paying homage to him and became curious. What sudden notion of fundraising had arisen? Previously, the 5 senior siblings had claimed they could not conceive of any method for fundraising, and thus had been pondering over it. How was it that this idea had emerged so abruptly? This must be traced back to the recent upheaval at the Rain Pavilion. Old 5 shook his head vigorously. Oh right. Has Old 6 heard about the events at the Rain Pavilion? Qing Shan nodded. I have heard. It is said that the Rain Pavilion has changed hands. Is that the case? Old 5 was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Qing Shan to be so well informed. Indeed. He inhaled deeply. The place we are heading to is related to the Rain Pavilion. As he spoke, Old 5 inadvertently became quite pleased with himself, based on my wind listening ear experience. The crowd stared blankly at Old 5, who abruptly fell silent, feeling dejected. The rigor of his wind listening ear had suffered a significant blow. No one believed him. What place? Qing Shan remained curious. The crowd hesitated, turning their gazes towards Old 4. Old 4 nodded and said, I only know that this place is rather special, as it lies at the confluence of Yangzhou, our Qing Liao Mountain, and Ling Yuan. This locale features a unique interplay of mountains and rivers, with the energies of life and death shifting. It seems there lies something great within. Old 4 was adept in the art of geomancy, possessing a distinctive insight into the topography. The group then looked towards Old 5, as the matter of information still relied on him. Seeing the attention of the crowd, Old 5 became excited again. It is up to me to explain. With a mysterious demeanor, Old 5 leaned over the stone table and whispered to the others, I do not understand the geography. I can only share what I have heard and my speculations. according to my wind listening ear. The crowd's expressions darkened, prompting Old Five to quickly amend his statement. Based on my sources, I have heard that some time ago, something emerged from this place. The entity was acquired by the Rain Pavilion, which then fell into internal strife. I speculate that this entity played a significant role in the turmoil within the Rain Pavilion. Subsequently, the leadership of the Rain Pavilion changed hands, and the ancestral figure did not make an appearance. The faction that gained power sought to conceal the origins of this entity. Unfortunately, they failed to keep it hidden, and many sects became aware of this place. Now, numerous sects are flocking here, eager to partake in whatever spoils there may be, including some ancient powers that have not surfaced in a long time. Qing Shan understood, his eyes brightening. So, shall we also take a part in this? The crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, since Yuga has discovered treasures within, perhaps we too may uncover riches. Qing Shan felt a twinge of hesitation, pondering the multitude of sects and forces congregating in this locale. Would our venture not be fraught with peril? The leader sighed. Naturally, danger is inherent, yet it is often the greatest risks that yield the most substantial rewards. The others concurred. After a moment of silence, Qing Shan's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. Perhaps we possess a superior method to raise funds. What? The group stared in bewilderment. Qing Shan quietly inquired. This place, aside from those major sects, is not widely known, is it? The fifth member nodded, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, while the news hasn't been entirely concealed, it remains relatively obscure. Most are merely aware of its existence, but lack knowledge of its precise location. Qing Shan then turned to the fourth member. Does fourth senior brother know the exact location? After a moment's contemplation, the fourth member sighed. It's rather challenging. Qing Shan pondered for a long while, and another thought struck him. Perhaps I could ascertain where that place is. Once I discover its location, we could seek a site where numerous sects have stationed personnel to sell information. After selling the information, we could offer maps. With no danger involved, we could secure a significant profit. Chapter 49. Repaying a debt with affection. Yet I remain unaware of the locations where numerous sects are stationed, allowing us to sell information. Qing Shan shrugged, feeling somewhat disheartened. This place must be rife with the eyes of various sects, and there must be enough individuals to peddle his news. The members of Muin Pavilion pondered for a moment, exchanging glances, and suddenly their eyes sparkled with realization. The spirit realm. They exclaimed in unison. ISNT at the spirit capital? Qing Shan was taken aback, looking at his seniors in confusion. He only knew of the spirit capital, the grand capital of Qing Shan State, which gathered countless sects and powers, including his revered master Qiansu. But where, he wondered, was the spirit realm? The seniors promptly elucidated. The spirit realm is synonymous with the spirit capital. It is simply a virtual domain, a simulated version of the spirit capital, situated within an independent cave heaven in Qing Shan State. It is rumored that this realm was once refined from an unparalleled spiritual demon by that esteemed being of the spirit capital. Any cultivator in Qing Shan State can access the spirit realm through the spirit tablet. The spirit realm serves as a gathering place for cultivators. The seniors articulated their explanation in great detail, and Qing Shan soon comprehended. The spirit realm, born from a spiritual demon, is a virtual world that mirrors the actual spirit capital precisely, a haven of bliss. Anyone can enter through the spirit tablet, albeit only with their consciousness. Within the spirit realm, cultivators can engage in duels and competitions. Moreover, since it is a domain accessible only by the spirit, injuries are exceedingly rare. Thus, many prefer to spend their days immersed in the spirit realm, savoring fleeting moments of leisure. Additionally, transactions can occur within the spirit realm. Items exchanged there are delivered to their respective owners by the laws of the Great Path upon exiting. Naturally, the spirit realm offers far more opportunities due to the spiritual entry, resembling reality in every aspect. Therefore, if Qing Shan wishes to sell news, the spirit realm is indeed the most suitable venue. Upon hearing this, Qing Shan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Can we go? The members of Muin Pavilion exchanged mysterious smiles. Of course we can. Our Qing Shan has several spirit tablets, and coincidentally, Muin Pavilion possesses one. The fifth member remarked, as long as we acquire specific information, we can venture into the spirit realm to sell news. Qing Shan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he rubbed his hands together. I shall gather intelligence. With that, he hurriedly departed from Muin Pavilion. After inquiring for directions, he set off towards Lingjue Peak. Others may be oblivious, but he was well aware. At present, there was a person from the Rain Pavilion residing in Qingshan, someone of considerable status within the Rain Pavilion. Before reaching Lingjue Peak, Qingshan spotted the individual he sought. With a delicate demeanor, she stood amongst a throng of disciples, akin to a flower surrounded by a constellation of stars, drawing followers wherever she went. Surrounded by flowers, she seemed somewhat at a loss. Qingshan caught sight of her, and she, in turn, noticed him. In that fleeting moment, her anxiety dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile. Du Ruo, Qingshan called out, using her pseudonym to beckon her. Instantly, she wove her way through the crowd. Her skirts held aloft as she hurried to his side. Qingshan, I heard from my senior sister that you returned to Muing Pavilion, and I was just about to seek you out. As she spoke, Wen Ruo produced a cloth pouch from her sleeve and presented it to Qingshan. I don't understand why you are so intent on amassing wealth, fearing you might be in urgent need. I borrowed some spirit stones from my senior sister to lend you a portion. If it's insufficient, I shall devise another way. She was unaware of Qingshan's obsession with wealth, nor did she know if he had pressing matters requiring funds. She merely observed his fixation on riches and etched it into her memory. Upon returning to Lingjue Peak, she sought out Xiongquan to retrieve her 100 merit points, exchanging them for 100 spirit stones. She could owe the sect merit, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, she was reluctant to owe Qingshan any money. The world often proclaims, love debts must be settled. Yet, the reality is frequently debts devoid of affection. She was aware that her indebtedness to Qingshan extended beyond the 8,000 taels of silver. It encompassed a life-saving grace and an obligation of gratitude. Though she recognized the debt of gratitude could never be repaid, she at least hoped to settle the financial aspect. Qingshan gazed at the pouch, lost in thought for a considerable time. Few things in this world could stir Qingshan's heart, except for monetary matters. He lowered his gaze to the pouch, then lifted his eyes to meet Wen Ruo's, a smile gracing his lips. Very well. He accepted the pouch, carefully counting out 80 spirit stones to keep, returning the remainder to her. His counting was precise, not taking a single extra stone. Yet, the manner in which he counted them left Wen Ruo in a state of bewilderment, as if something had been severed by her own hand. In that instant, a weight settled in her heart. She merely thought, I understand. Qingshan spoke with a smile. As Wen Ruo accepted the stones he returned, she felt an unexpected heaviness. Suddenly, her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, revealing her vulnerability. The numerous male disciples who had previously surrounded her, witnessing the intimate exchange with Qingshan, furrowed their brows in displeasure. Upon seeing her seemingly distressed, they were immediately incensed. Who are you? An older male disciple stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Qingshan. How much does Du Ruo owe you? This male disciple, unfamiliar with Qingshan's identity, was oblivious to his status. Before he could finish his sentence, Qingshan frowned, turning to Wen Ruo. Shall we discuss this elsewhere? All right. She nodded in agreement. The pair disregarded the onlookers and turned away towards a secluded area, leaving the remaining disciples exchanging glances, their expressions filled with resentment. Who is that person? Go find out. As Qingshan and Wen Ruo arrived at the bank of a meandering stream, Wen Ruo lowered his head in silence. Qingshan offered a faint smile and remarked, there is one more matter for which I seek your assistance. He added, I can offer you silver. Wen Ruo shook his head, seemingly disheartened, and replied, no need, just speak. After a moment of contemplation, Qingshan inquired, do you know the exact location where your Rain Pavilion acquired the treasure? Upon hearing the mention of the treasure, Wen Ruo immediately understood Qingshan's intention and nodded, saying, I know. What do you wish to do? I have heard of the precise location from my grandfather. Qingshan did not conceal his plans and articulated them openly. However, Wen Ruo shook his head, cautioning, if you proceed this way, you will offend the current faction of the Rain Pavilion. Qingshan chuckled, do you not wish to create a little chaos for them? Wen Ruo, lacking enthusiasm, replied, I can divulge the information, but you must exercise caution. Qingshan produced paper and pen, and Wen Ruo swiftly sketched the location, handing a map to Qingshan. Thank you. Qingshan expressed his gratitude, engaging in light conversation with Wen Ruo until the nightfall, when he bid farewell. Chapter 50. Beyond transactions. As Wen Ruo gazed at the departing Qingshan, her eyes shimmered with emotion. That day, they had conversed joyously, Yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, she sensed a certain aloofness from him, ever since she repaid her debt. She found herself perplexed, feeling a touch of melancholy as she returned to Lingju Peak, where she stood alone, contemplating the night sky. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the youthful sentiments that lingered in the mountains. A man approached Wen Ruo's side and sighed softly. "What troubles you?" Wen Ruo turned, her expression somber. "Uncle Wenju." Wenju settled beside her, observing her sorrowful demeanor. "What weighs upon your heart?" Wen Ruo lowered her gaze. "I have returned the money I owed to Qing Shan, yet he seems rather displeased." Wenju was taken aback, urging her to recount what had transpired. Thus, when Ruo shared her encounter with Qing Shan and Ling Yuan and the events of the day, she repaid her debt. It was Wenju who had exhausted his powers to help her escape from the Rain Pavilion, and he was indeed her last confidant. She had no reservations in confiding in him. After she finished, Wenju fell into a long silence. Wen Ruo then lowered her head, murmuring, "I merely." Wenju shook his head with a sigh. "I understand. You only wish to settle your debts. With everything cleared, one can feel unburdened. Thus, no emotional debts linger between you two. You fear that upon your next encounter, in your moment of joy, he will again ask, 'Are you here to repay your debt?'" Wenju gazed intently at Wen Ruo, asking solemnly, "Am I correct?" Wen Ruo nodded. Indeed, Qing Shan's words, "guessed. Are you here to repay your debt?" had troubled her for quite some time. She wished for the next meeting to unfold differently, without such remarks from him. Wenju looked up at the sky and inquired earnestly, "Do you have feelings for him?" "Feelings?" Wen Ruo shook her head. "I have only met him thrice." Wenju smiled ruefully, shaking his head. Whether one likes another is not determined by the duration of their acquaintance. Often, a single glance suffices. Wen Ruo felt bewildered. She had never contemplated the notion of affection. It had never crossed her mind. Wenju regarded her gently, sighing, "In youth, when one's heart first awakens, it is easy to become enamored, especially since he has saved our lives. It is only natural for you to harbor feelings for him. The desire to repay your debt aligns with your reasoning." Yet, Wenju paused. This, however, does not align with his reasoning. Wen Ruo was taken aback. Turning to look at Wenju, Wenju began to analyze. "Though my interactions with Qing Shan have been limited, I have discerned that he is quite different from others. In his heart, emotions and principles are distinctly separated. Affection is affection, debts are debts, and principles are principles, each clearly defined. The gravest error you made was repaying him this debt not once, but twice." "What?" Wen Ruo was suddenly taken aback. When had she ever repaid him twice? Wenju sighed, recalling the last instance when she had acquired a spiritual treasure for him. Perhaps, to you, obtaining that treasure may seem trivial, yet for him, it was not. He remembered every sacrifice made for him, etched in his heart. Though he remained unspoken, perhaps he had already considered your debt settled. He turned to Wen Ruo, articulating each word with precision. This act of repayment, in his eyes, transcended mere debt. It was a matter of sentiment. Boom. Wen Ruo trembled, awakening to a realization. "But I did not mean it that way." Wen Ruo murmured in a daze. Wenju offered a wry smile, attributing no blame to either party. "It was merely a divergence in your understanding of the world's sentiments and logic." Wen Ruo gazed blankly at Wenju, feeling somewhat at a loss. How had it come to this? Wenju rose to his feet, standing atop the mountain, facing the wind. In his eyes flickered the image of that young man, reminiscent of his avaricious pursuit of wealth. "You repay debts according to societal norms, which is no fault. However, he is vastly different from us. In his view, there are no inherent obligations. Everything must yield a return. Thus, your acquisition of the spiritual treasure for him is already a repayment. In his perspective, sentiment and transactions are akin. A transaction implies the possibility of credit. He may have others indebted to him, yet he cannot bear to owe anyone else. Credit is not merely financial, but emotional as well. However, debts of sentiment cannot be repaid. Two acts of repayment equate to a settlement of feelings. With emotional debts cleared, there remains no obligation, and thus, no emotional ties." Wen Ruo felt as though she were awakening from a dream, as if it were her first genuine understanding of Qing Shan's intrinsic nature. Yet, why must there exist those who equate sentiment and logic to mere commerce? Why does he perceive the world in this manner? Wen Ruo was perplexed. Wenju smiled ruefully. "Your experiences are limited, hence your lack of understanding. A person who is consumed by the pursuit of wealth must bear a heavy burden and possess deep-seated obsessions. Perhaps, in this life, he struggles immensely. Thus, he has embedded a scale within his heart, measuring transactions, gains and losses, sentiments, and reason. Living in hardship has rendered him humble within. Yet, while others may owe him, he cannot bear the thought of being indebted himself. When Ruoh lowered her gaze, recalling once more Qing Shan's obsession with treasures. What trials had he endured beneath that fixation? Having lived in comfort, she could hardly envision the hardships faced by that young man. He always smiled. But was that smile truly one of joy? Perhaps another possibility lurked beneath the surface. Wen Zhu observed Ruoh's expression, and suddenly a thought struck him. When Ruoh looked up, "What is it?" Wen Zhu remained silent, for the revelation was not one of solace for her. There exists another possibility. Qing Shan had discerned Ruoh's thoughts and feelings, but chose to maintain a distance, intentionally creating a chasm between them. He knows not how to respond to others' affections beyond mere transactions. The only approach he comprehends is to regard all interactions as mere commerce. As twilight descends and the cool breeze washes over him, Qing Shan walks alone along the mountain path, gazing at the map in his hands, letting out a soft sigh. There are few things in this world that stir his heart, apart from the allure of silver. When Ruoh's gestures have touched him, yet he fears the vulnerability that such emotions bring. Beyond the realm of trade, he is at a loss on how to reciprocate the warmth and care reflected in Ruoh's gaze. In truth, Wen Zhu's assumptions are misguided. She has grasped both reasons he harbors, yet the most significant one lies in the fact that apart from fleeting moments, he has never engaged with another beyond the confines of commerce. He is uncertain of how to interact with others. Initially, he could maintain a connection with Ruoh due to the debt she owed him, but now that the debt has been repaid, their transactional relationship has dissolved. He can surmise how she acquired the spiritual stones, which moves him deeply, yet leaves him utterly perplexed. The path of the wealth seeker is devoid of sentiment. Qing Shan murmurs to himself, pondering that the intricacies of the world will only influence his dealings. With this thought, he regains a sense of pride, realizing that it is he alone who can fathom the true essence of this path to prosperity. Thus, he resolves to continue on, embarking on his next venture. Chapter 51. The burial money. Upon returning to the Silver Fund Pavilion, the staff had long since retired for the night. Qing Shan returned to his quarters, preparing to discuss business matters the following day. He retrieved his ledger and meticulously recorded a new entry. On the 27th day of the 4th month in the year of Jili 9400. Today, Ruoh repaid the debt of 8,000 taels of silver, amounting to 80 spirit stones. Ruoh settled the accounts, leaving a balance of 1,580 spirit stones, 9 spirit treasures, and an external debt of 300 taels. Pausing for a moment, Qing Shan closed the ledger and took out all of his spirit stones, counting them repeatedly. After what felt like an eternity, he finally set the stones aside and returned to his bed. His consciousness sank into the depths of his financial sea, observing the numerous souls within it, as well as the little beings still in slumber, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Gradually, he succumbed to sleep. That night, he dreamt once more. In this dream, the little being transformed into a fox, a small fox with 10 tails. However, it appeared gravely injured, looking at him with a pitiful gaze. Wherever he went, the little creature followed, resembling a persistent shadow, incessantly chattering, "Ching ching, I'm hungry." The little being claimed that she was once a formidable figure, but due to severe injuries, she had fallen to this realm. She needed to consume a great deal of silver to recover, and spirit stones would suffice, anything imbued with spiritual energy. With no other choice, Qing Shan continuously provided for the little creature, only to find himself impoverished. Thus began their journey of begging along the path of cultivation, often being chased away by others. A delightful dream had abruptly morphed into a nightmare. The following day, upon waking, Qing Shan discovered that the little being had somehow emerged from the financial sea and was now sprawled upon him, drooling slightly. His neck was soaked. Qing Shan grimaced, feeling exasperated. "Ah, Qing Qing, you're awake." The little creature drowsily opened her eyes, rubbing her mouth in confusion. Qing Shan grasped the hem of her garment, wiping his neck dry. "When did you wake up? How did you get out?" The little being stared at him with innocent, wide eyes, explaining that she had awakened during the night and then ventured out. Qing Shan sat up, lifting the little creature to his eye level. "Do you have any idea how long you've been asleep?" The little being innocently nibbled on her finger and replied, "I don't know." Qingshan responded with mild annoyance. "You've been asleep for over half a month. Do you feel any different now?" The little creature struggled in his grasp, and seeing that she could not escape, she looked up at him with longing eyes. In her childish voice, she asked, "Is there any difference? It seems like there isn't." Qingshan's lips twitched. "So, over 300 spirit stones were consumed for nothing? But I think I had a dream." The little being exclaimed, her eyes brightening as she eagerly addressed Qingshan. Qingshan was taken aback, setting down the small object. "What dream?" The small object replied earnestly, "Xiao dreamed of a place filled with countless treasures, from which we could take anything we desired. Among them, there is one treasure that makes earning silver much easier." "What?" Qingshan felt a sense of bewilderment. The small object bit its finger and spoke indistinctly. "It's incredibly powerful. I brought it out of the dream." As it spoke, the small object produced a bronze money pot from behind its back and presented it to Qingshan. He found himself enveloped in confusion. Bringing something out of a dream? The item given to him appeared to be an ancient bronze money pot, designed for holding wealth. However, this pot had a peculiar shape and an eerie appearance, with corroded patches that suggested it was of little value. Qingshan swallowed hard, staring vacantly at the small object, and murmured, "How did you bring this out from your dream?" The small object proudly raised its head, "By using the heavenly transformation method." "What?" A jolt of alarm ran through Qingshan. The small object was his innate spirit. If he could employ the heavenly transformation method, then she could also utilize it through his wealth. The small object continued, "It only cost 1,500 spirit stones." "How much?" Qingshan immediately glanced at his wealth reserve, and his vision went dark. Originally containing 1,580 spirit stones, he now had only 80 left. Qingshan felt a deep sense of sorrow, pointing at the money pot with trembling fingers. "You spent 1,500 spirit stones on this." The small object appeared innocent. "Yes, it's quite powerful. It can earn a tremendous amount of spirit stones. I searched for a long time in the dream and felt this was the most useful." Qingshan's face darkened. "What use does it have?" The small object shook its finger. "It can earn silver, a great deal of silver." Qingshan, skeptical, glanced once more at the bronze money pot. For a moment, he forgot the absurdity of the small object being able to bring something out of a dream using the heavenly transformation method. Nevertheless, no matter how he looked at it, the pot seemed utterly ordinary. Unconsciously, he reached out to touch the handle of the pot. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. The money pot vanished from Qingshan's hand, merging into his very soul. In an instant, within his spirit, 9 layers of money pots appeared, resembling 9 colossal cauldrons stacked together. At the base of the lowest pot, 3 characters materialized: burial money. Adjacent to it were smaller words: "Where in Qingshan's domain are bones not laid to rest. Do not waste the money of old friends for burial." Qingshan stood in shock, gazing at the 9 cauldrons of money within his soul, rooted to the spot. Burial money? In a daze, Qingshan pondered, could one earn the leftover wealth of the deceased by burying their bones? The meaning of the small inscription seems to convey that many souls depart this world without a final resting place, their bodies left to decay in the wilderness, denied peace. The cost of purchasing a burial is not borne by the deceased, but rather by the living. To bury the dead allows one to obtain the remaining wealth of the departed. Thus, it becomes the burial fee. This method of profit bears resemblance to the concept of a funeral service, which is entrusted by the living to inter the deceased. In contrast, the burial fee is entrusted by the departed themselves for their final resting place. Qingshan found himself in a prolonged stupor, pondering the nature of this copper cauldron, which seemed to sketch a feasible path forward in his currently chaotic journey of cultivation. There were 9 tiers in total, yet he had only reached the first. Did this imply that the remaining 8 tiers would unfold in due course? What mysteries would they unveil? Qingshan, initially engulfed in confusion, was aware only of the pursuit of wealth, oblivious to the road ahead. Yet this money cauldron appeared to illuminate a clear path for him. The first step, burial. Emerging from his reverie, Qingshan gazed at the small object. The little entity playfully blinked at him, asking, "What do you think, Qingshan? Is this money cauldron worthwhile?" With hands on her hips and her little head held high, she awaited his response. A slow smile crept across Qingshan's face. Indeed, it was valuable. The little one was remarkably astute. Her joy heightened upon receiving his praise, more fulfilling than receiving silver coins. Yet, in Qingshan's eyes, the little entity gradually took on an air of mystery. However, that was of little consequence. Chapter 52. The Spirit Realm. Qingshan felt the aura emanating from the bronze money bowl within his soul, and he found himself ensnared in a web of contemplation. Why do I feel that this object ought to be my destined spiritual artifact? He cast a glance at the little creature beside him. And you, are you not a gift from the Tao of Heaven? The bond between Qingshan and the bronze money bowl seemed incredibly fitting. As a master of wealth, Qingshan's spiritual artifact should be an instrument of fortune. It appeared far more sensible than a mere trinket. The little creature pouted, looking utterly aggrieved. What do you mean? That was brought out of a dream by Little Air. Little Air is truly my destined companion. As the little creature's eyes welled with tears, Qingshan hastily produced a spirit stone, instantly brightening its mood. While the little creature savored the spirit stone, Qingshan once again retrieved his ledger to record the accounts. On the 28th day of the 4th month in the 9,400th year of the G calendar, the little creature purchased the bronze money bowl for 1,500 spirit stones and consumed 1 spirit stone. The balance now stood at 79 spirit stones, along with 9 spiritual treasures and an external debt of 300 taels. Ah, how it pains me. Once again, I find myself impoverished, O wealth master. When shall the next opportunity for profit arise? I long for the Taoist ancestors of Lingyuan. As the sun climbed high in the sky, the tranquil morning devoid of crowing roosters felt particularly comforting. A few senior brothers and sisters from the Muyu Pavilion knocked on Qingshan's door. Old Six, are you awake? It's time to get moving. Qingshan hoisted the little creature and stepped outside, where he was greeted by the eager faces of 5 seniors. Ah, Little Air is out. Sister Old Two exclaimed with genuine concern. Hee. The little creature beamed with delight. Old Five, disregarding the little creature, pushed through the others, anxiously inquiring. Did you get the map? Qingshan smiled enigmatically and produced the map drawn by Wenruo from his sleeve. Old Five's eyes widened in astonishment as he quickly seized the map from Qingshan's hands. Goodness, Old Six is truly impressive. The others looked at Old Five in a daze. After studying the map for a considerable time, Old Five reluctantly handed it over to Old Four, who, unfamiliar with the path, could not decipher it. However, upon glancing at it, Old Four's eyes lit up. No problem here. Exchanging knowing smiles, the group readied themselves for action. Let us go. Upon hearing this, the eldest brother immediately produced a colossal stone tablet and crashed it onto the ground. Boom. The size of the tablet exceeded Qingshan's imagination. Gazing at the towering spirit monument, he couldn't help but wonder. This thing resembles a gate. Before entering the Spirit Realm's cave, there was a matter he needed to discuss with Old Six. Old Five pondered for a moment. What is it? Qingshan inquired, taken aback. It is as follows. Old One began. The Spirit Realm cave constitutes a world unto itself, entirely separate from the outside realm. Regardless of the cultivation level of those who enter the Spirit Realm, once inside, they retain only the essence of their soul's realm. Old Lu, you have yet to cultivate your divine soul. Hence, in the Spirit Realm, you are akin to an ordinary mortal. In this world, the cultivation of one's divine soul does not necessarily align with the physical body. Prior to transcending into the divine transformation, it is rare for individuals to refine their divine soul realm. Thus, those who enter the Spirit Realm beneath this level must start anew. Only those aspiring to ascend to the divine transformation require mastery of their divine soul, which is why, in most instances, it is only those above the divine transformation who possess cultivation upon entering the Spirit Realm. The Spirit Realm's celestial caverns have thus become a sanctuary for many to hone their divine soul powers. Qingshan understood, realizing that without the cultivation of his divine soul, he must tread cautiously in the Spirit Realm. However, there was no need for excessive worry. Old Air smiled reassuringly, stating that as long as they avoided encounters with those at the divine transformation level, he would face minimal peril. Qingshan paused, inquiring if his senior brothers and sisters possessed a high divine soul realm. The several seniors exchanged knowing smiles, remaining silent. Old Five proudly lifted his chin. Qingshan, momentarily dazed, suddenly comprehended where Old Five's listening wind ear truly excelled. They gathered around the spirit monument, with Old Four casting down several arrayed discs for protection before joining them. As Old One reached out to touch the spirit monument, Qingshan and the others followed suit. Boom. A A resounding echo resonated in Qingshan's mind. Instantly, his vision darkened, and all that lay before him vanished into nothingness. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself standing before a magnificent celestial city. He stood frozen, surveying his surroundings, when suddenly, the little creature appeared on his shoulder, drooling in response to Qingshan's gaze. "Children of the spirit capital, your fifth master has arrived." Old Five bellowed upon entering the spirit realm, prompting the others to sigh, seemingly accustomed to his exuberance. They glanced around, momentarily puzzled. "Where's Old Lu?" Turning their heads, they spotted Qingshan, and the little creature, unbeknownst to them, had wandered off to the side, embracing the boundary monument and weeping profusely. "Jade. This is Jade," Qingshan wailed, tears streaming down his face. "How much is this worth?" "Such extravagance. The spirit capital is extravagantly lavish." The little creature, gazing at the monument, opened its mouth to take a bite, only to find it unyielding, leading to its own watery-eyed lament. "Wah, I can't eat it." The 5 members of the Muyu Pavilion were momentarily stunned. Qingshan and the little creature's obsession with wealth had once again surpassed their wildest expectations, making them the perfect disciples bestowed upon Muyu Pavilion by the heavens. Old Four's mouth twitched in resignation as he exclaimed, "Old Lu, everything in the spirit realm is ethereal. Our true forms reside in the spirit capital." Qingshan and the little creature were as if hewn from the same mold, unable to move their legs at the sight of treasure. The stone tablet inscribed with the words spirit realm rendered Qingshan and the little one momentarily devoid of rational thought. With a sense of resignation, the elder brother grasped Qingshan and led him toward the bustling city of Lingdu within the spirit realm. Once inside the city, there awaited lucrative opportunities. Dragged along, Qingshan's gaze lingered longingly on the jade stone tablet. Its clarity was striking, too striking indeed. The jade tablet shimmered, and Qingshan immediately recognized its considerable value. Upon their arrival in the city of Lingdu, they were greeted by a scene of prosperity and vibrant noise. The streets of Lingdu were alive with a diverse throng of pedestrians and bustling shops and taverns. Qingshan quickly noted that every individual present possessed significant cultivation. However, there was an odd sensation. Why did the passers-by regard them with such peculiar expressions? Soon, Qingshan understood. That group had returned. What a misfortune. Why was there no one to manage them? What were they here for this time? Let us retreat. We mere mortals cannot afford to provoke them. What trickery were they concocting now? The cultivators on the street eyed the 5 of them with a watchful wariness, as if the 5 had a notorious reputation here. Qingshan glanced at his fellow disciples, letting out a sigh. "It appeared that your reputation in the spirit realm was rather unfavorable, esteemed seniors." The 5 remained stiff for a considerable time. The 5th elder managed a reluctant smile. "It's not that bad." Chapter 53. Ascendancy in public. In their quest for wealth, the 5 gathered at the Silver Gathering Pavilion, frequently traversing the ethereal realm, which served as one of their avenues for profit. Previously, their dealings here were modest, occasionally involving the art of alleviating others' misfortunes for a fee. The leader, feigning innocence, expressed their endeavors. Qingshan, filled with concern, remarked, "But will anyone believe us if we sell information?" The little one nodded in agreement. The 5 of them turned their gazes towards Qingshan. "Thus, this venture must fall upon you." The 6th, they declared. "What?" Qingshan was momentarily stunned. "I cannot sell anything." The quintet swiftly ushered him to a secluded corner where they convened to strategize. "Our reputation in the ethereal realm has soured. Thus, we require you to sell maps there. Do not fret about the lack of sales. We possess a complete plan to elevate your status." The 5 deliberated. "As long as you establish a name for yourself in the ethereal realm, selling maps will pose no challenge." Qingshan, feeling dizzy, questioned, "How can I achieve ascendancy in public?" The 5 presented their proposals. The leader suggested, infiltrate a powerful faction's domain, pilfer some treasures, and brazenly sell them on the streets to gain prominence. The 2nd chimed in, defeat everyone in the city, and you shall gain recognition. The 3rd proposed, start by offering fortune-telling services. Once you prove accurate, trust in you will flourish. The 4th advised, uncover the spiritual veins of several sects within the ethereal realm to establish your notoriety. The 5th, however, remained silent, musing that his own ideas would not suffice for one who was not human. After absorbing their suggestions, Qingshan stood in a stupor. Is there truly no idea that is feasible for someone like me? Lacking cultivation, He was but a mere mortal in the ethereal realm. The suggestions were perilous, almost more so than the trials imposed by his esteemed master. Never mind, I shall devise my own plan. With the little one perched upon his shoulder, Qingshan exited the corner and strode towards the outskirts of the city, murmuring incessantly. Could I perhaps employ talismans in this ethereal realm? The five exchanged glances, and the fifth inquired, what has the sixth conceived? They shook their heads in uncertainty. Soon enough, they would discover his intentions. Qingshan returned through the city gates, but this time he bore a monumental stone tablet upon his shoulder, an ethereal boundary marker. The little one sat atop the tablet, brandishing a thick stack of maps, calling out, Qingshan's Information Pavilion, selling news. 10 spirit stones for a map. The location of treasures acquired by the Rain Pavilion of Yangzhou, honest dealings guaranteed. The verdant mountains, standing as a striking barrier before the boundary stones of the spirit and gem realms, captivated the attention of all who traversed the streets of Spirit City. Every passerby paused, their gazes drawn toward the scene. Furthermore, the curious utterances of the small being perched upon the mountain's shoulder only intensified the intrigue. In a secluded corner, 5 members of the Silver Fund stood frozen. The leader inquired, is this truly his ingenious scheme? It seemed that while the mountain could not achieve prominence on its own, it had simply relocated a spirit monument capable of bestowing that very prominence. The second member, astonished, exclaimed, how did he manage to extract the spirit from the boundary stone? Can the spirits within the spirit realm even be moved? Aren't they supposed to be immovable? The third member, in a daze, pondered, has he begun selling it outright? The fourth, bewildered, questioned, is he not afraid that the Rain Pavilion's people will trouble him for such brazen sales? But wait, why was he heading toward the Rain Pavilion's courtyard in the spirit realm? Most forces in Qingxian Prefecture had a presence in Spirit City, and naturally, there was a corresponding establishment in the spirit realm's corresponding Spirit City. The fifth member, crouched in the corner, wept profusely. I told you, the sixth is no ordinary person. How could one convince others of the authenticity of the map in their possession? A brilliant idea struck Qingshan. He would carry the spirit monument to the entrance of the Rain Pavilion's courtyard and sell it there. After inquiring about directions from passers-by, Qingshan made his way directly to the Rain Pavilion's courtyard within the spirit realm. Fortunately, it was not far, and he arrived swiftly. Standing before the Rain Pavilion, he forcefully slammed the jade boundary stone onto the ground. Behold, the genuine map to the treasures of the Rain Pavilion, honest and true. The onlookers were rendered speechless. Even those at the entrance of the Rain Pavilion stood in stunned silence. The 2 disciples guarding the entrance stared blankly at the young boy, selling them information about their own pavilion, and once they regained their senses, their expressions darkened. Who dared to act so audaciously before the Rain Pavilion? They sensed no fluctuations in Qingshan's cultivation, indicating his spiritual realm was not particularly high. Qingshan turned. Grinning mischievously, he presented a map to one of the Rain Pavilion disciples, saying, take a look. The disciple froze, seemingly taken aback, and instinctively glanced at the map. But that one glance left him utterly speechless. Those who could enter the spirit realm from the Rain Pavilion were undoubtedly core members. While they might not know the exact location, a mere glance at the map confirmed its authenticity. At this moment, the disciple of the Rain Pavilion lost his composure. He looked up at Qingshan, yearning to seize the other maps from his grasp. You seek death. This cannot be allowed to circulate. Yet, Qingshan stepped back, producing a talisman. With a swift flick, he unleashed it. Boom! A bolt of heavenly thunder descended, striking the Rain Pavilion disciple directly. The disciple vanished, leaving the onlookers in shock. Had he been expelled from the spirit realm? Why did he wait to bring the talisman into the spirit realm? It is essential to understand that everything within the spirit realm is composed of spiritual entities, including humans. Thus, the talisman from the material world cannot be transported there, especially not the thunder talisman. In the spirit realm, all beings are manifestations of soul and body, and the thunder talisman is specifically inscribed for the soul. At this moment, Qingshan chuckled and turned to the onlookers on the street, proclaiming, Yuga certification, genuine goods, limited quantity, first come, first served. Indeed, the more excited Yuga became, the more authentic the items seemed, and this time, it genuinely stirred the hearts of the crowd. Many had heard of the transformation of Yuga. In an instant, everyone believed anyone daring enough to sell maps at Yuga must be an enemy of Yuga. The likelihood of selling maps was merely a facade. Causing chaos for Yuga was the true intention. However, this had no bearing on them. Bring one for me, I want one. I'll take a copy. Me first, me first. Outside the gates of Yuga, a lively commotion erupted. In the distance, the 5 members of Mwanj were in tears, lamenting the situation, especially the 6th member. Yuga wielded significant power, yet it did not mean that all feared it. Another disciple, standing outside the courtyard, swallowed hard and dashed straight into the inner sanctum. Quickly summoned the elder. Something grave has occurred. Following this, numerous individuals from Yuga surged out of the courtyard, encircling Qingshan. Qingshan counted the members emerging from Yuga, a total of 13. Silently, he retrieved 13 thunder talismans once more, smiling at the gathering crowd. Thunderous roars erupted before the gates of Yuga. Chapter 54. The killing intent of the spirit world. From a young age, Qingshan was aware that spirits feared thunder. In the village of Fortune, a malevolent spirit would masquerade as a living being during the day, yet would not dare to venture outside on stormy days. In the realm of spirits, he resembled a chosen son of the spirit world. This realm was inhabited solely by spiritual entities, and conflicts were predominantly fought through the realm of the soul. Few could manage to bring physical forms into the spirit world. Thus, transactions within this domain were conducted through the exchange of spiritual items. Upon exiting the spirit realm, these items would be delivered to their respective owners by the laws governing the universe. Aside from the ancient beings, none possessed the ability to draw talismans within the spirit world. Naturally, Qingshan could not inscribe talismans, but his inability did not imply that the universe was equally incapable. The talismans in his possession were freshly crafted through a heavenly transaction. Of course, the extraction of the jade steel was also the handiwork of the cosmos. The little creature was overjoyed, feeling that Qing should explore the spirit realm more extensively. The disciples in the Rain Pavilion gazed in astonishment as Qingshan peddled maps of their domain. Yet, upon witnessing their fellow disciples being expelled from the spirit world, they were filled with indignation but remained silent, awaiting the arrival of the elders. Qingshan, unperturbed, thought that if real danger were to arise, he could simply let it strike him and thereby be expelled from the spirit realm. After all, upon returning to reality, he had protection, and he was not afraid of the Rain Pavilion seeking retribution. Truly, I am clever. As Qingshan became increasingly animated in his sales, he began to call out. Brandishing the map in his hand, maps to the treasures of the Rain Pavilion are on a grand sale. Only 10 left. Once they're gone, they're gone. Just 5 remain. Only 1 left. Who wants it? The highest bidder wins. The onlookers, drawn by the commotion, joined in the cacophony. The more furious the Rain Pavilion's disciples became, the more it confirmed the authenticity of the map. I want it. I want it. I offer 15 spirit stones. I bid 20. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. I offer 100 spirit stones. The crowd turned to see the speaker, a woman clad in white, her stature regal, with an elegant neck and skin as fair as snow. Her exquisite beauty exuded an air of aloofness, resembling that of an ethereal being. Upon recognizing her, everyone drew a sharp breath. Lord Tianjian. Qingshan, spotting her, instinctively shrank back, attempting to flee. Where do you think you're going? The woman in white asked coldly. Qingshan paused, turning back with a woeful expression, and respectfully bowed to her, Master Qiansu. The newcomer was indeed Qiansu, the senior sister of Lu Xia, and Qingshan's master. Qiansu regarded Qingshan with a headache. She had just witnessed the disappearance of the boundary steel outside the spirit capital and immediately sensed that both the steel's essence and its spiritual form had inexplicably entered the spirit realm. This peculiar occurrence compelled her to come and investigate. Upon witnessing Qingshan standing atop the spirit monument, hawking maps of the Rain Pavilion, it was evident that creating turmoil for the Rain Pavilion was trivial. Qingshan's Qingluo Mountain was not one to cower before them. Yet, astonishingly, he had absconded with the spirit realm's boundary marker. She was aware of Qingshan's peculiarities, but she never anticipated such eccentricity. There existed an inexplicable fear within Qingshan towards Qiansu. It seemed that in her presence, he felt utterly exposed. Having just finished selling the maps, he was preparing to return to his cultivation when Qingshan appeared, looking aggrieved. Is that so? Qiansu replied coldly, beckoning towards him. The map in Qingshan's grasp instantly transformed into a stream of light, flying into Qiansu's hand. She cast a glance at it before turning her gaze back to Qing Shan. Instead of diligently cultivating, you come to the spirit capital to wreak havoc. It seems your master truly has failed in teaching you. At her words, Qing Shan raised his chin defiantly, his expression revealing determination. This has nothing to do with my master. It is my own failure. Observing the look on Qing Shan's face softened Qiansu's heart unexpectedly. Very well, consider this a one-time exception. Oh, Qing Shan pouted, shouldering the jade boundary marker, casting a glance at the small object and turning to leave. After all, he had acquired the boundary marker and deemed it a sufficient gain. Qiansu took a deep breath, commanding, "Put down the boundary marker." Startled, Qing Shan hesitated, longing to gaze at the spirit monument before ultimately turning to depart. Wait. His steps faltered, as he suddenly realized the voice came not directly from Qiansu, but was a concealed thought transmitted to him. Then, Qiansu's voice resonated once more. The spirit realm is not as simple as you perceive. Your actions are merely a path to self-destruction. As the young lord of Qingluo Mountain, I do not wish to witness your untimely demise due to arrogance before you have even matured. Henceforth, act with caution. Were it not for my intervention, do you believe you would still be standing here? Qing Shan was taken aback, suddenly sensing an exceedingly concealed murderous intent emanating from within the Rain Pavilion's courtyard. However, this threat was forcefully suppressed by Qiansu. An involuntary shiver ran through Qing Shan as he felt a wave of apprehension. He was indeed still young. His actions had been rather reckless. Thank you, Master Uncle. Qing Shan thought back. Qiansu nodded. However, after my appearance today, no one in the spirit realm will dare to confront you openly. Your spiritual realm is too low. When you return to the spirit realm, you must elevate your spiritual capacity first. 3 days hence, seek me in the eastern city of the spirit realm. Finishing her words, Qiansu glanced at the Rain Pavilion courtyard, where an elder, hastily returning to the spirit realm, squinted at her but did not dare to act. Receiving Qiansu's signal, Qing Shan promptly hoisted the small object and hurried away. Back on the streets, he gravely addressed the 5 members of the Mushin Pavilion. Let us depart swiftly. The group promptly exited the spirit realm. As the figures of Qing Shan gradually departed, Qiansu finally stowed away the jade stone boundary marker. After casting one last glance at the Rain Pavilion courtyard, she turned and left. Those who had purchased the map sensed something amiss and promptly exited the spirit realm. Once both Qing Shan and Qiansu had vacated the scene, the street erupted from its silence into a cacophony of chatter. Who was that individual? Was the Tianjian of Ling due his master? So, he hails from Qingluo Mountain. No wonder he showed no fear towards the Rain Pavilion. It all makes sense now. It appears that the treasure-seeking ground of the Rain Pavilion is indeed genuine. Yet, I have never heard of such a prodigy from Qingluo Mountain. How lively it has become. Within the Rain Pavilion courtyard, an elderly man turned to face his disciples, his expression a stormy shade of blue. Incompetence. The disciples of the Rain Pavilion bowed their heads, not daring to utter a word. The elder narrowed his eyes. He had never heard of Qiansu being the niece of Tianjian. He then addressed his disciples. Go investigate this matter thoroughly. Qingluo Mountain. Let us see how long you can remain arrogant. On the bustling street of the spirit realm, a scholarly-looking figure observed the previous scene with keen interest. He produced a small notebook from his sleeve and made a note. Mysterious youth. Qiansu's nephew. Soul realm unknown. Talent. Incomprehensible. A glance at his notebook revealed a compendium of the young prodigies of Qingxian Prefecture. Chapter 55. The uncommon little by upon returning to the Silver Gathering Pavilion. Qing Shan was still shaken. He had just felt an ominous killing intent outside the Rain Pavilion in the spirit realm, subtle yet palpably real. It seemed that the treasure location within the Rain Pavilion was rather peculiar. The 5 members of the Silver Gathering Pavilion opened their eyes, casting puzzled glances at Qing Shan. What is the matter? They had been hiding in the corner and were unaware of Qiansu's appearance, thus oblivious to the events that transpired. They had only seen Qing Shan rush back in a flurry, exiting the spirit realm. Qing Shan pondered for a moment, recalling the formidable elder who had appeared in the courtyard of the Rain Pavilion. The 5 members of the Silver Gathering Pavilion were taken aback. So what? In the spirit realm, we are all spirit bodies. They cannot harm us. At most, they could expel us from the spirit realm for a time. It was widely accepted that one could not kill in the spirit realm. Otherwise, they would not dare to act recklessly there. No one would risk entering the spirit realm in a corporeal form. The spirit realm operates under its own laws. When spirits engage in combat, they might sustain injuries. But should the threat of annihilation arise, the laws would expel them from the spirit realm. Is that so? Qing Shan mused. It was precisely this understanding that had emboldened him to act without restraint before the Rain Pavilion. Indeed, even if he used thunder talismans against someone, they would merely be cast out of the spirit realm without suffering any irreversible damage to their spirit. Nevertheless, he had undeniably sensed the murderous aura emanating from the Rain Pavilion's courtyard. Had it not been for Qian Su suppressing that killing intent, he might have faced severe spiritual injury. Enough of that for now, the fifth member interjected. Let us first calculate our earnings. Qing Shan immediately glanced over, his eyes brightening. The spirit stones earned from selling maps in the spirit realm had all flowed into his coffers. 99 maps sold, yielding 990 spirit stones. Qing Shan contemplated, scratching his head. It seems we haven't earned much. Yet, the 5 members of the Silver Gathering Pavilion were quite satisfied. We haven't done much. So this is already quite good. Let's head back to the Silver Pavilion and take a few days to rest. In a few days, the external disciples competition will commence. The rest can wait until after the competition. Nodding in agreement, Qing Shan looked at the spirit monument before him. Recalling Qian Su's invitation to meet her in the east city of the spirit realm in 3 days, he then said, "May I borrow this spirit monument for a few days? I have use for it." The members of the Silver Gathering Pavilion waved their hands casually, not minding at all. Qing Shan then tucked the monument away. Upon returning to his quarters, he set down the small item on his shoulder, his mind swirling with contemplation about 2 matters. The first was the killing intent in the spirit realm and Qian Su's appointment in 3 days. The second was burial. Where should he be laid to rest? It seemed that a proper burial could yield him greater wealth, yet he was uncertain where such a place might be. Or rather, where deaths were most frequent. Burial funds. This marks the first method of earning silver presented to him by the bronze coin, which starkly contrasts with his own ideas of making money. It seems intricately connected to his personal growth. However, he cannot resign himself to a life of entombment within the sect. To find his final resting place, he must venture beyond the confines of Qingluo Mountain. Yet, his revered elder sister has yet to return, leaving him without anyone to consult. After resting for another 2 days, Qing Shan awoke to the sounds of commotion emanating from the sect. The atmosphere today appeared markedly more vibrant than usual. Calculating the date, he realized it was the day of the outer sect disciples competition. This was Qing Shan's first participation in such an event since joining the sect. He felt no inclination to engage, as such competitions were merely bouts of fighting, which, to him, equated to spending silver, an endeavor not worth pursuing. I have no desire to participate, Qing Shan lamented as he stepped outside, expressing his grievances to several senior brothers and sisters at the Silver Collection Pavilion. They chuckled in response, stating, "All outer sect disciples are required to take part. There is no choice in the matter." With a heavy sigh, Qing Shan acquiesced to his fate. The little creature perched on his shoulder echoed his sentiments with a sigh of its own. Both were misers at heart, instinctively resistant to the idea of spending their hard-earned silver. Let us concede outright. Qing Shan's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, there were no penalties for such an admission. The members of the Silver Collection Pavilion exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. The fifth elder spoke up. "It is said that the outer sect disciple who secures first place in this competition will receive a reward of 100 merit points." What? Qing Shan leapt into the air. 100 merit points? That equated to 100 spirit stones, or a staggering 10,000 taels of silver. His eyes gleamed with fervor at the revelation. The 5 members of the Silver Collection Pavilion shuddered at the intensity of his gaze. Their 6th member's expression had transformed, as if he had become an entirely different person. "Let us go," Qing Shan declared, waving his hand grandly as he strode toward the exit. The 5 members of the Silver Collection Pavilion exchanged wry smiles and followed suit. Their 6th member had truly become obsessed with the allure of wealth. At the outer sect's training grounds of Qingluo Mountain, a martial arts platform stood surrounded by a row of elevated seats. The area was packed with outer sect disciples, each delineating their own space amidst the throng. Upon the platform, a group of elders sat in quiet observation, their gazes fixed upon the disciples below. Yet there lingered an air of caution among them. The outer sect disciples buzzed with excitement, questioning the presence of so many elders at this event. In the past, only the esteemed Sister Qianquan from the Internal Affairs Hall would attend, along with at most Elder Fu and 13 others. Was there something different about this competition? As the disciples speculated, the elder Fu Yingchun glared at the gathering of elders with a clenched jaw, his eyes blazing with indignation. The elders, seemingly oblivious to Fu Yingchun's ire, remained seated. Fu Yingchun's voice was low and simmering. Is it truly reasonable for all of you to attend a mere sect competition? The flower-like figure from 100 Flower Valley, Huajijin, cast a sidelong glance at Fu Yingchun, offering a cold laugh in response. Old scoundrel Fu, if we do not return, will you have taken our precious disciple for yourself? Do not think we are unaware of your clandestine alterations to the rules of this minor competition. Elder Ninshan mocked, asserting, we agreed upon fair competition, yet here you are, resorting to underhanded tactics. Have we not discovered your schemes? Would Qingshan still hold any significance for us? Beside Fu Yingchun, Qianquan wore a dazed expression. She had never witnessed the elders of Qingshan argue so vehemently over a single disciple. However, speaking of Zai Qingshan, she too held a fondness for him. To frequent a place like the Muayanj and not be driven away speaks volumes about Qingshan's charm. Even a group of lunatics are enamored with him. Fu Yingchun gritted her teeth, forcing herself to sit down as she pondered her next move. Observing the elders fall silent, Qianquan stepped forward and proclaimed to the outer disciples below, today's outer sect competition is under the watchful eyes of the elders. The first-place victor shall receive a reward of 100 merit points. Outstanding participants may be exceptionally accepted into the inner sect or even become a direct disciple. Her words instantly ignited a frenzy among the outer disciples. What? Outstanding participants may enter the inner sect or be taken as direct disciples by the elders. Fu Yingchun felt tears welling up. How had her meticulously crafted plan to accept Qingshan as a disciple become common knowledge among these old scoundrels? Who oversees the outer sect competition? The Inner Affairs Hall. Who presides over the Inner Affairs Hall? Qianquan. And whose subordinate is Qianquan? Fu Yingchun. It was entirely reasonable for her to take Qingshan as her disciple during the Outer Sect Competition Chapter 56, a trait engraved in bone in the external arena of the 100 Beasts Peak. Upon hearing the news, Lu Hua's breath caught in his throat. Could it be that the elders would take on a notable disciple? Instantly, excitement surged within him as he cast his gaze towards the many elders upon the high platform, his spirit ignited with fervor. Before his ascent to the Qingluo mountain, he had already entered the path, distinguishing himself far beyond most newly initiated external disciples. He could be deemed the most exceptional among the recent batches of new entrants, having previously garnered praise from the elders at the 100 Beasts Peak. In just a month since joining the external sect of Qingluo Mountain, he had already carved a name for himself among his peers. Naturally gifted at this juncture, he possessed an overwhelming edge over the newly initiated external disciples participating in the upcoming competition. He resolved to seek out Qingshan from the Muin Pavilion for a private practice session, both to avenge past grievances and to showcase his innate talent. Turning to the senior disciple, Wardefa, he discreetly shared his intentions. Wardefa's eyes sparkled with understanding as he promptly made his way towards several external disciples with whom the 100 Beasts Peak maintained amicable relations. Meanwhile, Qingshan and the group from the Muin Pavilion arrived at the arena, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the thousands of participants. Is there truly such a number within our external sect? Qingshan wondered aloud. The leader nodded, explaining that there were over 2,600 disciples across the 23 divisions of the external sect. Qingshan was astonished. He had assumed each division was as sparsely populated as the Muin Pavilion, which only had 6 members. How can there be so many, yet we seldom see them? Qingshan inquired. The leader replied, they are typically immersed in cultivation or engaged in tasks to earn merit. There is little time for leisure. Nodding, Qingshan suddenly sensed something amiss. Which among the external disciples is the strongest? The 5 members of the Muin Pavilion stretched languidly, with the second disciple chuckling, don't worry, old 6. Soon you shall witness what it means to be a unique presence among external disciples. Though we belong to the external sect, our standing is incomparable to that of ordinary inner disciples. Each of us has earned 500 merits, and we are assured of victory. Observing the formidable aura radiating from his senior brothers and sisters, Qingshan felt a twinge of discomfort. Their prowess seemed more than adequate to secure a place in the inner sect, Yet they remained within the Muin pavilion, mingling among the external disciples. Something was amiss. The fifth disciple smirked. We shall claim the title of the strongest in the external sect. The arrival of the 6 members of the Muin pavilion quickly drew the attention of other external disciples, their expressions shifting dramatically. This is troublesome. The upcoming competition offers merit rewards. The members of the Muin pavilion had come drawn by the scent of merit. What should be done? The Muin pavilion was indeed a peculiar entity among external disciples. Highly skilled, they rarely lingered within the sect, avoiding conflict. Yet when they chose to act, they were unparalleled. The disciples from several outer sects exhibited fluctuating expressions as they soon encountered Ward's persuasion from the 100 Beasts Peak. Under his influence, they seemed to have engaged in a discussion. Qing Shan furrowed his brow, pondering for quite some time, suddenly sensing something amiss. Brothers, he spoke, this does not seem advantageous. What? The 5 from the Silver Gathering Pavilion questioned in confusion. Qing Shan raised his head and declared, if we secure the first place, it is not worth it. Why? The second asked. Qing Shan began to count on his fingers, saying, look, other outer sects have dozens or even hundreds of participants, while we from the Silver Gathering Pavilion only have 6. Even if we achieve first place, each of us would only receive 100, totaling merely 600 merit points. However, those outer sects with larger numbers could gain much more merit, translating to a greater number of spirit stones. Instead, why don't we collaborate with a larger outer sect? We could assist them in securing first place and then request half of their merits in return. This way, we would acquire more merits. The 5 from the Silver Gathering Pavilion were momentarily stunned, gazing at Qing Shan in disbelief. He had practically etched the concept of trade into his very bones. Every thought he entertained revolved around earning more silver. Even the rewards from the sect's minor competitions could be exploited. Do we have any affiliations with other outer sects? Qing Shan mused, feeling rather clever. The corners of the mouths of the 5 from the Silver Gathering Pavilion twitched as they looked around. The other outer disciples nearby seemed to be avoiding them. Sister Second scratched her head, none. Qing Shan felt disheartened. He indeed had acquaintances, specifically the seniors he had met during his last visit to Lingyuan. However, those individuals were inner disciples. Inner disciples did not participate in the minor competitions among outer sections. Suddenly, Qing Shan's eyes brightened. I've got it. With that, he swiftly vanished and arrived at the location of the outer disciples from the 100 Herbs Garden. The disciples there regarded Qing Shan with curiosity. Junior brother, what brings you here? With a cheerful smile, Qing Shan bowed. I am here to find Sister One. Might she be present to witness the event? As he spoke, he produced the jade token from the 100 Flowers Valley. One of the disciples from the 100 Herbs Garden hesitated for a moment before responding. Please wait. We will go fetch her. In his hand was a jade token belonging to an inner disciple. Soon, Sister One from the 100 Flowers Valley, whom Qing Shan had met in Lingyuan, arrived. Upon seeing Qing Shan, her face lit up with joy. Ah, junior brother Qing Shan. Sister One was particularly fond of him, and upon sighting him, she rushed over. She stepped forward and embraced him, exclaiming, Oh my, I thought you had forgotten about me. What a pleasant surprise. Qing Shan's face flushed slightly as he promptly conveyed his purpose for visiting. Among the outer disciples, aside from the Silver Gathering Pavilion, there existed another unique faction, the 100 Herbs Garden. The Baichao Garden serves as the outer gate, yet it is intrinsically linked to the inner gate, the 100 Flower Valley. Remarkably, Baichao Garden is the sole location where both the inner and outer gates coexist. He is acquainted with Sister One from the 100 Flower Valley, which effectively establishes a favorable connection with Baichao Garden. Upon hearing Qing Shan's words, Sister One initially expressed surprise, but soon broke into a smile, exclaiming that this was quite manageable. The disciples of Baichao Garden could hardly contend with the forces of the Muin Pavilion. Although your suggestion may seem unscrupulous, it poses no loss to Baichao Garden. Rather, it presents an opportunity for profit. Allow me to escort you to discuss this matter. With that, she led Qing Shan among the disciples of Baichao Garden. Moments later, Qing Shan returned to the Muin Pavilion, thoroughly satisfied. Have you secured the arrangement? Inquired the 5 members of the Muin Pavilion, their curiosity piqued. Qing Shan nodded affirmatively. Baichao Garden has agreed to collaborate with us, and we shall share all merits equally. Furthermore, they will join forces with us to confront their outer gate. The group erupted in joyous exultation. Truly, Old Six is nothing short of remarkable. Chapter 57. The Street Rascals Amidst Chaos in the 100 Herb Garden. There were over 120 individuals. Securing the first position yielded more than 12,000 merit points. Dividing half of this among them resulted in 6,000 points, equating to 1,000 points for each person, a remarkable surplus of tenfold. The Silver Fund Pavilion housed an individual whose business acumen was ingrained in his very being, rendering him utterly impeccable. After a thorough discussion, the 5 members of the Silver Fund Pavilion exchanged a knowing glance with the disciples from 100 Flower Valley, who promptly nodded in response. Thus, a grand transaction was clandestinely set into motion. Suddenly, the leader noticed the eldest disciple of the Beast Peak, Wardfa, returning from another outer sect, prompting him to furrow his brow. "Be cautious, sixth brother," he warned, turning his back to Qingshan. "The Beast Peak holds a grudge against us, and it seems they have conspired with others. I suspect they will join forces against us." Upon hearing this, Qingshan's expression turned grave. He suddenly declared, "I have a plan." The others were momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. The 13 elders atop the high platform observed Qingshan in the training ground, exchanging glances before smiling. "What has this lad done?" they mused, fully aware of his actions from above. They were somewhat astonished by Qingshan's strategic ingenuity, pondering that if such intellect were applied to cultivation, it would yield even greater benefits. Fu Yingchun sighed, feeling that the path of apprenticeship seemed indefinitely distant. Qiongquan stepped forward, calling out to the multitude of disciples. "In the first round, the outer sects from 23 locations will engage in a free-for-all battle. After 15 minutes, those who remain within the confines of the high platform will be declared victorious." On stage, in an instant, thousands surged toward the training ground's elevated area. The platform was expansive, easily accommodating the throng of participants. Each group maintained their own alliances, their gazes fixated on a central circle on the platform. After 15 minutes, only those remaining within the circle would achieve victory. With a commanding shout of "Begin!" from Qiongquan, a surge of dense spiritual energy enveloped everyone present. Numerous intersect disciples surrounded the platform, closely monitoring the unfolding conflict. Observing Qingshan in the arena, Qiongquan's lips twitched in surprise as he witnessed Qingshan producing a large handful of yellow talismans, adorning himself with them. Those dozens of protective charms. The first battle commences. As Qiongquan's words echoed, the 23 outer sect participants charged toward the central circle. The circle was small, incapable of accommodating everyone. Thus, to secure a position within, they would need to force others out. Thus, the great battle began. Boom. The clash of combat erupted instantaneously. Wardfa and his cohort from Beast Peak allied with 3 other factions: the Pure Mountain Institute, the Fire Stove Chamber, and the Forging Workshop. The 4 of them did not rush towards the circle. Instead, they turned their gaze towards the direction of the Mwanj Pavilion. Upon looking, they were momentarily taken aback. The 5 from Mwanj Pavilion had not engaged in combat either. Rather, they approached the group from Baichao Garden and stood together with them, displaying an air of indifference. Had Mwanj Pavilion allied with Baichao Garden? Ward bellowed, "Let South attack together and drive Mwanj Pavilion off the high platform." The commotion on the high platform was so loud that the people in the kitchen could not hear clearly. "What? Oh," he said, "to drive Mwanj Pavilion off the high platform." A voice rang in the ears of those in the kitchen, causing the senior disciple to pause and turn. He saw a lad of about 12 or 13 standing beside them, kindly offering a reminder. The senior disciple of the kitchen was taken aback. "Who are you?" Qingshan smiled. "I am from Mwanj Pavilion." The senior disciple's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "There he is!" Instantly, the crowd from the kitchen charged toward Qingshan, who shivered and, upon speaking, fled. He dashed into the chaos of battle, disappearing from sight. The disciples from the kitchen quickly pursued him. Meanwhile, disciples from Jingshan Courtyard, along with those from the Forge Workshop and Baishou Peak, rushed towards the 5 from Mwanj Pavilion, who were with Baichao Garden. Not seeing the kitchen crew behind them, they suddenly halted. Where had the kitchen crew gone? Were they being clever? The disciples from Jingshan Courtyard were bewildered. No, a breathless youth rushed to their side. Shaking his head, "They were chasing me." "Who are you?" Qingshan panted. "I am from Mwanj Pavilion." He continued, "They chased me for quite a while. I was exhausted." The multitude of disciples from Jingshan Courtyard stared at Qingshan, momentarily sensing something amiss. The Henti caught up. Qingshan shook his head, They did catch up. But they couldn't break my protective talismans. Then they gave up. What? The group from Jingshan Courtyard looked at the numerous protective talismans adorning Qingshan, their mouths twitching. The senior disciple of Jingshan Courtyard regained his composure and shouted, "Attack!" In an instant, the dozens of protective talismans on Qingshan illuminated simultaneously, transforming into a dazzling display of protective energy. Various spells struck Qingshan, yet were thwarted by the talismans. Qingshan remained utterly at ease. The disciples from Jingshan Courtyard gritted their teeth in frustration, determined to shatter all his protective talismans. They could not believe he possessed so many. Qingshan, taken aback, quietly produced another stack. The disciples from Jingshan Courtyard felt their vision dim and froze in place. To strike or not to strike? The disciples from the Forge Workshop, witnessing the Jingshan disciples attempting to attack a boy yet allowing him to escape, grew anxious. What are they doing? Hurry up and act. Then the boy walked right up to them, leisurely strolling past selling protective talismans. Qingshan held a stack of protective talismans, gracefully traversing the high platform, presenting one talisman for each merit earned, all meticulously validated by the esteemed Jingshan Academy, proving their authenticity and efficacy. After taking a few steps forward, he paused and then retraced his steps, inquiring of the disciples at the forge, "Would you care for some talismans?" Not a single soul at Jingshan Academy has managed to breach them. Their effectiveness is remarkable. Care to acquire a few? The disciples of the forge stood in stunned silence, glancing at the distant Jingshan Academy, their lips twitching in disbelief. Noticing their indifference, Qingshan heaved a sigh. "If you choose not to, I shall offer them to the Beast Peak instead. Should you find yourselves unable to contend with them later, do not hold it against me." The disciples of the forge exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Although they had allied with the disciples of the Beast Peak to expel the Silver Recruitment Pavilion, it did not imply that they relinquished their ambition to contest for supremacy. Panic set in among the forge disciples. "I want one." At last, someone expressed interest. Qingshan beamed with delight and promptly initiated the transaction. Come. One merit for each talisman. First come, first served." Observing this scene from afar, the group from the Beast Peak felt a surge of frustration. How could their alliance crumble before it even began? Meanwhile, a few members from the Silver Recruitment Pavilion exchanged knowing glances with the disciples of the Herbal Garden, marveling at the cunningness of the ploy. After distributing the talismans to the forge disciples, Qingshan leisurely made his way toward the inner sanctum, calling out, "Talismans for sale." On the high platform, the elders exchanged bewildered looks, observing Qingshan, who seemed to drift effortlessly amidst the turmoil, reminiscent of a street urchin. Chapter 58. I Surrender. The alliance of the Beast Peak was effortlessly dismantled by Qingshan, while the alliance between the Silver Pavilion and the Herb Garden remained steadfast and unyielding. Outside the arena, Sister Tang from the Flower Valley observed Qingshan's antics, her laughter ringing out. The antics of junior brother Qingshan were indeed amusing. She watched as he navigated the fray, a smile dancing in her eyes. Lu Hua from the Beast Peak stared at Qingshan in disbelief, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He had suspected this fellow would not be easily dealt with. Resolute, he decided he must teach Qingshan a lesson, so he would understand what it truly meant to be a prodigy. As time drew near, the members of the Silver Pavilion exchanged knowing glances with those from the Herb Garden, nodding in agreement. The second in command of the Silver Pavilion led the charge into the circle atop the platform. "Make way for the Silver Pavilion," he bellowed, his fists transforming into formidable waves of energy as he surged forward with the Herb Garden disciples, crashing into the circle like a ship slicing through the waves. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, disciples were sent sprawling in all directions. Qingshan, who was lingering amidst the chaos, felt a twinge of discomfort in his teeth. This was his first glimpse of the second-in-command's prowess. It was astonishing. With sheer physical strength, he sent disciples flying. With time running out, Qingshan too squeezed into the circle. Ding! With the resounding sound of a bell, the first round of the competition was declared over. Those who had failed to enter the circle sighed and shook their heads in disappointment. In total, around 300 had managed to secure their place within the circle. Yet only the Herb Garden and Silver Pavilion advanced to the second round. Others were left behind, some with less than half their number. Standing atop the platform, Xiongquan surveyed the scene and declared, "Participating factions with less than half their members in the circle are disqualified." A group of inner disciples stepped forward to tally the numbers, ushering the remaining factions with insufficient members off the platform. Out of 23 factions, only 6 remained. The elders atop the platform exchanged wry smiles as they regarded the Herb Garden and Silver Pavilion, who had successfully advanced to the second round. However, they held Qingshan's ability to forge an alliance with the Herb Garden in high esteem. It was worth noting that although the 6 from the Silver Pavilion were formidable, should they have been targeted, they might have easily been ousted from the platform, perhaps losing several members. Yet, they had all remained intact, truly deserving of being my disciple. Fu Yingchun thought with great pride. The other elders rolled their eyes, muttering, "The outcome remains uncertain." "Old man Fu, your words are premature." Fu Yingchun was momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching in response. Meanwhile, Qiong Qiuan, caught among the elders, felt restless, wishing for the day's competition to conclude swiftly. With a wave of her hand, she announced, "Ranking round. Disciples may freely select their opponents. A challenger who wins earns a point. A loss incurs no penalty. Each individual can only be challenged once. Points will be awarded for victories and deducted for defeats. Rankings will be determined based on points relative to the number of participants. This has been the rule for many years." Upon hearing the news, Qingshan calculated and seemed to believe that victory would come easily. However, the reality of the requirement proved to be quite challenging. The challengers would earn points for victories, yet suffer no penalties for defeats. This system entirely encouraged challenges among participants, as losing would not result in any loss of points. To accumulate enough points for advancement, one must actively engage in challenges, elevating their own scores while diminishing those of others. What a cunning method of scoring, Qingshan mused, recognizing that this completely eliminated any opportunity for loopholes. Furthermore, the rankings were determined by the ratio of points to the number of participants, rather than solely by total points. This proved relatively fair for those with fewer representatives. "I shall take the lead." As soon as the rules of Qianquan were announced, an individual immediately stepped forward to challenge a disciple from another group. This challenger possessed formidable skills, yet the one being challenged appeared to be a novice, visibly distressed. It was evident he stood little chance of victory, but failure to engage would result in point deductions. Gritting his teeth, the challenged disciple stepped forward, and as expected, he was soon knocked down. After much contemplation, Qingshan suddenly conceived an idea. He turned to a senior disciple from Baichao Garden, saying, "Brother, for this round, do not challenge anyone. I assure you that I will secure your place at the top." The disciple from Baichao Garden was taken aback and looked towards sister when outside the arena. Upon seeing her nod in agreement, he broke into a smile. "Excellent." Qingshan beamed as he returned to the Mu-In Pavilion. The senior disciples of Mu-In Pavilion were utterly perplexed. "What devious scheme have you concocted this time?" inquired the curious Lao Wu. Qingshan merely smiled mysteriously, offering no explanation. Lao Wu felt a deep sense of frustration, as if plagued by countless worries. As challenges commenced, one disciple after another faced defeat, while various groups accumulated points. Due to Qingshan's earlier suggestion, Baichao Garden refrained from issuing any challenges, and Mu-In Pavilion remained inactive as well. This was partly because the participants from Mu-In Pavilion were so powerful that no one dared to challenge them, and partly because they had no desire to vie for the top position. Their objective was solely to elevate Baichao Garden to first place. After dozens of rounds of challenges, the points for Baishou Peak had significantly accumulated. As the challenges drew to a close, Lu Hua finally ascended the high platform. He turned to face Qingshan. "Qingshan, I wish to challenge you." Lu Hua's intent was straightforward. Having been overshadowed by Qingshan on the mountain path, he sought to reclaim his prestige through this challenge. If he could defeat Qingshan, he would restore his confidence and diminish Qingshan's reputation. Upon witnessing someone finally challenge Qingshan, the elders atop the platform erupted in excitement. "Let the contest begin. We shall see how Qingshan responds." Some elders expressed concern, noting, if I recall correctly, Qingshan practices the Xian Dao, and at this stage, he has yet to master any formidable Xian techniques. This confrontation may prove quite challenging for him. That Lu Hua, endowed with remarkable talent, has now established his foundation, his presence towering over the mountains. However, upon observing the myriad of talismans adorning Qingshan, he felt a twinge of concern for his own overconfidence. An elder, watching Lu Hua, nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, This Lu Hua possesses commendable aptitude. The collective gaze of the elders instilled a newfound confidence within Lu Hua. He urged once more. Qing Shan, the 5 senior brothers and sisters of the Mayan Pavilion, witnessing Lu Hua's gaze directed at Qing Shan, were filled with discontent. Qing Shan, upon hearing Lu Hua's challenge, was momentarily taken aback. So he has indeed come for a confrontation. Lu Hua had always been at odds with him, and it was only natural for him to be challenged after having previously toyed with Lu Hua. Yet, Qing Shan rose to his feet and took a deep breath. I concede. What a jest. You fight relying on cultivation, while I, Master Kai, must expend silver to engage in combat. I earned silver not to brawl. Qing Shan's decisive surrender left everyone momentarily speechless. The elders on the high platform were stunned, and Xiong Quan found herself equally astonished. How utterly decisive in his cowardice. Lu Hua stood in bewilderment. How could Qing Shan lack even a semblance of the spirit befitting a youthful prodigy? This was not what he had anticipated. Just as Xiong Quan was about to declare Qing Shan the loser, Lu Hua seized the opportunity. He addressed Qing Shan. Do you lack even the courage to fight? Chapter 59. Finding a loophole. Qing Shan gazed at Lu Hua on the arena, his demeanor remarkably composed. No, Qing Shan replied succinctly, leaving Lu Hua feeling as though he had struck a blow upon cotton, acutely aware of a deep-seated injury. Lu Hua, frustrated, exclaimed as a prodigy, do you not fear that retreating without a fight will tarnish your future reputation? I do not fear. Qing Shan shook his head. Lu Hua, spitting blood and gritting his teeth, pressed on. Do you not desire to engage in battle with me to affirm your path? I do not desire. The crowd surrounding the arena was engulfed in confusion. The challenger urged the challenged to ascend the stage, only for the latter to concede defeat. The challenger implored the challenged not to surrender, offering heartfelt persuasion. Yet the challenged remained obstinate, determined to yield. This scene appeared bizarre in every regard. Lu Hua, rendered speechless, observed Qing Shan, whose indifference was akin to that of a pig unperturbed by boiling water, and suddenly lost all will to fight. Very well, he thought. You, who merely relies on cunning, are indeed unworthy of my esteem. I hail from royalty, while you lack even a surname. Surely, no one has taught you what pride truly signifies. You are certainly not fit to battle with me. Qing Shan was momentarily taken aback, his expression a mixture of emotions. Lu Hua's words caused many to furrow their brows. Though unspoken, he insinuated that Qing Shan's lack of a surname implied a lack of upbringing. The second senior sister of the Mayan Pavilion frowned deeply, gazing at Lu Hua, contemplating stepping forward. The elders on the high platform also knitted their brows in concern. Lu Hua had gone too far. Qing Shan's lack of a surname was not a matter of his choosing. He was born that way, and it was no justification for disparagement. Xiong Chuan looked at Qing Shan with worry, contemplating declaring his defeat to prompt Lu Hua to step down. Suddenly, Qing Shan, who had lowered his head, lifted it abruptly. 1,000 taels of silver. Lu Hua was taken aback. What? Qing Shan asserted. If I win against you, you shall give me 1,000 taels of silver. Though I am quite inclined to strike you, I never engage in transactions that are disadvantageous. A peculiar smile, one that others could not decipher, emerged on Qing Shan's face, as if he was motivated by something beyond himself. Lu Hua stared intently at Qing Shan and nodded. If you win, I shall give you 3,000 taels. Agreed. Qing Shan nodded, handing over a small object resting on his shoulder to the second senior sister. He then rose and ascended the stage, closing his eyes. Let it begin. Qing Shan's transformation took everyone by surprise. Lu Hua's expression turned serious as he fixated on Qing Shan. Xiong Chuan nodded. Commence. As the words fell, the aura surrounding Qing Shan abruptly shifted into something enigmatic. Lu Hua conjured a sword in his hand, thrusting it toward Qing Shan. Though his foundational cultivation was not particularly high, he had condensed profound sword energy into that blade. Boom. The sword energy struck Qing Shan, igniting a protective talisman. It thwarted Lu Hua's attack. Yet, Qing Shan merely regarded Lu Hua, remaining motionless. Do you think you can block me with a talisman? That may prove to be a challenge. Let us first shatter your protective charm. Lu Hua comprehended the meaning behind Qing Shan's gaze, yet suddenly brandished his sword towards the heavens, transforming it into a magnificent dragon of steel that soared skyward. The imperial sword. The onlookers were struck with profound astonishment at this display. The elder atop the platform rose, his expression grave. as Lu Hua's strike aimed to shatter all of Qing Shan's protective talismans, imbued with a sense of lethal intent. However, one could not deny the remarkable nature of Lu Hua's blow. Boom! The sword descended upon Qing Shan, igniting dozens of protective charms in unison. In an instant, Qing Shan was left bereft of any protection. Finally, he opened his eyes. Lu Hua smirked. Now that you are without your talismans, summon your innate spirit and let us engage in a proper duel. Below, the small creature in the second elder's arms shrank its neck, pouting in discontent. Why should it take the stage when it could not fight? Qing Shan's innate spirit was that very creature, and thus, it could not be summoned. However, Qing Shan was not without the strength to battle. He took a deep breath and quietly intoned, "By the decree of heaven," a talisman manifested in his hand. With 2 fingers pinching the talisman, he flicked it gently, causing it to ignite in flames. "Celestial spirit, heed my call and engage in combat as per the law." Boom! As the talisman burned, the spiritual energy of the arena surged into Qing Shan's being as if summoned. Behind him, a phantom emerged, clad in white garments. The figure was tall and elegant, yet its face remained obscured. What? The elders on the platform stood in unison. A summoning talisman. Why does this summoned spirit seem vaguely familiar? Before the elders could react, the phantom swayed, opened its eyes, and stepped forth, crossing over Qing Shan to stand before Lu Hua. Lu Hua's expression changed dramatically as he raised his imperial sword in defense. Bang! It was futile. The phantom struck him down with a single slap. The phantom dissipated. Lu Hua had not survived even one exchange against Qing Shan. Approaching Lu Hua, who lay on the ground, Qing Shan squatted beside him, smiled, and spoke, "Indeed. I have no surname. It is not that I lack one. Rather, I simply do not know it. How can one exist amidst the heavens and earth without a name? However, you are mistaken about one thing. It is not that no one has taught me what pride means. Rather, they conveyed to me that a person's pride lies not in their actions, but in their intentions. In this world, every individual striving to live possesses a formidable pride." Lu Hua, having been disrupted by the phantom's blow, found himself unable to muster even a trace of his cultivation power. Listening to Qing Shan's words, he struggled to lift his head. It seemed that standing before him was not merely an equal. He was unwilling to accept that he remained subjugated by Qing Shan, utterly powerless to retaliate. Qing Shan sighed, inexplicably feeling a sense of ennui wash over him. He was disinclined to engage in combat, yet he could not tolerate the insinuation that he lacked refinement. He indeed possessed it. It was just that those who had instilled it in him were no longer present. The spirit summoning talisman was a recent acquisition of his. Previously, while utilizing a protective talisman, he had also learned the mystical technique of Xiantian bestowed upon him by Qiansu, and had just mastered the spirit summoning talisman. The spirit he summoned. Well, he had crafted it in imitation of Qiansu's method. His master indeed possessed remarkable skills. For this endeavor, he had expended 1,000 taels. Qianquan cast a keen glance at Qing Shan and gestured for the attendants to escort Lu Hua away. Mayan Pavilion, victory. 1 point awarded. Qing Shan remained on stage, surveying his surroundings. The current challenge was nearing its conclusion, yet Baichao Garden had not garnered many points. It was time. Qing Shan took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with determination. He turned to one of his senior brothers from Baichao Garden. "I challenge you." The senior brother from Baichao Garden paused momentarily before ascending the platform. Immediately, Qing Shan raised his hands high and leapt down from the elevated stage. "I concede." The elders atop the platform twitched their lips in surprise, and Qianquan appeared bewildered. Everyone seemed taken aback. Qianquan hesitantly announced, "Baichao Garden wins, 1 point awarded." Just as he finished speaking, Qing Shan climbed back up. "I challenge you." "I concede." Chapter 60. Discovery. Everyone has gone mad. Qing Shan has once again exploited a loophole in the rules, effectively granting points to Baichao Garden. The challenger earns a point upon victory. However, no one has ever attempted such a thing. To voluntarily challenge someone and concede? Qing Shan's strategy quickly dawned upon the onlookers. Could this indeed be a valid approach? It seems to adhere to the rules without any flaws. Yet, why had they not considered this earlier? Upon witnessing Qing Shan's actions, many were eager to emulate him, only to realize that it merely awarded points to others rather than enhancing their own scores. With a euphoric expression, Qing Shan pointed at the disciples of Baichao Garden. But as soon as one stepped onto the stage, he would concede. "I challenge you." "I concede." I wish to challenge you. I concede. Outside the outer sect's training grounds, the crowd was left bewildered. The elders on the high platform exchanged glances, hesitating to intervene, but then they saw Fu Yingchun, who wore a knowing smile. Truly my disciple, so clever. Observing Fu's unabashed demeanor, the elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, this did not contravene the regulations. It was permissible. What to do? Who would dare to stop this? Did they still want to keep their disciple? Xiang Chuan looked at the group of elders praising Qing Shan's exploiting the rules and was suddenly engulfed in frustration. How did a seemingly simple outer sect competition transform into this? Half an hour later, Qing Shan had challenged every single individual from Baichao Garden. With each match, he conceded, leading to an astonishing imbalance in the ratio of participants to points for Baichao Garden. The competition finally concluded. Xiang Chuan stepped forward to announce that Baichao Garden had secured first place. The disciples of Baichao Garden fell into a profound silence. Strangely, they felt no joy in their victory. Instead, this first place felt somewhat embarrassing. Outside the arena, Senior Sister Wen from Baiwa Valley chuckled incessantly, her gaze fixed on Qing Shan, who she found increasingly endearing. The members of Mayin Pavilion gathered closely, their eyes alight with excitement. They had struck gold, having raised funds for their sect. They had never experienced such exhilaration from earning money for it. On the high platform, Fu Yingchun pondered for a moment before stepping forward. Just as he was about to announce Qing Shan's acceptance into the inner sect, he suddenly froze. Damn it, I miscalculated. Qing Shan's Mayin Pavilion did not achieve first place. Thus he had no grounds to admit Qing Shan into the inner sect. The first place belonged to Baichao Garden, which was comprised of Baiwa Valley disciples, and he could not accept them either. Fu Yingchun stood there, stunned, ensnared in the trap he had set for himself. The elders looked at Fu Yingchun with amusement, feeling refreshed. Meanwhile, the disciples below eagerly gazed at the elders, awaiting their rewards. Fu Yingchun felt like crying, yet the tears would not come. In this small competition, the 100 Flowers Valley emerged victorious, with each participant receiving a merit of 100 points. The members of 100 Flowers Valley, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy. Half of the merits were allocated to the Silver Gathering Pavilion, providing each member with an additional 50 points. After announcing the results, Fu Yingchun, exhausted in both body and spirit, waved her hand, signaling an end to the proceedings. However, Fu Yingchun cared for her dignity, while Elder Ten from Xin Mountain displayed a lack of shame. He stepped forward, cleared his throat, and spoke with righteous authority. Ah, so it's the Green Mountain of Silver Gathering Pavilion? Although your talent for cultivating the arts of the Xian sect may be modest, your diligence and intelligence are commendable. I wonder if you would. Before Elder Ten could finish his statement, the expressions of the gathered elders shifted dramatically. Wait a moment. Several elders surrounded Elder Ten, their faces dark with displeasure. You show no martial ethics. Perhaps we should just push down your Xian mountain. After all, Qingluo Mountain could use one less mountain. Indeed. How disgraceful to resort to such flimsy reasoning. What happened to relying on one's own abilities? Elder Ten, seeing the assembly of irate elders, begrudgingly returned to his seat, fearful that these old rascals might indeed flatten his Xian mountain. What then? Shall I continue to cast him out to the outer sect, trusting you all? Elder Ten retorted. The elders gathered closely, paying no heed to the disciples below as they began to deliberate. As fate would have it, why not settle this today? Let us fight and determine who claims the Green Mountain. Let us conclude this small competition, summon Qing Shan, and engage in a duel, allowing him to choose. However, Fu Yingchun turned around and gestured to the disciples. The minor competition is over. You may disperse. Qing Shan, please accompany me. Confused, Qing Shan glanced at the gathered elders, then picked up his small companion and followed them. That day, Qing Shan's name spread throughout Qingluo Mountain, not only for his battle, but also for his strategic acumen. Upon returning to the courtyard of Silver Gathering Pavilion, the fifth member reflected on the earlier events and finally came to a realization. I understand now. What? The other four members turned to look at the fifth. With tears streaming down his face, he exclaimed, I finally comprehend where my listening wind ear went awry. Why was the sixth punished to sweep the grounds of Lingyuan despite his exceptional talent? The issue does not lie with me or the sixth, but rather with the elders. It wasn't just one elder who recognized the sixth as the one who could attract the spirits of Qingluo Mountain. Several elders did. The elders were engaged in a battle of wits, which led to my miscalculations. The members of Silver Gathering Pavilion exchanged glances, bewildered by the intricate logic. In the conference hall of Qingluo Mountain, Qing Shan and his small companion found themselves at the center of attention. A group of elders fixed their gaze upon him, and a wave of unease washed over Qing Shan. Esteemed elders, is there something you wish to discuss? Fu Yingchun cleared his throat, poised to speak. However, beside him, the elder Huajijin from Baiwa Valley chuckled and addressed Qing Shan. Do not be anxious, Qing Shan. As you are aware, your actions during the mountain worship have attracted the attention of the spirit of Qing Shan. Consequently, you have become a pivotal figure for us. It would be unwise to place you in the outer sect. Hence, we wish to invite you into the inner sect. The only matter left to determine is which mountain you wish to join. Qing Shan exchanged glances with the little one beside him, feeling a sense of dissonance with his master's prior arrangements. Would he truly be allowed to choose? If you feel hesitant to express your preference, there's no need for you to choose. Fu Yingchun declared with a wave of his hand. Let us settle this through a contest. The victor shall claim Qing Shan as their disciple. The elders, eyeing each other with disdain, agreed. Thus, they turned their attention away from Qing Shan, closing their eyes as they sat in a circle, their spirits drifting beyond the corporeal realm. On that day, amidst the ethereal expanse above Qing Shan, a majestic aura erupted. A maiden clad in red returned to Qing Shan, her gaze fixed upon the celestial battle unfolding above, engulfed in confusion. Is the sky collapsing? Lu Xiao pondered, her brow furrowed as she approached the assembly hall. Upon peering inside, her heart skipped a beat. There, amidst a throng of elders, stood her cherished disciple, Qing Shan. Qing Shan, what are you doing here? The little one turned, his eyes sparkling with delight as he leapt from Qing Shan's shoulder, rushing toward Lu Xia. Upon hearing her voice, Qing Shan's face lit up with joy. Master, you have returned. The fierce battle of spirits above Qing Shan came to an abrupt halt, as their souls hastily returned to the assembly hall. The elders, now wide-eyed, stared at Qing Shan and Lu Xia, rendered speechless. What? The sect leader, little Qing Shan. Master? Lu Xia shivered, scooping up Qing Shan and making a hasty retreat. Chapter 61. The path of the young sect master. The melodious chirping of insects and the fragrant songs of birds filled the air. At the summit of Qingluo Mountain, a spring babbled nearby, its soothing sound harmonizing with the gentle breeze that stirred the verdant foliage. Qing Shan and the little creature were seated at a stone table beside the spring. In the distance, Lu Xia stood atop a cliff, gazing down at the vast expanse of mountains below. Forever preserved in the form of a 12-year-old, she shimmered with treasures that danced in the wind. A group of elders stood behind Lu Xia, their expressions teetering between words left unspoken. Lu Xia and Qing Shan had not escaped the scrutiny. At that moment, the smiles faded from the elders' faces, replaced by a somber gravity. The sect master, Lu Xia, waved her hand, aware of the elders' unvoiced concerns. Qing Shan is indeed my disciple. Fu Yingchun let out a bitter smile, recalling how when Qing Shan had summoned the spirit using the profound technique of Qinsu today, they had already drawn certain conclusions. It was not that the sect master was forbidden from accepting disciples, but rather, Huasiji nodded, picking up Fu Yingchun's thread of thought. Qing Shan had captured the attention of the spirit of Qingluo Mountain. He could be the disciple of any elder, yet he must not be the disciple of the sect master. Lu Xia turned, her expression tinged with complexity. She glanced at the distant Qing Shan and the little creature, who waved at her, the latter offering a cheerful smile. Having entered the sect for a month, I have observed him daily, Fu Yingchun confessed after much internal conflict. We can discern much about his character: lively, cheerful, tranquil, and mischievous. Regardless of which elder he became a disciple of, he would thrive. However, should he become the sect master's disciple, a different path awaits him. The role of the young sect master is fraught with challenges ahead. As a disciple of any elder, Qing Shan would need only to focus on cultivation, free from undue worries. But to be Lu Xia's sole disciple carries burdens beyond measure. As the sect master, Lu Xia's sole disciple would naturally be the young sect master. To ascend to this position in Qingluo Mountain, he must endure trials and face numerous hardships that Qing Shan might shy away from. It would be a path paved with blood and bone. For the world is as such. In this realm, one must either shelter beneath another's umbrella or become the one to hold it up for others. What Lu Xia experienced on this path years ago was not unknown to them. Lu Xia gazed at Qing Shan in the distance, observing the innocence and youthfulness upon his face, seemingly at odds with the identity of a young sect master. Yet she understood the essence of who Qing Shan truly was. In truth, he had already embarked on that path, since the day I first encountered him, a path of solitary sheltering. From the age of 5, when Qing Shan guarded the village against malevolent spirits alone. From the age of 6, when he discerned the path of the wealth god. The elders paused in slight astonishment, turning their gazes toward Qing Shan. Little Qing Shan, come. Lu Xia waved her hand towards Qing Shan, a smile gracing her lips. Upon hearing her, Qing Shan immediately rushed over, carrying a small creature, and stood before the gathered crowd. Master Sister, esteemed elders, he greeted. The onlookers regarded Qing Shan, unsure of how to respond. Lu Xia, still smiling, posed a question to him. Before you lie two paths. One leads to becoming a disciple of a certain elder. This route is rather straightforward, and you would find joy along the way, with guardians at your side throughout your life. The other path is to remain my disciple, Lu Xia. However, this journey is fraught with challenges, requiring you to face many trials alone to reach the destination your heart desires. Which will you choose? Qing Shan, taken aback, replied without hesitation, of course. I would choose the easier path. Laughter erupted among the elders, affirming their keen judgment of character. Yet, Lu Xia's expression darkened in an instant. This was not the response she had anticipated. Observing the calculating look in Qing Shan's eyes, she inwardly cursed and discreetly transmitted 1,000 spirit stones. In an instant, Qing Shan shifted his stance, declaring, but the little one wishes to tread the difficult path. The small creature glared innocently at Qing Shan, pleadingly exclaiming, I didn't tea. Those who truly understood Qing Shan knew that winning him over was a simple endeavor. 1,000 spirit stones would suffice. The various benefits previously offered by the elders paled in comparison to the allure of those spirit stones. Qing Shan chuckled softly, his intelligence allowing him to deduce what both his master sister and the elders were hinting at. He would not forget that it was Lu Xia who led him out of the spirit abyss, nor how she eagerly anticipated his growth. Though his master sister had a knack for putting her disciples in difficult situations, she was undeniably good to him, and he had no intention of switching mentors. Besides, the title of young master certainly offered a more impressive boast. However, expressing a desire to remain with his master sister felt too sentimental for Qing Shan to articulate. I respect the little one's choice, he exclaimed, playfully deflecting the matter onto the small creature. He was destined not to utter any profoundly moving words or grand philosophies. The crowd turned their gaze to the small creature perched on Qing Shan's shoulder. With wide, innocent eyes, it succumbed to Qing Shan's intimidation. Ah, right. As Xiao'er said, the small creature shut its mouth and covered its eyes with tiny hands. Lu Xia gazed at Qing Shan, laughter bubbling forth. With a sense of triumph, she turned to the elders, lifting her head proudly, like a phoenix. See, what did I tell you? Qing Shan mimicked her, blinking his eyes playfully. The elders regarded Qing Shan intently for a long while. Finally, Fu Yingchun sighed. Very well, if that is your choice, then so be it. The assembly of elders exchanged bittersweet smiles. In the present moment, Qing Shan stands as both the embodiment of Qing Luo Mountain's spirit and its lesser sect leader. Seemingly destined for this role, his cultivation remains modest, and it is advised that he conceal his identity while venturing beyond. Should he encounter insurmountable challenges during his travels, he is encouraged to return to the sect, where the elders shall assist him in resolving his predicaments. With a sigh, Fu Yingchun uttered her words before turning away, leaving behind a silhouette tinged with melancholy. After exchanging glances with Qing Shan, the other elders bid their farewells and departed. Atop Qingluo Mountain, Qing Shan was left in a state of bewilderment. What does it mean to wander outside? He turned back, perplexed, to his senior sister, expressing, I am not prepared for any journey. Liu Xia, feeling somewhat awkward, hesitated before waving her hand dismissively. Oh, we shall discuss that later. Quickly, tell me about your experiences in the sect over the past month. Her curiosity piqued. She pulled Qing Shan aside to sit together. With her appearance resembling that of a 12-year-old, she bore a striking resemblance to Qing Shan, making them appear less like a master and apprentice and more like equals. Without the demeanor of a teacher, nor the guise of a disciple, Qing Shan promptly recounted his month at Qingluo Mountain, detailing his experiences without reservation. Liu Xia listened with rapt attention, her excitement palpable as she absorbed every word. You mean to say you forcibly retrieved 9 spiritual treasures from Lingyuan? Qing Shan, sensing the impending trouble, immediately shook his head in denial. No, that is not the case. Stop pretending. Hand over a few to me. 1, 3, or at most 2. Deal. Chapter 62. Journey across the world. The division of spoils complete. Qing Shan and Liu Xia reclined carelessly upon the ground, resembling siblings in their easy camaraderie. A small creature endeavored to squeeze itself between the two, joining them on the grass. The trio crossed their legs and gazed skyward, relishing a rare moment of tranquility. With the arrival of the warming season, the mountains echoed with the melodies of various insects and birds, while the floating clouds nestled against the mountainside, casting an ethereal glow upon the summit of Qingluo Mountain. Am I to leave the sect? Qing Shan suddenly inquired after a lengthy silence, as if he had already discerned the answer within the choices made prior. Liu Xia nodded in affirmation. As her disciple, it was inevitable that Qing Shan would traverse the path she once walked. The position of the young sect master is not one that blossoms in a greenhouse. Qing Shan turned to Liu Xia, who returned his gaze, both expressing a twinge of melancholy. How has this been revealed? If unnoticed, Qing Shan could have remained hidden within the sect. Yet, with the revelation, he was reluctant to change his allegiance. Meanwhile, the small creature remained blissfully innocent, alternating its gaze between the drifting clouds and the surrounding flora. However, you need not fret excessively. After all, you have attained the foundation establishment stage, and during your travels, you are unlikely to encounter formidable adversaries. In the mundane world, your cultivation is already quite formidable, Liu Xia reassured him. Moreover, you possess sufficient means for self-defense. Qing Shan nodded, feeling little surprise. He had intended to seek an opportunity to venture outside, for the burial money from the bronze coins could not be earned within the confines of the sect. When shall we depart? He asked. Liu Xia pondered for a considerable time. Soon, I hope. Qing Shan rose. Then I shall bid farewell to everyone. Liu Xia shook her head. It is better that no one knows of your departure. Although your identity remains unknown to outsiders, too many are aware of your resonance with the spirit of Qingluo Mountain. While this presents an opportunity, it also harbors risks. Qing Shan felt disheartened. Could he not even inform his fellow disciples at the Muxing Pavilion? Very well. He was not one to waver for long, quickly grasping the inherent drawbacks. He had been escorted away by numerous elders today, and should he vanish now, many would assume he was in seclusion under their guidance. However, if he took his leave, it would alert those with ulterior motives to his exit from the sect. Though he was but a minor figure, the spirit of Qingluo Mountain seemed to carry significant weight. Shall I depart tonight? He suggested. Liu Xiao's expression appeared somewhat somber. She was uncertain whether the path she had arranged for Qing Shan was indeed the right one. Yet, she understood that his journey would not be one of hiding within the sect, perpetually sheltered by its guardians. As it happens, your master uncle has requested that you go to Lingdu in 3 years. Why not embark on your travels for those 3 years, and then proceed directly to Lingdu? The night enveloped the landscape like a shroud, the evening breeze rippling the moonlight. Qing Shan silently descended from Qingluo Mountain, while Liu Xia stood atop the peak, gazing after him. Behind Liu Xia, Fu Yingchun landed softly. Master, has the sect leader truly allowed Qing Shan to wander the world alone? Liu Xia sighed and nodded. You must have discerned his temperament. He harbors neither lofty ambitions nor a sense of urgency. Without experiencing the perils of the martial world, he shall never be able to forge his own destiny. Fu Yingchun lamented, yet he remains unaware of the brutality that lies beyond Jiangnan. He is still but a child. Liu Xia shook her head, her demeanor particularly cold at that moment. He is not a child. This path is of his own choosing. He knows what he must do. Fu Yingchun sighed again, his gaze fixed on Qing Shan as he descended Qingluo Mountain. His lips moved slightly, as if he wished to say more. Yet the words remained unspoken. He truly cherished Qing Shan, despite having known him for only a month, and his affection was no less than Liu Xia's. Liu Xia turned her gaze to Fu Yingchun and suddenly inquired, what news of the Rain Pavilion? Fu Yingchun shook his head. Not just the Rain Pavilion. Many other locations have seen the emergence of ancient relics. Many prodigies from other celestial realms have come to Qing Xianzhou. It is said that the prodigy and holy maiden from Yuxianzu's Jade Flower Terrace recently entered seclusion. Qing Shan's travels would inevitably lead him to encounter such individuals. Fu Yingchuan's concern deepened. Lu Xia smiled gently. Has anything unusual occurred at the Rain Pavilion? Fu Yingchun replied, no. Lu Xia nodded. Exercise caution. I have a premonition that the Rain Pavilion will soon make significant moves. The changes at the Rain Pavilion are merely the first step. Fu Yingchun acknowledged, understood. In a moment of silence, the two gazed down the mountain. Floating clouds resembled a flock of wild geese. The wanderer ultimately resides within the elder's heart. Fu Yingchun sighed softly and turned to leave. Lu Xia remained at the mountain's summit, surveying the vast expanse for a long while. She continued to gaze downward, murmuring, this worldly existence is like rain. I know you understand everything. You do not wish to hide behind me, so go and behold the true nature of this world. Little Qing Shan, grow up swiftly. I know you are no less than any prodigy in this realm. Lu Xia turned back and reclined upon the grassy hillside, where she lay with the sun and Qing Shan, gently closing her eyes. Alas, Master Sister shall never grow up. As the night deepened and the mountain paths grew treacherous, Qing Shan, burdened with a small object, finally emerged from Qing Luo Mountain. The two exchanged a glance. Quickly, let us see what Master Sister has bestowed upon us. Qing Shan exclaimed excitedly. The small object immediately produced a storage bag. The two individuals sought a secluded spot and opened the bag. Before their departure, Lu Xia had bestowed upon him a pouch, rumored to contain a plethora of treasures sufficient to cover his expenses for 3 years of travel. As soon as they stepped beyond the mountain gate, their curiosity proved irresistible. Upon rummaging through the bag, they discovered only 2 items, a porcelain vial and a scroll. Just 2. Qing Shan's lips twitched in disbelief. What about the 1,000 spirit stones? The little one appeared puzzled as well. She picked up the porcelain vial and examined it closely. There were characters inscribed on it. Qing Shan, taken aback, took the vial and scrutinized it. A note was affixed to it, bearing faintly written words. Healing elixir from the third elder, essential for emergencies. Qing Shan remained in a state of daze for a prolonged moment, pondering how this could be compared to gold. The little one nodded in agreement. Indeed, Qing's and Tianyi's techniques could also mend wounds. They then turned their attention to the scroll. Qing Shan inquired further. The little one immediately seized the scroll and unfurled it. What is this? Qing Shan examined it intently, scrutinizing it from various angles, yet remained perplexed. It was the little one who first made a connection. Doesn't this resemble a map? Qing Shan grasped the notion as well, lingering in thought for a significant while. It seemed to indicate the locations of various celestial spirit tombs. Chapter 63. Do you wish to die? The map bestowed by Lu Xia was adorned with intricate illustrations of mountains and terrain, each marked with vibrant red circles. Qing Shan gazed at the map in silence, pondering, why do I feel that our revered master intended for us to embark on a journey merely as a pretense, while the true objective is to seek funds? The little one contemplated for a while before nodding in agreement. The innkeeper shared this sentiment. Qing Shan wore a gloomy expression, remarking, the amount she suggested could sustain us for 3 years. Does she truly expect us to venture into tomb raiding? The little one, biting their finger, murmured. That seems to be the implication. However, excavating graves is said to shorten one's lifespan, and the treasures we unearth may not compensate for the loss. Qing Shan quipped, indeed. Our esteemed master remains as mischievous as ever. What shall we do? The little one inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Qing Shan decided, let us forge our own path. Wherever we end up will be our destiny. After all, we have attained the foundational cultivation level, and can at least consider ourselves as celestial beings. Let us seek a place abundant with the departed, where we may earn our keep. With determination, the two prepared their belongings and set forth towards the world of martial heroes. Qing Shan's ethereal cloud silk and mist dress transformed once more, enhancing her graceful presence. 2 months later, in a secluded wilderness, a young boy and a little girl traversed the landscape. After 2 months of journeying, Qing Shan and her companion finally reached the first populated area beyond the southern rivers. Throughout their travels, they encountered not a single corpse along the way, which left them both quite disheartened. The rewards of earning a living from the departed were proving elusive. Qing Shan wearily surveyed the mountainous path ahead, lamenting, it is not the act of burial that is challenging, but rather the inability to find the remains. I cannot simply exhume the bones of others and reinter them. Can I? The little one echoed her sentiments, Perhaps opening a shop specializing in burials would be more viable. However, this notion was far from practical. After all, it is the deceased who require burial, and who can predict the hour of their own demise. Suddenly, the little one peered ahead and tugged at Qing Shan's garment, exclaiming, "Look, Qing, there is someone up ahead." Upon hearing this, Qing Shan lifted her gaze. Indeed, there stood an individual before a sheer cliff, gazing downwards, seemingly contemplating a leap into the abyss. Qing Shan and the little one's eyes sparkled with hope as they hurried towards the figure. The person was adorned in splendid robes, crowned with a jade diadem, exuding an air of nobility. He stood at the precipice, appearing somewhat hesitant. Qing Shan and the little one approached silently from behind, waiting patiently. The individual seemed oblivious to their presence, lost in thought as he stared into the distance. They remained unhurried, biding their time. Yet, after 2 days of waiting, the figure showed no signs of action. Ultimately, Qing Shan could no longer contain her impatience. His face was etched with sorrow and fatigue as he took a step forward. "Brother, do you still wish to perish? If so, please expedite the process." The young man turned, staring in astonishment at Qing Shan and the small creature. "What do you mean?" He was a youthful figure, radiating an air of opulence that thrilled Qing Shan. "Aren't you seeking to end your life? We are prepared to lay your remains to rest." "No need for gratitude. It is our duty," Qing Shan replied nonchalantly. The youth's lips twitched. "You await my demise. Did you not consider dissuading me?" Qing Shan shook his head. "It is futile to offer gentle counsel to a doomed spirit. What counsel could I provide you?" The young man fell into a perplexed silence, staring at Qing Shan, struggling to grasp the situation. It seemed to make sense, yet it felt oddly disconcerting. Feeling utterly vexed, he exclaimed, "I have no intention of dying. While I am still in good spirits, begone." Qing Shan and the small creature were left in disappointment, turning to leave. "Honestly, why make such a fuss if you don't wish to die? Indeed, what a letdown." The small creature pouted, having anticipated a potential gain. They grumbled as they departed. Soon, they encountered another individual at the edge of a precipice. This person, too, stood atop the cliff, gazing down into the valley below. Qing Shan and the small creature exchanged glances and rushed over. This time, they were wiser, wary of waiting in vain. Qing Shan politely approached the individual and asked, "Greetings, may I inquire if you seek to end your life?" This person was similarly adorned in splendid attire, exuding an air of nobility. Qing Shan and the small creature watched eagerly for a response. Upon hearing the inquiry, the individual shuddered and stiffly turned around. "Why do you wish to bring about my demise?" The benign smiles on Qing Shan and the small creature's faces, coupled with Qing Shan's words, evoked a sense of foreboding, as if he had inadvertently touched upon a taboo. Confused, Qing Shan and the small creature clarified, "We do not wish to harm you. We merely sought to know if you intend to die." The individual, sensing an icy chill, broke into a sweat. "Oh, venerable one, spare my life. I do not wish to perish. If I have inadvertently offended you, I beg for your forgiveness." He immediately bowed deeply before Qing Shan and the small creature, realizing from their lack of spiritual aura that they were far more powerful than he, possibly ancient beings who had regained their youth. With a sigh of disappointment, Qing Shan said, "Very well, if you do not wish to die, we shall move on." As they continued their journey, the man behind them wiped the sweat from his brow, clearly shaken. After a lengthy walk, Qing Shan and the small creature encountered a third individual standing at the brink of the cliff. All three individuals bore similar attire, suggesting they were part of the same faction. What their purpose was in standing there remained a mystery. This time, Qing Shan and his companion held no hope. Nevertheless, the two approached and inquired, "Are you dead?" The man remained unresponsive, merely standing there. Qing Shan and the little one exchanged bewildered glances. Advancing closer and circling to the man's side, he was lifeless. The little one suddenly pointed at him, exclaiming with fervor. Qing Shan stepped forward, checking for a breath, and was instantly elated. Indeed, he was dead. Heaven be praised, they had finally encountered a corpse. With fervent determination, Qing Shan bellowed, extracting a shovel from his treasure trove, and proceeded to dig a grave behind the man. The little one, unable to assist, merely inquired, "Should we not burn him first? We are burying bones, not a corpse." Qing Shan waved his hand dismissively, "It matters not." A quarter of an hour later, Qing Shan completed the excavation, turned and carefully placed the man's body into the pit before covering it with earth. Upon finishing, he erected a marker at the burial site. Qing Shan, ever the pragmatist, knew that burying bones did not squander the deceased's wealth. After accomplishing this task, a ripple of emotion surged through Qing Shan's spirit. From the lowest tier of the 9-tiered money mound, the burial money section, a breath of energy emerged. It seemed that the very laws of nature were stirring. Clink! A few pieces of silver fell from Qing Shan's treasury, seemingly out of thin air. This man had not been wealthy in life. The little one felt a twinge of disappointment, sensing he may have been a mere servant. Yet Qing Shan chuckled. At least we have verified that burying bones indeed yields burial money. The little one remarked, but we still do not know how he perished. Qing Shan, however, suddenly gazed toward the abyss below, into the depths of the winding valley. I know. Chapter 64. The little spirit demon. A group of individuals was engaged in the pursuit of a spirit demon, which had successfully evaded capture. One man attempted to obstruct its escape using a magical artifact. However, it appeared that the artifact did not belong to him, and he met his demise as it turned against him. The little creature, perplexed, inquired how Qing Shan was aware of this. With a sigh, Qing Shan replied, "The burial money informed me." In the realm of bones, Qing Shan had no qualms. He did not squander the money of the deceased. History and landscapes pass by unnoticed, while the burial money accumulates, narrating the life of the departed. The burial money. It recounts the fleeting existence. After Qing Shan interred the body, the accumulated burial money revealed to him the circumstances of its original owner's death. This sensation was rather strange. He would assist others in laying their bones to rest, and in return, the earnings would convey the life story of those he buried. In an instant, he felt as though he had witnessed that person's entire life. The little creature bit its finger, curiosity shining in its eyes as it asked, "Was he a good person?" Qing Shan shook his head, "Not quite." "Then he must be a bad person." The little creature expressed dissatisfaction. "We buried a bad person, and we haven't earned much silver from it. What a loss." This left the little one feeling somewhat disgruntled. Qing Shan chuckled softly, patting the little creature's head. "Not entirely a bad person. One cannot simply judge the people of this world as purely good or evil." The little one, unable to grasp the complexity, felt that Qing Shan's words were indeed wise. Stretching his limbs, Qing Shan decided, "Enough, let us depart." This matter was rather intricate, and he was disinclined to involve himself further. He glanced back at the valley beneath the cliff, where the individuals continued their futile attempt to capture the spirit demon, unaware that it had already slipped away. The two individuals he encountered earlier were part of this deceased man's group, and it seemed there were many such individuals. As they prepared to leave, a sudden commotion erupted as a group ascended from the valley below. It fled from here. They soared up the cliff, led by a young man, elegantly dressed, exuding an air of nobility. Behind him were his companions, all clad in identical attire. Upon spotting Qing Shan and the little creature, they were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the fresh grave. The young man, momentarily stunned, approached Qing Shan, his brow furrowed. He addressed Qing Shan with a respectful bow. "Thank you, friend, for burying our servant. May I inquire if you have seen a spirit demon depart from this place?" He was astute, quickly discerning that the new grave was Qing Shan's doing. Although he did not comprehend the reason behind it, he merely assumed it to be an eccentricity of a cultivator. Qing Shan shook his head. "I did not see it. Once again, I thank you, and I take my leave." The young man nodded, leading his companions away as they hurried to pursue the spirit demon, casting one last glance at the grave, which now seemed almost a mockery. Qing Shan stood in silence for a considerable time, his gaze lingering on the barren grave. The little one furrowed her brow, expressing confusion. How could they behave this way? Isn't that person one of their own? Qing Shan shrugged, indifferent to the matter, for he had already earned his share and continued down the path. After walking for half a day, dusk fell upon them. Ahead lay a village, nestled by the mountains and water, adorned with picturesque scenery. Upon seeing it, Qing Shan and the little one decided to take a respite, as they had not rested for 2 months. The village exuded a tranquil atmosphere, with thin wisps of smoke rising from chimneys. Upon entering the village, they inquired about the inn from the locals and made their way towards it. This inn was a common stop for passing merchants, catering to travelers in need of rest. Upon their arrival, they were promptly greeted. "Will you be dining or lodging?" the innkeeper inquired. Qing Shan replied, "Lodging." The little one pressed further. "How much silver?" The innkeeper stated, 1 tael of silver per night. The little one winced at the price and turned away. That's rather expensive. Perhaps we should just find a place to rest casually. Qingshan nodded in agreement. Then let us have something to eat first. Though he could forego food after reaching a certain stage of cultivation, Qingshan could not resist the fragrant aromas wafting from the inn. Lodging was indeed unnecessary, as he carried supplies with him. They were led to the main hall and chose a seat. Qingshan ordered the same dishes as the neighboring table and awaited their arrival. The adjacent table was occupied by several merchants, who conversed about the perils of their journey. I wonder how much longer we must traverse these treacherous mountains. My feet are aching, one lamented. Soon. In 2 days we shall reach Lingshan County. Lingshan County? I hear it has been quite lively of late. Indeed. A formidable figure arrived recently, seeking the blood of many spirit demons to unlock some place. Now, the 5 gates and 6 estates of Lingshan County are dispatching people to capture spirit demons, all to curry favor with that individual. Didn't we just encounter them today? Are those people from Lingshan County? Yes. Qingshan and the little one exchanged a glance and smiled. To Lingshan County. With all the commotion, we might just earn some silver. Their pretense of resting was merely a guise. Their true intent was to gather information. Where could one easily acquire news? Naturally, inns, taverns, and restaurants were the best places. Having wandered the world, Qingshan and the little one understood the ways of the mundane realm. No one could suppress their urge to voice their thoughts amidst a crowd. In the past, they had always preferred bustling locations to gather tidings, whether it be news of bandits or curious happenings. Your dishes are ready. Several plates were brought to Qingshan's table, causing his mouth to water as he seized a chicken leg, eager to indulge. At that moment, a sudden clamor erupted from the village outside the post station. The inhabitants within, intrigued, stepped out to gaze towards the commotion. What has transpired? The small creature inquired, turning its head with curiosity. I do not know, replied Qingshan, shaking his head. Unable to resist their curiosity, the two ventured out of the station. As the sun dipped low, the evening glow painted half the sky in hues of crimson. Outside a disheveled, thatched cottage at the village's edge, a throng of people gathered, brandishing glinting weapons, their menacing points directed towards the cottage. Amidst the dry grass and debris, a small girl cowered in a corner. She was no more than 5 or 6 years of age, only slightly older than the small creature. Trembling, she gazed at the multitude surrounding her, fear palpable in her wide, tear-filled eyes. The leader of the group, his expression indifferent, coldly commanded, "Little spirit, you have nowhere left to flee. Come out willingly." The girl, upon seeing the sword in the man's hand, was overcome with dread. She shrank further into the grass, her voice breaking as she sobbed. "Why? I haven't done anything wrong. Why do you wish to capture me?" Her innocent and frantic pleas echoed amidst the encircling crowd, as she believed these individuals merely sought to harm her. The man scoffed disdainfully. "Spirits feed on the living and bring calamity to the world. Today, you have taken one of our own. Do you still claim innocence?" The girl shook her head through her tears, her small frame trembling as she desperately defended herself. I did not kill him. He perished by his own artifacts." Backlash. Chapter 65. The trade of murder. "Please, you must believe me," the little girl implored, her innocent eyes brimming with tears as she hoped against hope that these people would trust her words. "I am a gentle spirit. I have never harmed a soul. I subsist solely on flowers and dew. I have never wished ill upon anyone." Her tender voice echoed within the thatched cottage as she curled up, gazing at the menacing faces surrounding her. "Please, spare me." The leader of the group let out a derisive chuckle. Such nonsense. They dismissed her words, for belief mattered little to them. What they sought was simply the blood of a spirit. "You have nowhere to flee. Come out now." Crying, the girl shook her head repeatedly, retreating further into her corner. "I want to come out. I fear pain." She glanced at her arm, where a wound from a blade oozed blood. The pain was excruciating, and she pressed her hand tightly against the injury, tears streaming down her cheeks. She sensed the malice in their eyes and realized that they did not merely want to capture her, they intended to kill her. A sense of dread enveloped her as she huddled in the meager safety of the cottage, terrified of both pain and death. She believed that if she had done no wrong, she could reason with them. "Please listen to me. I speak the truth." Yet, the leader, evidently lacking in patience, swung his sword with a sharp command. "Enough of your wicked words." At that moment, an elder from the village stepped forth, his frail body trembling before the powerful figure. Might I have a word, esteemed sir? Though fear gripped him, he mustered the courage to approach. The leader turned, his eyes glinting with curiosity. What do you wish to say? The elder sighed, casting a glance at the frightened girl before shaking his head. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. This little spirit has dwelled in the valley, and our villagers have often traversed it. She has never harmed anyone. In fact, when villagers have been injured in the valley, she has aided them, bringing them to safety. I believe she is not the one who harmed your companion. The onlookers from the village, moved by compassion, began to speak up in her defense. Indeed, I once twisted my ankle in the valley. I recovered inexplicably. Now I realize it was this little spirit who helped me. I too encountered a fierce tiger, and she chased it away, saving my life. Voices of support rose, each villager recounting their experiences. The little girl, initially gripped by fear, felt an overwhelming sense of injustice as the villagers spoke on her behalf. Tears cascaded from her eyes. She had never harmed anyone. Her only desire was to be a benevolent spirit, to alter the world's prejudice against her kind. She cherished humanity and longed to stroll among them. Thus, she endeavored to be kind, hoping to dispel their fear of her. However, the crowd surrounding the little girl furrowed their brows. The leading man, his eyes glinting with coldness, inhaled deeply and declared, "Very well, this matter shall be investigated." He turned to the girl in the grass hut and said, "You will accompany us. We shall ascertain the truth. If you are innocent, we shall release you." The girl's eyes quivered as she timidly asked, "Is that true? If I go with you and you find I am innocent, you will let me go?" The man internally scoffed, "Indeed." The villagers, upon hearing this, smiled, believing their words had swayed the immortals to show kindness towards the girl. Naively, she trusted their assurances and cautiously emerged from the corner of the hut, stepping hesitantly before the man. She raised her bloodied little hand and timidly extended her pinky. "Then let us make a pinky promise." "Very well, a pinky promise." Yet, what awaited her was not a joining of fingers, but rather a sudden sword strike. The blade sliced through the air, glinting coldly as it lunged towards her neck. In that instant, despair flickered in the depths of her eyes. She could see the sword approaching, feel the chill it carried. Suddenly, she comprehended that the person before her had no intention of reasoning. They merely sought to take her life. She had committed no wrongdoing, yet death loomed over her. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through. A talisman floated gracefully and adhered to the girl's form, transforming into a protective force. With a resounding crash, the cold sword struck the protective barrier, creating a deafening explosion that thrust both the girl and the swordsman back by 2 paces. "Who is it?" The swordsman's expression shifted dramatically, his hand trembling around the hilt. At that moment, all eyes turned towards the grass hut. Perched atop it was a youth, bearing a small girl upon his shoulder, clutching numerous talismans, the very ones that had been cast moments before. This youth was none other than Qingshan. The little one on his shoulder, her eyes wide with indignation, exclaimed, "You are not being reasonable. You are not good people. She has done no harm, yet you still wish to harm her." Qingshan had overheard their earlier words. He knew the little spirit had spoken the truth. The individual he had encountered during the day, as revealed by the burial coins, was indeed not a victim of the little spirit's actions, for reasons he could not fathom. The innocent demeanor of the little spirit stirred a pang of sorrow within him. How could one exist without reason? "Esteemed friend, what do you mean by this?" The leading man's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing with caution as he regarded Qingshan. Ignoring the man's gaze, Qingshan leapt down from the thatched hut and approached the little girl before him. Her tear-streaked face appeared blurred as she looked up at him. "Thank you," she managed to say, her voice choked with gratitude. Qingshan crouched down and inquired, "Do you possess any money?" The little girl, puzzled by the question posed by the brotherly figure who had come to her aid, nodded hesitantly. "Yes, I have some. A lot, actually. Could you spare some for me?" Qingshan continued, his tone gentle and imbued with a warm kindness. The little girl, in a daze, rummaged through the small pouch at her waist and produced 2 copper coins, handing them to Qingshan. "I found these last time." Accepting the coins from her small hands, Qingshan smiled with satisfaction. "Very well, as a merchant. Since you have generously hired my services, I shall assist you this once." He turned back, his demeanor growing slightly colder. "However, I must ask, will you walk away on your own, or shall I escort you?" The crowd exchanged furtive glances, and the leader's eyes glinted with a hint of malice. Interfering in others' affairs is a path to death, he thought. Qingshan understood the unspoken threat and nodded in acknowledgement. He harbored a deep disdain for those lacking reason, for those who would carelessly seek to take the lives of others. He held an even greater contempt for the wealthy who possessed a wicked nature. Life is a struggle for everyone. He did not find himself compelled to intervene in every injustice, but exceptions existed, business matters being one of them. Yet, these coins hardly sufficed to recoup my losses. With a flick of his wrist, Qingshan summoned a series of talismans that ignited, transforming into arcs of lightning. I still require a profit for my resting place. Crackling, the lightning surged forth, guided by Qingshan's intent, piercing through the midst of the gathered crowd. Chapter 66. Immediate Execution and Burial. Qingshan had always been aware that many within the realm of immortality were not guided by integrity. However, the heinous act of indiscriminately slaughtering innocents under the guise of spiritual demon chaos truly revolted him. He found himself at a loss for an opportunity to bury the dead, uncertain whether this act of self-production and self-consumption would be acknowledged by the bronze money. If it were not recognized, he would suffer significant losses. With his limited cultivation, resolving the matter at hand required the intervention of the heavens. Fortunately, it was not costly. Merely 10 spirit stones sufficed. Life, at times, appeared to be so inexpensive. A series of lightning flashes manifested, transforming into lethal rays in Qingshan's hands, weaving through the group of individuals. Boom! Before this band could react, they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The villagers who had gathered to observe fell into a profound silence. No one dared utter a word, all gazing at Qingshan in terror. Everything transpired too swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he had dispatched them all. Qingshan raised the chicken leg in his hand and took a bite. Quite spicy. He could not fathom why the cuisine in Jiangnan was predominantly sweet, yet upon leaving, even the chicken leg was seasoned with chili. Was that the case? A small creature approached curiously to sniff. Qingshan turned to the onlookers, saying, no need to gawk. Disperse now. He gathered the heap of burial money left behind and turned towards the village exit. Oh, wait. Qingshan paused, looking back. If anyone were to inquire, you may simply say that I, Lord Kai, hail from Shuixian Prefecture, Yuhua Terrace. Let them come find me if they dare. Having spoken, he continued on his way. When abroad, one's identity is self-assigned. It would not do to have it said that it was Qingshan who committed such deeds, would it? That would be inviting trouble upon himself. The villagers dared not even breathe, and once Qingshan had departed, they finally came to their senses, their faces paling in shock. To think that one could slay over 10 individuals with a mere gesture. This immortal is truly formidable. He claims to be from Shuixian Prefecture? Regardless, it is beyond our comprehension. As they turned around, they realized the little girl from the grass hut had also vanished without a trace. Qingshan, carrying the small creature, transported all the bodies to a relatively scenic spot outside the village. He took a deep breath, clearly shaken. He had acted too hastily, recklessly. How could he not have restrained himself? He genuinely wished to avoid trouble. Yet, at that moment, he had been unable to hold back. He was uncertain how things would unfold on this journey, so he constantly reminded himself to think twice before acting. He had no desire to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, aside from business. However, upon witnessing the little spirit demon weeping, his heart ached with compassion. Thus, he fabricated an excuse. 2 coins also constitute a transaction, do they not? Even the tiniest morsel of meat is still meat, is it not? The little one gazed innocently at the verdant mountains, proclaiming, but Qingqing has always been a kind-hearted person. Helping that little girl is only natural. Moreover, Qingqing had just displayed great valor, hadn't she? A sense of pride washed over Qingshan once again. Well, having done it, I might as well complete the task at hand. Qingshan retrieved his shovel and began to dig another pit in the ground, burying all the bodies within. The success of this venture hinged entirely on this act. Taking a deep breath, Qingshan erected a monument for the deceased. Suddenly, a buzzing sound echoed, and a heap of wealth cascaded into the ocean of riches. Qingshan was momentarily stunned, exchanging a glance with the little one. So much money. Is it truly possible to earn such wealth from burial? Qingshan lingered in a daze, contemplating the notion of unearthing bones only to dispatch them anew. After burying more than a dozen individuals, he found himself enriched by over 2,000 spirit stones, more than he had ever earned from assisting others in the Lingyuan. However, a frown creased Qingshan's brow, a sense of unease gnawing at him. Why does this method of acquiring wealth feel so morally dubious? The little one nodded in agreement, expressing her discomfort. Qing Shan felt no guilt in amassing this fortune. The path of the Tao was inherently ruthless. It was either he becoming the flesh and blood for others, or others becoming the currency for him. Yet, something about this money felt amiss. After pondering for a long while, Qing Shan considered consulting his elder sister, the master. However, having just departed from the sect, it seemed inappropriate to return for every little issue. Didn't Qing bring the spirit tablet? The little one, sensing Qing Shan's thoughts, suggested, we could inquire with Master Qiansu in the spirit realm. Master Qiansu. Qing Shan nodded, only to suddenly freeze in place. Oh no. The two exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions shifting. With a twitch of his lips, Qing Shan recalled. What did Master Qiansu say about visiting her in the spirit realm? The little one, mouth agape, replied, 3 days from now. Qing Shan swallowed hard. How much time has passed since then? The little one sighed, her face clouded with worry. Over 2 months. Qing Shan felt darkness encroach upon his vision, tears pooling in his eyes. This is disastrous. We cannot venture into the spirit realm now. What if Master Qiansu decides to flay me alive upon seeing me? Never mind. I'll find an opportunity to apologize to Master Qiansu. Say that our master sent us on a journey through the mortal realm, and we forgot the spirit tablet. Qing Shan resolved, shifting the blame away from himself. The little one nodded, but suddenly felt a pang of hunger, casting a hopeful glance at Qing Shan. He sighed. You seem to be eating more and more these days. He produced 2 spirit stones, handing them to the little one, who immediately beamed with joy and began to munch on the stones. Qing Shan shook his head, retrieving his ledger, and once again inscribed a note. On the 3rd day of the 7th month in the 9,400th year of the Jili calendar. Today I engaged in a skirmish, expending 10 spirit stones, yet I earned 2,007 spirit stones from burying bones. The little creature consumed 2 spirit stones. The balance now stands at 2,016 spirit stones. As Qing Shan calculated, he suddenly paused and added a final entry. Unpaid meal at the station, a profitable endeavor. Contented, Qing Shan closed his ledger, hoisting the little creature, and they set forth to seek further ventures. All right, the little creature replied eagerly. As they walked ahead, Qing Shan felt an inexplicable urge to glance back. There, he noticed the little girl trailing from a distance, frozen in place upon catching Qing Shan's gaze. With a sigh, Qing Shan approached her. He crouched before the little girl and gently inquired, "What is your name?" The girl, her eyes glistening with tears and seemingly apprehensive, responded to Qing Shan's question. "I am a spirit demon, without a name." Qing Shan's gaze fell upon the little spirit demon's bleeding arm, in which she clutched a spirit stone, channeling the heaven's essence. A beam of azure light transformed into spiritual energy, cascading over the wound on the girl's arm. In but a moment, her injury was restored to its former state. Having completed this act, Qing Shan spoke. In the future, do not be so naive. This world is rife with malevolence. The little girl looked up, staring blankly at Qing Shan. Yet, the prevalence of evil only makes the presence of good all the more precious, she replied, lowering her head once more. And so I aspire to be a good demon. Chapter 67. Be a good demon. Upon hearing this, Qing Shan's hand trembled slightly. Once upon a time, similar words had escaped his own lips. It was during the moment when Lu Xia led him away from Ling Yuan. Lu Xia had inquired, "What kind of person do you wish to become, little Qing Shan?" The young Qing Shan had replied, "I aspire to be a good person." However, Lu Xia remarked that in this world, good people are few and far between, with the majority being malevolent. Young Qing Shan had then questioned, "Isn't it precisely because good people are rare that they are more precious?" Lu Xia had smiled and responded, "But good people are often bullied." Young Qing Shan then declared, "Then I shall be neither good nor bad. I will refrain from wrongdoing and ensure that I am not victimized." Qing Shan found himself lost in a reverie, addressing the little girl. But being a good demon can lead to being bullied, just as it has happened this time. The little girl cast her gaze downward, offering a response that diverged from Qing Shan's previous sentiments. Yet, being a good demon also brings rewards. If I were not a good demon, Big Brother would not have saved me, would he? Qing Shan remained in a daze for quite some time, gazing vacantly at the little spirit demon. The girl, head bowed, rubbed the hem of her garment, her bright eyes glimmering with unshed tears, appearing quite pitiful. Finally, Qing Shan smiled, gently patting the girl on the head. Then let us continue to be good demons. Good demons are rewarded. The little girl nodded earnestly. I will. Qing Shan rose and gazed towards the distant village, then towards the valley beyond it. Is there something you wish to discuss? The little girl looked up at Qing Shan. I wish to express my gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. I have nothing to offer in return, only my heartfelt thanks. However, I shall repay you in the future. The earnestness on the little girl's innocent face was unmistakable. Seeing this, Qing Shan chuckled. I helped you merely because I wish to earn silver. Once I have earned it, we shall be even. The little girl shook her head. How can that make us even? You saved my life. Even if you earned silver, a life cannot be quantified in monetary terms. Qing Shan was momentarily speechless, but then laughed softly. You possess quite a bit of understanding. It was rare for someone to articulate reason in a manner so akin to his own thoughts, bringing him joy. The little girl lifted her chin. Naturally, I have been cultivating my spirit for several years now. Qing Shan, seizing the opportunity, sat down beside the little creature. What kind of spirit demon are you? The little creature gazed at the girl with curiosity. A spirit demon is born from the comprehension of the Tao by living beings amidst heaven and earth, awakening sentience and evolving into a spiritual entity. However, most spirit demons tend to feed on flesh, which has led to the prejudice that they are carnivorous. The little girl shook her head. I do not know. I only possess memories of my existence as a spirit demon, and thus I cannot discern what I have transformed into. Qing Shan was taken aback and then asked, what are your future plans? Are we returning to the valley? Although those individuals have perished, it is likely that others will come to capture you. The little girl sat down, her small hands nervously twisting the hem of her garment. She remained silent, her head bowed. Qing Shan smiled. Do you wish to accompany me? The little girl immediately looked up, her eyes sparkling. Is that possible? She had long harbored such a desire. Absolutely not. Qing Shan replied without a moment's hesitation. He had just emerged from Qing Luo Mountain and aimed to explore the world. Bringing along a little shadow was hardly an option. The girl's expression fell instantly. Having witnessed Qing Shan's actions, she realized she could no longer remain in this place. As Qing Shan had stated, with the demise of these individuals, others would surely follow. Although she did not understand why they sought to capture her, she felt an undeniable sense of insecurity. In truth, I am quite formidable, the little girl insisted, striving to advocate for herself. If I follow you, I might be able to assist you. Oh, Qing Shan raised an eyebrow. What can you do? The little girl pondered for a lengthy moment, then lowered her head. She could not think of any particular skill. She felt powerful, yet it seemed insignificant in the presence of Qing Shan. After a moment of contemplation, Qing Shan spoke. How about this? If you can provide me with silver, I shall allow you to accompany me. The little girl's face brightened instantly. Really? Qing Shan nodded. Then wait for me. The little girl sprang up and raced back along the path she had come. After a few steps, she turned back. You are indeed deceiving me, are you? Qing Shan shook his head. No? She returned, timidly extending her pinky finger. Then let us make a pinky promise. Deceiving is for little dogs. Qing Shan also extended his pinky, linking it with the little girl's small hand. This small gesture brought tears to her eyes, and she joyfully bounced away towards the village. Watching the little girl's retreating figure, Qing Shan chuckled. The small creature beside him observed with a slight smile. Qing was undoubtedly one of the finest individuals in the world. Yet, as if recalling something, her expression turned sour. Alas, the little creature, not knowing from whom it learned this, sighed dramatically, realizing that now there would be another mouth to feed, and silver would be even scarcer. Qing Shan's lips twitched as he fell into contemplation. On a cool night, melodious like a song, with the dawn painted in hues of gold, Qing Shan and the little creature awaited the girl's return throughout the night. When the little girl finally appeared, it was already the break of day. Seeing that Qing Shan had not departed, her joy was palpable. She rushed towards him, breathless, and from a small pouch at her waist, she produced 2 copper coins, offering them to Qing Shan. Accepting the coins, he quipped, You didn't steal these, did you? Of course not. The little girl gasped, explaining, Having been a demon for so many years, I have become quite renowned in these parts. In the past, a shrine was established in my honor, where offerings were made and incense burned for me. They affectionately referred to me as a little deity. I discovered a shrine of my own, unearthed from within. The little girl spoke earnestly, her sincerity unmistakable. Qing Shan smiled as he pocketed 2 copper coins and rose to his feet. Very well, since you have offered money, I shall allow you to accompany me." The little girl was instantly elated. "Really?" Qing Shan ruffled her hair gently. "Indeed. Yay." The little girl leaped with excitement. "Let us be on our way." Qing Shan hoisted the small bundle and took the little girl's hand. Together they ventured forth to explore the world. In the vast, ancient mountains and along the winding paths, amidst the whispers of insects and the songs of birds, their voices echoed softly. "I am called Qing Shan. From now on, you may refer to me as Qing Qing, just like the little one. I am Xiao Heir. By the way, you still lack a name." How about the most formidable Xiao Heir bestows a name upon you? That sounds great. Perhaps Xiao San? Or shall we call you Xiao Chaozi? Sure. But why? Do you not enjoy consuming flowers and herbs? Yet, flower seed does not sound pleasant. Qing Qing, your naming is rather hasty. Chapter 68. The little golden pouch, the shimmering brilliance and golden radiance illuminated the scene. In Lingxiang County, there existed 5 gates and 6 mansions, collectively comprising 11 factions. In the past, these factions were embroiled in relentless conflicts, yet they had suddenly convened together. The sole reason for this unprecedented gathering was the arrival of 2 individuals in Lingxiang County, a woman and an elderly man. The woman possessed an enchanting beauty and a captivating figure, yet her aura was chillingly cold, akin to a snow lotus concealed within the frosty heights of Tianshan. The elder stood vigilantly behind her, ever watchful by her side. The members of the 5 gates and 6 mansions bowed and nodded before the woman and the elder, exuding an air of obsequiousness. However, among them, one faction remained deeply discontented. Their dispatch personnel tasked with capturing the spirit demons had all met their demise. "Have you found out?" A middle-aged man coldly inquired of his subordinate. "Why has my son not returned?" The trembling subordinate knelt upon the ground, struggling to speak. I have found out. Young master, during the pursuit of the spirit demons, was harmed by someone. What? The middle-aged man's countenance shifted dramatically, a chilling disbelief reflected in his eyes. The subordinate remained on the ground, hesitant to utter another word. After a prolonged silence, the middle-aged man spoke, each word deliberate. "Who did this?" The subordinate lowered his head, his mouth opening and closing as he hesitated. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and urged, "Speak." With great difficulty, the subordinate shook his head, then resolutely declared, "When the young master was attacked, many witnessed it. That person left a message, stating, 'Lord Kai comes from the Rainflower Terrace of Shuixian Prefecture. If you have the ability, come seek trouble with him.'" Upon hearing these words, those present stood frozen in place. The surrounding subordinates fell silent, as if struck by frost. "What?" The middle-aged man appeared dazed for a long moment, then turned rigidly to gaze at the woman, who sat cross-legged with her eyes closed in the distance. The elder behind her furrowed his brow in confusion at these words. Even the woman opened her eyes. In the ensuing silence, no one dared to speak. The woman's finely arched brows knitted together as she approached. She looked down at the trembling subordinate. Did he truly say this? The subordinate, filled with trepidation, nodded vigorously. "It is absolutely true." At this moment, everyone turned their attention back to the woman, while the middle-aged man appeared lost in thought. "Holy Maiden, could there be some misunderstanding in this?" The woman frowned deeply. "Few are aware of my presence in your Qingxian prefecture. This individual acted in my sect's name, evidently aware of certain matters, seeking to thwart my endeavors. She was indeed the Holy Maiden of the Rainflower Terrace in Shuixian Prefecture, having come solely with her protector. It was inconceivable that another member of her sect would create discord. How could another from the Rainflower Terrace emerge? Furthermore, who is this Lord Kai?" The middle-aged man regained his composure and cast a sharp gaze towards the other factions of the 5 gates and 6 mansions. "Perhaps, among us, there is someone who, under the guise of the Holy Maiden's sect, has conspired against my son. The matter concerning the Saintess of Yuhua Terrace is known only to the individuals from the 5 gates and 6 houses. Although they all appear to be serving the Saintess, it is not impossible for some to act covertly behind the scenes." Others from the 5 gates and 6 houses shook their heads, declaring, "This affair does not concern us. We are currently all devoted to the Saintess. Even if we have grievances, this is not the time for retribution, is it?" Indeed, it is quite possible that the son of the sect master Sikong has been indiscreet in his words, inadvertently revealing the Saintess's whereabouts, which may have led to this calamity. One remarked, "I suspect this is highly likely. Fortunately, sect master Sikong, You have several children. Losing one is not a great loss, so take heart." As these words echoed, the middle-aged man's expression darkened. However, he indeed had more than one son, and the one involved was not the most favored. Yet, the bitterness of their words was difficult to swallow. Had it not been for his son seeking to curry favor with the saintess by insisting on capturing the spirit demons, this calamity would not have befallen them. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. At this moment, a strikingly elegant woman spoke up. "Enough. The grief of sect master Seekong over his son's demise will be noted, and a merit recorded for him later. For now, we have greater matters to attend to." She turned to address the assembly. "Has the entrance to that place been opened?" The crowd nodded in affirmation, confirming that after gathering ample blood from the spirit demons, it should now be accessible. The woman, radiating a holy brilliance, gestured gracefully. "Then let us proceed into the spirit realm." Though she was not well acquainted with these individuals, her presence among them was merely to leverage the power of the 5 gates and 6 houses for certain undertakings, facilitating her entry into the spirit realm. She was acutely aware that their assistance was driven solely by the desire to obtain the blessings of Yuhua Terrace. In this bustling atmosphere, a sudden commotion arose as another rushed in with urgency. "This is dire. The blood of the spirit demons has opened the spirit realm, causing strange phenomena to manifest. Besides us, many others are heading toward the spirit realm." The expressions of the assembly shifted dramatically. Amidst the falling leaves drifting through the landscape, 3 figures strolled leisurely along an ancient path by the riverside. A gentle breeze tousled the young man's hair. 2 little girls surrounded him, chattering animatedly and creating a lively scene. Displeased with the names that Qing Shan had given to the little spirit demon, the younger girl took it upon herself to create a plethora of names. Little grass, little flower, little demon, little spirit, little 3. Yet, none of these names satisfied her. Ultimately, it was when Qing Shan noticed the pouch hanging at the waist of the little spirit demon that he recalled a fitting name: brocade pouch. Little brocade pouch sounded far more melodious than little grass seed, and the brocade pouch typically held silver, carrying a positive connotation. This name pleased everyone. Little brocade pouch delighted in her new name, repeating it joyfully: "Little brocade pouch, little brocade pouch." Qing Shan called out, "Little brocade pouch." She immediately sprang up, joyfully exclaiming, "Here, little pouch, here." Both Qing Shan and little pouch were delighted, yet only Xiao Air felt discontent. She believed that little pouch sounded more appealing than Xiao Air. However, upon reflection, she still found Xiao Air to be more melodious, as it was a name that Qing Shan had painstakingly devised over 2 years. Qing Shan mentioned that once everyone had discovered their surnames, they would all possess proper names. For now, they could only call each other by their given names. As the group strolled along, they engaged in lively conversation, and little pouch recounted many tales from the past. "From the moment I gained consciousness, I was a spirit being. Initially, I was not in this place, but in another realm, until I encountered other malevolent spirits that seized my territory." With a sigh, little pouch spread her small hands. Lamenting, "I couldn't overpower them, so I had no choice but to flee. I ventured to many places, and each time I encountered other spirit beings, I could only escape. Eventually, I arrived here, where the elder spirits were exceedingly kind. They did not drive me away and even allocated a valley for me to establish my domain. Thus, I have remained here ever since." Chapter 69. The blood of the spirit demon reflecting on the eventual departure from his own territory. The little pouch could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Observing this, the innkeeper immediately offered words of solace. "Fear not, for in 3 years, when Qingqing returns to Qingluo Mountain, it shall be our domain." He leaned in conspiratorially, adding, "I must tell you, Qingqing is the young master of Qingluo Mountain. Soon, he will be our esteemed leader." Qing Shan's lips twitched. "Why must it be master?" The small creature glanced back. "Isn't Qingqing known as the wealthy sage master?" Qing Shan fell silent. The little pouch expressed astonishment. "How impressive! But where is Qingluo Mountain?" The small creature animatedly gestured. "It is a distant land, far removed from here. We traveled from there, and it took Qingqing 2 months to guide me. For an ordinary family, such a journey might require 3 to 5 years." Qing Shan led the small creature out from Qingluo Mountain, hastening their pace to cover more ground within the 3 years, occasionally taking to the skies. In 2 months, they traversed thousands of miles. The little pouch gazed at him with admiration, yet shook his head. I have never walked such a distance. Since arriving here, I have remained in that valley. The small creature, considerably smaller than the little pouch, attempted to emulate Qin Shan by reaching up to pat the little pouch's head, but fell short. Instead, it stood on tiptoe and patted the little pouch's shoulder. When we return, you shall see for yourself. However, we must be cautious, for Qing's master can be quite tricky. The little pouch was filled with curiosity and held a deep yearning for Qin Shan's sect. The small creature, not one to withhold information, recounted tales of Qin Shan and Qingluo Mountain in full detail. The little pouch listened intently, and upon hearing that Qin Shan aimed to amass considerable wealth, he eagerly dashed to Qin Shan's side, thumping his chest earnestly. Leader, are we to earn a great deal of silver? Qin Shan felt a wave of darkness wash over his eyes at the words. Must you insist on calling me that? The little pouch had already addressed him as leader for quite some time. He felt an inexplicable sense of being labeled as bad, as if he had become the chief of the Black Dragon stronghold. The little pouch nodded. It is the custom of the spirit demons. In one mountain, there cannot be two demons, unless a powerful demon is willing to be the leader and accept the lesser demons. Henceforth, I shall follow the leader, becoming his attendant. If I do not call the leader, what should I call him? Qin Shan felt dizzy, trapped in a whirlwind of leader and unable to escape. He opened his mouth, struggling for a moment, yet decided to bypass this topic and return to the previous one. Indeed, we shall earn a great deal of silver. The little pouch pondered for a moment before exclaiming excitedly, I know of a place not far from here. It should be filled with treasures. I once passed through there while on the run, but the atmosphere felt somewhat hostile to us spirit demons, making me quite uncomfortable. Thus I left. Later, I heard from other benevolent spirit demons here that the place was once a remnant of the celestial beings, which is why it clashes with spirit demons. No other spirit beings were willing to remain in that place. The lineage of spirit beings originated from the mortal realm, in stark contrast to the celestial path of the divine. That place, however, had been concealed by a formidable power, necessitating the blood of spirit beings that could counter it for entry. With determination, little Jean Nong gritted her teeth, extending her hand to roll up her sleeve, revealing her slender arm. Perfect, we can use my blood to enter. Upon hearing this, both Qin Shan and the little creature were momentarily taken aback. Little Jean Nong, too, felt a wave of disorientation, suddenly frozen in place. Could it be that those individuals captured me? She mused to herself, finally coming to a realization. Her head drooped in disappointment. If they had simply communicated with me, I could have assisted them. There would have been no need to take my life. Little Jean Nong felt a pang of sadness. Her inherently kind nature compelled her to help anyone in trouble. Had those individuals been forthright, merely seeking a bit of her blood, she likely would not have refused, despite her fear of pain. The little creature, though naive, understood the complexities of benefit and morality, navigating the path of kindness amidst them. In contrast, little Jean Nong's benevolence appeared somewhat foolish. Qin Shan crouched down, gently rolling down little Jean Nong's sleeve. I am your leader now. You must refrain from acting recklessly in your good deeds. Do you understand? To be virtuous beings, we must first prioritize our own survival. For if we perish, we can no longer embody goodness. Never link your life to the gain of others, even if that person is me. Even if they desire merely a drop of your blood, who knows if they might not covet more for their own security. These individuals hold no regard for the lives of spirit beings. They only know that spirit blood can unlock that place, and thus seek to claim the lives of spirit beings. Killing spirit beings offers both profit and renown. Why would they not pursue it? Little Jean Nong understood, tears brimming in her eyes. So shall we still go? Yes. Qin Shan nodded. Well then, Jean Nong is not afraid of pain. Little Jean Nong immediately rolled up her sleeve again, but not too much blood. Excessive bleeding would lead to fainting, which would be discomforting. She feared that Qin Shan might perceive her as useless and abandon her, hence her urgent desire to prove her worth before him. Qin Shan rolled his eyes, pressing her delicate hand down. After all he had said, it seemed little Jean Nong had absorbed little of it. With a sigh of resignation, he stated, I intend to go, but I do not require your blood. The little creature nodded. That's right. Qing is very capable. He can enlist the help of the heavens with just silver. My blood is not needed at all. Little Jean Nong widened her eyes in surprise. Is that so? Qin Shan affirmed, indeed. Suddenly, from a distant location, a wave of tumult arose. A series of roars echoed, reminiscent of the lingering thoughts of many spirit beings before their demise, erupting from a forest nearby. Little Jean Nong staggered, abruptly turning her gaze toward that direction. In a fleeting moment, tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes. It was a most exquisite spirit creature. Elders, Qing Shan and the little one turned their gaze towards that direction, where the spirit creature's blood energy surged, breaking through certain constraints. Qing Shan's expression shifted, his eyes reflecting an overwhelming sense of oppression. From the little pouch, he learned that many spirit creatures here were inherently benevolent, safeguarding their territory. Much like the little pouch itself, such a dense aura of spirit creature blood. How many lives had been lost to produce it? Qing Shan, whose sole focus was trade, had little desire to contend with the blood-soaked mountains and rivers of this world. Yet, the innocent dichotomy of good and evil in the young heart stirred a sense of unease within him. Judging by the atmosphere, that place appeared exceedingly perilous. Death would surely claim some souls, Qing Shan murmured. Thus, I have found myself a business opportunity. Let us proceed. The little pouch glanced back, eyes glistening with tears. Where to? Qing Shan gathered the little pouch and the small creature, racing towards that ominous direction. In this vast world, profit reigns supreme. Let us go and lay their bones to rest. Chapter 70. The city beneath the earth, a wisp of blood smoke paved the way, while two withered beasts crafted a vessel. This place, too, resembled a small valley, albeit surrounded by sheer cliffs. Floating above a vast abyss within the valley was a colossal inverted boulder, like a nail sealing the mysterious depths below. However, the seal's power was compromised by the blood of spirit demons splattered upon it. A chilling wind surged from the heart of the abyss, sweeping across the faces of all present in the valley. This atmosphere felt peculiar, as if it were not a relic of celestial beings. Numerous individuals gathered around the valley, their expressions grave as they gazed into the abyss below, brows furrowed in concern. Outside the valley, the holy maiden of Yuhua Terrace, with a slight frown, declared, "We must descend." Casting a glance at the throngs drawn by the strange phenomenon, she could no longer afford to conceal her intentions. Accompanied by the 5 gates and 6 houses of Lingxiang County, she led the charge toward the abyss with urgency. Since secrecy was no longer an option, she sought to gain the upper hand. The onlookers, witnessing her descent, immediately followed suit. By the time Qing Shan and his companions arrived, all the gathered had plunged into the depths of the abyss. Little Jinong gazed dreamily at the magnificent inverted boulder hovering at the entrance, tears welling in her eyes. Elders of the spirit demons. The boulder was drenched in the crimson blood of spirit demons, dripping incessantly. How many spirit demons had been slain for such a vast amount of blood? She understood that, had it not been for Qing Shan, her own blood might have adorned that stone as well. Those individuals sought to break the seal with spirit demon blood, driven solely by their desire for profit. A pang of sorrow gripped her heart, yet she turned to Qing Shan and said, "Leader." "What?" Qing Shan replied, taken aback. Lowering her head, little Jinong choked back tears. "The repugnant aura has vanished." Qing Shan's eyes flickered. The absence of the spirit demon's disdainful aura indicated that below lay no divine relic. What the spirit demons abhorred was merely the seal itself. After a moment of contemplation, Qing Shan's thoughts shifted. Should he bury this place and entomb those within? Would that count as a final resting place? A surge of impulse coursed through him, urging him not to descend, but rather to entomb all those present. After all, they were likely not virtuous souls. Yet, he hesitated, uncertain whether burying those who entered could truly be deemed as interring their remains. After wrestling with his thoughts, he ultimately decided against it. He reasoned that burying the living should not be considered. The little one looked around, pondering, "Shall we descend as well?" Qing Shan shook his head firmly. It was imperative that they did not venture down. Earning silver was indeed important, but not at the peril of their lives. The first rule of earning money: only profit from the living. The second rule: never pursue wealth beyond one's understanding. This transaction inadvertently transgressed 2 taboos regarding the acquisition of wealth for Qing Shan, who naturally could not risk his own safety. While he yearned for riches, the essence of life remained the paramount concern. Thus, Qing Shan found himself in a state of indecision within the valley for an extended period. The small creature remained silent. Its little pouch lowered, offering no words. Amidst this silence, suddenly, The massive, overhanging rock at the abyss's entrance seemed to have reached its breaking point and plummeted downwards. With a thunderous crash, the earth shook violently. Debris flew into the air, and dust swirled around. The three were startled and retreated a considerable distance. Once the dust settled, the entrance to the abyss in the valley appeared to have been completely buried. Qingshan remained silent for a while, then uttered, "So, does this mean we have buried them all?" The trio fell into a contemplative silence. The small creature gazed blankly, lost in thought for a while, and suggested, "How about we erect a monument?" Qingshan had previously contemplated whether to bury those individuals directly. As fortune would have it, he now found that the situation had resolved itself without any effort on their part, effectively entombing those individuals. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, he decided to give it a try. He descended into the valley with the small creature and the little pouch. Indeed, the abyss's entrance at the valley's center had been leveled by the fallen boulder. Qingshan found a stone and erected it above the abyss, serving as a monument. He intended to be forthright, ensuring that the bones would not rest in the expense of others. Quietly, he recited a prayer and bowed before the stone tablet. After waiting for a considerable time, however, the bronze coins showed no sign of response. It seemed they had not met their demise after all. Qingshan sighed, feeling a pang of regret. The small creature also expressed disappointment, lamenting the missed opportunity. The little pouch bowed to the monument, paying respect to the other spirits that had perished there. Expelled from her own territory by malevolent spirits, she was welcomed by the benign spirits of this realm, who had provided her with a place to dwell. These spirits were not wicked, yet they had met their end here, serving as the cornerstone for the seal. Noticing the little pouch's despondence, Qingshan sighed and called out, "Little pouch, here." She responded immediately. Qingshan continued, "From now on, strive to be a good spirit, one who cannot be bullied." The little pouch nodded earnestly, "I understand." Qingshan smiled, hoisting the small creature and taking the little pouch by the hand, preparing to depart. Suddenly, the ground beneath them crumbled. With a thunderous roar, the three fell into the abyss before they could react. Qingshan quickly retrieved his protective talisman and affixed it to each of them. With a heavy thud, the trio landed in the pitch-black depths of the valley. Fortunately, thanks to Qingshan's timely application of the talisman, they emerged unscathed. "Oh dear, how do we end up back down here?" Qingshan immediately turned to the small creature and the little pouch. "Are you both all right?" "We're fine." The small creature and the little pouch responded together. Qingshan, on the verge of tears, pondered how they had fallen. The three of them stood up, leaning upon each other. Qingshan scanned the surroundings, but saw no sign of the individuals who had descended before them. A sense of vigilance washed over him. The underground was enveloped in darkness, with only the sound of dripping water echoing in the vast abyss below. Drip, drip. The small creature clutched Qingshan's fingers tightly, a hint of fear evident in its demeanor. The little pouch also grasped Qingshan's garment, pressing closely against him. "This is a disaster. It seems we cannot escape." Qingshan looked upwards, only to find the place from which they fell had been obscured by a cascade of earth and stone. In the pitch-black underground, visibility was non-existent. At that moment, Qingshan's long robe gradually transformed back into the ethereal garment of cloud and mist. The golden buckles and tassels on the dress emitted a soft luminescence, swirling outward. In an instant, the surroundings were illuminated. Qingshan gazed in astonishment. Before them lay a dilapidated underground city, its crumbling walls and ruins revealing a desolate landscape. Yet among the shattered remnants of the city, the ground was littered with bones. However, not a single human bone was to be found. Chapter 71. The burial of the spirit demons. The scattered remnants of bones glimmered with a pale light, as if they had lain in this subterranean realm for an eternity. Each skeleton bore a unique form. Some possessed elongated craniums with horns, while others had stout, short limbs. A glance revealed nothing but the bodies of spirit demons. Qingshan was struck with horror, lingering in a state of bewilderment. A small creature climbed onto his shoulder, yearning for a broader view. Only the small pouch stared vacantly at the ground strewn with the remains of demonic spirits, lost in thought for an extended period. What place was this? The trio gazed deeper into the abyss, where they discerned a grand palace at the very depths of this desolate city. Above the palace, a faint glow of rosy light shimmered, yet the edifice lay far from their reach. Suddenly, the small pouch noticed an intact stone wall nearby, seemingly inscribed with some words. "There!" it exclaimed, pointing. Qingshan promptly led the two towards it. Upon nearing, he discerned the engravings, which spoke of someone's despair in life, resembling blood and tears. The inscription contained but two brief lines that conveyed profound hopelessness. "We have already hidden away. Why will they not leave us be?" Qingshan felt a sense of confusion, overwhelmed by an inexplicable heaviness. Below the inscription lay a skeletal remnant of a spirit demon, its former appearance obscured. Yet it remained curled in death. The small pouch approached hesitantly, gazing at the remains with a vacant expression. After a prolonged silence, it finally spoke. "Head." "Yes," Qingshan replied. "This is the bone of a spirit demon. Let us give it a proper burial." The small pouch turned back, recalling that Qingshan's burial efforts could yield rewards. Qingshan nodded in agreement. "Very well." He stepped forward and interred the remains. The sound of copper coins rattled as a few items fell from Qingshan's treasury, the spoils of a burial. Yet, these bones were so ancient that even the burial coins seemed to have forgotten the life of their former owner. Leaving Qingshan in the dark about the true nature of this place and the events that had transpired. For reasons unknown, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. The scene here bore an uncanny resemblance to that small village within the spirit abyss. Wherever Qingshan went, he could not escape the haunting remnants. Silent, he moved towards another skeleton, burying it as the copper coins trembled once more, earning more burial rewards. "Let us make our way to that palace," Qingshan proposed, burying the remains they encountered along the way. Having come this far, to not earn silver would be a loss. Those who had entered before them likely headed in that direction. The glimmer of light high above the palace seemed to beckon as the path to their escape. The small creature nodded in agreement. The small pouch, devoid of other thoughts, followed suit. Thus, the three of them ventured towards the solitary palace in the distance, diligently burying the remains they encountered along their path. The bronze coins trembled incessantly, seemingly intertwined with the transactions of life and death. After a considerable time, Qingshan encountered yet another inscription. This inscription bore a striking resemblance to the previous one, a mere handful of words that exuded utter despair. "We cannot endure. They have come again. We are devoid of hope." Qingshan found himself perplexed, a weight of oppression settling in his heart. Who are they? What manner of beings do we represent? Do those who have ventured here today possess any knowledge of the events that transpired in this place? Otherwise, how could they possibly know to open this entrance with the blood of spirits and demons? What is it that they seek? The burial coins appear to engage in a transaction with the departed. An ominous aura permeates the air. For those who once traded with him have long since returned to the ether. Who, then, is his counterpart in this exchange? Qingshan pondered endlessly, while diligently attending to the burial of the spirit and demon corpses scattered across the ground. Over time, he seemed to forget the notion of transactions. What remained was the simple act of interring the dead. Yet, the burial coins continued to cascade into his treasury without cease. They were peculiar objects. Qingshan possessed no knowledge of their value, only that their original owners had long succumbed to death. The small creature and the little pouch trailed closely behind Qingshan, watching him bury the remains, both appearing somewhat dazed. It was unclear how much time had passed or how many corpses Qingshan had laid to rest. It felt as though they had been walking for 2 full days. Yet, the distant palace remained as elusive as ever. Like a mirage, it lingered in the radiant glow, observing all who entered from afar. At last, Qingshan raised his head and sensed something was amiss. He turned to the small creature in the little pouch, declaring, "Return to the treasury. Something feels off here." He perceived a faint consciousness stirring within his soul. This awareness emanated from the bronze coin vessel within his spirit. It seemed to have acquired a singular desire, born of the excessive burial coins, coalescing within his very essence. "What is a treasury?" the little pouch inquired, puzzled. "I understand now," the small creature replied, pulling the little pouch along, and they vanished from sight, entering Qingshan's treasury. She intended to gradually elucidate the matter to the little pouch. After their disappearance, Qingshan surveyed his surroundings once more, finally bowing his head in resignation. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "With such an abundance of silver, it would be unwise not to profit, would it not?" He pressed on with his burials, though the distant palace's position remained perpetually ambiguous. He no longer glanced at the inscriptions that frequently adorned the path. Yet within his soul, a chorus of voices resounded. "It can no longer protect us. It has sheltered us for far too long. yet we are unable to safeguard it. It is nearing its demise. The realm of spirits and demons is no more. We have ventured far from home, so very far. With nowhere else to turn, we have sought refuge here. As exiles in a distant land, we ultimately cannot escape our homeland. They have come, desiring to seize it, yet it is already weary beyond measure. It should not perish at the hands of those individuals. This domain, our underground solitary city, has ultimately become our spirit and demon realm, the final elegy. I long for the spirit and demon blossoms of my homeland. As they fall in the wind, carpeting the ground in crimson, it is truly beautiful. Our spirit and demon realm should have long since transformed into the spirit abyss. Boom. The final utterance dissipated, causing the green mountains to abruptly lift their heads. The spirit abyss. The spirit and demon realm has become the spirit abyss. A millennium ago, Qingshan Prefecture was not as it appears now. It was merely that half of the rivers have become the spirit abyss. But what existed before that? Did the so-called spirit and demon realm also reside within the present spirit abyss? Qingshan could only feel a piercing headache. Did these long-deceased spirits and demons also originate from the spirit abyss? Chapter 72. A Dream in the Valley of Shadows in a Realm of Dreams. I wandered through the depths of a forlorn abyss, as if a mere guest, with shattered bones echoing throughout the mountains and rivers. The desolate city beneath the earth resembled a graveyard, a sorrowful testament etched upon fallen leaves, carried aloft by the winds. The distant palace, shrouded in ethereal light, captured the hazy gaze of the verdant mountains. Those who had entered before were halted by a shimmering barrier, preventing their passage into the palace. From afar, the mountains observed, feeling an insurmountable distance from the palace, as if they were traversing a divergent path. Within the depths of his soul, the bronze coins trembled incessantly, the whispered echoes of buried treasures growing ever clearer, as the radiant light from the distant palace fell upon a scroll hanging before its entrance. The scroll illuminated with resplendent hues, casting reflections that enveloped the entire subterranean realm in its glow. Buzz. The ripples expanded, erasing the grim scenes of ruin throughout the underworld, as if time itself flowed backward, conjuring a timeless dream. Laughter echoed, mingled with sighs, reverberating through the dark, ancient city beneath the earth. Here they come. Outside the grand palace, the previously entered sacred maiden of the Jade Flower Terrace turned to observe the shifting surroundings, her eyes glimmering with excitement. You have indeed survived. Do you yearn for one last glimpse of the past you cannot forget? Her expression was animated, while the elder behind her nodded in agreement. Thus, the blessings of this land shall be ours. The surrounding laughter was eerily whimsical, sending shivers down the spines of all present. The individuals from the 5 gates and 6 houses found themselves momentarily taken aback by the unfolding spectacle. Sacred Maiden, what is this? Earlier, when the Sacred Maiden had invited them to this place, she spoke of profound opportunities hidden within, promising them a share if they assisted her in opening the entrance. However, upon descending, they found nothing but remnants of bones, and the promised fortune seemed to bear little relevance to them. The Sacred Maiden turned to explain to the assembled individuals from the 5 gates and 6 houses, all that lies within this palace can be yours if we shatter this barrier. As agreed, you shall receive your share. The barrier outside the palace obstructed their path, concealing the events within. Upon hearing this, the individuals from the 5 gates and 6 houses readily assented. Yet, those who had entered alongside them, sensing the formidable aura emanating from the elder, chose to follow suit. The elder was immensely powerful. The gathered individuals united their strength, launching an assault against the barrier. Thunderous roars resounded as their combined might crashed upon the barrier, which responded with a cacophony that resembled an elegy buried in the earth for millennia. From a distance, the verdant mountains observed the unfolding scene with clarity. Yet he remained oblivious to those distant souls. The shimmering light of the misty skirts illuminated the scenery around him, casting ethereal reflections before his eyes. They were echoes of laughter and joy, remnants of those who once inhabited this forsaken land, yet beneath the mirth lay the delicate caution of those far away. The ancient city was teeming with phantoms. Shadows glided past the verdant mountains, unseen by him, yet he perceived their presence. An aged specter, hunched and frail, sat in a corner, gazing at his surroundings, his eyes crinkled with wrinkles that refused to fade. After a long contemplation, he lowered his gaze, murmuring, a wanderer far from home, must surely have a destination. He remained in that corner, never departing. Qingshan approached, discovering a set of skeletal remains at the very spot where the old specter crouched. The remains, like a lingering specter, had remained unchanged. After a prolonged silence, Qingshan covered the bones with earth. It was not merely fear of your soul wandering after death. I sought only to earn a modest burial fee. A wry smile graced his lips, half smile, half sneer. He turned his gaze to the bustling street. The street now brimmed with vitality. Young spirits frolicked, while elder ones kept a watchful eye, fearful of their falls. "Uncle, come play with Huahua." A little sprite, resembling a young girl, dashed to Qingshan, playfully beckoning the old specter. The old spirit chuckled, shaking his head. "Uncle is weary. Go play by yourself, Huahua." Disappointed, the little sprite turned away but soon returned, clutching a flower. "Uncle, here is a flower for you." She tossed the flower down and bounded away. Qingshan's gaze lingered on the sprite, a smile dancing in his eyes, for she reminded him of his youthful self, equally fond of mirth. He rose to follow her, meandering through the lively street. Many ethereal beings busied themselves with their tasks, resembling a flourishing tableau. Some forged metal, others tended to flowers. They lived clandestinely beneath the earth, far from home. Yet it appeared to be a delightful existence. Qingshan trailed behind little Huahua, sauntering leisurely, unaware of the passage of time. Each time he encountered a set of bones, he would bury them with care. Then he would hasten to catch up with little Huahua, discovering numerous remains he had previously overlooked. He felt elated, for alongside the sprightly Huahua, he unearthed many bones that had evaded him. He felt as though he had been transported into that bygone era. The spirit clans here, like humans, experienced joy and sorrow, embodying a gentle disposition. After what felt like an eternity, the little sprite seemed fatigued. She sought a place to rest. Qingshan smiled, preparing to depart, only to find that the spot where Huahua intended to rest also cradled a small set of remains. Qingshan's complexion changed dramatically, and he let out a thunderous shout. "Get away!" It seemed as if he had forgotten everything before him, lost in a trance. At last, the little demon raised its head. Qingshan lifted his gaze. In that moment, all the spirits and demons raised their heads. A sword pierced through the thick darkness enveloping the ancient city, bringing forth a glimmer of light. It was a celestial sword, shattering illusions. It plunged into the city, piercing through the delicate form of the little demon before Qingshan. Blood sprayed forth, staining Qingshan's eyes crimson. A majestic and powerful sound resonated from the source of light. In this chaotic era of spirits and demons, eradicate the scourge and restore peace. Following this, countless celestial swords surged into the city. Yet, beneath that faint light, what emerged was not illumination. Legions of spirits and demons soared into the sky, attempting to resist. However, beneath the onslaught of the celestial swords, they fell into the void. They appeared to be exceedingly weakened. The arrival of the immortals left them utterly defenseless. The immortals reveled in their slaughter of what the world termed demonic calamities. Cries of despair echoed. Desperate howls arose in a cacophony. Eradicate demons, restore order, and return the world to its rightful state. This singular phrase echoed from the lips of the immortals, as if in their eyes. This act was deserving of merit. Chapter 73. The Weight of Bones. The fierce battle raged on for an indeterminate duration. Qingshan found himself lost in time, his gaze fixated on the little demon flower before him. She was as innocent and charming as the little brocade pouch, lively and perceptive. She had committed no wrongdoing. She merely followed her elders, seeking refuge in the underground city they had established. Yet, she was the first to fall beneath the sword of the immortal. No one inquired whether she had erred in the past. The immortals simply declared the extermination of demons to quell calamity and struck her down. The countenance of the little demon flower gradually turned pale as she gazed into the void, fixated on a faint glimmer of light, her eyes filled with terror. She lowered her head to examine the grievous wound in her chest, blood oozing forth. Trembling, she opened her mouth. What a pity! I have yet to bloom into my most beautiful form. A shiver coursed through Qingshan's body as he stumbled forward, burying the remains of the little demon flower. He murmured to himself, "I am merely earning a pittance for a burial. Your fate has nothing to do with me." As he laid her to rest, the earth trembled, yet not a single coin was found. Nevertheless, Qingshan felt as though he had gained something. A tender voice echoed in his ears, "Thank you." Qing Shan trembled, rigidly turning his head. Before him, the little demon flower appeared in a double vision, one lifeless with closed eyes, while the other bowed in gratitude. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she said to Qing Shan, "Brother, do not grieve. I am merely a demon." Qing Shan stared at her chest, witnessing the blood flow, yet the blood she shed was red, too. The little demon flower looked down. "Ah, yes, demon blood is red. But aside from you, no one else can see it." Qing Shan replied, "Perhaps they see it, yet choose not to speak." The little demon flower stepped closer to Qing Shan, delicately rising on her toes, extending her tiny hand to wipe away the glistening tears from the corners of his eyes. Yet, her palm passed through him. Qing Shan bowed his head and closed his eyes. The little demon flower chuckled softly, her expression playful. "Brother is also an immortal, yet here he is, bending down for me." A pang of anguish gripped Qing Shan's heart. After a prolonged silence, the flower turned her gaze to the grave he had crafted for her, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Yet amidst the gratitude, there lingered a hint of guilt. "Thank you, brother, for giving me a resting place. It is a pity that I possess no wealth to offer you in return for this burial." She smiled brightly. "Then I shall owe you 2 coins. Qing Shan inquired, "Why 2 coins?" The little demon flower lowered her head. "Because a demon's life is of little worth." Boom. Qing Shan stood frozen, as the little demon dissipated with reluctance. "Thank you, dear brother." Willing to be buried for the enchanting flower, Qing Shan gently touched the corner of his eye, where the little demon, Hua Hua, had failed to reach. His fingertips brushed lightly, dampening with tears. Qing Shan turned back, amidst the flickering shadows of illusion. The once serene city of spirit demons had now descended into a hellish inferno, resembling a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. Demons wept. Some curled up in despair, while others sought to secure a glimmer of hope for their kin. The cries and roars, the struggles and laments, all fell upon Qing Shan's gaze within the shimmering shadows. Swords of immortals descended, raising waves of crimson blood. Qing Shan observed silently, witnessing the fall of demon bodies. As immortal beings stepped into this sacred land of spirit demons, those who arrived brought light, yet that very light heralded the demise of the spirit demon lineage. With nowhere left to hide, nowhere to escape, they sought total annihilation. Gradually, Qing Shan's heart grew numb. The voices of the spirit demon clan echoed in his ears, finally weaving into a coherent thread. She was ultimately nearing death. Our mountains and rivers had lost their blessings. Destined to become the abyss of spirits, she had protected us for countless years. We, the spirit demon clan, are not ungrateful beings. How could we allow her to perish in the abyss? We led her away from the abyss before our land fell. We journeyed for a long time. The celestial beings of this realm sought our demise with fervor, leaving us nowhere to turn. It is not that we despise the light, but rather that the light is our death sentence. At last, we constructed a refuge beneath the earth, where the sun's rays could not penetrate. We sought no disputes with others, merely wishing to survive. Yet the world does not comply with our wishes. Even as I concealed myself, they still found us, yearning to possess her, to seize her remaining life. In the myriad realms of Ji Shi, bustling with activity, all driven by profit. Is it truly our spirit demon lineage that brings calamity upon the world? The voices outlined a trajectory for Qing Shan. Yet that line remained incomplete. The shimmering past, it seemed, could no longer sustain itself, fading into obscurity. At last, the principles he had established in his youth lay shattered. Within his heart resided a balance scale, weighing reason against human sentiment. In trade, one seeks a fair measure. Yet in the end, a fraction remains, not a single bit less. Reason and trade alike must not be at the cost of one's conscience. However, Qing Shan turned his gaze towards the surrounding bones. Yet no one would weigh the worth of these demon remains. But what difference was there between Qing Shan and those who came for gain? None. For all were driven by profit. Yes, in Qing Shan's heart, a scale weighed heavily upon the bones of many demons. So light, so insubstantial, worth not a single coin. The fleeting light fades, resembling a phantom dream. In this world, where one is scarcely acknowledged, every step taken is fraught with suffering. No one has calculated the worth of life in terms of silver. Yet, within this ephemeral dream, the bronze coins briefly accounted for the transient value of the green mountains. The life of one is deemed worthless, while the cost of living for another The Green Mountains have struggled for 6 years, unable to gather even the smallest sum. They claim there is fairness, yet life is devoid of it. The world resembles a transaction, and it ought not to be so. The Green Mountains stood in silence for a long while, closing their eyes. Everything around them faded into obscurity. Taking a deep breath, the Green Mountains pressed on toward the scattered remains of bones. The ethereal threads of mist and dreams swayed gracefully, as if gazing upon the injustices of this realm. It disdains the lofty individuals of this world, for the esteemed of the 9 provinces stand at the edge of celestial clouds. Yet it is woven by human hands. A single thread intertwined. It cherishes the Green Mountains, for they are ordinary, more human than divine. The spirit demons endure poverty, and even their burial does not yield much. Nevertheless, the Green Mountains still tend to each burial, solely for the sake of peace for the souls, and for their own solace. The echoes from the bronze coins resonate softly within the spirit of the Green Mountains. Thank you. I possess but this meager amount. I hope the celestial being will accept it. Thank you, immortal, for burying my remains. It is but a token of gratitude. Thank you. But the little demon is without wealth. Thank you. Thank you. Is it possible to incur a debt? Yet, even if I owe, I cannot repay. The Green Mountains smiled gently at the souls expressing their thanks for the burials. They shook their head lightly. No need for thanks. Debts can be incurred. There is no obligation to repay. Chapter 74. The Price of Life in the Verdant Hills Where Bones Lay to Rest. The weight of the buried remains was measured by the bronze coins. Human life was deemed trifling. The skeletal remains of Demon's Light, hardly worth a few coins. He yearned to enter all the demon bones in this final resting place, yet he was acutely aware of his impotence. Thus, he made his way toward the distant palace, laying to rest those he encountered along the journey. Words of gratitude for the burial coins resonated in the hills. Thank you. Thank you. Silently, he pressed onward, still perplexed by the identity of her whom the demon bones spoke of, and the true intentions of those who ventured inside. As the demon bones were laid to rest one by one, the bronze coin scale grew ever heavier, and after a cacophony, tranquility was restored. Boom. A path that had eluded him for so long finally emerged within his sea of wealth, transforming into a colossal scale. The bronze coins detached from his spirit, merging into the depths of his financial domain. There, they took root. The 9-tiered bronze coin scale rested on one side of the enormous balance, akin to a weight. The opposite end remained shrouded in mist, its destination unknown, and the object suspended above it a mystery, yet it lifted the 9-tiered coin scale high. It appeared that even the first tier of the bronze coin scale could not suppress the weight on the other side. It seemed to unveil some of its enigmatic nature. He murmured softly. He had long been uncertain of the path to wealth. Was it merely about amassing silver? Yet, with the abundance of silver in the world, how long would it take to gather enough? Now, with this scale in sight, it seemed the path ahead had gained some clarity. Accumulate more silver. Press down the weight of the coin scale, and discover what lay suspended on the other end. He continued forward, burying demon bones, unaware of the distance he had traversed or the number of remains he had interred. With each burial, the weight of the coin scale increased significantly, slightly lifting the object on the other end. The end of the scale seemed to wobble slightly. A breath flowed along the scale's arm, entering his being, an ominous technique of killing, encapsulated in 2 words: buy life. To purchase another's life with money, to buy life, was not an art of salvation, but rather one of murder. In the depths of silence, he sensed the strangeness of this technique, calculating that it might not be a loss after all. Spending money to buy life, profiting from burials. Whether it could offset his losses remained uncertain. He chuckled, a complex smile gracing his lips. How was he different from those others? Did he not also assign a price to life? Shaking his head, he pressed on. In the land of burials, his heart felt as boundless as chaos. At last, he arrived at the palace's threshold, where he encountered those awaiting him ahead. They are relentlessly bombarding the barrier outside the palace, showing little concern for the young man, Qingshan. Others may come as well, and after all, Qingshan is merely at the foundational cultivation level. They do not believe that he poses any threat to seize their opportunities. Yet, the leading saintess of Yuhua Terrace seems to sense something unusual and glances back at Qingshan. She perceives an oddly potent aura emanating from him. Qingshan also raises his gaze to meet hers, his eyes flickering. The woman is formidable, far beyond his capabilities, and the elder behind her exudes an overwhelming presence. As they exchange glances from afar, the saintess narrows her eyes. Just then, a shattering sound resonates, and the barrier outside the palace collapses with a resounding crash. Crack! The barrier is breached. The scroll at the entrance of the palace moves inward. It is open. Everyone is poised to rush inside. The elder behind the saintess snorts disdainfully, impertinent. An unparalleled aura erupts, suffocating all with its weight. A chilling silence falls over the crowd as they stare in terror at the elder. He scans them with a cold gaze before speaking. The saintess of our state is present. The opportunities here are not for you to claim. His domineering words send shivers down their spines. A man, his eyes shimmering with defiance, retorts, "The people of Yuxian state dare to act recklessly in Qingshan state. Do they think we have no one to stand against them?" His voice is soft, seemingly attempting to incite rebellion among the others. However, no one follows suit. Seeking death. The elder's gaze turns icy as he locks onto the speaker. With a mere lift of his hand, he executes a lethal strike. Swoosh! A cold light flashes, piercing the man. He collapses to the ground, utterly defenseless. The remaining onlookers are taken aback. Even the representatives from Lingxiang County furrow their brows, but dare not speak out. The elder nonchalantly withdraws his hand. "You may enter, but do not attempt to seize opportunities before us. Otherwise, HM." He glances back. This display of power effectively deterring the others from contesting for the treasures. The saintess, her expression indifferent, strides into the palace. The others, begrudgingly, follow suit. Hidden among the crowd, Qingshan watches everyone enter, turning back to the fallen man, tears of joy streaming down his face. Finally, a death has occurred. The Lingyao clan is impoverished, and after burying the dead for so long, they scarcely earned any silver. Now, he can finally reap some rewards. Qingshan steps forward and digs a grave on the spot, burying the deceased. The man was quite wealthy. Qingshan profited over 100 spirit stones. Turning back towards the palace, he is filled with excitement. Let the battles commence. Only then can I earn more silver. In a flash, he follows them inside. The Lingyao palace is vast, seemingly comprising several courtyards. Boom! Upon entering the first courtyard, Qingshan immediately senses a restraining force. The pressure of the restriction bears down on him, as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Others, like him, stood frozen in place, beads of sweat trickling down their brows. To their astonishment, the most powerful elder among them began to exhibit intricate lines upon his form, as if invisible pressures of some binding force were descending upon him, taking on a tangible quality. The greater one's cultivation, the more formidable the restraints one must confront. Holy Maiden, indeed there are bindings in this place. Yet, they shall not endure for long. You should proceed within. The elder gritted his teeth, addressing the Holy Maiden. She seemed to have anticipated this constraint, nodding in acquiescence. Very well. With that, a radiant beam of holy light emanated from her sleeve, enveloping her figure and alleviating some of the oppressive force of the bindings. She stepped forward into the depths of the palace. Suddenly, the bindings that had ensnared Qingshan vanished into thin air. He was taken aback, pondering the situation. Glancing deeper into the palace, a recollection surfaced regarding the words of the demon bone. What purpose did unbinding serve? He was no match for these individuals and had no intention of seeking any treasures within. He had long known the spirit demons to be impoverished. Surely, there were no riches inside that could surpass the wealth possessed by these people. Qingshan felt a surge of anxiety. With the restraints in place, the ancient being behind the Holy Maiden could not enact violence. Others were also refraining from conflict. With no casualties, how could he amass silver? Then it struck him. A glimmer of inspiration sparked in Qingshan's eyes. He would exert pressure upon them. Resolving to abandon pretense, he rose to his feet and strolled forward with ease. Everyone was taken aback. Sighing deeply, Qingshan feigned gravity. "I extend my gratitude for your assistance in opening the barrier for this old man. Little did you anticipate that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." Chapter 75. The spirit of the mountains and rivers. Qingshan strode lightly, eliciting a visceral reaction from all who beheld him. The saintess, struggling ahead, abruptly turned to regard Qingshan, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Who are you? To traverse the restrictions with such ease, you must be no ordinary being." Disregarding the saintess, Qingshan circumvented her and positioned himself before her. With a playful grin, he remarked, "TSK, TSK, TSK. It must be quite unpleasant to be the unwitting seamstress of your own demise. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. I shall take my leave now. You may wait here." The Saintess's guardian, an elder of formidable presence, erupted in fury. He discerned that Qing Shan possessed merely foundational cultivation. His effortless movement stemmed from his freedom from the constraints. "You reckless youth, are you courting death?" The elder's aura surged forth, materializing into a palpable force. The individuals from the 5 gates and 6 houses behind him buckled under the weight of his pressure, their breath stifled in an instant. Qing Shan stood at a distance, impervious to the turmoil, yet within him surged a tide of exhilaration. Indeed, just so. This is the essence of mortality. This is how I shall acquire my riches. His gaze turned frigid. The departed souls could hardly be regarded as virtuous. They were no different from those who had once slaughtered the spirits and demons here. With an impassive demeanor, Qing Shan fixed his gaze upon the elder and the saintess, a smirk escaping his lips as he declared, "You may remain here. I shall venture ahead." Casting a sidelong glance at the saintess, he shook his head. The saintess of Yushin Prefecture? Hardly impressive. He pivoted and advanced into the courtyard. The ethereal fabric of his skirt swayed gracefully with his movement, creating an elegant arc. Everyone remained constrained by the restrictions, rendered powerless to act. They could only watch in astonishment as Qing Shan departed. The saintess, her teeth clenched in frustration, called out, "Who exactly are you?" Qing Shan paused, turning back momentarily. "I am the one and only Qinzi Lu. Should you possess the audacity, seek me in Huishan Prefecture." At the utterance of his name, the saintess and the individuals of the 5 gates and 6 houses reacted, disregarding the latter part of his proclamation. Previously, he had claimed to be from Shuaxian Prefecture. A middle-aged man among them glared at Qing Shan, seething with anger. "It is you. You who have slain my son." Qing Shan, uninterested, resumed his forward march. The saintess, her eyes aflame with indignation, pursued him, but despite her treasures that mitigated some of the restrictive pressure, she struggled to match Qing Shan's pace, falling further behind. As Qing Shan traversed one courtyard after another, he finally arrived at the deepest recess. Before him lay a dimly lit expanse, adorned with an ancient tree. Its pink leaves drifted gracefully to the ground, illuminated by a sliver of radiant light, casting an air of melancholy over the scene. Beneath the ancient tree, a frail and weary woman leaned against its sturdy trunk. Delicate pink leaves blanketed her form. She gazed feebly at the distant mountains, which seemed to gaze back at her in a daze. The two exchanged silent glances for what felt like an eternity. At last, the mountains slowly approached, squatting down beside her, and inquired, "You are the one referred to as her by those spectral bones, are you not?" The woman, utterly exhausted, nodded faintly, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Yes," she whispered, her voice soft and sorrowful. With great effort, she lifted her gaze to meet the somber countenance of the mountains and softly asked, "Do you already know who I am?" The mountains nodded solemnly. "You bear an uncanny resemblance to her." A gentle breeze stirred, tousling the strands of hair that fell across the mountain's forehead. He settled cross-legged before the woman, picking up a fallen pink leaf from the ground. The woman regarded the leaf and spoke wistfully. "This is the spirit tree unique to the realm of the spectral beings. When it was abundant in this land, it was truly beautiful." "You are deeply sorrowful," the mountains observed, pausing for a moment before continuing. The woman nodded, "Indeed." The mountains pressed on. "Is there no way out?" She lowered her head, murmuring, "No, as the spirit of the mountains and rivers of the spectral realm. I should have perished long ago when the realm fell into ruin." She was, in fact, the mountain spirit of the spectral land. She bore the same likeness as the mountain spirit, Qing Luo, whom the mountains had encountered before. This was the very reason she had allowed the mountains to enter alone, because there existed a bond between the mountains and another spirit like her. Furthermore, the mountains did not harbor disdain for the spectral beings. "Did you lure me here?" the mountains inquired. Despite the entrance being sealed, he had still fallen into this realm. The spectral mountain spirit nodded. "Indeed, I saw you accompanied by a small spirit and wished to let you in. I could tell you saved her." The mountain's expression remained neutral, yet within, he felt a slight pang. "Why bring me down here?" The spectral mountain spirit wearily closed her eyes. "I wish to share a sorrowful tale with you first, and then propose a transaction." The mountains nodded and settled beside her. "I relish transactions." The dusk light cascaded down, illuminating the pink leaves that had fallen from the ancient spirit tree, casting a warm glow upon them. Her voice resonated softly within the final remnants of this spectral lineage. I am the spirit of the mountains and rivers of the spectral realm, and also the blessing bestowed upon the mountains and rivers by that immortal. She once roamed the world, drawing upon her celestial power to bestow countless blessings, which, over the ages, birthed their own consciousness across the mountains and rivers. I am one of them. In the realm where I reside, a community of spectral beings thrives. Though they are spirit beings, they have never harmed a soul. They adhere to their own roles, residing in a tranquil corner of existence, leading a life of beauty. I have watched over them, witnessing the passage of generations. Initially, everything was destined to continue in this manner. Yet, that celestial being, over the course of time, seemed to have forgotten to cast her gaze upon the mortal realm. Gradually, a forsaken land emerged within this world, which we named the Spirit Abyss. The Spirit Abyss expanded, devouring many regions, and it was poised to consume the very land I inhabited. I once called out to that celestial being, wishing for her to behold the human world. Alas, she appeared to have forgotten everything, forgotten us, and even forgotten herself. Under the influence of the Spirit Abyss, I grew increasingly feeble, until I could no longer protect any spirit beings. Before the land of the spirit beings was engulfed, they were forced to migrate. However, unwilling to witness my demise in their homeland, they chose to take me with them as they fled. We left our homeland behind, journeying to distant lands. As a blessing from the celestial being, many sought to obtain the fortune I embodied. Thus, some began to pursue us under the pretext of exterminating the wicked. I urged them to save themselves and abandon my plight. Yet they insisted, a spirit being must recognize gratitude. I had safeguarded them for countless years. How could they abandon me? Moreover, a good spirit is destined to receive good in return. The spirit beings steadfastly refused to forsake me, leading me into the depths of concealment amidst the relentless pursuit, where we managed to survive in secrecy. Yet, the cultivators of the celestial realm eventually found us. Ultimately, they met their demise because of me. A noble spirit, in the end, did not receive its due reward. Chapter 76. The portrait of floating corpses in the mountains and rivers in the eastern part of the spirit realm, atop a fragrant cliff adorned with blooming flowers. There stood a pavilion. Within it stood Qiansu, clad in a flowing white robe. She gazed into the ethereal expanse of the spirit realm, watching the petals cascade from the heavens. Behind her, Liu Xia, dressed in a flowing red gown, approached apprehensively. "Senior sister, did you summon me?" Liu Xia inquired uneasily as she arrived behind Qiansu. With her back turned to Liu Xia, Qiansu stood with her hands clasped behind her. Her voice was a gentle murmur, laced with an air of coolness, as she spoke softly. 2 months ago, Qingshan arrived in the spirit realm. I beheld his soul and discerned certain issues. Thus I wished for him to seek me here 3 days hence. Yet, I have awaited his arrival for 2 months, and he has not come hence. I have called upon you to inquire if you possess any knowledge of his whereabouts. Liu Xia sensed an unease in the atmosphere, attempting to alleviate it with a light-hearted chuckle. "Oh, I sent him to wander the mortal realm. He lacks a spirit steel and cannot enter the spirit realm." Qiansu turned her gaze, fixing her eyes directly upon Liu Xia. "I am not concerned about that. In the depths of the underworld's imperial city, desolation reigned. Within the palace of the spirit demons, Qingshan sat beside the spirit of Lingyao Mountain beneath the ancient Lingyao tree. The Lingyao lineage, under my protection, is also entwined with my fate." The spirit of Lingyao Mountain gazed upward at the radiant hues illuminating the tree above, its pink leaves fluttering in the wind, as if whispering final sentiments in this desolate expanse. Qingshan remained silent, lost in thought, pondering much yet grasping little. The mortal world, much like rain, was tumultuous and chaotic. The spirit of Lingyao Mountain gently lifted a fallen leaf, clasping it tightly in her hand. She continued, her voice a soft cadence. "They have employed the power of countless spirit beings to leave behind a binding force that confines me, yet also protects me. I cannot escape, nor can those individuals enter. They have established seals here, biding their time until the binding force wanes, waiting for my resistance to falter. The seal was forged by immortals, drawing upon the blood of numerous spirit demons. Only they possess the knowledge to shatter it. Now, with the seal broken, it is either those who once came or their descendants who have arrived. The spirit of Lingyao Mountain lowered her head in anguish, her eyes trembling. I witnessed them spill the blood of spirit demons upon the seal, and I cannot count how many lives were extinguished. I can only watch, powerless to intervene. Qingshan parted his lips, yet found himself unable to voice a word. A gentle breeze swept through, caressing Qingshan's garments. The golden tassels adorning his ethereal robe swayed delicately in the wind. The spirit of Lingyao Mountain turned to gaze at Qingshan, though he was merely 12 years old. A sense of weariness beyond his years lingered upon his countenance. She spoke softly. I perceive the favor of another mountain spirit from the mortal realm upon you, and thus sought to propose a transaction, prompting your descent. Qingshan nodded. I understand. He is favored by the spirit of the Qingluo Mountain, which renders him a trustworthy individual in the eyes of another mountain spirit. Consequently, the spirit of Lingyao Mountain chose him among those who entered. The spirit gazed at him with a hint of remorse, apologizing for involving him in this matter that does not concern him. Yet, I am unable to find anyone else willing to assist me. Qingshan paused momentarily, a smirk gracing his lips. As a merchant, I am open to negotiations as long as there is a transaction to be made. He turned his gaze towards the direction beyond the courtyard. There, numerous individuals, undeterred by the restrictions, were approaching. Leading the way was the Saintess, who was now but a stone's throw away. If your proposition entails my annihilation of all those who have entered, I regret to inform you that I may not be able to fulfill such a request, Qingshan responded earnestly, setting aside the elderly man. He knew he could not eliminate the Saintess. The only feasible option would be a ransom for her life. However, acquiring the life of a Saintess is likely to be exorbitant. The spirit of Lingyao Mountain shook its head, expressing a desire for you to accept an object. If there comes a day when you encounter that person, I implore you to deliver it to her. Please ask her to cast a glance at the mortal realm. Boom. Qingshan's body trembled slightly. This was the second time someone wished for him to stand before that individual. She is so close, yet no one can reach her. Qingshan was perplexed, feeling as though this was a transaction beyond his capabilities. A scroll was handed to him by the spirit of Lingyao Mountain, resting in his hands. It was a landscape painting that would document all that is seen and bring it back to the world. What you witnessed previously was manifested through it. It recorded everything of the Lingyao clan, and I wish for her to see it. Qingshan unfurled the scroll, revealing a scene of vast mountains and rivers, littered with skeletal remains. I have given it a new name, the landscape of floating corpses. The spirit of Lingyao Mountain spoke wearily. I hope that upon seeing it, she will cast a fleeting glance and remember the world she once stood in. Qingshan remained silent for an extended period. At last, he tucked away the landscape painting and nodded. I accept this transaction. Qingshan opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. And what of you? The spirit of Lingyao Mountain did not respond to his inquiry. You have yet to ask about the price. As this is a transaction, in exchange, I shall bestow upon you all the blessings of the mountains and rivers that I possess. Though I do not comprehend why, despite lacking innate talent or a spiritual bone, you are still able to cultivate. Yet, I presume you have your own methods. The blessings of the mountains and rivers may not hold much value, but at the very least, they can help you manifest a spiritual bone. Boom. The gentle words fell upon Qingshan's ears, yet they stirred a tempest in his mind. What did you say? He lacks a spiritual bone and possesses no innate talent. Yet, Sister Master clearly stated that he holds supreme potential. In the eastern city of the spirit realm, atop a precipice, I am indifferent to his absence. Qiansu gazes at the flowing clouds and speaks with an air of detachment. I merely wish to understand how he has attained enlightenment without spiritual bone or talent. Lu Xia remained silent for a long while, lost in thought. Amidst the stillness, a flower drifts down, landing gracefully upon Lu Xia's long hair. After a considerable time, she breaks into a smile. Oh dear, I did not expect to keep this hidden. It took considerable effort for me to convince Qingshan of his unparalleled gifts. I can share this with you, but you must not disclose it to Qingshan. Otherwise, he will be heartbroken. Qiansu furrows her delicate brows and nods. Please, proceed. Lu Xia exhales softly, recalling her previous words. I once told you that Qingshan was a babe rescued from a ferocious beast in Kaixian village, did I not? Qingshan bears no surname, often unable to lift his gaze. I have witnessed this and wished for him to discover his identity. Thus, I calculated the time and investigated who had entered the spirit abyss before Qingshan was rescued. Curiously, I uncovered that during that period, A group had entered the spirit abyss carrying an infant swaddled in cloth. However, upon their exit, they did not bring the child with them. Chapter 77. The buried bones of the demon spirit. Qian Su was enveloped in confusion. Having discovered the truth, why conceal it from Qingshan? Lu Xia offered a wry smile, gently shaking her head. How could I reveal to him that he possesses no innate talent? How could I disclose that his parents discarded him in the Lingyuan simply because he was born without a spiritual bone? Lu Xia settled down on the ground, leaning against the pillar of the pavilion. Her eyes shone with affection for the sensible and obedient little boy. His parents may have forsaken him, but I shall not. Since they abandoned him, he shall forever be without a surname. Lu Xia spoke. In this world, one must possess innate talent and spiritual bones to cultivate the path. Yet I remain unconvinced. I shall make him believe that he possesses unparalleled spiritual bones and extraordinary talent unique to this realm. I will leave him alone in this world, allowing him to grasp the path through a single thread of obsession. Even if he cannot enter the path, the understanding he attains will suffice. Understanding the path and entering the path are fundamentally different matters. To understand the path is to discern the vast principles of heaven and earth, the way one's heart must follow. Entering the path involves various means to step into the immortal realm and begin one's cultivation. Many who enter the path may only mimic the ways of their ancestors, spending their lives without ever comprehending their own path. Conversely, many who understand the path may be hindered from entering it due to their lack of spiritual bones. Qingshan, against all odds, fulfilled my hopes and truly grasped the path. Lu Xia smiled, her eyes sparkling with joy. What he comprehended was precisely the wealth immortal path, which requires no innate spiritual roots. The wealth immortal path is merely about acquiring wealth, and one can align their cultivation with the laws of heaven. Without innate talent, one can still enter the path and cultivate. Thus, I concealed the truth of his lack of spiritual bones. If he continues to believe he possesses supreme innate talent, he will never realize he was abandoned by his own parents. Lu Xia's single lie was meant to protect merely the small hope of Qingshan. She understood that Qingshan always harbored expectations regarding his origins. This hope, if intangible, would never shatter. Qian Su remained silent for a long while before finally nodding. Why must it be him? Lu Xia, having taken on disciples, why choose a boy born without spiritual bones? She could have avoided such elaborate measures entirely. Lu Xia turned her gaze toward the world beyond the spirit realm, to the solitary island suspended between the azure sea and sky. Beneath the spirit demon tree, the ground shimmered with radiant light. Qingshan gazed at his hands in a daze, his expression bewildered. I lack spiritual bones and possess no innate talent. Indeed. Qingshan lowered his gaze. How could I not know? In Kaisian village, everyone cultivates, yet they remain silent regarding the matter of my cultivation. If I possess the appearance and bones of a celestial, why would the elders remain reticent? He smiled, lifting his brow. If my esteemed sister, my master, does not wish to speak of it, she must have her own reasons. I need not know. The spirit of Lingyao Mountain has been watching over Qingshan. In the silence of the verdant mountains, she seemed to have grasped a profound truth. It appears that you too are a wanderer, far from home. The mountain spirit cast a glance back at the ethereal being of the Lingyao Mountain, which seemed to have already exhausted its strength, its form dimming. With a gentle voice, the mountain asked, "Do you still have time?" The spirit shook its head, its body slightly curling inwards. Not much left. The mountain opened its mouth, turning its gaze towards the holy maiden of Yuhua Terrace, who had also entered the chamber. The maiden, under the weight of a restriction, looked towards the two figures beneath the ancient Lingyao tree in the inner courtyard, her eyes narrowing in focus. Ignoring the holy maiden, the mountain spirit inquired of the Lingyao mountain spirit, "Is there anything else you require my assistance with?" "More business." The spirit pondered for a moment before shaking its head gently. "But I have nothing else to offer you. It should have long since perished, lingering only due to unfulfilled wishes, and naturally possessed no wealth. With its impending demise, all that remained to offer was the vestiges of its blessings." The mountain suggested, "You may take it on credit." The Lingyao mountain spirit replied weakly, "But I cannot repay." The mountain candidly stated, "You can remain in debt, no need to repay. After all, your kind has already owed me much for burial expenses, which you cannot repay. This little amount is inconsequential." The Lingyao mountain spirit gazed intently at the mountain. The mountain's profile appeared somewhat austere, seemingly meticulous, yet bearing an air of indifference. After careful contemplation, the spirit smiled radiantly. Then I beseeched the shopkeeper to bury me as well. With reddened eyes, the mountain nodded, affirming, 2 coins. So expensive? Can it not be cheaper? The spirit revealed its true nature, playfully winking in an attempt to negotiate. The mountain shook its head, chuckling softly. It is already a meager sum. I know your kin is impoverished, and asking for more would weigh on my conscience. The spirit gazed at the mountain, a smile blooming upon its face. This smile was like a garden in full bloom, a burst of brilliance. I finally comprehend why she left her affection upon you. How regrettable. I cannot, like her, witness your years unfold. The Lingyao mountain spirit rose unsteadily and approached the mountain, bowing deeply before it. Then, I owe the shopkeeper 2 coins, and I shall not repay. The mountain closed its eyes, nodding in agreement. Very well. The Lingyao mountain spirit gazed deeply at the mountain, smiling as it extended its hand. A cascade of luminous essence poured forth from the spirit, transforming into delicate pink leaves. From beneath the radiant light, it surged into the mountains, being like a river of stars. The holy maiden of Yuhua Terrace stood nearby, transfixed by this scene. The spirit of the mountains and rivers, willingly bestowing its blessings. Why? She could not comprehend why the spirit would willingly relinquish its remaining blessings to the youth before her. Who exactly are you? No one answered her. The mountain did not open its eyes to regard her. Under the benevolent influence of Fukuzawa, the spirit of the mountain gradually fades away. Ultimately, all that she was dissipates entirely. That ancient tree, a spirit of the forest, withers, its clusters of pink leaves cascading down like a curtain. At last, everything vanishes. The mountain spirit is no more. Before the green mountains, only a withered branch remains of that old tree. Buzz. A breath of essence emerges within the body of the green mountain, quietly giving birth to a piece of spiritual bone, with the bone as form and wealth as path. The ethereal skirt of clouds and mist billows in the wind, revealing a profound power within the body of the green mountain, one not belonging to the path of the wealth immortal. Radiant hues envelop him, concealed beneath the silk and mist of the ethereal skirt, harmonizing with the dust of light. The green mountain opens his eyes, glancing back at the spirit tree. That tree now stands as nothing more than a remnant branch. Once, the realm of spirits was adorned with a carpet of crimson leaves from the spirit tree, a testament to the mountain spirit's deep affection for her kin. It turns out, this spirit tree is you. The green mountain lifts the hem of his skirt and crouches down. He digs into the earth, burying that remnant branch. The bronze coins tremble slightly, yet not a single one falls. In a moment of reverie, the green mountain seems to glimpse the mountain spirit of the realm once more, standing joyfully beneath the old spirit tree, gazing at the multitude of spirits in the domain. Mountains need not be high, for I am their spirit. Waters need not be deep, for I am their clarity. I am the essence of the mountains and rivers, a blessing from immortals. With my protection, you may rest easy. Once, her gaze lowered, filled with profound regret. I am sorry, I can no longer protect you. To leave me is to find your path to life. Now, she stands before the green mountain, filled with joy as she looks at him. Thank you, kind keeper, for burying my bones, allowing my leaves to return to their roots. May my soul find peace in this life, and may we meet again in the next. I wish you prosperous endeavors, a daily influx of gold. A gentle breeze arrives, and the smoke dissipates into the clouds. Chapter 78. Who doesn't have a support? A beam of dawn light cascaded from above, creating ripples akin to a waterfall. The ground was carpeted with fallen leaves, painted in hues of red, dancing gracefully in the breeze. She was a blessing, a remnant of the celestial beings, having taken root in the realm of spirits and demons, transforming into a unique spirit tree of that land. From the moment she was extracted from the realm of spirits, she had, in essence, already perished. Qingshan opened his mouth. No need for thanks. This is merely a transaction. A transaction, indeed? It has always been thus, he mused. The copper coins settled into tranquility. Not a single one had fallen. As she had stated, even if it were just 2 coins, she could not repay. The lineage of spirits and demons was impoverished, a truth Qingshan had long known. I shall endeavor to fulfill my promise to you, he affirmed, shaking his head as he rose. However, do not harbor excessive hopes. The long wind swirled, causing the ethereal garments to sway, shimmering beneath the flowing light. Qingshan's expression was complex, a smile that seemed neither fully genuine nor entirely absent. He pondered the peculiarities of this world. If life were merely a transaction, should it not adhere to principles of fairness and causality? The spirits and demons here had perished, yet it stirred waves of unease within Qingshan. Under the constraints, only he remained unaffected. The holy maiden of Yuhua gazed vacantly at the unfolding scene. Her heart heavy as the fortunes of mountains and rivers she had sought from afar were now bestowed upon this individual before her. Filled with discontent, she stared at Qingshan. Who exactly are you? Why would she relinquish the fortunes of mountains and rivers to you? Why are you unrestrained under these constraints? Why has the spirit of the mountains and rivers conferred its remaining blessings upon this youth? What manner of person are you to meddle in my affairs? The oddities of the world eluded her comprehension. Turning to face the holy maiden, Qingshan spoke with serene composure. I am but a merchant, one who takes others' wealth to facilitate their desires. The calmness he exuded left her bewildered, unable to discern reality from illusion. His aura was enigmatic, suggesting the presence of profound causality. Qingshan regarded the holy maiden and spoke quietly. You should be grateful she did not seek your life in exchange. I am not in the habit of working without compensation. The holy maiden's expression shifted, a look of wariness clouding her features. Boom. As everything fell into place, the restrictions in this place dissipated. The moment the barriers vanished, those trapped within surged madly into the inner courtyard, the crowd parting to encircle Qingshan. A middle-aged man from the 5 gates and 6 houses, upon seeing Qingshan, revealed a murderous intent. You killed my son, you deserve to die? He attempted to advance, but was halted by those beside him. Wait. An elder accompanying the holy maiden scrutinized Qingshan, immediately recognizing the power of the fortunes of mountains and rivers that emanated from him. Yet, Qingshan's presence was too peculiar in his eyes. His gaze sharpened, filled with caution. Hand over the fortunes of mountains and rivers, and I shall allow you to depart. Qingshan turned to the old man, seemingly unafraid. You truly have an unwavering penchant for bullying others, he remarked. What if I refuse? The old man furrowed his brow and uttered a single word, death. Qingshan then glanced at the others. Is this how you all feel? All eyes were fixed upon him, revealing an avaricious gleam. The fortunes of the mountains and rivers are not meant to be monopolized by a mere youth, even if he is a prodigy. I see, Qingshan nodded. Initially uneasy about profiting from your burial expenses. In that case, I shall bear no burden. A collective tension surged through the crowd as they observed Qingshan, a sudden sense of unease settling in. With a cold chuckle, Qingshan invoked the laws of heaven and earth. Boom. A ripple of cosmic law surged through the space around them. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically, their apprehension intensifying. Teleportation. Hum. As Qingshan's words fell, he vanished from his spot under the weight of the laws. The crowd was left in stunned silence for a considerable time. He ran away? Someone exclaimed, still processing the situation. The youth they had anticipated to unleash a grand move had simply disappeared before their eyes. We've been deceived. The old man accompanying the saintess finally reacted, his face turning ashen. Pursue him. Qingqing, are we really just running away? The little creature emerged from the treasury. Perched on Qingshan's shoulder, her disbelief evident. She had expected Qingshan to unleash a powerful attack, but instead, he fled. The little pouch also emerged from Qingshan's treasury, following suit. She gazed at Qingshan, marveling at his prowess. To slip away from so many watchful eyes was an unimaginable feat. What nonsense is this? Do you expect me to fight them? Qingshan scoffed. Taking risks was out of the question. His life was paramount. He was acutely aware that he was merely a foundational cultivator, incapable of contending with any of those individuals. Moreover, their funds were limited, and it seemed unlikely they could take on many opponents. Fleeing was the wiser choice. And that old man, his aura was overwhelmingly terrifying. Qingshan estimated he was at least at the nascent soul stage, capable of ending him with a mere gesture. His ability to escape under the old man's nose was attributable to a well-executed ruse. Even if he were to pay with his life, the cost for such an existence would undoubtedly be exorbitant. The little creature expressed her concern, but regardless of the others. That old man shouldn't take long to catch up with us. Qingshan nodded. It shouldn't take him half a day, unless he continuously invoked the laws of heaven, employing teleportation to flee. However, maintaining such an invocation was prohibitively expensive, he wouldn't be able to sustain it for long. He had inadvertently entangled himself in grave trouble. The saintess was the holy maiden of the Yuhua Terrace in Shuexian province, and having stirred such chaos immediately after leaving Qingshan Mountain left a bitter taste in his mouth. The little creature inquired, "So, what shall we do now?" Qingshan gazed at the little pouch, reminiscing about the spirits of the fallen lineage buried beneath the earth. He sighed, pondering whether those who had slain her ancestral spirits had stirred a desire for vengeance within her. The little pouch tilted her head in confusion, regarding Qingshan with uncertainty. After a prolonged moment, she shook her head. Qingshan understood her fear of embroiling him in greater troubles. With sorrowful eyes, he turned his gaze towards the distant underground. She had not uttered a word requesting his aid in revenge. Qingshan sighed once more, then looked around at the vast expanse of heaven and earth. Yet, the debts of the spirit lineage must eventually be repaid. His expression hardened with a tinge of coldness. The little creature nodded fiercely, then paused to suck on her finger. However, we are no match for them. Qingshan's lips twitched as he lightly tapped the little one's head. I am aware. We may not be able to contend with them, but are we truly incapable of enlisting others? The little creature winced, on the verge of tears, but paused at his words. Should we return to the sect for reinforcements? If our esteemed master intervenes, not even that saintess or the old man would stand a chance. Qingshan shook his head. That won't do. Returning immediately after just arriving would be too shameful. However, I have just discovered a potential solution. Who among us lacks a source of support? Chapter 79. Eradicating future troubles. Half a day later, amidst a landscape of mountains and rivers, Qingshan stood by the riverbank, gazing intently at the flowing waters while speaking fervently. Oh, venerable one, I beseech you for assistance. Those individuals are malevolent, and they are fast approaching. Without your aid, my fate is sealed. We share a common origin. Surely you would not turn a blind eye to my plight. Those miscreants hail from outside Qingshan Prefecture and dare to act with impunity on our territory. I trust you will not remain indifferent, will you? The water babbled incessantly, and not far away, Xiao Dongxi and Xiao Jinnong looked on in bewilderment at Qingshan's peculiar behavior. Who is he speaking to? Xiao Jinnong inquired with curiosity. Xiao Dongxi shook her head in confusion. I have no idea. She had never realized that apart from her esteemed master and the lingering souls in the sea of wealth, Qingshan had yet another ally. However, conversing with a river appeared exceedingly strange. The two children exchanged glances, torn between their fear of being pursued and their curiosity about whom Qingshan sought for help, creating a chaotic mix of emotions. As the pursuers drew near, Xiao Dongxi could no longer contain herself and took a few steps forward. Qingshan, perhaps we should flee? Qingshan shook his head. Not yet, let us wait a moment longer. With that, he resumed his impassioned dialogue with the river. Oh, venerable one, please assist me this once. I promise I shall not trouble you again. After conversing with the river for an extended period, still, there was no response. At last, two figures descended from the horizon and landed not far from the trio. The pursuers were none other than the holy maiden of Yuhua Terrace and the elderly man. Their cultivation levels surpassed those of the others, which explained why only they had pursued Qingshan. Xiao Dongxi and Xiao Jinnong's expressions changed dramatically, and they immediately dashed behind Qingshan, clutching his garment and staring intently at the two figures. Qingshan turned to face them, his eyes flashing with resolve. He was prepared to teleport at a moment's notice. If that person chose not to intervene, he could escape instantly. The holy maiden and the elder fixed their gaze upon Qingshan, and it was the elder who spoke first. Surrender the blessings of the mountains and rivers, and I shall allow you to depart. His words were undoubtedly insincere, merely a test. The fact that Qingshan remained there, seemingly awaiting their arrival, was indeed peculiar. If Qingshan were to relinquish the blessings, he would certainly not be allowed to leave unharmed. The fewer individuals who knew of the blessings, the better. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, detecting nothing amiss. Those who lived long tended to be increasingly wary. Qingshan regarded the elder and the holy maiden, his hands clasped behind his back, tightly grasping a talisman he had just inscribed. I wish to inquire about something, he began. Were you present on the day of annihilation in the realm of spirits and demons? The elder's eyes narrowed, unease coursing through him. How did this youth know? Indeed, I was present at that time. Qingshan nodded, asking, So, did you also intervene when the entire lineage of the spirit demons perished? Is her death intertwined with your actions? The her in question referred to Ling, the spirit of Lingyao Mountain. The elder nodded, his tone calm. Indeed. Although I am unaware of why she bestowed the blessings of the mountains and rivers upon you, her demise is indeed connected to me. At that time, we were unable to enter the hall and had no choice but to retreat temporarily, sealing her in place to deplete her remaining strength. Yet, I am perplexed. How do you know of those events? The saintess furrowed her brow, casting a peculiar glance at the elder beside her. Once again, the despair that followed the radiant light illuminating the realm of the spirit demons flooded Qingshan's mind. He inhaled deeply. She confided in me. She shared much. Yet she never mentioned bestowing the blessings of the mountains and rivers upon you. Qingshan's demeanor remained composed, though internally he was drenched in cold sweat, feeling like an insignificant insect before the elder's formidable presence. The elder fixed his gaze upon Qingshan. Suddenly, he noticed a drop of sweat sliding down Qingshan's forehead and let out a hearty laugh. In that case, I shall take matters into my own hands. In an instant, the elder unleashed his formidable cultivation, charging directly at Qingshan. He had discerned that Qingshan was merely a facade of strength, desperately attempting to buy time for an escape. Having been deceived once, he would not fall for the same ruse again. Boom! An overwhelming pressure surged forth. Just as Qingshan prepared to ignite a teleportation talisman to flee, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Buzz! A drop of water lifted from the river behind Qingshan, gracefully circling around him and drifting toward the elder. That droplet, suspended in the space between heaven and earth, appeared deceptively simple, akin to a solitary raindrop. However, the moment the elder laid eyes on it, his expression shifted dramatically. He sensed an unparalleled force of annihilation emanating from that droplet, and he abruptly turned to flee. Yet, before he could escape, the droplet transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the elder's body. Sizzle! The sound of his body being breached echoed. Yet, the droplet seemed insatiable, repeatedly piercing through the elder's form dozens of times. An ancient being of the nascent soul stage had no means of resistance against that drop of water. Eventually, the elder plummeted into the void, crashing into the distant forest. The saintess of Yuhua Terrace suddenly froze. Cursed be! Finally realizing she had fallen into a trap, the saintess decisively formed a hand seal and vanished from the spot. She had only brought one guardian with her, as she did not dare linger in unfamiliar territory. This youth is truly peculiar. The droplet, however, did not pursue the saintess but instead returned to Qingshan's side, transforming into a young girl who stood beside him. The young girl, hands on her hips, glared furiously at Qingshan. Xia Jianeng and the little creature were utterly stunned, standing frozen to the side. It was only then that Qingshan let out a sigh of relief, grinning cheekily at the girl, thanking the spirit of the mountain for intervening. Before him stood the embodiment of this region's mountains and rivers, bearing an uncanny resemblance to both the spirit of Qingluo Mountain and the deceased spirit of the mountain demon. After receiving the blessings of the mountains and rivers, he discovered he could effortlessly locate other spirits of the same origin through the power of those blessings. The girl glared at Qingshan, accusing him. You did this on purpose. You intentionally led him to me, coaxed him into saying those things, and then provoked me into action. How wicked of you. Qingshan did not deny her accusation. Instead, he candidly replied, I had no other choice. While that saintess is formidable, she is not overwhelmingly powerful. Even if I were to falter, the danger would not be insurmountable. However, this elder must be dealt with. Otherwise, my journey would come to an abrupt halt. It is imperative to eliminate any future threats. The only solution is to draw him before another mountain spirit, enticing him to reveal the truth about the demise of other spirits. Since these spirits share a common origin, even if they do not assist me, they would be compelled to act out of indignation. Beside him, the little creature and Xia Jianeng regarded Qingshan with eyes full of admiration. The mountain spirit glared at Qingshan, visibly irritated. I have been used by you, and I am quite upset. Unlike an old monster, the spirit displayed a youthful petulance. Qingshan was taken aback and asked, Shall we engage in a transaction? Chapter 80. Tell me a story. The mountain spirit girl was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Qingshan with a look of confusion. Qingshan chuckled, scratching his head. Although your actions were motivated by vengeance, they inadvertently benefited me as well. Thus, I feel compelled to do something in return. Such is the nature of transactions. The mountain spirit girl's intervention stemmed primarily from Qing Shan's provocation, which had elicited the old man's confession regarding the demise of the spirit of Lingyao Mountain, igniting her fury. However, all of this was orchestrated by Qing Shan's mischief. No one is obligated to assist him. Any favor rendered should be reciprocated, and this embodies Qing Shan's philosophy on life. Hence, he inquired if there was anything she desired of him. The mountain spirit girl stared at Qing Shan for an extended moment, lost in thought, before finally shaking her head. I have no business dealings with you. My actions were my own choice, unrelated to you. Qing Shan nodded. Well, you said it yourself. It was your own volition to act, not my manipulation. The mountain spirit girl, clearly flustered, remained silent for a considerable time. No, wait, it is related to you. No, that's not right. Qing Shan's words ensnared her in a web of confusion regarding their connection, leaving her in a state of vexation. Her delicate, fair visage flushed with irritation as she glared at Qing Shan with her bright, expressive eyes. You, young lad, are incorrigibly mischievous. Qing Shan chuckled, expressing gratitude for her assistance. Had it not been for your intervention, my journey across the world would have been cut short, and I would have had to return home. I indeed owe you a debt of gratitude. Just as he stepped out of the mountain gate, he had inadvertently provoked a formidable adversary. Without resolving the issue with the old man, Qing Shan would have been compelled to retreat. Upon hearing this, the mountain spirit girl's anger subsided slightly, and her gaze shifted with curiosity as she asked, You are traveling the world? Indeed, replied Qing Shan. The mountain spirit girl smiled. Well, I did help you. Thus, you indeed owe me a favor. You should repay it. Qing Shan was taken aback. What? An uneasy premonition washed over him. Shi Wun Ti demands something exorbitant. Would she? He had no money. The mountain spirit girl, brimming with enthusiasm, addressed him. Then, tell me the tales of your adventures across the world. Huh. Qing Shan was momentarily at a loss for words. The mountain spirit girl seemed somewhat bashful, fidgeting with the hem of her garment. As you can see, there are scarcely any people where I reside. Being a mountain spirit here is rather monotonous. I yearn to hear the stories from beyond these mountains. Yet I cannot leave this land. She looked at Qing Shan, her eyes sparkling with hope. Since you are traversing the world, you must have encountered many experiences. Please share those tales with me. Qing Shan, puzzled, inquired, Why can you not leave this realm? The mountain spirit girl candidly replied, You already know the reason. The spirit of the mountains and rivers, upon departing from its homeland, is destined to perish. We, the mountain spirits, protect our territory, and in turn, we are safeguarded by it. She has stood sentinel over this realm, never having beheld the world beyond. She longs to hear tales from the outside and to gaze upon distant landscapes. She possesses great strength, formidable enough to easily overpower even those of the nascent soul realm. Yet, she is also profoundly vulnerable, unable to step beyond her own domain. Much like herself, Qing Shan mused, just as the spirit of the ethereal mountains, once removed from its sacred land, gradually weakens until its demise. Qing Shan inhaled deeply, a hint of regret in his voice. But I have only just embarked on my journey across the world. I have yet to encounter many experiences or tales to share. What remains now is solely her story. Yet, Qing Shan sighed. He was reluctant to recount his tale to others. That was the last vestige of dignity she maintained in this world. He did not articulate his thoughts, yet the mountain spirit seemed to grasp his sentiments. The mountain spirit, somewhat disheartened, reconsidered and pressed on. Then, upon your return, will you share the stories of your adventures with me? Qing Shan nodded affirmatively. The mountain spirit smiled with satisfaction, seemingly no longer vexed by Qing Shan's manipulation. Perhaps she had never truly taken it to heart. The little creature in the small pouch scampered to Qing Shan's side, curiously observing the mountain spirit before them. This spirit resembled her ethereal counterpart, but appeared to possess a somewhat different disposition. Perhaps they were fundamentally similar, only shaped by disparate experiences that rendered them distinct. Qing Shan glanced back toward the woods. Has that old man passed away? The mountain spirit shook her head. Not yet. But his time is drawing near. She turned her gaze to Qing Shan. The only assistance I can offer is in dealing with this old man. I cannot strike down someone so insignificant. It would be too shameful for the spirits. Qing Shan nodded. That will suffice. He stepped forward, advancing toward the thicket. The mountain spirit followed leisurely, not wishing for Qing Shan to encounter any mishaps on her territory, for she hoped to hear his stories in the future. The little creature, and the small pouch quickly trailed behind. Amidst the undergrowth, the old man lay weak and breathless, his life flickering like a dying flame. Upon seeing Qing Shan and the mountain spirit approach, his gaze became unfocused. What exactly are you? He could scarcely believe that the spirit of the mountains and rivers would act for the sake of a mere boy. Were not the spirits indifferent to worldly affairs? With such backing, why would one feel fear? Qing Shan cast a sidelong glance at the old man, disregarding him entirely as he busied himself with a shovel, digging a hole in the earth beside the old man. The elder's eyes darkened, his breath shallow and labored. Could you tell me your name? The elder inquired. Seeking clarity, Qing Shan paused, turning to face the elder. Have you informed them of your name? The elder's breath hitched, and he nodded with a wry smile. I understand now. With the spirit of the mountains and rivers aiding you, you must be the chosen one of this realm. Your Qingxian prefecture has concealed this well. Cough, cough. The elder, drenched in blood and nearing the end of his strength, struggled to explain. Our saintess is unaware of the annihilation of the spirit demon clan. She was merely tasked with seizing the blessings of the mountains and rivers. If possible, spare her life. Qing Shan chuckled, a chill in his laughter. He turned towards the direction in which the saintess had fled. Perhaps she did not intervene in the calamity that befell the spirit demon lineage, or perhaps she is simply oblivious. But regarding the matter of the spirit demon blood paving the way and unsealing the barriers, does she remain uninformed? The elder trembled, rendered speechless. Qing Shan waved his hand dismissively. If I encounter her again, should I be able to strike her down, she shall surely perish. Had it not been for my fortuitous meeting, that little spirit demon, who merely wished to be a good demon, would have also fallen victim to her machinations. Is it not somewhat ludicrous to seek mercy at this juncture? Chapter 81. The wish of the mountain spirit. The old man had passed away, yet he was reluctant to embrace death. Qing Shan searched the old man's body, but found nothing of value. Everything he possessed was likely hidden in the bitter sea, a treasure inaccessible to anyone but himself. The mountain spirit girl kindly reminded him of this. Qing Shan felt disheartened. He had initially been hesitant to bury the old man. However, for the sake of monetary gain, he proceeded with the burial. Suddenly, the bronze coins trembled, and a plethora of treasures tumbled forth. Those items, once deemed unattainable, now lay beneath the burial coins, enriching Qing Shan's fortune. He felt a sense of satisfaction, believing he had not incurred a loss. The old man's belongings appeared quite valuable, seemingly worth a significant amount of silver. Qing Shan dusted off his hands, signaling the end of his labor. He carefully washed his shovel by the riverbank before putting it away. Do you have such an affinity for that shovel? The mountain spirit girl inquired with curiosity. Qing Shan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is my tool for sustenance. How could one not cherish the instruments of trade? Recalling the old man's final words, Qing Shan turned to the mountain spirit girl and curiously asked, by the way, what is this daozi the old man mentioned? The mountain spirit girl shook her head. How would I know? I have never ventured beyond this realm, nor have I heard anyone speak of it. At that moment, the little pouch sprang forth, exclaiming, I know. The erudite little pouch is aware. Qing Shan turned, intrigued. What do you know? Even the mountain spirit girl looked at the little pouch with anticipation, eager to learn about the world beyond their mountains. The small creature, with bright eyes, gazed at the little pouch expectantly. They settled on the ground, attentively focused on the pouch. The little pouch, filled with pride, clasped its tiny hands behind its back and began to pace, recounting. The term Biza refers to the most favored young prodigy in a continent, blessed by the heavens. Much like that so-called saintess. Isn't that saintess from the Water Narcissus continent, the one from Yuhua Terrace? Yuhua Terrace is likely the capital of the Water Narcissus continent, much like Lingdu is to our Qingshan continent. Thus, the saintess of Yuhua Terrace is, in fact, the saintess of the Water Narcissus continent. Males are referred to as daozi, while females are known as saintesses. Qing Shan, intrigued, asked, how do you know this? The little pouch hesitated for a moment, a touch of melancholy creeping in. It was once told to me by the elder spirits. Qing Shan sighed and shifted the topic. So, do we have any daozi or saintesses in Qingshan continent? The little pouch shook its head. No. Why not? Qing Shan inquired. The little pouch replied. Because the daozi or saintesses from other continents are chosen as the most promising candidates destined to stand before their respective immortals. However, our Qingshan continent-s candidate has been absent for over 10,000 years. No one has any hope of reaching her. which is why we lack a Daozi or Saintess in Qingshan. Qingshan nodded in understanding. The so-called Saintess or Dao child refers to the most gifted youth among the people of the 9 provinces of Jishur, regarded as the most promising talents destined to approach immortality. However, news of the one from the Qingxian province is conspicuously absent, leading to the absence of any recognized Dao child or Saintess in that region. The old man claiming to be the Dao child of Qingxian province is evidently mistaken. The spirit of the mountains and rivers assists him merely because he has attracted the attention of the Qingluo mountain spirit and received the blessings of the Lingyao mountain spirit. It seems that the Saintess and Dao child may not be as remarkable as presumed. Qingshan muttered, feeling that the Saintess lacked any extraordinary qualities. Are the Saintess and Dao child truly of little worth? The mountain spirit girl, observing Qingshan's demeanor, discerned his thoughts and became somewhat displeased. That so-called Saintess is indeed formidable. The reason she fled is that I am even more powerful, understand? If you encounter her, you should flee at once. Confronting her would be like child's play. Qingshan pouted with a look of innocence. Why bolster the reputation of others while undermining our own? We are allies, after all. The mountain spirit girl retorted sharply. Who said we are allies? I will assist you this once, but do not expect my help in future dangers. And just so you know, my assistance comes at a high price. Qingshan chuckled, acknowledging her words. The mountain spirit girl rose, dusted off her attire, and declared, All right, you must be on your way. Do not forget to return and share your tales of adventure with me. I yearn to hear the stories of the world and witness the beauty beyond. This small glimmer of hope seemed to rest solely upon Qingshan, who traverses the realms, transforming into a droplet of river water. The mountain spirit girl soared upward before merging back into the river. The water tinkled melodiously, resonating between the mountains and rivers. I still have a question unasked. Qingshan sighed, rising to bow slightly towards the river. Thank you. He turned to his small companion and the little pouch, smiling brightly. Let us be off. Hom. Both the small companion and the little pouch nodded eagerly. The trio turned and departed, their receding figures reflected in the ripples of the river. Qingshan harbored another question. If the Saintess and Dao child are the most favored by the blessings of heaven and earth in their province, why would they journey thousands of miles to Qingxian to seize the blessings of the mountain spirits? Yet, this query was likely beyond the knowledge of the mountain spirit, and the little pouch certainly would not know either, leaving it to be pondered in his heart until a later time. The world, like rain, fell softly. Once more, the figure of the mountain spirit girl emerged by the rivers and mountains. Watching the boy's retreating silhouette, she smiled gently, playfully tilting her head toward the heavens and exclaiming, I am the very essence of heaven and earth's blessings, the protection of the mountains and rivers. The wishes of the mountains and rivers are countless, unseen by the world. Yet you are the only one who perceives them. The mischievous youth, do not forget my wish. The mountain spirit girl appears somewhat feeble, whispering, to assist you. I have indeed transgressed the laws of the mountains and rivers. Her desire is for the wandering Qingshan to return and share tales of the world. The wish of the ethereal mountain spirit is for Qingshan to stand before that person and grant her a glimpse of the human realm. What aspirations might the Qingluo mountain spirit have entrusted to Qingshan? Or perhaps, during Qingshan's future journeys, will he encounter the wishes of other spirits of the mountains and rivers? Contemplating these thoughts, the mountain spirit girl cannot help but feel a sense of anticipation. It seems there will be many splendid stories to tell. The mountain spirit girl turns and skips joyfully. Oh dear, I had not realized. The mischievous youth himself seems to carry countless stories within him. Next time, when he returns, he must share them with me. Chapter 82. The late wind as a guest. The game of mountains and rivers unfolds, a realm ethereal. A boat drifts across the river, while Qingshan reclines at the bow, eyes closed in contemplation. His thoughts wander back to the mountain spirit he encountered, pondering the true nature of such an existence. If all spirits of the mountains and rivers are blessings bestowed upon the mortal realm by her, then the uniformity of these mountain spirits must reflect her essence. It is as if all mountain spirits are but her incarnations. Yet, why does she remain indifferent to the fate of her own manifestations? Moreover, how can others aboard the celestial vessels audaciously come forth to vie for her blessings? Qingshan pondered for an extended period, yet the reasons eluded him. Beside him, the little creature in the small pouch leaned over the edge of the boat, their eyes wide with anticipation as the river receded from view. It had been half a month since they departed from that place. The small pouch had emerged from the sorrow of the annihilation of the spirit and demon lineage. Now brimming with vitality, she viewed the world with an insatiable curiosity. "Where are we headed?" the small pouch inquired of the little creature. The little creature shook its head. "Just wandering about, really. The world is vast. Any direction is fine. Let us admire the scenery and earn some silver. What does it matter where we go?" The small pouch beamed with delight. Hooray! Having traveled little, the journey through the realm filled her with joy. A sense of languid contentment enveloped her. The old boatman at the bow observed the leisurely patrons, chuckling as he shook his head. "If it were up to me, we would simply ascend the river." The old boatman and the vessel were chosen at random by Ching Shan from the riverbank. Though modest in size, the boat was filled with many travelers crossing the river. This river spanned east and west across Qingxian Prefecture, showcasing splendid scenery along the way. As the old boatman maneuvered the helm, he regaled Ching Shan and his companions with tales. Ahead lies Fengling Crossing, where it is said an immortal resides atop a suspended mountain. Beyond Fengling Crossing lies Hantian Temple. It is rumored that the old monk there frequently descends to perform rites and assist those in distress. The old boatman's narratives piqued the interest of Ching Shan and his companions, prompting them to rise and gather around the helm. "Good sir, where does this river lead?" Ching Shan inquired with curiosity. The old boatman chuckled. "Naturally, it leads to the Demon Sea's mouth. However, I advise against venturing there. It is said to be fraught with chaos, claiming many lives daily." "Why is that?" Ching Shan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The old boatman shook his head. "Because that place marks the boundary between the Demon Sea and our Qingxian Prefecture, where demons and spirits roam freely. Even immortals seldom dare to enter. The mouth of the Demon Sea is guarded by the Celestial Gate, which often sees demons attempting to emerge, only to be thwarted by the guards stationed there, resulting in many deaths each day." The little creature gasped in astonishment. "So, does that mean demons and spirits are all villains?" With a hint of apology, she cast a glance at the small pouch and whispered, "I wasn't referring to you." The small pouch nodded in acknowledgement. "I know." The old boatman looked up, exclaiming, "Of course, I have heard that the demons and monsters in the Sea of Demons relish human flesh and drink human blood. They even extract hearts to fry them." The small pouch and its companion trembled at the old man's ominous words, which, though not loud, were certainly not soft, as everyone else on board listened intently. "Nonsense." A voice, dripping with cold disdain, resounded from the cabin above. The trio of Ching Shan turned to gaze upwards. There sat a young man, or rather, a lad slightly older than Ching Shan. Clad in a black robe, he held a scroll in his hand. He shot an irritated glance at the old boatman and scoffed. The small companion, curious, inquired of the young man, "Is what the elder said incorrect?" The young man curled his lip. "Naturally, it is incorrect. The Sea of Demons is not a sea. It is merely a chasm city. While there are indeed demons, humans can be good or bad, and demons too possess their own sense of morality. The dangers there do not stem from the demons, but rather from it being a passageway connecting Qingxian state with other immortal states. The true threats arise from the people of those states, not the demons within the Sea of Demons. What the Sea of Demons obstructs is not the demons, but the people from other immortal states." His words carried a palpable impatience, yet curiously, he spoke in great detail. The small companion suddenly realized, so that's how it is. The response of the small pouch exceeded the young man's expectations. He appeared momentarily taken aback, questioning, "You believe what I say?" He had presumed his words would not easily gain belief, given the long-standing prejudices people held against demons. The small companion blinked. "I believe you." The small pouch nodded in agreement. "So do I." The sincerity of the two small creatures left the young man somewhat flustered, and he regarded them with newfound interest. After a moment of contemplation, he clasped his hands together and said, "Your lack of worldly prejudices is commendable." The small companion and the pouch exchanged glances, and with a wave of their tiny hands, the small companion declared, "But you are a demon. You are the very subject of the matter, so we naturally trust your words." "What?" The young man, Gui Qing, stumbled backward and fell from the cabin. The others on the boat, hearing the small companion's words, instantly turned to the young man in terror. "A demon? Help!" A panicked scream erupted, and in an instant, everyone aboard leaped into the water. Splash! Splash! The sounds of bodies hitting the water echoed, and even the old boatmen stumbled and jumped into the river. Fortunately, they all knew how to swim, swiftly making their way towards the riverbank. In but a fleeting moment, only the three from Qingshan and the youth, Guiqing, remained aboard the vessel. Guiqing, with a dazed expression, gazed at the trio from Qingshan and stammered, How? How did you know? I concealed it so well. He had gone unnoticed throughout the journey. Qingshan, looking perplexed, turned to observe the crowd below, frantically fleeing, and wondered if their fear was truly warranted. The small creature sensed trouble and hastily scurried to Qingshan's side, stealthily climbing onto his shoulder. The little pouch also found its way behind Qingshan. With a wry smile, Qingshan addressed Guiqing, slightly cupping his fists, and remarked, It was merely a guess. Must I be more explicit? Your defense of the demons is so fervent that it nearly brands I am a demon upon your very countenance. Guiqing paused for a considerable time before breaking into laughter. He recognized the peculiarity of the three before him. They were indeed his equals in strangeness. With his back turned, he stood with hands clasped behind him, the scroll firmly held. The evening breeze is a guest, and our meeting is serendipitous. I am Guiqing, and I truly belong to the demon clan. However, there is no need for fear. I am merely a bard of the demon race.